searching for a longer day. People feeling like the light has just come. We must never stop the way, yeah. Birds jumping and I hear my name, grasping into a life. Life is happy but it's so insane. We must merely make a start. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty of the world. Savannah, let's all take a roll. Savannah, light is gonna come. The birds have just begun. We will always take a stand for the people, for the land. Let's go back to when we were young. For the animals we stand. Let's go back to when trees were swung. Kids across the land. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty of the world. Savannah, let's all take a roll. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty of the world. Savannah, let's all take a roll. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah.
It was a rainy night, around 5 years ago. Met you down the street, you were walking all alone. Knew we're unstoppable, it was magical. That in this town I can find someone just like you. I said I don't wanna hurt you, babe. I don't want you to leave me now. Just give me one shot to be the one, and I promise I won't let you down. It was a you down.
Please don't get jealous of the things I've done, 'cause I have made my way through the better days. I will not be angry if you walk away, 'cause it just proves that you are not okay. I should've known from the start that I was starting something. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I should've known right from the start that it would end in nothing. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I can't help but feel the way I feel when I'm with you. When I'm with you, I can't help but feel the way I feel when I'm with you. When I'm with you. Please stop your yelling, you used to be so calm. You were my number one, but now you're just no fun. I showed you my hand and you played it repeatedly. Oh, and now it's time to go back into me. Oh, I should've known from the start that I was doing something. I should've known right from the start that it would end in nothing. I can't help but feel the way I feel when I'm with you. When I'm with you, I can't help but feel the way I feel when I'm with you. When I'm with you.
Hello, 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 and welcome to 888 Live Madrid. 1,067 entries down to our final 18. Here's a look at our featured table and a gentleman that we are very familiar with at the top of this leaderboard, Ruida. Promising to be a very fun afternoon, Ruida, with 16 million chips. Are you kidding me? We saw him on day number 1. I'm David Tuckman, joined by the one and only Nick Welthall. Nick has promised us to do his best Shakira tongue lashing today.
Yeah, that's number 1 on my list.
Of course it
things
is.
to do.
Of course it is.
It's really funny that we have this player on the, well, not the final table, but the final feature table of 2, because if you were watching on Friday, he was doing all kinds of fun, crazy stuff.
And Alex as well. We had Alex yesterday. I know he had a lot of chips at one point yesterday, but I mean, when you have 250 players, no matter how many chips you have
Absolutely.
At that point,
Yeah,
you're a
yeah.
long shot to make the final table or the final 2, really.
Yeah, for sure.
You might recognize that particular player in seat number 8, and then again, you might not. But we'll get into all these players.
So this is like a North American-friendly stream, isn't it? Because we think we're going to be going for some time tonight.
Oh, this is going to be a marathon. This is going to be a marathon. So I hope you're all energized. I hope you, Nick, are energized as much as you possibly can be for a Brit.
I am ready to peak around about 3 a.m.
Fantastic.
So just now I'm pretty hyped.
Right.
But you're going to see a steady accumulation of energy to a full tongue lashing in about 7 hours.
It's good news, good news. We've got all sorts of great news for you, and we'll go through it all. Our team, Anastasia, Christian, and the rest of our crew, just doing a great job feeding us with some great information. Like I said, we're down to our final 18. We started with 1,067. First place is 150,000 euros. The remaining 18 players all guaranteed 5,400.
So if I'm reading it right, we have a huge stack on this table and then a huge stack on the other table.
Yes.
And then like a pretty big gap and then everyone else.
Pretty much. Yeah, and
so
from what it looks like, it doesn't even look like we have like really crazy short stacks, but there's almost no medium stacks. It's almost like 2 huge stacks and everybody's a short stack.
Yeah. So a lot depends on what happens to the big stacks. I mean, especially with how Ruida plays, I don't know how the player on the other table plays, David Gonzalez. He has 14 million chips. The way Ruida plays, anything could happen on this feature table because he will mix it up. So he could just go through this table super fast.
Yeah. I mean, that's certainly a possibility. And, of course, he could double up 7 players.
Yeah, that's the other possibility.
I believe it was Ruida, by the way, who eliminated Kara Scott. They were battling all afternoon, and Kara Scott was getting the best of him and everybody else from the start of the day. Started her day yesterday with 80,000. Had it up to almost 1 million at one point before losing it all in just a monstrous pot against Ruida.
Yeah, she thought she was being bluffed. She was not. And that's the benefit of how he plays, of course. Yeah. Tough to play against. That's the guy in seat number 3. You can tell from the big chip stack.
So I want to welcome all of you in the chat here. Ira Washer, Bleno, Sergio, Alik, Work Harder, Senor de Peruk. Thanks, guys. Thanks for joining us. We'll be here until we crown a champion. David Tuckman, Nick Welthall. I hope you guys enjoyed the last couple of days of live streams. It's been a lot of fun. Madrid is just a fantastic city. We've got a free roll coming up for you as well in just a few moments. That's right. It'll be, I believe, in an hour and 6 minutes. 20 GMT time. We are 1 hour ahead of that. So in 1 hour and 5 minutes, the free roll will begin. You can register for that, though, in 5 minutes. The password for that, Happy New Year. The password is 2020. Once again, the password is 2020. Yeah, somebody was asking me for the usual famous Tuckman over-under, but then I saw the message earlier and see you may be predicting the over on the 6 a.m. stream. Yeah, this is going to be, I mean, we have 18 players left. It's 7:55 in the evening here, And these players are still going to go on a dinner break at some point. So, I mean, strap yourself in. We're going to be here for a long while. This one, check on the flop. Claudio decided to check back his 9. I mean, he probably thinks he has the best hand. Almost definitely going to lose at least one straight of value. I'm surprised Doniar did not bet the turn. His hand is severely under-repped here. Flop top pair out of the big blind. Check the flop, which is fairly standard. His opponent checks it back, and instead of leading out on the turn on what is a pretty wet board, he decided to check it once again. Now Claudio going for some value, and Doniar is actually going to raise, it looks like. Kind of a creative way to play the hand. And Claudio's not a believer. He's going to call here. Pot now 1.9 million chips. Once again, thanks for joining us. We will be here until we crown a champion. First place, a whopping 150,000 euros. Just unbelievable. And Doniar, after check raising the flop, after check raising the turn, will bet the river. Doesn't look like he bet that much, did he? Unless I'm missing a chip. No, just 460. So the check raise in the turn was the 600, and now he bets 460. Not a large bet at all. Possibly trying to get heroed by a 9 exactly. Maybe doesn't think his opponent would actually check back a jack on the turn. And there's the fold from Claudio. So he does call that turn check raise to fold the river, getting a pretty good price. I mean, he was getting almost 5.5 to 1. Lets it go. Nice pot there for Doniar, and this gentleman here with 11 million chips. We have a lot of information about all the players, and we'll try to keep you abreast of all the information going on the outer table as well as the inner table.
11 million is good for third place.
Yeah.
Basically in the tournament.
So average stack, by the way, 5.2 million, but it's kind of meaningless because it's funny. Nobody has 5.2 million.
No.
People have way above or way below.
We're polarized, David Tuckman.
That's nice work there. Marco D'Amico, who we're looking at right here, actually finished. He's from Italy. He finished day 2 as the chip leader with 4.6 million. Obviously hasn't had a great run today, but he's still here. Fernando Pons still in there, obviously, as you saw a little while ago. He finished day 2, third in chips with 3.5 million. I'm going to go on. I think Fernando, maybe he's not just getting lucky. Maybe he's good. What do you think?
I think we have to...
Ran, making it 375 with the aces. Fernando. What a cooler this is. Look at this one, Nick. Aces, queens. I mean, these players are just not that deep. There's the all-in. There's the call. And a nightmare scenario for Fernando Pons. Just a hand that plays itself. Pot is 6.6 million chips.
Not a nightmare scenario yet.
Yeah, he hasn't lost yet, right?
23% is 23%.
It is.
It's less now.
Looking for a queen and only a queen. Queen of spades or queen of hearts on the river. Otherwise, Fernando will double up Ran, and he will be short-stacked himself. Lady on the river, not going to come for him. It's the king of clubs. Full double up for Ran. He's up to 6.6 million. Not surprisingly, a lot of chips in play. These players started with 88,000 chips a couple of days ago. And there were 1,067 entries. You can do the math, and you're looking at nearly 100 million in total chips.
I was totally going to do the maths, but then you did it.
Yeah, I think it's like 96 million or something along those lines.
That's easy. If we just think 100 million, that's pretty cool.
Right.
That's pretty easy, isn't it?
Just easier.
So Ran has around about 7%, sorry, of the chips in play.
Of course, the XL Blizzard coming up right after this, pretty much, February 6th, just a couple of days from now. It is the XL Blizzard on 888. 34 tournaments, almost 1.5 million overall guaranteed. Buy-ins range from $5.50 to $320. The main event, by the way, that'll be on February 16th. Make sure you circle your calendar. $250 buy-in for that. Guarantee is $500,000. You and I, after the stream last night, got some bad news. Obviously, as we watched the Super Bowl, we walked into the restaurant here at the casino, sat down, ordered ourselves a glass of wine. It came in at about 22 degrees Fahrenheit. Freezing cold.
Oh, the wine?
I've never had colder wine in my life.
Yeah, I mean, I still drank it.
Oh, yeah, we both drank it.
Yeah,
It's delicious.
Whatever.
Spanish wine is great. But as you pointed out, it's significantly better in Spain than it is anywhere else in the world.
They 100% ship their bad wine.
Right,
100%.
Let's get rid of the crap.
And then you come here and like Barcelona or Madrid and you pay like €3 a glass or $2.50 a glass and it's delicious.
It's just so good. I'm usually a beer drinker, but I've had a lot of wine anyway, so...
Not tonight, obviously.
Yeah. No, not tonight.
Not yet.
Not yet.
We haven't had dinner break. If it gets to about 4 a.m., we'll get some wine in here. We'll
For sure.
Some Rioja in here.
Not even a question. Regardless, though, we got some bad news. We were watching the Super Bowl, and in walked not one but two 888 poker ambassadors, Anna Marquez and Chris Moorman, both of whom essentially bubbled this event.
What are we going to do about this main event problem? We're going to have to get the squad together. I'm going to have to give one of my famous motivational talks because they are not performing in the main events.
No.
They do really well in the side events, like probably in relation to how many side events and ambassadors there are, they pretty much crush.
I mean, they're basically pulling a Kyle Shanahan, right? I mean, they do fine until it matters.
I was listening to a discussion of his record today. It's really interesting. Like, I was quite skeptical of your idea that, you know, he doesn't perform under pressure, but then when you sort of look at his record, he does look like a brilliant guy who can't think well under pressure, which is interesting.
He just can't close the deal. I mean, he's that guy. Like it's like, honestly, you walk in a club and you look at him in the corner of the club, and you're like, wait, he's got 3 gorgeous women on his arms. He's going to end up having like a threesome or a foursome tonight with 3 gorgeous women, and then when he ends up going home by himself.
Maybe he's interested in them for their personalities, or he wants to talk socio-political issues with them, David.
Maybe that is it. Fernando Pons all in for $1.5 million.
I was thinking how it relates to poker, though, as I unveil my theme for the first hour, David, which is that performing under pressure is a massive thing in No Limit Hold'em. And this game is a great example of something that's so much easier from the sidelines than it is when you're actually at the table. It's like, you know, as commentators, we have such an easy job in that regard. It's so easy to know what to do, right? And yet in the heat of battle, there are very few players that can actually play at the height of their knowledge in the moment.
Can you play your A game? Yeah, everybody can play their A game when they're not actually playing.
Exactly.
Right? In the forums.
Yeah.
Can you do it when you're sweating and you're...
Exactly.
That's a great point.
I don't think there's any other game that's better than poker for that test. It's thinking clearly, isn't it? And it's trying to be analytical when you're actually feeling a bit emotional and you're feeling under pressure and you're getting stared down or whatever it is. It's not easy.
No, especially when just one mistake can spell your doom. Fernando Pons did move all in. Daniar makes the call. And so far, so good for Fernando Pons as he flops bottom set.
Well, he probably deserves a double up after that cooler.
Does he have his opponent drawing dead? No, not just yet. Has to fade a queen.
Sweat. Fernando's been here many times. He knows there's always a sweat.
He couldn't get a queen on the river. Unfortunately for him, his opponent couldn't get the queen either. And a full double up, Fernando Pons. Sharp Dazine says, what a weird analogy. Yes, I know. That's what I'm all about, the weird analogies. Zachary Esquidi says, I am playing in the XLB 50K guaranteed. Wish me luck. Luck, my man. Go for it. I hope you take it home. Win it. Make good decisions. Nick Wealthall, David Tuckman here for 888 Live in Madrid. Beautiful Madrid. And we will be here for the long haul. As they double up, Fernando Pons, he's back up to $3.7 million. Small hit for Donnie Arz, he's at $9 million. And we continue on here. Once again, the free roll starts in 54 minutes. Registration is open. Just go to the restricted tournaments tab and use the password 2020. As in the year we are in, or as in
numbers.
The vision I no longer have.
In numbers?
Yeah.
In numbers, 2020.
2020, exactly. If you have any questions for us, of course, you can ask in the chat. If you're watching this on Facebook, just know that we are paying attention to the YouTube chat. And, of course, if you want to ask a question, you can always tweet us at Tuck on Sports, at Nick Wealthall. Inside the beautiful Casino Gran Via. Our next stop, Bucharest. That's right. In about, what did you say, 7 weeks' time?
It's about 7 weeks.
We'll be in
It'll
Bucharest.
come around fast, yeah.
Sharp Tazine says, didn't expect this to be read by the commentators. Joe, I've laughed at a few things you've said over the years.
It all balances out.
I assume he thinks I'm Joe Stapleton.
What's wrong with being Joe Stapleton?
There's nothing wrong. Please, I wish I was Joe Stapleton.
He has a promising career in a variety of industries.
No, Joe and I are good friends, so...
We hate each other. That's not true. We are also good
No,
friends.
he hates you, though.
He
does.
He does not. We love
He
each
actually
other.
tells me that.
We kiss.
I'll ask him right now.
We kiss often.
I'm going to get him on speakerphone.
Do it. I'm very confident. I was a fan of Joe Stapleton before I ever worked with Joe Stapleton. I was.
Really?
Yeah. When Joe first did poker podcasts, the Circuit podcast I used to listen to, like literally 15 years ago. He knows I'm a fan.
David Tuckman here alongside Nick Wealthall for 888 Live Madrid. 18 players remain. We've had 2 short stacks all in already, both of whom have doubled.
The only thing I would say is I've never seen Joe stand up, which is a real kind of. I would like to see it because I bet he's good, but he seems to be doing well with that now.
Yeah.
It's such a hard thing to.
Have you ever done stand up?
I have, yeah. It's not for me, but
Was it just terrifying?
no, no, because I've done. Yeah, I mean it's like more terrifying than a lot of performance. Because there's very few things you do where there's like this perfect meter of how well you're doing all the time.
Right.
So like if they're laughing, it's good. If they're not laughing, it's bad. That doesn't exist in anything else. Like if you want to be a dramatic actor, you don't have that feedback at all. That's what I found.
So I guess if you're really good and you need that constant validation, stand-up is perfect for you.
Yeah.
But if you're not very good and you need that constant validation, it can be very, very difficult.
Definitely.
And if you're one of those delusional people like me, you can just you can convince yourself that you're doing a good job when you're not, if it's not stand-up.
Well, everybody's a bit delusional with how well they're doing in everything. But in stand-up, it's just really hard to be delusional. Because if they're not laughing, you know.
How did you do that? I was great. Nobody laughed. They were laughing inside.
Yeah.
I know it.
They were wryly smiling.
We've had some
Doesn't work, does it?
special guests come to Madrid. Of course, Ebony Kinney is here. Brad Owen, unfortunately, both of whom fell by the wayside yesterday. Ebony made a nice little run. Unfortunately, she did bubble.
Yeah, she got chips.
Yeah, she had chips. Brad Owen, unfortunately, never really had chips and was eliminated. Another special guest here, Robbie Straczynski, came out. Robbie does a great job. You can follow him on Twitter. Puts out a great blog.
Doesn't like to talk about it, but...
No, he's really shy. A 3-bet here from Marco. Again, Marco was chip leader at the end of day 2. He's pretty much treaded water today.
That's quite an interesting 3-bet because he's pretty short, and he's doing it against a player that has options against him.
I kind of like it. It's in some ways it's similar to what we saw Chris Moorman do yesterday. It becomes very difficult as his opponent has to decide, okay, well, am I going to put all my chips in there? And the times, right, he did that. And the times Marco has ace-king here, the times he has, tens plus,
well,
you're going to gamble.
He's opening against Danny R because Danny R from the hijack is just super wide, especially with the stacks behind him. So he's really unlucky. He's really unlucky to run into ace-jack. I think what's Danny R opening 40% of his hands, and he's run into like the top 3%. I mean, it's pretty rough.
And give Daniar credit, by the way, for recognizing what was happening there and taking advantage of the situation, blocking aces, blocking jacks, figuring, okay, well, if my opponent's got queens or kings, so be it. If he's got ace-king, I'm not drawing dead. But a nice play there. I think it was a nice play by both players. Just happens sometimes.
It's just interesting.
Do we have any women left or
not
no?
Many.
Sorry.
You're so ADHD.
I know. Go ahead.
Thanks. I mean, you could have done that in your head, couldn't you?
I could have, but it was like just thinking. I'm like looking around, and yesterday we had a sausage party all day.
Looking around. I can't see a woman.
I was thinking, and then
awful.
I looked at day 2. I was just looking at the other table because we do have we have the names, and I was thinking, do we have a woman left? And I don't think we do.
In the break, we're going to talk about inner monologue and how you can put a filter on and all that good stuff. I thought it was a really interesting 3-bet. I don't think there are too many players in this field that would make that 3-bet. You're absolutely right. Moorman made a very similar 3-bet yesterday, didn't he? Off a shortish stack. So it was an interesting bet, definitely.
Raised here from Rurita. Certainly one of the more aggressive players we have seen on the 888 circuit. He's a lot of fun to watch.
In my life, in fairness.
In his life.
He's really aggressive and loose. Both things. He's got both things going on.
If anybody forgets, on day 1 he got involved in a hand where he decided to 3-bet out of the small blind with 8-9 of diamonds. And then on I want to say it was like a deuce 4-10 flop with no diamonds, by the way.
No diamonds.
He was up against ace-5 of hearts, and there were 2 hearts out there.
Yeah.
Not only did he win the pot,
yeah,
but he somehow built the pot into about a 400 big blind pot.
Yeah.
From out of position, and won it.
Yeah, he did. There was quite a big check raise on the turn, if memory serves. He's one of those players that on their day or their weekend, he's so dangerous. Like, he's just going to bust out of so many tournaments because some of what he's doing just isn't, sound. It's just spewy, right? But on when it's his tournament, like it's obviously been the last 3 days, he's just going to crush. Yeah,
check raising with 8-9 of diamonds on the turn. I mean, the way he played that hand is just, it's not advised, but it works for him. And to your point, if you were theoretically, if I gave you a couple $1,000 and I said, okay, you've got to back somebody, I'd rather back a player like him in the sense that, I know he's going to lose pretty early. I know he's going to lose very often, but he's probably far more likely to get a top 3 finish, which is where all the money's at.
But what am I trying to do? Am I backing him for one event?
Yeah, one event.
Yeah, one event. Yeah, that's right then. But if you're saying
no, I don't want to back him for like 5 years. No.
Right. Yeah. If you're saying back him in the poker sense, that's probably going to cost you a lot of money. But actually, it's quite interesting for people watching. If you're a recreational poker player and you're not going to play many live events because you have a job and a life outside poker and whatever, you're definitely better off having a higher variance style. And most recreational players have a lower variance style because they don't want to go broke. They don't want to waste their opportunity. But actually, I'm not saying you should play like Ruida, but if you follow the logic, because you're not going to play tons and tons of big live tournaments in your life, because it's a hobby, you are better off having a slightly more high variance style. Because like David said, you're giving yourself a better chance to hit the top spots when you do catch cards. Would you agree?
Absolutely, 100%.
Like, if you're only going to play, like, in the next 10 years, you've got a job, you've got a family, whatever, you're only going to play, let's say, 15 events this big. You're better off going to all of those 15 events thinking, I'm going to do what I can to put pressure on people. I'm not going to be spewy, but I'm going to be aggressive. I'm going to, you know, give myself every chance. I'm going to push my draws, all of that stuff.
One of the huge advantages that pros have is that they play not with a reckless abandon, but they play without a fear of being knocked out.
Yeah.
If the correct decision is to put your chips at risk, they do that. And if they get knocked out, so be it. There's another tournament next week. And a lot of times amateurs have this problem because what they should be doing is exactly what you said.
Yeah.
And what they do instead is they hold on to their tournament life like it was a baby, like it was an infant, because they only play 3 a year or 6 a year, and they don't want the ride to end.
Exactly. It's very understandable. I'm definitely not judging that at all. Very understandable. But it does put a lot of non-pros at a disadvantage for sure.
Christian Garvin, Stephen Moss, all rooting for Alex Montgomery from the UK. Once again, the password is 2020, the numbers, 2020, and that free roll starts in 43 minutes.
It's free money. You're watching poker. Why not play some poker for zero investment?
Claudio on the button with a 7. He has the best of it. I believe this was limped around.
Yeah, less of that. Come on, we've all got homes to go to. No limp pots today. I'm going to show my ignorance here. What flag is that for Danielle? What nationality? Do we know? I'm not very good on
I
flags.
believe we do know. Give me a second here just to confirm it. I don't want to offend anybody. 2020, people get offended very easily.
Really? So I'm laughing because we're looking at the information he's given us, and he's written something in the country box, and we still don't know what country it is.
It looks like Z-A-Z. Right? Does that? I mean, those are those Z's?
Zazistan.
Zazistan. Yes, clearly it's Zazistan.
Seems like that's not it.
We'll find out for you.
If we were like smart guys who like had good general knowledge, like, boom, I know that flag.
Yeah, I mean, I would assume it's Eastern Europe.
Actually, looks. I'm going to guess Eurasia. So like
That's not a bad shout.
just from his physiology. Anyone in the chat?
Harry Chapman says Kazakhstan.
Yes, that's a great shout. It definitely could be Kazakhstan. I'm looking up Kazakhstan's flag right now, which you've probably already done, in fairness, Harry.
Yeah, I'm getting numerous Kazakhstans.
Okay. That's absolutely right.
Well done. We knew. I just wanted to test.
just wanted to make
that was
sure.
our first quiz of
Yeah,
the day.
well
Done.
done.
You passed,
You win an
folks.
888 firm handshake. To claim your firm handshake, just approach an 888 ambassador at any live event. So for Bucharest, I'm going to campaign for us to get some like
We're getting something. That's it. I'm with
caps
you.
and T-shirts and giveaway stuff.
888.
It's
Would
way
you
more fun.
I mean, I'll ask you guys. Would you guys like some 888 swag?
Swag. Everyone loves swag.
Everybody likes free stuff.
loves
Free
stuff.
T-shirts, free hats, sweatshirts, all sorts of good stuff. We can do this. It's very easy.
What's the 888 swag quality level?
It's actually quite bad. I've gotten like the 888 like bag.
Yeah, the
And it's first of all they have backpacks, sweatshirts, T-shirts, hats.
why
It's nice.
Why aren't we getting our? Why
I got mine. I got mine.
Oh, man.
You didn't get one?
I didn't
It's
get
weird.
nothing. Firm handshake.
Claudio has the best hand here. We'll see if Donier can figure out a way to win it, though. This is a flop that, well, it was a flop that certainly favored the big blind range. Especially, I'm going to profile here, and I'm going to go on a limb and say, since Claudio did just limped in on the button, he's an older gentleman, I'm going to go on a limb and say he's not playing the suited connectors as much as the big Broadway cards. So if I'm Donier, I might attack this kind of board. Not a great run out for him to attack, but...
I think you're making assumptions about Claudio there. I need to see more.
Hey, listen, that's part of poker, though, isn't it, when you sit down?
He looks like he might have a bit of crazy in him. Also, he's Italian. Definitely potential for some random moves.
This is a really nice bet. You're going to get a bigger king than yours to fold. You're going to get some ace highs to fold. You're not even targeting a jack with that little small bet. And he risks very little to win a nice sized pot. And if you do the math, and when it comes down to it, poker is a lot of math, he only needs to get that bluff through 1 in, say, 6 times for it to be profitable. Generally, that's a good thing.
Yeah, so that spot is where the other player has a capped range. I love that phrase. I think it's very helpful when you're looking to improve your poker. Don't know what you think, David Tuckman. But like, it just means he can't be that strong if he's checked twice, especially on a board like that.
Or he's got quads. But it's very hard to have quads.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll put it this way. If Claudio checked back the flop, checked back the turn, and then I bet the river, and then he like moved all in, I'd be like, okay, nice. You got pocket fours, huh? You got quads? Well done.
Well done. So now you know how to bluff David Tuckman off a pot. You just need to find a paired board, check back twice, and then move in over.
And then risk all of your chips.
No, because you're going to fold. There is no risk. But like, just be an older guy, get a paired board,
Absolutely.
check back twice, and then pile on the river over his bet.
I mean, obviously, we're half joking, but I would say that a big step to becoming a better poker player is to understanding how you are perceived and understanding how people see you and using that to exploit your opponents. You know, Dan Harrington used to do that to perfection. Action Dan Harrington. He was actually the perfect example of that professional poker player who was like 99% nit, 1% crazy. And his 1% crazy always worked.
Yeah. How do you think you're perceived at the table?
Interestingly enough, I believe that, look at this, Alex. Alex just knows his opponent. Yeah, an ace and a queen on the board? I don't believe you. I'm going to call at least once. Oh, no, he did fold. I thought he called.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Doesn't know his opponent.
I guess not. Or he just looked at it and said, am I going to really call? Am I going to call this street, the next street, the next street with nines?
That is a massive factor in that decision. And that's where Ruida's image is just like printing money. Because players just, like, quite rightly, what would you do with pocket nines against Ruida there? Like, are you gonna call 3 bets? Well, I think you're just guessing.
I think players make the mistake of what ends up happening is they call the flop because they think, I don't think my opponent has anything. But you've got to kind of be aware of, it's almost like a chess game. You kind of got to be aware when you make one move, what the next move is. And when it comes to Ruida, a lot of times it's just going to be, okay, just going to keep betting.
I'm sorry.
So are you prepared to go all the way?
I'm just giggling at the idea that playing Ruida is a chess game. It's more like it's more like a game of like Frogger where you have to jump out the way of cars.
There you go, okay. The cars are going to keep coming.
Exactly, yeah.
Anyway, getting back to the question as we watch Ruida raise with pocket jacks. Fernando is king 10 here. Could he make a move here?
Ruida's image is fantastic. Like he's gonna get like so much action when he has a hand.
Fernando might shove here.
I think he should. Or like I definitely don't think it's bad at all.
He's gonna call Marco D'Amico, the Italian.
Do you? I mean, I know Ruida's opening from early-ish position, but we know that doesn't really count for that much with him. If he feels like opening, he'll open. And Fernando just has a great stack to shove.
Fernando's a really good player, so whatever he does is probably correct. That's a really good flop for him as well. Jacks, I mean, obviously, to say that it sounds so stupid, but I mean, it's a good flop in the sense that not only does he have the best hand right now, but he is likely to get at least 1 or 2 streets of value.
Yeah, that's right.
He might even get a full double up out of this one.
I haven't seen enough of a reader in this kind of spot to know. Like, I've seen him make a lot of bluffs and kind of semi-bluffs and crazy bluffs and all of that good stuff. I haven't seen him in a situation where he's got like a way ahead, way behind type hand, and whether he's a good judge of what value he can get or not. Like whether he's got other strings to his game or whether he's just a crazy person.
Let me ask you this. Rueda, by the way, picks up a little bit more equity. He can catch a 10 or a jack now. The fact that Fernando called out of the small blind and not the big blind, is he more heavy? Is he more heavily weighted toward having kings now and not nines?
Kings and not nines, yeah.
Because he called out of the small blind?
Yeah, definitely. Massively. It did go check on the turn.
Yeah, and I don't even know if Rueda's going to pay him off here. I mean, Fernando pawns, I know Rueda has a lot of confidence, but look at the small, tiny bet. Like, please call me.
No, this is please raise me.
Oh, it could be that.
This is like this is trying to like.
Well, it's actually a great, like, you can call it a blocker bet, you call it a thin value bet, whatever it is. It's, I know I'm ahead.
I love those bets against
Brilliant
maniac players. Like you're trying to I was going to say gaslight, but that has another meaning these days. You're trying to trigger them into like doing something dumb, but Rueda does not do something dumb.
You know, Kerry Katz actually does a lot of those bets, and I love those bets. I think when you can change your sizing on your bets and utilize all the weapons that you have in your arsenal, it's really great. And you talked about it yesterday, how the great players, you know, the sizing of their bets changes so much depending on who they're playing on, what the dynamic is, so forth and so on. And you saw a perfect situation there where, okay, maybe he induces a maniac to make a move, or maybe he just gets value in a spot where he gives his opponent such a good price, he gets some value from a hand that, if he bets 700,000 there, he probably just gets fold. See the blinds at the top of your screen there, 80,000, 160,000, with a 160,000 big blind ante. Anyway, I'll finally answer the question. How am I viewed at the table? How am I perceived? I will say that it kind of depends who I'm playing against.
Yeah, of course.
And I think that's part of the game. When you sit down at the table, it's not just a matter of what your image is or what you think your image should be. It's a matter of how does that particular player in seat number 2 perceive you. Oh, and how does a player in seat number 6 perceive you? Because they could be very different depending on what they've seen, so forth and so on. Ace, ace, 10.
When I was young, distant memory, when I was young, I was really trying hard to be good. I asked the regulars in my card room how they viewed me, how they thought I was viewed. It's a great thing to do.
Do you trust them to tell you honestly?
I think most people are honest most of the time when you ask them direct questions. Like,
it's kind of funny if I played against somebody regularly and they asked me that question, I would tell them, but I would then know, okay, well, now they know what I think, and how does that affect our playing going forward?
Yeah, but the regulars that are making money on card room are not the people you're going to make most of the profit off anyway.
Good point.
Like, I mean, bear in mind I'm talking about cash. So, like, it's not like I was asking everyone. I was asking the 1 or 2 who I thought were really good players that I wanted to be better, what I wanted to get up to that level.
Right. Was their perception of you different than you would have imagined it would be?
So from 2 players, I can remember them, even though it was like so long ago. And from my first coach, I learned that I had a very tight image, just the way I look. Also, also my age at the time. Like I was in my early 20s, and back in the day, poker was not played. You know, live poker was mainly played by older people than that. So obviously it's different now.
It's 1973, right?
Right, yeah. How good do I look?
You look great.
Thank you. For 68, I am killing it over
Yeah.
here.
I mean, basically, you and Shakira.
Yeah. We'd just be so good together, I feel like.
That's interesting, though. That's really interesting, that.
It totally changed it's one of the 3 or 4 biggest changes and improvements in my poker game. They told me, like, look, you should be bluffing and semi-bluffing way more than you are, because people's default when they see you is going to be that you're tight. You look like butter wouldn't melt in your mouth, you know. You're a clean-shaven, you know, English guy. So that made a massive impact on me. So that's why I'm recommending it to people.
Yeah, relatively well-spoken. Yeah, no, I get it. It makes a lot of sense. Get a raise here from Daniar. It's 320,000. Pocket tens. King high flop. Miguel defended out of the blind. And sometimes when you get a pair, like, let's say I had queens on this particular board, especially if I had the queen of clubs in my hand, I might check this back. With tens, I'm probably a little bit more apt to bet, especially against a big blind defense I can get value from a 6, I can get value from clubs. A little bit of equity protection, all those things happen. I will tell you, so I played the World Series of Poker main event a few years ago, and I just got the sense that everybody at my particular poker table knew me as the commentator guy.
Right. And what do you think that means? They
thought I'd be way tighter than I was.
Oh, tighter?
Yeah, so I was able to get, I would say, 3 or 4 bets through during the day. That were, obviously, if you can get a 4-bet through, it's just huge.
Yeah, of course.
And I was able to get 3 or 4 of them through. But then I've also played in cash games in LA where I'm a regular, and I've got guys who think that I'm like just like complete sputard, you know, just terrible. That I'm like this aggro player, and I play all the hands. And
oh, so the other thing about Image, the other big thing I learned about Image was the main poker coach I had in my life told me this complete truism, which is if somebody sees you make a bluff, if it's a naked bluff, by which I mean you didn't have a flush draw, you just made a big move, and they see that, they will remember that forever, and they will massively overweight how often you're doing that, because it just rings that bell in our brain of being like a really
there's the bluffer.
Different standout act, right?
Yeah, they saw you bluff in like 2014 one time. They're like, oh, yep, there's the bluffer.
But it's true, right? It's true.
Huge. And it's so true.
And so in tournaments, I'm not sure how much I'm into showing hands, but in cash games, if you're going to play in that casino for ages, and if you get a big bluff through and you don't have much, I think there's often an argument for showing it.
Yeah, you and I disagree on that. We got a big hand developing here that looks like it probably will be an all-in and a call, especially with Fernando already. Wow, look at this. Yeah, Daniar actually, he limped in with queens. We saw him do it earlier on with 3s. Fernando raises, all in from Miguel. Ruiz is out of the way. Daniar almost definitely going to call this or just move all in over the top.
That's really interesting that he has limping as part of his game in this table.
Especially mid-position, too.
Yeah, really interesting. We have to watch this Daniar. He seems like a good player. Seems like an interesting player.
Yeah, he played Jack-8 out of the big blind. Really, really interesting as well, because he flopped top pair and then check, and just with a pair of jacks, no real good kicker, he check raised the turn and ended up getting some really nice value out of that hand. So he does appear to be a pretty tricky player. So it is Miguel.
It's not
whose tournament life on the line.
It's not a flip. It's 60-40 in real time. Miguel hoping for the 40%.
Oh, it's not 60-40 anymore. There's the king. King 7-5. And my prediction of this thing ending past 6 in the morning is looking better and better as all the short stacks continue to double. Another time we're looking for a queen on a lady on the river, and it does not come. Full double up there for Miguel. He's up to 7.9 million. Daniar up to down to 7.1 million as we continue. Getting back to you saying showing hands, I feel like...
Can I say my disclaimer before you say?
Of course you can.
My disclaimer is if somebody came to me and I didn't know anything about their game, and they said, should I ever show hands? I would say, no, your default is never show hands. So now go, because I just want to correct the perception.
I agree with that. First of all, in a tournament, and you actually said this as well, in a tournament I'm never showing hands because you just don't know how long you're going to play with somebody.
100%.
And you also can't predict the next 3 or 4 hours that you're going to get hands. So
I completely agree.
I would much rather have a tight image in a tournament and be able to get a few 3 and 4 bets through.
Yeah.
That said, in the cash game, I'm also not showing, and the reason why I'm not showing is I feel like if you're bluffing the right amount of time, then you will get caught. And when you get caught, then proudly show. Don't just there's 2 reasons why I always show when I get caught bluffing. So let's say I bluff the river and the guy says call. Some people will insta-muck their hands.
Yeah.
Number 1, I don't want to insta-muck because I want to know what I was called by. Was I called light? Did the guy tank call with the second nuts? Or did he tank call with ace high? There's a big difference there. In many things, I get an idea of what he thinks of me and how tight he might be and all these different things. And I also, again, I don't mind showing these bluffs proudly because that's my advertising. I feel like if I'm bluffing the right amount of time, then eventually people will all know that I'm capable of doing it.
Yeah. I agree with all of that. I think the strange one, which always triggers me, which you'll know because you've commentated with me, is when players fold a hand, players get raised or bet into, and they fold a hand of medium strength, and then they show that. And I've never understood that, and it happens all the time. And in tournaments, it happens, in live tournaments, it happens pre-flop when players fold an ace, and they show the ace. It's a really weird thing, like they have ace 10 or something, and they get shoved on, and they show the ace and fold. That's the weirdest one.
Yeah, they're doing a little count here. The other thing that I would not do.
Bizarrely long count. I mean, like we are going to be here till 2021 if we don't speed up the counts.
Yeah, this shouldn't be that hard. I mean, there's like 3 chips. This is. It's not like a 4. It's not a 4-way all in, is it?
No, it's taking
or once somebody's been quartered.
It's taken a weirdly long time.
Yeah, it's. I would tell amateurs to never show no matter what, because if you're not playing a ton of poker, I think it'll be very, very difficult for you to quickly adapt to whatever information you've given your opponents. There have been situations where I've made some huge laydowns against particular people, especially in a cash game, where I've shown the huge laydown, and I've done it on purpose to tilt them. Now, and I'm also acutely aware of the fact that that's
very high risk.
I'm also acutely aware of the rest of the table now knows I'm capable of making a big laydown. So, while I may lay down the third nuts against some random player in seat number 2 and show it and tilt him, the guy in seat 6, I might call him down with king high. So you just have to know what information you're giving your opponent and then be willing to adapt. I would tell amateurs to be shy away from that. I just think if you start giving pros a lot of information, it becomes really dangerous.
Sorry, David, I'm really tilted now.
Yeah,
I'm so tilted. This is absolutely bizarre.
Yeah, honestly, I thought we'd have like a little 8-second conversation and then move on to the next hand, but this has gone on for 3 minutes because I don't understand. And frankly, to your point, we'll be here till March. This is the case.
I don't know what happened, but the dealer must have made some kind of mistake the first time they tried to do it, and then they were trying to figure out. They must have done, because that was just like the most straightforward. Like you said, it's like heads up.
You count one person's chips, then the other person gives you that many chips. You double check and make sure it's correct, and push, go. Rui is still our chip leader at 16 million chips.
They didn't even have. Sorry, I'm now obsessed. I can't understand how it took so long, because it wasn't even like they had 2 similar stacks. Those ones sometimes take a while when it's like, well, is someone eliminated or not? Like one of them had 4 million, the other had 11 million. So you count the short stack, and that was bizarre.
I want to welcome all of you to the chat. Maru, Me Fish, Darko, what's up? Deadshot, 88 Dogster, Mike Lopez, Salvatore, Eugene, thanks for joining us, guys. We will be here until we crown a champion. Nick Wealthall, David Tuckman here for 888 Live, Madrid. Our next stop, of course, is Bucharest in about 7 weeks. Romania, absolutely stunning venue. Great place to play poker. Cash games are amazing as well. Alex Montgomery is going to raise it up to $350,000. with the signature 8-8 in our 888 live event. Password, by the way, for the free roll that is beginning in 20 minutes. That's right. Go to the restricted tournaments tab over at 888poker and use the password 2020, like the year.
Ruida Lin.
From China. He does make the call. I believe Claudio has called as well. Pot 1.2 million. Alex, our original opener.
We're on pace for about 7 hands an hour.
I don't know what's going on, but it's not like, the funny thing is it's not because the play is slow.
There's some problem with the chip denominations or something like that. It's really strange.
Well, there's no problem with Claudio's hand as he has flopped the flush.
And probably doesn't know what to do. I'm not being disparaging. I'm just saying it's a bit weird.
Yeah.
Like
I flopped the flush. What do I do?
What do I do? I've got 20 big blinds. How do I get these in? What do I do?
I don't think betting is the play, but hey. It might actually work, though. Alex might not believe him. Might think he's betting a big spade here.
Hey, Ruida's in the pot. He might check raise or...
Who knows?
Who knows?
I mean, Ruida's in the pot and might figure out a way to win this hand.
Can you imagine flopping the nuts against Ruida and not getting and like him just mucking? It would be so tilting. Like
He's actually one of those players where you would think my range was capped because I would check back to him twice.
Right.
I might even check just top pair to him twice. Although betting actually
Really?
it might induce a check raise.
Yeah, I'd always bet. Like I'd be trying to...
Let him check raise, right?
If he's got something, obviously you're going to get chips. If he hasn't got something, you want to give him, you know, incentive because he loves to put pressure on. Like he's really thinking about making a move here. He's legitimately thinking about making a move, and he's going to.
Well, this one's not going to work though.
And to be honest, that's why leading out probably isn't the worst play, simply because he's in the hand.
Yeah, you don't give him credit. You think, well, this guy, would he bet a flush? No, he's got some sort of like, he's got a big spade in his hand or he's got a 9. By the way, nice laydown by Alex, just not getting involved.
I swear. Ruida is either going to win this tournament or he's going to be like 13th.
It's shocking. He just check raised. It's 1.4 million to win 6.6, and he can't call.
He's also going to go full count and then fold. You know that's what's happening, right? There's going to be a full count.
Yeah. This gives me a chance to go through our chat here.
This gives you a chance to finish your thesis.
Jason Frey says, I lost on the river with the 49ers. Well done. Well done. I was so tilted by that game loss just yesterday. Lost my Emmanuel Sanders over receiving bet. Somehow he had 38 receiving yards with half the game left and couldn't catch another ball because...
Tell us all about your bad beats, buddy.
Because Garoppolo couldn't... Garoppolo couldn't complete a pass to him.
That's why people are here. They're
we did get... Well,
can I please listen to David Tuckman
I'm going to mute
going
Nick.
over his bad beats? I want to know all about how you got... Tell us, David.
Well, I'll just put this out there, okay?
I
Listen,
have the same
my
bet.
I know, but I'm saying that's what I mean.
You've got to be chill.
38 receiving yards.
Yeah, you lost.
And Jimmy Garoppolo couldn't hit him. He's 4 yards open with 4 minutes left to win the game and couldn't do that. I will say we did luck out on the rushing yards for Patrick Mahomes. Patrick Mahomes had 39 rushing yards and then just ran backwards with 20 seconds left to run the clock out.
So there we are, he folded.
He's trying to save face, well, I had something, but you obviously had a flush, so I'm out.
So do you know who Keith the Camel is? The British poker player and sports bettor? It doesn't really matter. He's one of the people that recommended that Mahomes prop. And he said it was one of the luckiest wins he's had in 30 years of sports betting.
Oh, it's incredible.
Because the combination of events. So basically, not only did he run backwards, but San Francisco took timeouts at the end instead of just letting the clock run out. So there were more,
down 11.
Yeah. So there were more downs. They wouldn't normally do that.
Well, Kyle Shanahan, after getting criticized for not using his timeouts at halftime, was like, we're going to use him at the end of the game then.
Yeah.
Down by 11 with 10 seconds. What are you doing?
So there's that. And then he decides to run backwards to waste time instead of just kneeling backwards and wasting 2 yards. He wasted like 11 yards. It's a completely freakish win. And one of the biggest prop bets on the Super Bowl. Amazing bet. Bizarre. I'm sorry we're still talking about the Super Bowl, but
no, we were
these hands are taking unbelievable amounts of time.
I mean, I think we all knew, we're watching this, we all knew Ruida was going to get a count and then fold. So, Mark Fitz says, Alex is a super talented reg. Play with him regularly in the local bowls around Northwest UK. If he starts catching cards, he gets top 4.
Yeah, this is Alex, who's just on the right-hand side of shot there from the UK. He's got over 200k in live cashes and...
He was really impressive yesterday. I liked his game.
Very solid. Yeah.
Once again, the free roll, 13 minutes away. Get in there. Get your free money. Password is 2020, 2020. Go to the restricted tournaments tab. This will be our last free roll that we give you out until Bucharest.
Is the problem that they don't have big denomination chips?
I don't know.
Like, there's no 100k chips.
There has to be 100k. No, the white ones are 100k.
Right, so I don't understand what the problem is. Sorry, everyone. I just don't understand why it's so slow. It should not be this difficult. Reader's going to win back some of those chips he lost. Back up to 14 million.
Well, that's the thing with his style is he's going to win so many small pots where nobody has anything. Kind of like, listen, I'm not going to compare him to Doyle Brunson, but in that kind of like Doyle Brunson-esque super systems, what he used to say was, I win all the pots where we both have nothing. And that's a lot of small pots. And then I use those chips to gamble with. And that's been Ruida's style.
Let's see if the change of dealer gives us a zhuzh in our game.
Speeds things up. We can't slow it down.
Definitely not.
Thank you all for joining us. Good turnout here over at YouTube. Again, if you're watching us on Facebook, we are following the chat in YouTube. But if you want to ask us any questions, you can tweet us. I'm at Tuck on Sports. Nick is at Nick Welthall. Use the hashtag 888live. We are playing with a shot clock. Players have 30 seconds to act on their hands. If they need more than that, they use that little chip, that little card that says time. Blinds are now 100,000, 200,000. I believe at the end of this level, the players are going on dinner break. Am I correct?
There seems to be some confusion over that. There's definitely a break. There's some confusion over what it is. We'll get you that information. A pretty looking ace queen of spades.
So I believe the players have agreed to take a 30-minute dinner break as opposed to the normal 1 hour.
How are we going to get our dinner? I'm
I suggest you might want to
panicked.
I suggest you might want to order it now.
Exactly. Chip counts at our feature table. Some pretty short stacked players. They've got reshoving stacks. there's about 6 players between 17 and 23 big blinds. That was the VPIP there, for you, those of you that like a VPIP.
What is VPIP?
Voluntary put in pot. It means they've elected to put money in the pot. So it's literally how loose or tight they're playing, how often they're playing. Hands.
Hector wants to know what the name of the tournament is. Well, it's the 888 Live Madrid main event. 1,067 players, each ponied up 888 euros. We are down to our final 17, each of whom are guaranteed 5,400 euros.
It's actually been rebranded as the Madrid-a-thon.
The Madrid-a-thon, I love it.
Yeah, that's what it's now called. I just gave that to 888, just free.
You came up with that right there.
Yeah.
That's how quick he is. That's how witty Nick Wealthall is.
There you go. You're welcome.
Claudio raising to 410,000 with threes. Again, the blinds are 100,000, 200,000. I would imagine that Donier is going to defend this.
The break is actually a suitably random 50 minutes. It's like a hybrid. 50 minutes.
Not exactly the flop you're looking for when you've got pocket threes. Queen 10-9, 2 hearts out there. Donier now a favorite, even though he doesn't only has 8 high.
Oh yeah, that's fun with equities, isn't it? I've got 1 pair. Yeah, I bet you're losing.
Right. Pot is 1.1 million. Will Kassouf is not in the field. He was actually eliminated very early on in day 2.
Outstanding.
It's probably the only way that Claudio wins this pot.
There you go. Mission accomplished. Claudio, who's very short stacked, now comfortable. Want to double up? Want a couple of small pots?
For the people watching, I have one request and one request only. If for some reason you don't hear from Nick Wealthall or myself and you don't hear our voices when we're in Bucharest, can you check the staircase at the Grand Via Casino and just make sure that our bodies are not decomposing here?
Why are they going to decompose? Just because it's going to be long?
I feel like there's a chance.
You'll still be talking, though. I think you're still. I think you're still going to be talking when they put you in the ground. I think you're going to commentate on the way down. Do you know what I mean?
It's actually a great idea. I should record it, just to freak everybody out at the funeral.
Your live commentary of your
yeah, I'll do a play-by-play
of your cremation.
Yeah. Well, I've got to get somebody really good for color then. Will you do the color for me?
I'd be honoured. I think Ruby just passed 3 hands in a row. Look at him, he's going to pop. It's like, he's like, this is the tightest I've played this year.
His VPIP's only 35%.
Yeah, that's actually,
reasonable.
Like, just vaguely crazy. It's not properly crazy.
I think it's actually pretty spot on for a chip leader with 17 players left. Blind on blind here. Donier limping in from the small blind. Marco.
What do we make of Marco's headgear?
Love it. Just absolutely love it. It works for him. It wouldn't work for you. But for him, it's perfect.
That absolutely would not work for me.
Donier probably pretty happy with this flop. He's got second pair. Check, check.
Nobody's going to believe anybody's got one of those.
That's unlikely. I mean, Donier is the player who's more likely to have an ace in his range, the player in the small blind, as opposed to the player in the big blind. You do see players limping in from the small blind with, ace rags. If I'm Donior, I'm betting for value here. I might have actually bet the turn for value, but I'm certainly going to bet the river. He apparently agrees. Looks like he's betting 450. White chips, by the way, are 100,000, and those kind of salmon-colored pink chips are 25,000 each. No shame in just folding right away.
Yeah, he's just trying to decide whether he can raise, I think. He's not going to, but...
After checking back the flop in the turn.
Yeah.
I raise.
Yeah. I mean, he didn't, but...
I think he would have got snapped off.
Well, yeah, because he had a 6, but...
Right.
He might not have anything.
88 Dogster says, I think Rueda is going to lose a big pot today, my prediction. Probably fairly likely. I think that's a good prediction. I'll put it this way. I think it's more likely that Rueda loses a big pot today than the national anthem comes in at under 204.
Over.
A lot of Alex Montgomery fans in the chat.
Oh, yeah?
Chris Moorman, by the way, got up to about 550,000 at one point yesterday. Lost a couple of flips, and that was it for him.
He stone bubbled. I think he was the bubble.
Was he actually the bubble?
I think so, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. If he wasn't the bubble, he was within one or... He said bubble. So he was close. Claudio with a nice situation here.
Habib is asking how the 19 bets with the misses paid off.
Thanks, Habib. We made a small loss. Quite an anticlimactic... I don't know what the bet count was. I think we won about 6 or 7 of our 19 bets. And we booked about a 10-15% loss, which, considering how dumb some of the bets were, I will take it.
Right. So you had fun with the
I had
misses.
a lot of fun.
And you might have lost what? You lost 12 quid?
I think we lost about 12, 15 pounds.
Okay, so that's
It's awesome.
Sports betting for entertainment is a beautiful thing.
The Super Bowl gives me £200 or £300 of entertainment every year with the bets that we do.
There you go.
And do you know what? I properly missed being with her, and it's like a really fun yearly thing. I don't know why. It's just super fun.
It wasn't as much fun being with me.
It was still nice. I like being with David. No, it was nice watching the Super Bowl with you. I think it's like a really, not an all-time classic Super Bowl, but a really good Super Bowl.
Oh, it was, yeah. You had a comeback for the ages. You had some bonehead coaching moves. You had a great halftime show.
Yeah.
I mean, all in all.
Jousting gussets on the halftime show.
Yeah, I think all in all, a very successful evening for the NFL.
Mission accomplished. Did we have a great game for the ages and jousting gussets? Yes, we did. Tick and tick.
Julie, welcome to the broadcast. We are in Madrid, beautiful Madrid in Spain. 16 players remain out of a starting field of 1,067. 2020 promises to be a great year for 888, as this is our kickoff event in Madrid. Our next one will be in Bucharest. Then we are going to Barcelona. Sochi, that's right, we'll be in Russia. And then in the latter half of the year, we go to London. So those are all our 888 live events. There are other smaller events that may or may not be streamed, but you can still go, obviously. I know there's an event in Tallinn, in Estonia, and I know there's another event in London as well. So
Battle of Malta.
Yeah, check out that 888 schedule. Yeah, the Battle of Malta. Good shout there. I still have not been there. I need to go at some point.
Well, we need to, this should be done off air, but we really need to talk them into streaming
Malta.
Battle of Malta. That would be awesome. It's weird how they don't return our messages or calls.
Deadshot Gaming says, sadly, 888 does not cover all the U.S. territories. Yeah, it's a shame.
That's not our fault.
Yeah, I mean, I guarantee you, the fine people over at 888poker, and I don't say that lightly. I've worked for a lot of different companies, and 888poker is first class.
You're in love with many of them.
No, I think they're great, but they would love nothing more than to be everywhere in the world.
Write your congressman is the only way forward.
Yeah. Free roll is starting. It actually just started 1 minute ago. Lawrence Bren, can you make it 3 for 3, Lawrence? Go for it, my man.
He's 2 for 2 on cashes.
2 for 2. I think he made 50 cents the first day and then 38 cents. So let's see if he can...
3 for 3 would be impressive.
That's really impressive.
Not easy. I will double your first 2 days' winnings if you make it 3 for 3.
But how are you going to get it to him?
He can come to me at any 888 live event.
Fair enough. Habib is looking for us to come to Dubai. I would love to. My parents are just in Dubai on vacation. I would love to go there.
Habib,
again, another place.
Habib, they're not massively into
gambling,
games of chance and that kind of thing, as I'm sure you know, in Dubai.
Barista says, what's going on with 888 in Canada? Another place where I know we've actually talked to them about, whether it's Toronto, Vancouver, Montreal. Again, 888poker would love to be there. We would love to be there. So if it can happen, it will. Alex Montgomery's all in with the ace-queen. Finally found the hand he wanted to go with. Let's see if he gets any action.
Yeah, pretty standard shove for Alex. Everybody.
He's not going to get any action. Takes down the blind and antes, and we move on.
It's funny, isn't it? He has almost exactly the same chip stack that he had when we first watched him at the feature table. He had around 4 million, I remember.
Yeah, it feels like he's just had that many chips for forever. And everybody else is just getting eliminated around him.
Right.
So, not a bad thing. Thank you all for joining us here. Anyway, so the password, once again, is 2020. That's 2020, and that free roll has just begun. There is late registration. So go over to the Restricted Tournaments tab, click on that free roll, type in 2020, and go for the gusto. Once again, hello and welcome to 888 Live Madrid. David Tuckman, Nick Wellthall here. Jack 9, Deuce. Ruida likes to play poker. 7-4 suited, sure. Not a terrible flop for Donnie R. I mean, he's got to be a little bit concerned that this kind of flop is going to hit Ruida's range when he calls out of the small blind. He might have hands like Queen Jack, Jack 10, 10-9 suited. You don't suspect that he has a 7-4 suited, but
he actually raised the limp. So Daniel
fair enough.
Did his
Thank
limp
you.
thing, and
Good
Ruida
catch.
raised.
I don't think Daniel's going to go anywhere just yet, though, as he's got overcards and the gut shot.
Yeah. I mean, it's a pretty good flop for King Queen, no question.
And this is what Ruida does. I mean, he's got 7 high on a Jack 9 deuce board, and he has built himself a 3 million chip pot. If he bets again here, the hand is probably over. Problem is, can he do it?
Yes, he can. Yes, I don't know if,
Well,
I don't know if he's going to, but yeah, he definitely can. I mean, he's sitting there with 7 high. He knows he can't. He knows he can't win with 7 high.
It's
Obviously, he can capture 10,
which is no good, by the way.
which we know is no good.
Now, does
he
Daniel
decides-
bet here, or is there going to be a bet and then a check raise all in?
If he's played with Ruida before, he definitely checks this back because Ruida loves a check raise in this spot. Okay, he's going to bet. I fear for him.
He's really got an awkward stack size, so he's going to bet pretty small. 450. I kind of like it.
Why?
It's just kind of a cool little bet, like, because
I don't like it at all. You're
No?
reopening the betting. Why reopen the betting against Ruida? So we can see he's folded.
no. Because the reason I was going to say was because Daniar's got king high, and I don't think that he thinks. I mean, it's not like he has some huge draw. He's got king high right now. He has to try to win the pot somehow. He's got to get his opponent to fold something, and he just bet 450 into 3.8 million and got a fold.
That's obviously great. Yeah. I'm not saying it's a terrible play. I'm just saying that I would.
In contrast to the last hand, because we saw the ace-5 of hearts check raise.
Bear in mind, this is my Ruida strategy.
Right, no, I know.
Only.
The reason why I like this bet is because if I get check raised off my king high draw, I had a gut shot. It's not the end of the world. I really don't have very much going on right now.
No, that's true.
So I don't mind getting check raised off this particular draw.
Yeah, that's fair.
The ace-5 of hearts one, though, to get check raised off that draw was a catastrophe.
Yeah.
He had a gut shot.
That's right. Yeah.
By the way, our one hope of this final day, triumphant final day of 888 Live Madrid ending before 6 in the morning is that Ruida just continues to roll over everybody. But from what we have seen in the first hour or so of this live stream today, that is not happening, as he has now given some chips to 2 players at this table. Donnie are now at the 8.6 million. Ooh, Miguel's got a nice little hand here. Daniar has an interesting strategy. So he limps in with 3s. He limps in with queens. He limped in right there with king-queen. And now he raises with ace-deuce. I'm all about kind of the outside-the-box, thinking outside-the-box type of strategies. And I'm always, if I see a good player do it, I'm trying to figure out why. Why is he raising in certain spots? Why is he limping in others? Pablo, not going to get involved. Action back over to Daniar, and I imagine this hand is over. And it is.
Chip counts at our feature table.
Yeah. Despite giving away a few chips, Ruida still solidly in first place with 12 million, 57 big blinds. You can see the players who have done well today so far. Claudio flopped the flush, got paid off. He's up 2.5 million. Ruda has nearly lost 5 million chips today, but somehow, some way, still doing quite well. Johnny Millions, what's up? Emma Finn, cheering on Alex. Truck Free, Salman Khan, Lucas Alveria de Amorium. Thanks for joining us, everybody. Nick Welthall, David Zuckman here. Started with 1,067 players. Made the money at about 3 in the morning last night. I finally broke that bubble. Alex with a nice hand to defend. And he decides to do just that.
Yeah, I haven't seen too much of Ran. So it'd be interesting to see how he plays post-flop.
Yeah, he doubled up with the aces. And
Not much else, right? So far.
yeah, didn't have to do much post-flop there. Just had to sweat the cards coming out.
Well, that's a skill.
Yeah. When you're all in, are you one of those pessimists who just kind of imagines the bad cards coming? Or do you not look? Do you cover your eyes?
I'm pretty chilled.
I feel like you can tell a lot about somebody's personality based on how they react when they're all in, whether they're ahead, behind, whether it's for their tournament life or not. Rand's going to bet this. Gets Alex to fold king high. Let me continue on. As I mentioned, the XL Blizzard coming up just in a couple of days, February 6th to the 16th, 34 tournaments over at 888poker. Buy-ins range from just $5.50 all the way to $320. February 16th is the main event. It's a $500,000 main event. Guaranteed main event, I should say. The buy-in for that is just $250. And I can guarantee that there will be satellites on 888 for that. You can see in the background that will be in Valencia as well, some of the smaller 888 stops. I know we'll be in London too, I want to say, very shortly. But it's a smaller non-streamed event.
Ah, okay. Oh, I might play it then. When is it? I mean, I should know this.
Say it again?
I might play it.
You should play it. I think the buy-in is £400.
Oh, sweet.
We'd actually covered that a couple of years running, but this year they decided to save us for the bigger buy-in events. But I believe the main event is 440 quid or something along those lines. And it should be coming up, I want to say, next week. Casey Elizabeth asking when we'll be in London. Again, 888 will be in London over the next couple of weeks, I believe. Nick is looking up the exact dates. We will be in London as a crew. 888 Live is in November, I believe. It's usually right at the end of November, early December. Mm-hmm. Pair of eights here for Donnie R. Out of the big blind. Salman Khan asking where Kara Scott is. Well, she's still here. She's recording 3 podcasts. She's got a great podcast. She just started. Chris Moorman was one of our first guests. I know this week she had conversations with Maria Ho, Ebony Kinney.
What's it called?
Who?
What's it called so they can all go and subscribe?
What is it called again? From the Heart? Poker from the Heart?
The Heart of Poker.
The Heart of Poker. Thank you.
You're welcome.
But you guys can check that out. So Kara's here doing that. She did play in this event, was eliminated yesterday around 1 in the morning. She actually had brunch this morning with my wife.
How did that go for both of them? How did that go for both of them?
Well, apparently, Kara and my wife had brunch with Vivian Saliba. And at this point, after talking about childbirth and children, Vivian is never going to have kids. After spending an hour and a half with my wife and Kara Scott, she was like, okay, I don't want kids. You guys have convinced me.
That's her life changed.
Apparently.
You're absolutely right, David. 888 will be in London. I knew this, definitely. This weekend.
This weekend?
Yeah. Held to coincide with the London Affiliate Conference. We're in Aspers in Stratford, 5th to 9th.
You should play that event.
If I hadn't planned something else, I definitely would.
So it's a really good. I mean, those kind of
great.
like mid-value. Those are great values.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, we have 15 players left. You can see in the top right corner of your screen, 15 out of 1,067. So we are not quite at the final table yet. Jacob Alvarado says, Tuckman, when are you going to move to Austin, Texas, like your buddy Bart Hansen? I saw him last night at one of the many poker clubs. I don't think Austin is in the cards. Pun intended. Queen high flop here, Queen 6-5, 2 hearts, pair of sixes here from Marco the Italian. Wearing that hat. I like it. I will visit Austin, though. I know Ebony Kinney also. Ebony actually lives in Austin as well. So I definitely plan on visiting Austin. I love the city. But not planning on moving there. I think I'm more likely to move to Europe than I am Austin.
Europe is excellent.
I've grown quite fond of Spain.
Yeah, Spain.
Like, I love Barcelona.
Great.
And I now love Madrid. I've never been to Madrid really before.
Mm-hmm.
So I've now spent the last 5-6 days in Madrid. I've been to Barcelona a handful of times. I love it there. This went check, bet, call, as you might expect, and pretty awful turn card to continue betting, but that doesn't stop Ruda. That's what he does.
Well, he is the pre-flop. He is the pre-flop raiser, and he does like to bang away.
It's always really interesting when the top card pairs and the pre-flop raiser bets again. It's just very polarizing because he wouldn't do this with like aces or kings. A lot of players will check that back now.
I think Marco's decided to cool him down here. Like, this is tough because it's going to be for his tournament. Oh, now it's easy. It's a bit of an unfortunate...
He's not going to bet now, is he?
It's a bit of an unfortunate river card for us. Yeah, it just goes check, check. So good call on the turn from Marco. That would have been a really interesting river. Like, say it'd come a king or something. Bit of a shame.
Right, then you think, well, you were bluffing and now you got there, right? That kind of thing?
I just think it would have been an interesting spot because I think
Yeah.
Ruda would have put them all in.
Yeah, when the board pairs, when your opponent calls your bet and the board pairs and you continue betting, you're sending a very specific message in that spot, you know? I'm not worried that you have trip queens right now.
Yeah, I mean, and Ruida's down to 10 million.
Are we more likely to be, is he more likely to be at 20 million or out in the next hour? What do we think?
More likely.
Yeah. Because it feels like that's going to happen.
Yeah. The way it's going, possibly out. But, you know, he can turn it around very quickly. Also, he still has plenty of chips. I mean, he's got 50 big blinds, so...
Jacob Alvarado continues on, goes, poker scene is getting huge in Austin. I have no doubt. Like I said, I'm definitely going to visit, I promise, but I have grown quite fond of Spain. Not necessarily moving here yet either, but... I've been to 3 places now in Spain.
Yeah.
And I've loved them all. I've been to San Sebastian.
Lovely.
Which was just beautiful. Mm-hmm. Right on the water. I had red wine and paella every night. I've been to Barcelona, which one of my favorite places in the world.
Amazing.
And now I've been to Madrid, and the food here is just second to none. I mean, it's just amazing. Restaurant after restaurant, even like the smaller ones that don't necessarily look like there's going to be very good food. I go in there and I'm like, wow, this is amazing.
On we go, closing in on dinner break here in Madrid, and we're going to balance the tables. You can see top right, 15 players left in this main event. Obviously, there's 2 tables, one of which you can see, one you can't. You're sharp, you knew that. Alex has 16 big blinds here, and shoving seems pretty standard. Alex takes it down. So 7-handed at our feature table. This is giving you the poker bug, then pretty much right after we finish here in Madrid. The XL Blizzard starts online. 11 days of really good value events, tons of guaranteed money, nearly 1.5 million guaranteed for the XL Blizzard. Buy-ins from $5 upwards to the main event of $250, so make sure you get involved in that.
Johnny Millions in the chat talking about how Portugal's food is the greatest. Yeah, I was actually in Portugal with 888 in September, and it was my first time in Portugal. I was in Vila Moura for the WPT Deep Stacks with 888 Poker, and I'm a fan.
I mean, if it's food, then Italy wins on food. If it's food, then Italy wins on food.
Yeah. There's something about Spain, though, that I like, because I feel like they borrow some from Italy and a little bit from France, and I'm a fan of the tapas style.
France loses on food. Don't at me. Their food is terrible.
This from a British guy.
Our food is now good. Like, it's the biggest change in my lifetime. Why are you putting a face? Honestly, food in Britain now is fantastic.
Well, it's okay. It's good if you have other, like, Indian food in Britain is
like
great.
Our British mid-range food is now fantastic.
Really?
Yeah.
Like what? I'm actually curious.
Like what?
Like what kind of food? Like actually like British style, like fish and chips and stuff? And
oh, fish and chips is pretty good.
yeah, I like fish and chips. I mean, Ace-5 deuce here. I mean, I found British food when I lived there. I thought it was quite good, but I thought you had to pay to get good food.
I mean, that's still true a little bit, yeah. But, I mean, it's definitely way better than it was even 10 years ago. I mean, I live in London, so that is slightly different. But London's amazing for food. It is obviously pricey.
I mean, I will tell you that I was never a fan of Indian food before I went to London.
Right.
And I don't think there's a place in the world that does Indian food better than London.
No, you either have to be in London or literally India.
Set of 4s here for Ruida.
So
a little different style here for Ruida as he check calls a bet. Pablo's been pretty quiet up till now.
Yeah, Ruida needs this pot, if only psychologically.
He's going to get it. Unfortunately for him, does not get paid. It's got to be frustrating, too, because he knows his opponent doesn't need much to pay him off. 13 players remain now. They are starting to drop. I believe they're going to go on that pseudo dinner break fairly shortly. Emma Finn says, "We're all here for you, Alex. Come on, Alex." Alex, of course, in seat number 6 wearing that white T-shirt. He's got the tattoo on his right arm. He played on the stream yesterday. We've got a nice mix of nationalities at this particular table. China, Italy, Spain, of course, Kazakhstan, the UK. So Brexit went through, right? That happened? That was a thing?
Oh, we're not talking about that.
No, I wasn't sure. It was actually a genuine question of did it finally actually go through?
There's not even a correct answer to that. Yes, it did, but they're now negotiating what the relationship between the UK and Europe will be. So it's like a whole nother kettle of fish. But I get my Maltese passport in 2 years, so I don't care. That is my statement.
So you'll have two passports.
I will, and I will have my EU membership back. And I'm sure you and everyone just wants to know how it affects me, so that's right. Yeah?
Come again?
I said I'm sure you and everyone listening just wants to know how it affects me.
You personally, yeah, of course.
I learned this conversational style from you.
That's all I care about. Right. How does it affect you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would assume for the vast majority of people out there that don't live there, or just visiting, it doesn't affect them at all.
I don't think we can get into this, David.
Sorry. Ruida involved in another hand, this time against Marco. Ace-Jack versus King-Queen. This is a raise for Marco. Ruida decided not to 3-bet. He just called. And this is something that I'm really curious. Wow, look at this, though. Marco bets 400K. Ruida doesn't believe him. He raises to $2 million. He's back to his old ways. I'm really curious to see how Ruida changes his style, or if he does change his style, if he gets less chips.
That's not happening.
Probably not, but I'm intrigued.
The interesting. He's an interesting player. Like he seems like one of those players that's just capable of all things. Would you agree?
It certainly appears that
like
way.
The action gets to him. Like you bet into him, he's capable of like just a naked bluff raise. He's capable of flatting to raise you later.
Is he capable of being patient and waiting?
We haven't seen that.
Right.
I mean, he may be, but we haven't seen it. But then he's had chips the whole time we've seen him. So you're right. It's hard to be completely certain.
888 Live Bucharest. That'll be our next stop. And then, of course, Barcelona.
I can't see him Alan Kesslering it with 12 big blinds and just like waiting till for the back. I can't see that kind of thing from him. But you never know.
I think he might be one of the only people in the poker world that really tilts me.
Alan?
Yeah. We might need Alex Montgomery on our stream on a regular basis. He gets on the live stream, and the people come out in droves.
Oh, yeah? He's got a rail?
A huge rail.
Nice.
I mean, it seems like 1 out of every 3 people in the chat is cheering for him.
Well, he needs a pot, obviously. Like, he's fine, but he's got 16 big blinds, so at some point in the next 30, 40 minutes, he's going to want that double up. The next 30, 40 minutes, we're going on break in 7 minutes, so next 7 minutes.
Well, I think he'd be really happy if he could somehow get a double up while he's on dinner. That'd be fantastic.
That's the pro move.
Yeah.
I've seen Ivy do that many times. Like, everyone comes back to the table, Ivy's doubled up after dinner. Like, how does he do that? He's just that good. It's a blockbuster flop for Marco, really. Nice
and it just gets better and better. And Ruida drawing dead to a 10. Not going to stop, though.
Yeah, might as well bet. I never see anything good happen if you check.
Have you seen kind of an interesting strategic style as people play against Ruida? And if Ruida can pick up on it, I'm curious if he does anything. Notice how Marco bet when he had nothing. And when he has something, he checks.
I mean, small sample size.
Really small sample size. It's 2 hands. But I'm curious if it holds true over a larger sample size.
What's happening here, David? He's thinking about it.
I think he's got it.
He's thinking about it.
I'm not. He can't bet this. Yeah, he checks.
He checks.
I mean, it's such a terrible river card to bet.
For sure.
Like, what story is he telling? What's he trying to get fold, really? You know what I mean? He's trying to get a king to fold? That's not going to happen. Come on, you got to know yourself.
So what I do like about Reader's game, which like I try to get into my tournament game, and I never play enough tournaments to ever get this right, but I do think it's a good piece of advice which I give out, which is that he thinks about whether he can take an aggressive action to win the pot every time the action's on him. And I think that's a really good place to start your thinking, especially in tournaments, because you're not often going to take the spots that you're thinking about, but you know, it is a game of aggression. Tournament poker more than any tournament, no limit hold'em more than anything. And I think if you're get into the habit of asking yourself the question all the time, can I take an aggressive action to win this pot? I mean, that's all Ruid is thinking. So, you know, there are limits, but I think thinking that way is a good way to up your aggression a little bit.
Pablo all in on the button with king high. Alex has a pretty hand, but I don't think he's going to want to call off with 8-7 suited, especially when it represents 75% of his stack. He's going to let that go. Donier's asking for a count. I don't think he's the tanker. Don't quite know what he has yet.
I mean, he has to call this pretty light. It's only 11 big blinds.
Can you define pretty light?
All his aces, all his pairs, all his kings, I think.
All his kings?
Most of his kings.
Really?
I don't know about the super bad ones.
He does make this call. I would think probably closer to king 7 or king 8 suited, but either way, he does call with his ace. Ace deuce.
I think that's pretty automatic. Yeah, maybe king 7-ish, right? But yeah, definitely all his aces.
I mean, like 7 or 8 big blinds, big difference between that and 11 big blinds. But nonetheless, though, Pablo all in for his tournament life. He is a 2-1 dog.
Oh, it's actually 12 big blinds, wasn't it? So yeah, that is a bit different. So yeah, you're right.
It might even be like king 9.
Right. But still ace deuce, I think. Like he's shoving way wider than that.
He's shoving king 3 offsuit. I mean,
right. It's like shoving
queen jack, jack 10.
A lot of queens. Way worse, right?
Yeah, he's shoving 7-8 suited. I mean, yeah, of course. Exactly. No doubt here. There's a 3. Pablo in the lead right now. There's a deuce. A little bit of something for both players. Donnie are looking for an ace or a deuce to eliminate Pablo. Otherwise, he will double up to 5.1 million. 10 of hearts, safe card for Pablo. The Spaniard gets the full double up. He's up to 5.1 million. Doniar has really gotten pretty unlucky in these situations so far.
Yeah, Doniar is playing amazing. He's just like had to double up 2 short stacks in like automatic hands.
David Humphreys asking if 888 is coming to Dublin anytime soon. I would love that. I was in Ireland over the summer for a buddy's wedding, and I have been to Ireland a couple of times now, and I love it up there. So I hope that's true. I hope that happens. I don't think anything is on the schedule as of now, but I can tell you that the higher-ups at 888 who are in charge of the scheduling are always looking for new places and new venues. I know Kara Scott would love it. Kara Scott, one of her best scores of her career, was actually in Ireland at the Irish Open many years ago.
Yeah, she got second, I think, for 300 or 400K, something. Like a lot of cash, anyway.
Johnny Million says, Alex is really short, guys. Yep. If you are an Alex Montgomery fan, he needs good thoughts. We thought about it with the 9-8 offsuit. Lets it go, though. Sabros asking where you can find the list of the remaining players of the tournament. You can check out Poker News if you'd like. I believe they're reporting on the same delay that we are on, so you won't get any spoilers, which is great. And of course, that's appreciated. Obviously, the 7 players you can see, and then 6 at the outer table. David Gonzalez from Spain was our overall chip leader for a little while. Don't know exactly where he's at. He was at 14 million, though, when we started the stream. Players will be going on a break very shortly. It looks like this might be the last hand before they go on dinner break. It'll be a 50-minute break. We will take that break as well. And then when we come back, we will call the action until the conclusion, until we crown a champion. One of these 13 players will take home 150,000 euros. Everybody who makes the final table, guaranteed 5 figures. A raise here from Daniar on the button. Action folds around to Ran, and Ran probably pretty anxious to get the dinner, but he's not going to go anywhere with the ace-queen. And he just moves all in. He goes, you know what? Let's end this hand right here. That's a hefty shove.
It's about 28 big blinds over the top. I mean, it is the correct play, I think.
Yeah.
You can call if you like, but I think shoving is completely fine.
Donihar gives that up, obviously, and the players will go on break. So once again, we have a 50-minute break. When we come back, we'll call it till the conclusion. 150,000 euros up top. Still 13 players remain out of 1,067. Back in 50.
However, the word on the street is, coin toss this year. The sharp money is on heads. You don't have to act. You don't have to act on that. I'm just saying that's where.
We're going to have a couple. We have to have
is.
a couple of friendly bets, don't we, on like the dumps thing, on the dump
Sure.
thing. So,
Yeah,
okay,
for
fair
sure.
enough.
Sure.
We got a little bit of an interesting pot developing here. So Carlos has been very active. He's picked up some hands. He raises with jacks. Oscar calls out of the small blind with tens after John G calls as well. 3 very strong hands, and
Bingo.
Yeah, that's a tough flop for Carlos and Oscar to get away from. Not just one queen, but 2 of them.
Just an insane flop for. It's the perfect flop for ace queen.
Yeah.
With tens and jacks, I suppose.
I mean, I think it's perfectly reasonable for Carlos and Oscar to both think they have the best hand at this point.
Yeah, most of the time they do. Like almost all the time they do.
Carlos is going to check. John is going to bet. I imagine this is going to be weird. So Oscar probably calls. And then what is it? Does Carlos overcall? Does Carlos then get rid of the jacks? I mean, by checking the jacks, he might actually save himself a straight.
I'm trying to think what I'd do. I think it's too tight just to fold, isn't it?
I do, too.
Like, you could definitely have the best hand.
I mean, what the player in position bet means nothing.
No, right, exactly.
And Oscar could have any pair.
A lot of fun turn card potential.
Or not at all.
It's fun from a poker analysis point of view, I suppose, because it's like, what
Nothing
would you do
changed.
what would you do with your tens or your jacks here?
As crazy as it might seem, I don't think it's a terrible play to do like a check call lead type play if you're Carlos. But, I mean, there's just not much out there you're worried about. Way ahead, way behind scenario.
You're way ahead, way behind, of course.
So, I mean, I'm more likely to just check it again if I decided to take that line, but this is a fun little spot. John G, once again here, just in the driver's seat. He's got to realize that, there's a decent chance one of his opponents has a queen, right? We know they don't, but he got called by 2 players, so.
You're not going to get called on that board with nothing very often. Like maybe ace high once by one player, but
especially the overcall.
But the overcall obviously means that they have something. So
nines plus.
So you should be thinking there's a decent part of their range is another queen, even though it's card removal makes it unlikely. But even still, the action makes it more likely.
Yeah. Again, I'm not going to blow anybody out of the water here, but 62K. I think he's getting a little bit greedy here. The 10s go in the muck. And Carlos goes in the muck. I think John got just a little bit greedy. I think you've got to realize that your opponent has like 9s plus here, maybe has a queen. And you're trying to get one more street from the pairs. You're going to get it all if he has a queen. He only had 120,000 left. You can bet 40, even 39, I think, on the turn, and then move all in on the river.
Nothing going on.
He doesn't care. He doesn't need a pair. Well, he's got a pair, just not on the board. He is just, I believe, moved all in. No, he bet 25K, essentially all of his chips.
He's just saying, I hit a pair.
And he might do this with like a hand like, I mean, if he had ace-5, ace-6, even like a weak 10, like 10-8 or something like that, he might just say, you know what, I want the hand over. I don't want you to call off.
John G's
I don't want you to check it back. John doesn't believe him. He calls. And Stephen Fitzpatrick is 2 cards away from being eliminated. He needs some help here. King-Jack versus ace-high on a 10-6-5 rainbow board. No hearts out there either. Little stop-and-go play from way back when.
Yeah. I think there's a reason it went out of fashion.
We agree for a queen on 10.
There's a 3, not help at all. Steven looking for a king or a jack on the river. You can see his outs in the top right corner of your screen. 8 of spades on the river. That is not a king or a jack, and Stephen Fitzpatrick has been eliminated. John G adds another 62,000 to his stack. And I imagine the reason it's gone out of vogue is, like you said, it just doesn't work very often.
The main poker coach I had in my life told me this complete truism, which is if somebody sees you make a bluff, if it's a naked bluff, by which I mean you didn't have a flush draw, you just made a big move, and they see that, they will remember that forever, and they will massively overweight how often you're doing that, because it just rings that bell in our brain of being like a really
there's the bluffer.
Different standout act, right?
Yeah, they saw you bluff in like 2014 one time. They're like, oh, yep, there's the bluffer.
But it's true, right? It's true.
Huge. And it's so true.
And so in tournaments, I'm not sure how much I'm into showing hands, but in cash games, if you're going to play in that casino for ages, and if you get a big bluff through and you don't have much, I think there's often an argument for showing it.
Yeah, you and I disagree on that. We got a big hand developing here that looks like it probably will be an all-in and a call, especially with Fernando already. Wow, look at this. Yeah, Donnie Hart actually, he limped in with queens. We saw him do it earlier on with 3s. Fernando raises, all in from Miguel. Ruiz is out of the way. Donnie Hart almost definitely going to call this or just move all in over the top.
That's really interesting that he has limping as part of his game in this table.
Especially mid-position, too.
Yeah, really interesting. We have to watch this Donnie Hart. He seems like a good player. Seems like an interesting player.
Yeah, he played Jack 8 out of the big blind really, really interesting as well because he flopped top pair and then check, and just with a pair of jacks, no real good kicker, he check raised the turn and ended up getting some really nice value out of that hand. So he does appear to be a pretty tricky player. So it is Miguel.
It's not
whose
a flip.
tournament life on the line.
It's not a flip. It's 60-40 in real time. Miguel hoping for the 40%.
Oh, it's not 60-40 anymore. There's the king. King 7-5. And my prediction of this thing ending past 6 in the morning is looking better and better as all the short stacks continue to double. Another time we're looking for a queen on a lady on the river, and it does not come. Full double up there for Miguel. He's up to 7.9 million. Donihar up to down to 7.1 million. As we continue, not one but two 888 poker ambassadors, Anna Marquez and Chris Moorman, both of whom essentially bubbled this event.
What are we going to do about this main event problem? We're going to have to get the squad together. I'm going to have to give one of my famous motivational talks because they are not performing in the main events. They do really well in the side events, like probably in relation to how many side events and ambassadors there are, they pretty much crush.
I mean, they're basically pulling a Kyle Shanahan, right? I mean, they do fine until it matters.
I was listening to a discussion of his record today. It's really interesting. Like, I was quite skeptical of your idea that, you know, he doesn't perform under pressure, but then when you sort of look at his record, he does look like a brilliant guy who can't think well under pressure, which is interesting.
He just can't close the deal. I mean, he's that guy. Like it's like, honestly, you walk in a club and you look at him in the corner of the club, and you're like, wait, he's got 3 gorgeous women on his arms. He's going to end up having like a threesome or a foursome tonight with 3 gorgeous women, and then when he ends up going home by himself.
Maybe he's interested in them for their personalities, or he wants to talk socio-political issues with them, David.
Maybe that is it. Fernando Pon's all in for 1.5 million.
I was thinking how it relates to poker, though, as I unveil my theme for the first hour, David. Which is that performing under pressure is a massive thing in No Limit Hold'em. And this game is a great example of something that's so much easier from the sidelines than it is when you're actually at the table. It's like, you know, as commentators, we have such an easy job in that regard. It's so easy to know what to do, right? And yet in the heat of battle, there are very few players that can actually play at the height of their knowledge in the moment.
Can you play your A game? Yeah, everybody can play their A game when they're not actually playing,
exactly.
Right? In the forums.
Yeah.
Can you do it when you're sweating and you're...
Exactly.
I don't
think there's any other game that's better than poker for that test. It's thinking clearly, isn't it? And it's trying to be analytical when you're actually feeling a bit emotional and you're feeling under pressure and you're getting stared down or whatever it is. It's not easy.
No, especially when just one mistake can spell your doom. Fernando Pons did move all in. Donihar makes the call. And so far, so good for Fernando Pons as he flops bottom set.
Well, he probably deserves a double up after that cooler.
Does he have his opponent drawing dead? No, not just yet. Has to fade a queen.
Fernando's been here many times. He knows it's always a sweat.
He couldn't get a queen on the river. Unfortunately for him, his opponent couldn't get the queen either. And a full double up for Fernando Pons. Action folds around to Leonce once again with an ace, this time on the button.
He's got the monster chip stack in the big blind, right? Oh no, he hasn't. Sorry, he's under the gun. In fact, it's the previous 888 Live winner who shoves. He has pocket threes, and he gets called by ace three, so
wow,
he's a pretty decent favourite.
Yeah, Sergio in great shape here. Again, Sergio has already won an 888 Live event, so can he go back to back? And so far, so good. He's got to fade an ace or a 9 now. Nobody has a club in their hand. An ace, a 9, or a queen will eliminate him. But he does double up, and now he's up to 308,000.
Yeah, finds a nice spot there.
Good job, Sergio.
Poster. Do we have those? We should have T-shirts to give away or something.
We should. You know what we're gonna? You know what? That's what I'm gonna do during the break. When the players go on the dinner break, I'm gonna talk to
Your man.
our bosses and
Yeah.
see if we can get some 888 swag to give away.
If we're going to keep people's attention during the Super Bowl,
I think we need something like that.
we're going to need bribes.
This is a bad flop for Chris Moorman. This is a 3-bet pot, so it raised 3-bet. Chris decided to call flop's top pair. 2 diamonds out there, and unfortunately, both Chris and Carlos have a diamond. So I say unfortunate. It's unfortunate if you're a Chris Moorman fan. Quite fortunate for Carlos. Chris is going to almost definitely lose at least one more street of value here, and possibly 2. Check call, pretty standard. Mormon looking for a queen. It's not a queen. You can see in the top right corner of your screen, Queen of Spades, Queen of Hearts, Queen of Clubs. You see the Queen of Clubs is somewhat shaded out. That is because we know it's dead. So Chris probably thinks he has 3 outs. We know he actually only has 2.
Yeah, the odds we showed do take account of folded cards. And Terrace Spot is up to 265k, so we'll probably have this thing won by the time...
Well, she gets tired at about 10 o'clock, so she needs to win this before then.
She's a young mother.
I know.
And she has media production duties. Like, I said to her, she should absolutely not play the last 3 levels and just bag what she has for optimum.
It might, I mean, if she were up to like 600,000-700,000, it actually would be a terrible idea.
Yeah.
I don't know if the last 3 levels. It's
imagine-
only 40-minute levels today.
Imagine being a young mum and having to play poker till like 5 a.m. That's kind of tough.
Oh, it's tough for anybody, but yeah, especially if you're a young mom. Look at his fold. That's just a great fold from Chris. Chris called a 3-bet. Had to pay off 1 street. I think a lot of players are losing 2 streets there. But Chris finds a fold on the turn, and that is a heck of a laydown by him. Lost about 37,000 chips, but it certainly could have been worse. Raise from Sergio with 6s.
Oh, wow. Back to back.
Yeah, he picks up aces. Now he picks up kings.
Does he 3-bet kings?
Again, this is a situation where he's going to get a fold here if he 3-bets, but I'm definitely folding. I'm definitely going to 3-bet Sergio. I just think Sergio's...
Yeah.
He usually has a strong hand when he's opening from an early position.
Yeah, I mean, like, against early position raises, like, 3-betting kings and aces should be... Like, you'd need some very specific reason not to, put it that way.
Right.
Like, maybe you've got a maniac behind you.
We love squeezing, right.
Yeah. But in general... Oh, wow. Vivi's going to get cooler out this tournament.
Look how excited she looked, too.
I know. Well, it's such a great... She's in a great position.
She really want to give it all away, though. I mean, I guess there's no, like, tell. I mean, she's moving all in a spot where she has no fold equity.
Yeah.
Fairly easy fold for Sergio,
She's going to have to
obviously.
run really good to still be in this tournament. Although she'll have, like, nearly 20% equity. Oh, she got exactly the same suits, actually. So, yeah, she'll have, like, 18%, right?
If somehow she wins this one also, she's winning this tournament.
Yeah, this is tough. Amazing for Attila, of course.
Yeah, this is just unfortunate for Vivian. Really, this is, again, one of those boring spots where there's nothing she could do.
She's genuinely, like, yeah, like me and you are supposed to spend time with her. She's genuinely such an upbeat person, Vivian.
Oh, lovely, yeah.
Like, I would be a little bit disappointed to see kings there.
It's just poker. I mean, what are you going to do? And by the way, even
Yeah,
if she was
what are you gonna
even if
do?
she was deeper, I mean, it's
Yeah,
I guess
of
it's
course.
a little bit less painful because if she's super deep, it still goes in.
She needs to play Find the Lady on the River. No lady.
Yeah, she needs to play that game better.
Bye, Vivian Saliba.
So the great Brazilian poker player will have to wait another day to make a deep run in this tournament. There's 180 players left, 179 now. Attila bets 100,000. I imagine Alvaro is at least calling this. Does he want to do more than that? Kind of a tough texture to raise on, as Attila is going to have some nines in his range. Alvaro does make the call. Pot is 346,000 chips. Here's the river. It's a diamond! And it's the king of diamonds. Are you kidding me? There's 346,000 in there.
How big does this get is the question.
I mean, look at how many chips. They have 2 million chips behind between the two of them. There's
Also,
only 346 in there.
I really enjoyed Attila's Hollywood. Did you see his Hollywood head rub? He was like, oh, jeez. Oh, this is so tough. Oh, he checks?
So then, now you're going to get a check raise all in. Depending on the sizing, you should get the check raise all in.
We need fireworks.
I mean, if you're Alvaro, do you bet, say, 175, somewhere in that range? Attila moves all in? Oh. I mean, is there a scenario where Attila can just check call this? I mean, depending on Alvaro's sizing, a 135, you have to check raise this, right? That sizing, you have to check raise.
Yeah, because he can have so many other hands he's betting this with.
So
he's
many.
got the second nuts, for goodness sakes.
It's 175, pardon me. So it's 175. Attila does raise. It's a min raise. It's like a little baby raise. Well, can Attila get away from it now when Alvaro moves all in?
Should he get away from it?
Well, I mean, this is now a check, bet, check raise, 3-bet all in. At that point, I don't know. Can you get away from it? You might. There's the all in. This pot is 1.9 million, 500,000 to call.
It's definitely the biggest pot on stream. It's got to be one of the
He
biggest.
just called.
He just called.
He didn't even take that long. He didn't even take that long. Wow. I mean, the fact that it was the king of diamonds as well, and there's his face. What a hand.
He leaves with a story.
Not a particularly good story, but it's a story.
It's a horror story.
Yeah. He can tell his 8-month-old daughter about that. Oh, that is unfortunate for him, but what a spot.
Easily the biggest pot on stream, maybe the biggest pot in the tournament so far. It's over a 2 million chip pot.
2.1 million in there. And Alvaro now with 2.4 million chips. It's one street. And then he's like, I don't think this is good now, I fold.
He's using that old trick of being incredibly good at poker. It's a really good trick. If you can use that, I recommend it.
Right.
It's really going to help your game.
Just count on the fact that other people aren't incredibly good.
Incredibly good, yeah. And weirdly, you win $20 million.
I think for a lot of amateurs out there, when they watch the best players in the world, they assume there's a lot more trickiness than just
Of course they do.
the 3 to 5% of trickiness there is.
I really don't think YouTube helps too much either.
No.
Because, like you look at the hands that get huge views on YouTube, they're like massive bluffs or soul reads or whatever.
Right.
You don't
He
get
called him with queen high. What?
solid 2 streets of value with top pairs, not making the YouTube playlist, you know?
Right, or just check fold queen jack on a jack high board.
Right.
To a barrel on the turn. That's a pretty solid flop for ace deuce.
I can honestly say I have never flopped out with ace deuce.
Well, I don't know if... We know Stephen Fitzpatrick does not get hangovers. We do not know whether or not he drinks. But if the cards keep falling the way they are so far, he might be driven to it.
Yeah. For real.
Nick Wealthall, David Tuckman here. Thanks so much for joining us. I know you, many of you are watching this on Facebook. Many of you, of course, on YouTube. But if you want to join the chat, we are closely monitoring the YouTube chat, and I see you in there. Dimik, Mitch, Jason Frey. What's up, Mitch Hecht? Philippe Nielsen. Once again, the password is Madrid. That free roll in 46 minutes. Please let us know how you did. I'm going to check on the turn, I think. Steven probably realizing I'm not going to get an ace to fold. Probably not going to get much to fold at all. Frankly, Steven is actually kind of in this situation of he doesn't have that many chips anymore. Vasil going to take that one down.
Well, and obviously the lesson from this chat is, you know, you want to be the 3-better in position as much as you can in your poker life, because it's just such a power position. No matter how good the player out of position is, you still have an edge.
I mean, let me ask you this. If you think there's a chance, and there's always a chance, but if you think there's a reasonable chance that your opponent is, you know, getting out of line, maybe 3-betting sort of wide, would you just, why not 4-bet with the ace queen? Is that a reasonable play?
Yeah, it's fine. I mean, the problem with it is you're turning into a bluff if you get shoved on.
Well, you're folding. If you shove, if they shove on you, you're folding.
Yeah, so you then,
it is a bluff.
So you then turned ace queen into a bluff, which is not good. So that's why you wouldn't do it very often.
It's just hard for them. I mean, remember, you block aces, you block queens.
Yeah.
And you've now put your opponent to the brink in the sense that they're the ones that have to decide, is this guy getting out of line if I shove here? Does he have aces or kings?
What do they do with their pocket tens? What do they do with their...
I think pocket tens might go in the muck at this point of the tournament. I don't know.
Yeah. So
you might get tens to fold.
You might. So it's definitely an option.
And Carlos was very active earlier on. Can defend out of the big blind. He's got 105,000 chips. Lawrence Bren is just on an absolute heater. He won another 35 cents in the free roll.
Think.
Nice job, Lawrence.
Warner's betting this. I can't see Alex going anywhere right now.
No. Pretty easy check call spot. I mean, keep in mind, Alex was the pre-flop raiser. He checked so he could check call. Now, Chris is going to have some kings in his range. He'll have king jack, he'll have king queen, and then again, he'll have just he'll have pocket threes, which works out really well for him too.
I mean, that's very useful.
Yeah, that helps. I have to imagine that Chris is probably done with this hand if he hadn't hit a 3.
Well, I'm like slightly disappointed that he's hit a 3, because I was very interested to see what he did on the turn. Because he wouldn't have thought that his bet on the flop would win that often,
because Alex is the pre-flop raiser?
Yeah, right, so he's checking to call a decent amount of the time. Anyway, this is now obviously going to be a difficult spot for Alex.
Yeah, and with 2 hearts out there, I mean, you have to imagine that Chris was going to double barrel some of his holdings.
So look at the sizing as well. That's a big bet.
And he's setting up a shove on the river.
Yeah, 2 things I think. He's trying to make it look a little bit fluffier.
Yep.
And then he's also setting up an easy river shot. This is the power position in action. Like, so imagine Chris doesn't have the 3s. The fact that he has the 3s makes it a less interesting hand. That shows you that bet is profitable, super profitable as a bluff.
He's accumulated 100,000 in cashes in his first year playing live poker, so he seems like he's relatively new to the live scene. His biggest online score is 120K, so he's clearly a player. Adam Lowe asking how many are left and how many are paid. We are still waiting on the prize pool.
Three ways to the flop, and Fran hits a bingo, and he needs it as well. Very short stacks.
Yeah, this is a great situation for him. Francisco, not only has he hit bingo, but he is likely to get action from at least one, if not both players. Alex with an overpair with the eights. John with a pair of fours here.
Like an actual bingo flop from Francisco.
I don't know if there's a better flop for him.
Yeah. Yeah, hard to imagine.
Do you raise right now? Do you just call?
Just cool, right? It's not like you can ever fold at any point anyway.
Right.
Right? Because of the stacks, he's got one pot size bet left. So he might just go for a bit more first. Like if the other seven is out there, then it's irrelevant because
You just, yeah.
you can't fold. You're not deep enough, so. Bet again. Oh, this is an amazing run out.
Yeah, this is just beautiful. I mean, again, if you're Alex, you must think you probably have the best hand here.
Yeah, John can have anything and he continues on a dry board. Fran's going to call with 5-6. Like,
Four.
Pair of fours, five, something. Lots of stuff.
And Alex is going to bet 31,000. Don't Hollywood. Don't act.
Yeah, no, like it doesn't really matter what he does.
No. He goes all in. That'll save John. He gets out of it. Look.
What a dream situation. That is not going to happen very often when you get down to 12 big blinds.
No, which is the dream scenario for him, as he is going to more than double up, unless, of course, an 8 hits the river. And we can see there's only 1 8 left. That is not it. Full double up there for Francisco.
Scary moment sitting in an 888 live feature table. Then put the third in.
Once again, thank you for joining us here. Vivian Saliba has picked up a 6 under the gun plus 2. Trying to decide, is this the hand I want to go with?
She has 10 big blinds.
She's got, 12. Blinds are 6-12, right?
I think they went up.
Already?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's
So-
16K's of calls on the screen.
Okay, yeah, so 8-16, so it's 10 big blinds. Just hope to get through. I don't know what Leon says thinking. That's the kind of stalling I just don't understand. I don't get it.
No, it's strange.
Like in the cutoff seat, like with 5 high. What are you doing?
She'll be very happy to get this through and pay
Oh,
for another rule
thrilled.
bet. Like, I'd rather not see a run out with A6.
She
This is
does get called.
bad. This is bad.
And this is going to get chopped up at least some of the time. As you can see, their percentages won't add up to, well, they do because they
we
do
don't
it,
count chops on the percentages. There are some chops, though. You're right.
A lot of
obviously,
chops.
Obviously. So possible.
Yep, certainly possible. 2 cards over the 7.
We should point out Antonio's all in, by the way.
That is a terrible turn card.
So
Yeah,
Viv-
shockingly,
Vivian
this is
won't
actually
be out.
for Antonio's tournament life. And a 5 of diamonds and the 7 does play.
So boring for Vivian.
That's
Just like a boring setup. That's her. This is so boring face.
that 100%. Absolutely. Alex, our original opener.
We're on pace for about 7 hands an hour.
I don't know what's going on, but it's not like the funny thing is it's not because the
There's-
play is slow.
There's some problem with the chip denominations or something like that. It's really strange.
Well, there's no problem with Claudio's hand as he has flopped the flush.
Probably doesn't know what to do. I'm not being disparaging. I'm just saying it's a bit weird.
Yeah.
Like-
I flopped the flush. What do I
Yeah.
do?
What do I do? I've got 20 big blinds. How do I get these in? What do I do?
I don't think betting is the play, but hey. It might actually work, though. Alex might not believe him. Might think he's betting a big spade here.
Ruida's in the pot. He might check raise or...
Who knows?
Who knows?
I mean, Ruida's in the pot and might figure out a way to win this hand.
Can you imagine flopping the nuts against Ruida and not getting you, and like him just mucking? It would be so tilting. Like
He's actually one of those
back.
players where you would think my range was capped because I would check it back to him twice.
Right.
I might even check just top pair to him twice. Although betting actually
Really?
might get
I'd bet.
it might induce a check raise.
Yeah, I'd always bet. Like, I'd be trying to...
Let him check raise, right?
If he's got something, obviously you're getting tips. If he hasn't got something, you want to give him, you know, incentive because he loves to put pressure on. Like, he's really thinking about making a move here. He's legitimately thinking about making a move. And he's going to.
No, this one's not going to work, though.
And to be honest, that's why leading out probably isn't the worst play, simply because he's in the hand.
Yeah, you don't give him credit. You think, well, this guy, would he bet a flush? No, he's got some sort of like, you know, he's got a big spade in his hand or he's got a 9. By the way, nice laydown by Alex, just not getting involved.
I swear. Ruida is either going to win this tournament or he's going to be like 13th.
It's shocking. He just check raised. It's 1.4 million to win 6.6, and he can't call.
He's also going to go full count and then fold. You know that's what's happening, right? There's going to be a full count.
This gives me a chance to go through our chat here.
This gives you a chance to finish your thesis.
Jason Frey says, I lost on the river with the 49ers. Well done. Well done. I was so tilted by that game loss just yesterday. Lost my Emmanuel Sanders over receiving bet. Somehow he had 38 receiving yards with half the game left and couldn't catch another ball because
Tell us all about your bad beats, buddy.
because Garoppolo couldn't. Well, I mean, Garoppolo couldn't complete a pass
No,
to him.
that's why people are here. They're
We
like,
did get. Well,
Can
listen,
I please listen to David Tuckman
I'm gonna mute
going
Nick.
over his bad beats? I want to know all about how you got. Tell us, David.
Well, I mean, I'll just put this out there. Okay,
mean, I
listen.
had the same
my
bet.
two. I know, but I'm saying that's what I
You've
mean.
got to be chill.
38 receiving yards.
Yeah, you lost.
And Jimmy Garoppolo couldn't hit him. He's 4 yards open with 4 minutes left to win the game, and couldn't do that. I will say we did luck out on the rushing yards for Patrick Mahomes. Patrick Mahomes had 39 rushing yards, and then just ran backwards with 20 seconds left to like run the clock out.
There we are, he folded.
He's trying to save face, like, well, I had something, but you obviously had a flush, so I'm out. Once again, hello and welcome to 888 Live Madrid. David Tuckman, Nick Wellthall here. Jack 9, deuce. Ruida likes to play poker, 7-4 suited, sure. Not a terrible flop for Donnie R. I mean, he's got to be a little bit concerned that this kind of flop is going to hit Ruida's range when he calls out of the small blind. He might have hands like Queen Jack, Jack 10, 10-9 suited. You don't suspect that he has a 7-4 suited, but...
He actually raised the limp. So
Oh, fair enough. Thank you. Good catch.
Raise.
I don't think Donnie R's going to go anywhere just yet, though, as he's got he's got overcards and the gut shot.
Yeah. Pretty good flop with Queen, no question.
And this is what Ruida does. I mean, he's got 7 high on a Jack 9 deuce board. And he has built himself a 3 million chip pot. If he bets again here, the hand is probably over. The problem is, can he do it?
Yes, he can, yes. I don't know if he's going to, but no, he definitely can. I mean, he's sitting there with 7 high. He knows he can't win with 7 high.
It's
Obviously, he can catch a 10.
Which is no good, by the way.
Which we know is no good.
Now, does
He
Donnie R
decides-
bet here, or is there going to be a bet and then a check raise all in?
If he's played with Ruida before, he definitely checks us back. Because Ruida loves a check raise in the spot. I fear for him.
He's really got an awkward stack size, so he's going to bet pretty small. 450. I kind of like it.
Why?
It's just kind of a cool little bet, like, because
I don't like it at all. You're
No?
reopening the betting. Why reopen the betting against Rida? So like we folded.
well, no. Because the reason I was going to say it was because Doniar's got king high, and I don't think that he thinks. I mean, it's not like he has some huge draw. He's got king high right now. He has to try to win the pot somehow. He's got to get his opponent to fold something. But no, I do get your point. I would not be sitting at a table with that. When I'm sitting down, I don't want to. I also would take my backpack off.
Right. He must be comfortable.
Yeah, he looks like he's fine. Chris is going to raise here. He likes raising the cutoff. Belemno says, Alex is a great player. He plays at my local casino. Some great results recently.
He has a really good track record in live tournaments, no question. And he hasn't really made a mistake in the time we've watched. That is Jack was the only question mark we had, which was interesting hand.
Chris is the pre-flop raiser here. John has defended. Chris decides to play this. He's going to check it back. And the perfect turn card. I was going to say, wow, if a 9 comes off, does he get himself in trouble? And what does he do when he misses? You know, what happens when the king falls or a jack falls? You know, how about the 4? Not only a 4, but the 4 of hearts.
I mean, what can you say? The only thing is obviously he's not going to win a lot of money, but
This kid gets one bet out of John.
yeah.
And by the way, he might actually get a second bet. I mean, John should have way more 5s in his range than Chris from the big blind, and it wouldn't shock me if John actually double-barreled this, depending on what Chris does. And Chris does just call. I don't think this is a bad, like, double bluff card.
Yeah, Chris.
Chris, check back the flop.
Yeah,
He's
Chris
gonna have,
he can't be super strong on the flop.
you wouldn't think.
He's capped on the flop because it's such a draw-heavy board that if he has a strong hand, he can't check it back.
I mean, unless he has some sort of, like, you know, I mean, a 5 in his hand doesn't make a ton of sense. He's going to go for it. I kind of like this bluff. I mean, obviously it's not going to work. It's really bad timing, but
No, I think it makes a lot of sense.
yeah, we try not to be results-oriented, and I think this is a pretty good play.
He makes a bet he would make with like 2 pair or a straight or something. Like he makes a nice size meaty value bet.
Well, once Chris checks it back, I mean, you would be betting 2 pair for value, right?
Yeah.
Chris did not raise?
No.
Okay.
And he doesn't raise because what worse hands is he called by when he raises? Not too many.
Thank you for joining us here. 888 Live Madrid. 750 players, give or take a few. Have each ponied up just under 900 euros. 888 euros was the entry. All playing for a lot of money. And first place will get a World Series of Poker main event seat and a package to Vegas this summer. This is just day 1 action. We'll be calling the action for another hour or so. I believe in this level we'll call it. And then we're back at it tomorrow for day 2 action. And then, of course, on Monday, the plan is to crown a champion.
Connected hands and slightly connected flop.
Jorge under the gun +2 with the flush draw. Ruda, of course.
He needs to work on his poker face. That's giving me the giggles. Literally just looked at his cards and went.
I think you're just more in tune than the rest of us. I mean, I didn't pick up a thing.
Oh really? He just did like this real kind of. Oh, got none of that. Oh, sorry, that made me laugh.
Well, he has some now. He's got a pair of 10s. Jorge has a 10 as well.
This is enough for him to put 50k in the pot, I know, but in the flop he was such a sad panda. There you go. Let's get busy. I've got a pair. Sorry, it's really making me laugh.
You should. By the way, I mean, if you're watching him, if you picked up the same read that... If you were at the table and you picked up that read, you'd probably be thinking, okay, this guy's either sandbagging and he's got a monster, or he's got nothing. So at this point, well, since he's raised the turn, it's almost more likely that he has
He's
monster.
He's just one of those players that if you're going to play a pot with him, you've just got to accept a lot of variance, and you've got to trust your judgment. You've got to try and be analytical, and you know you're just going to have to call a lot more than you'd be comfortable against a lot of players.
To his credit, by the way, we've now seen him raise a couple of spots in very unconventional places, but both times he was ahead and got value from flush draws.
That's true. I think you might be attributing like results to.
Yes, I'm clearly doing that. I'm just pointing out that he's been able to do this, where he has gotten value from a worse hand. And he checks the river in this spot.
It's just a
And look,
chip harvesting machine. 400k.
it's amazing.
He's got enough to enter the next 6 888 events. Quite deep.
I mean, I would go on a limb and say that if he stopped playing now, and they still have, I want to say, 4 or 5 hours left in today's action. If he stopped right now and didn't lose any chips, he'd probably have a top 10 stack. I mean, I think it's fair to say, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think it would probably be fair to say that if you're never shoving there,
Yeah.
or if you're always shoving there, it's probably a mistake.
Yeah, but I'd rather make the second one. If you're never shoving there, then you're definitely playing too tight, I think. It's like so in our training site we get kind of questions from players about, you know, I keep going card dead and I keep kind of dwindling down in tournaments and I end up with 11 big blinds. Well, if you're playing tournaments and you're often getting down to kind of 10, 11, 12 big blinds, you want to go back through these tournaments, so make sure you're not missing spots like that, or spots where you can shove over an opening raise with kind of, you know, 15, 16 up to 25 big blinds. Those are the spots that you can take that stop you ever getting short stacks.
This is an interesting shove here from Carlos. It's Francisco was the opener. It goes around to Carlos with King 8 suited. And one of the reasons why I think this is interesting is because while Carlos doesn't have a lot of chips, he has about 10 big blinds, it does represent a fairly large portion of Francisco's chip stack. So it does put him in a tough spot. I'm going to have to read this 3-bet book that you got me. I'm really excited. I'm actually quite excited about it.
Really good book. Let's not talk about it too much on the stream. I don't like everybody.
No, I understand, of course. But I've got a 13-hour flight home. So.
Oh, it's perfect for that. And like he writes poker theory in a really conversational way. It's really good.
Lou Who says, easy call, Francisco. Quit Hollywooding. He does eventually make the call. I don't know if it was an easy call with ace-5.
Yeah, it's for like 60% of his stack or something.
But he does eventually make this call. Pot is 170,000, and it is Carlos who is at risk. That is not a good start for him. Wow. 2 pair here. Carlos looking for running cards.
This is going to take all his skill.
Jack of clubs. That's what he needs. Wow.
How'd you do that?
I don't know. He's now looking for a 10 or a club, and he gets it running clubs.
When he picks
Sit back down.
When
Are
he
you
picks up
kidding
the
me?
trophy, he'll remember that hand.
Wow. Yeah, look at Francisco. Just cannot believe it. He got hit by a truck.
That really sucks. The best hand all the way through until it mattered.
Marco D'Amico, who we're looking at right here, actually finished. He's from Italy. He finished day 2 as the chip lead with 4.6 million. Obviously hasn't had a great run today, but he's still here. Fernando Pons still in there, obviously, as you saw a little while ago. He finished day 2, third in chips with 3.5 million. I'm going to go on I think Fernando, maybe he's not just getting lucky. Maybe he's good. What do you think?
I think we have to
Ran making it 375 with the aces. Fernando. What a cooler this is. Look at this one, Nick.
Great.
Aces, queens. I mean, these players are just not that deep. There's the all-in. There's the call. And a nightmare scenario for Fernando Pons. Just a hand that plays itself. Pot is 6.6 million chips.
Not a nightmare scenario yet.
Yeah, he hasn't lost yet, right?
23% is 23%.
It is.
It's less now.
Looking for a queen and only a queen. Queen of spades or queen of hearts on the river. Otherwise, Fernando will double up Ran. And he will be short-stacked himself. Lady on the river, not going to come for him. It's the king of clubs. Full double up for Ran. He's up to 6.6 million.
However, the word on the street is, coin toss this year. The sharp money is on heads. You don't have to act. You don't have to act on that. I'm just saying that's where.
We're going to have a couple. We have to have a
is.
couple of friendly bets, don't we? On like the dumps thing. On the jump
Sure.
thing. So,
Yeah, for
fair
sure.
enough.
Sure.
We've got a little bit of an interesting pot developing here. So Carlos has been very active. He's picked up some hands. He raises with jacks. Oscar calls out of the small blind with tens after John G calls as well. 3 very strong hands. And
Bingo.
yeah, that's a tough flop for Carlos and Oscar to get away from. Not just one queen, but 2 of them.
Just an insane flop. It's the perfect flop for ace queen.
Yeah.
With tens and jacks, I suppose.
I mean, I think it's perfectly reasonable for Carlos and Oscar to both think they have the best hand at this point.
Yeah, most of the time they do. Like, almost all the time they do.
Carlos is going to check. John is going to bet. I imagine this is going to be weird. So Oscar probably calls. Then what is it? Does Carlos overcall? Does Carlos then get rid of the jacks? Hello, 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 and welcome back to Madrid. We're here for the 888 Live Madrid main event. 1,067 players, and we are down to our final 13. Just moments away from what might be an amazing final table. I'm certainly looking forward to it. 150,000 euros up top. I'm David Tuckman, joined by my regular partner in crime, Nick Wealthall.
Hello.
And, of course, 888 Poker Ambassador, Brazilian superstar Vivian Saliba is alongside us as well. How are you, Viv?
Saliba.
Hey, hello guys. Thank you for the Brazilian superstar. I like that.
It's the least I could do. So, is he wearing an 888 patch on his back? That's kind of strange. Is it floating? Looks so weird.
Looks good. Good brand exposure.
Yeah, because we need brand exposure on our own live stream.
You got a point.
Vivian Saliba, Nick Wealthall alongside me. 13 players remain. The remaining 9, everybody who makes the final table is guaranteed 5 figures, 150,000 euros up top.
That's amazing.
Yeah, it's a great payday. Unfortunately, none of our ambassadors are here. And Viv, I think Nick has a little bit of a bone to pick with you and the rest of the ambassadors.
Not with Vivian, because she's like awesome, but some of the rest of them, geez. Why are you guys not killing it in the main events? Everyone wants to know, like, you guys kill it in the side events. We've never had one of you on the final table.
Well, that's a good question, but I think mostly because the side events have a smaller field, and the main event is always on the hundreds. This one was over in 1,000, so it's just tougher to reach the final table.
This is just an excuse. I mean, you,
No, that's
you guys need to
play better.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I promised I would try to learn more poker.
That's it.
I tried hard to reach the final table.
I mean, were there really, really good players in the field that were making it difficult for you guys?
No,
So it was bad players?
some. Not all, of course. It was in general.
Hold that thought.
Oh,
We have
sure.
a lot of Alex Montgomery fans in the chat. I don't want to deny them the opportunity to watch this sweat from Alex.
So if we talk, they can't watch this, right?
No, they
They
want
need to listen to you
They
while they're...
want the attention on Alex right now. He's got kings, okay?
Right.
He's raised to 500K.
We'll just be quiet then.
Just wait till he finishes, and then once he's done, then we got it.
Okay, fine.
By the way, the blinds are 125, 250 right now. Look, he's got action from Claudio. Oh, an action flop. A couple of clubs out there. Top set.
It's a good flop.
I like to see blood.
Exactly.
Pot is 1.4 million. More about the ineptitude of the 888 Poker Ambassadors after the sands.
Of course.
Alex bet for 150,000 into a pot of 1.45 million. Claudio
Oh,
goes
there we
all
go.
in!
Well, this is obviously a critical moment for Alex.
Time to run.
Great
it.
analysis. That's amazing.
Don't pull at that thread. Seriously, the whole broadcast will collapse.
Alex,
Also, that's like the most insightful thing you've said ever.
Alex looking. This is very big for Alex.
It's huge.
Oh no, he needs the board to pair.
Oh, that's horrible.
Everybody in the chat, cheer for a 3, a king, a 10, or a jack. And we just lost half our viewing audience.
Well, at least they had total silence to enjoy the destruction, thanks to you. Good job.
Aw.
Good job by you.
It's so sad when you finally get kings, you're running deep in a tournament, and
You flop a set.
yeah.
The thing is, you have to make some kind of hand and someone else has to have some kind of chance to win, otherwise you're never going to get any chips.
It's true.
It's just rough, obviously.
Oh, that was ugly. That was ugly. So Alex Montgomery gone, I believe, in 13th place. Good run by him, obviously. just 2 cards away from doubling up, but he is showing the door. We're down to 12.
Well, we watched him earlier, like for several hours when we were deeper stacked. He played really well, so like Alex's fans have no fear about whether he did himself justice or not. Just tough in tournaments. What can you do?
Yeah, it's huge variance.
Huge.
Okay, so let's get back to the 888 Poker Ambassadors. Why can't you guys get the job done when it counts? You're obviously all great poker players.
Well, like I said, it's big field. It's difficult. It's huge variance. I just said that.
At this point, though, it's almost becoming a statistical anomaly in the sense that we've had so many main events, and you would think that at some point, one of you would sneak through. I know, obviously, in London in early December, you made a deep run and you got really close, right? Late in day 2.
Yeah, 3 or 4 tables left. Yeah, I busted the last 3 hands of the
Like
night.
Queens versus Kings, right? Something like that?
Yeah, 100 big blind spots.
Oh.
Yeah. I just can fold queens and they always have it. It's funny. It's poker tournaments. This is how it goes.
Was Queens into Kings?
Queens into aces,
Queens
and
to aces.
here was queens into kings. And my good run in Vegas, the 4th and the crazy 8s, was queens into aces. And yeah.
You hit a queen or you got knocked out? That was how you got knocked
That's
out.
what she
This is
got
how I
knocked
got knocked out. Yeah, he had 1 big blind more than I did.
out. So mathematically, the next time you get Queens into a bigger pair, you're going to win. Because
Or-
it's 20%.
Or
And you've
I
had
think
3
don't
losses.
play 'em. Maybe you shouldn't play queens.
So, to be honest, I was a little traumatized because I was a little result orientated. And every time I got queens, I have this bad feeling. But you shouldn't let this get into your mind. You must keep playing good poker. And it will happen many times that you're going to get unlucky several times in a row. And it's just bad luck. But this is what makes good poker players. The difference between regular, average poker players to good poker players, not get frustrated and keep making the good decisions in the long term. And this is very difficult. Like I said, I always have this bad feeling, but it's something that I've been trying to struggle and to do my best.
It's very difficult because we're humans and we learn everything by association.
Mm-hmm.
So everything that we learn in our lives is by relating one thing to something we already know.
Yeah.
And so poker's very random, but we constantly see patterns in the randomness. So you're constantly having to try and fight that, right? So you see the pattern of, I lose with queens, and your brain's going, you lose with queens. Queens are bad. Queens are bad.
Yeah.
And you have to like overcome it. It's hard.
Well pointed out, Nick. I think this makes perfect sense.
It's true.
Yeah.
Nick Wealthall, Vivian Saliba alongside us. Obviously, we're joking in the sense of, hey, why can't the 888 Poker Ambassadors get done? I mean, we're cheering for you, so it's just amazing. But
We try.
Yeah, no, I
Trust
know.
me.
This is an interesting little flop. 2 players with flush draws. Claudio with a pair of deuces to go along with a better flush draw. Daniar doesn't quite know how bad shape he's in right now.
Yeah.
His outs are in the top right corner of your screen. Top right corner of your screen, you can also see the field. 12 players remain at a field of 1,067. A lot of people in the chat. I'll get to that in just a second.
Are there sad Alex people? We're really sorry that he's
Seems like,
done.
but it's supportive. I mean, Carlo Montgomery, well done, Alex. 13th place is amazing. Well done, Alex. Unlucky, bro. That's from Danny Finn. Schnicks Hottie says, hey, Vivian. Hugs from Kings in 2017 at your announcement when you were brought on to 888.
Oh, hello.
Schnicks Hottie.
Oh, I know him.
There you go.
Hey there.
Was his real name Schnicks Hottie? Probably.
Yes.
Almost
It's
definitely.
German.
So this is a bet, a raise from Daniar, and Claudio, we just saw how he plays a flush draw. I don't think he's going to go anywhere, right, with a pair and a flush draw.
Probably not. No.
No, he just went with it. He just jammed. That went bet, raise, jam by Claudio. Claudio's like, flush draws.
Back to what Nick just said. He's seeing a pattern.
Right,
Maybe
exactly.
he thinks it's the right play. The right play. He always
Flush
gonna
draws are
hit.
red hot.
But actually, this time he had a way better hand. Pair and flush draw. It's beautiful.
He probably hits his flush like 70% of the time, which is why he thinks, hey, this is brilliant. This is great.
Pair
Shane,
and flush draw, and if you're the first to put the money in, it can't ever be a mistake.
I don't think so.
No.
Shane Keogh says, hey, guys, doing a great job. Thank you, Shane. He says, give us a shout-out, please. Sorry, buddy, we do not do shout-outs.
And that was Shane
Keogh.
Yeah. So how's your Madrid been, Vivian?
Awesome.
Awesome. Did you see any good football matches?
I did. I had someone very annoying by my side, actually.
Well, what can you do? It's football. Like, these guys, they lose control.
No, I'm joking. Me and Nick, we've been to Real Madrid and Atletico de Madrid match and was awesome.
That's pretty cool, right?
Yeah. People were so civilized. Like, I'm from Brazil. You know how
we were surprised.
crazy soccer matches are there. People go nuts.
And this is the huge local derby.
Yes.
And we thought, okay, we're going to need knives. And
we're going to need to protect ourselves.
Exactly.
And no, it seemed like they were going to an opera concert. And yeah, but it was beautiful. So skillful players. And I really enjoyed.
Yeah, it was really cool.
I'm just curious how this happened. So, did everybody from 888 go except
Yeah,
me?
everyone was there. Well, I mean, all the key people. They said you were busy or something. I don't know exactly what the thing was.
I was never asked.
Oh, yeah, that
Not
makes sense.
I'm just going to go cry in the corner of this
Well,
staircase.
they figured you're American. You don't understand soccer.
So, Shay.
You don't understand soccer, so they figured whatever. Don't know what to tell you. There are only 4 tickets. There are only 4 spaces in the car. Awkward.
Awkward silence.
Awkward.
Check on the turn. Donnie has the best hand with a deuce. Is Marco going to let him get the showdown? He does.
I feel like maybe the Real fans were really nervous until they scored. Because
true.
after they scored, they were so loud
Yes.
for the rest of the day, and all this was happening.
Yeah, they were cursing with their hands.
Yeah.
But it was very nice. And Madrid, to be honest, I didn't know what to expect. I've been to Barcelona, and the two cities are pretty different. And I said, okay, another big city. But no, the city is amazing. It's amazing. I love Barcelona, I love Madrid, and I love Spanish food.
It's pretty. There's nothing not to like, right? It's all really...
All
and the people are
perfect.
super friendly and chilled.
Super and happy. And they talk to you, and I try to practice my Portuñol, mix of Portuguese and Spanish. Yeah.
Do they understand that?
Actually, they do.
Right.
Or they are good liars, but
How close is Portuguese and Spanish?
pretty close.
Pretty close,
Pretty close.
I would guess.
I will tell you, when I went to South America and I spent some time in Brazil, my Spanish is like okay, I can get around. But when I went to Brazil, I realized that my bad Spanish could not get me around there.
So, yeah, Brazilians are bad Spanish speakers. We understand, but we can reply. That's the
So
thing.
if you take an American who speaks bad Spanish and you combine that with Brazilians who speak Portuguese and also bad Spanish,
Yeah.
you have
A heady mix of
Yeah.
failure.
And also depend where in Brazil you go, because some areas have such a strong accent, and it's even tough for me to understand, being a Brazilian. So maybe we're just in a bad area.
I've been to Sao Paulo, of course, with 888poker,
The best area.
which was fantastic, and I have been to the Iguazu Falls.
Oh, okay. No, those areas are pretty good, especially Iguazu Falls because so close to Uruguay and
Beautiful.
Paraguay and Argentina, and those are Spanish-speaker countries. Beautiful, right?
That is just magical. Oh,
I think it's my favorite place in Brazil. I've been there 4 or 5 times, and every time I go there, I feel this wonder feeling. I'm so grateful and I feel blessed, and it's so energizing.
have you been inside? Have you been like the rainforests of Brazil?
No, it's
No.
far.
No, people don't realize, by the way, got a Claudio Open here, raised to 550,000. Pablo going to move all in. Again, blinds are 125, 250,000. So while you see 4.4 million, you think that's a lot of chips. Relative to the blinds, it's not very many at all. Ran Shahar is from Israel. Rui, they're not going to get involved. Let's see if Claudio wants to gamble.
I think he's gonna fold.
I imagine he would as well, but you never know.
It's a big chunk of his stack.
I was going to say, so Brazil, I don't think... It's funny how when you look at a map, the maps are not in...
Not real size.
They're not in scale.
No.
People don't realize just how big Brazil is.
It's massive. To go to Amazonia from São Paulo, it's more or less 5 to 6 hours flying.
That's pretty big.
You cross whole Europe in this time.
That's bigger than in the States as well. I mean, New York to California is a 5-hour flight.
Yeah, it's pretty much similar. So I never been there, unfortunately, because must be so beautiful. I heard amazing things of friends of mine who've been there.
Yeah, I want to go swimming with the piranhas.
Don't do this. No.
How is that a thing?
Sounds like it should be a thing. You go swimming in some sort of armor suit. So
You can go unless there is no blood.
And then
they are attracted by blood, not by movement. So you're going to be fine if you don't have a cut. If you do have a cut, then GG.
He's using his time cards here. He's really thinking about this one. I don't think he's Hollywooding.
He thinks he's going to hit a flush.
Well, he's got suited
ace-9. That's true.
You know what? Listen, he's here to gamble. He's on a hot streak.
Yeah.
He's won 2 hands in a row. He's feeling good. He wants to win this thing. He also realizes he's not 22 years old, and he realizes if I want to win this thing, I probably have to win it.
Some of your remarks are a little ageist.
Listen,
there were some remarks. There were some remarks earlier in the
people.
day about how old people play poker. Boom!
Oh.
See?
There you go.
Let's
Stick
see
it in
if
there,
he's
Claudio.
around.
Flush coming.
Claudio is now my new favorite player.
Right.
I love this guy.
Exactly.
Sorry, Pablo. Pablo from Spain, by the way. By the way, the 13th place for those of you who are Alex Montgomery fans, he took home 6,900 euros for that. So drinks are on Alex next time you see him.
Here goes Claudio. 22% of the time, this is genius.
That's it?
Yeah, that's it.
Wow. And that's not a good flop. He
8,
needs
8, 8.
running 8 or an ace.
Or running 9s.
Running 9s will do it as well. And now just an ace.
An ace from?
Nowhere. 3 on the river. And by the way, your read was spot on. Remember earlier on I said he's older, maybe he's not going to mix it up too much. And you said that I think Claudio's got a little bit of crazy in him.
I had a really good read.
You
I
did.
could tell. He's look at his screenshot.
It's the best.
He's got a little bit of gamble in him. He's here to have fun.
He looks so friendly.
Exactly.
Yeah, he came from Italy to have a good time, and I bet he's having it still.
Big double up there for Pablo, Spaniard. By the way, all the remaining 12 players guaranteed 9,000 euros.
Good.
Again, first place, 150,000 euros, plus, of course, that World Series of Poker main event seat.
It's
That's
amazing.
huge.
Yeah, it's amazing.
How many times have you played the main event, Vivian?
I've played it 2 or 3. Wait. 3 times, I guess.
Did you cash?
I did the first time I played.
Did you?
I busted on the last level of day 4, playing horribly a hand. I misplayed a hand so badly.
Oh no, that really hurts.
It's one of those very difficult spots, but for a professional poker player, you should be knowing what you're doing. And it was pretty brutal, but it was still a good run.
It's so hard. I mean, Nick and I were talking about this earlier. No limit hold'em, especially like an event like the main event, where 5, 6, 7 days in, and you can't make a mistake.
Yeah.
Or if you do make a mistake, you have to get
must be
lucky.
luck.
You have to get lucky and kind of like let the cards, or maybe you did it against a short stack so it doesn't kill you. But it's so hard not to stay focused and not make a mistake for that long. How do you do it?
It's very, very difficult, and I guaranteed you, I I would say after playing 10 days in a row, of course you made some mistakes. Even the winner made mistakes during his journey.
True.
It's just like he was the luckiest guy over those 10,000 runners, 8,000 runners. And of course, he must play good, but you must run so hard.
Right, exactly.
Yeah. So
beat
I ran
7,000.
bad and I played even worse. So this is the killing combination.
that's what you. Yeah.
Yeah.
But you cashed it.
Yes, no, I cashed it like 3-4 times the buying. Was a good run.
That's fantastic.
But I had 50 big blinds and I really misplayed a hand. It's 2-hour levels.
Can you remember it? I can tell you can remember it.
Yeah. I raised.
Poker players never forget
No.
pivotal hands like
No,
that.
I got traumatized. I raised cutoff with 6-5 of clubs. Small blind called. Flops 5-5 deuce.
So small blind has you covered or no?
For
She went
4
out.
big blinds or 5.
4, okay.
Yeah. And so I think, okay, perfect flop.
Bingo.
Yeah.
Bingo. And I see bet 1/3 of pot. His nap calls me. I think, okay, when he's nap calling me, he's trying to show strength. Okay, turn is a jack. No flush
So
draw.
5-5 deuce, jack.
He checked. I bet 40% of pot, something like this. His nap calls me.
Okay. Still, it looks like 7s or 8s to me, but yeah.
Yeah, and river, I think it's a 3 or something like this. Yeah, 3 or 4. No, I'm not 100% sure, but it was 3 or 4. He checks, and I overbet like 120 to 130% of the pot.
Great.
Because if I have my bluffs, like ace king or even
Were there any flush draws out there?
no, I have to apply a lot of pressure, and he jams.
So he check jams the river.
So
After
check call, and
check
after
jam.
a super over bet.
Wow. So he's got like 2s or 8s basically, right? I mean 2s or jacks, right? I mean,
But so I raise cutoff, it calls from the small blind, and we are like
Yeah.
50 and 55 big blinds. 50 blinds effective. So it's
probably
tough.
not,
It's
probably
even,
not jacks.
yeah, he had jacks, but I was so blind at the moment. I was so confused because I couldn't really think, and I ended up calling. I was like, okay, this guy's low played aces or kings, and I start trying to convince myself of hands to call instead of hands not to call.
Yeah.
And I got super sticky, and I was tired also. Was by in the end of the WSOP, I was there for 2 months. I was playing every single day. It was day 4, last level. I was first time ever playing the main, so I was nervous. And yeah, I made the fishy call.
Listen, in your defense, by the way, in your defense, I've made day 4 as well of the main event. I will say that.
In your defense, David's also made fishy calls.
Thousands of them.
in your defense.
Thousands of them. No, in all seriousness.
never have.
I know how exhausting it is emotionally, physically. By the time you're in day 4 of the main event, and you're at the end of day 4, it is really, really difficult to make, the absolute best decisions. And frankly, when you raise in the cutoff, and you have 6-6-5 on a 5-5 deuce,
Rambo,
jack,
check.
4, run out,
Yeah.
you're at almost the top of your range. I mean,
Yeah,
you're
but
losing
this
to
is
pocket
those
deuces
tough-
and pocket.
Yeah, but
right
you know-
now I understand that these are those stuff laid down
Yeah.
that a professional poker player should be able to do. Also, the other guy, he was a professional player, I didn't know. And nobody wants actually to bust last level of day 4. We were, 300, 400 players deep in the competition. Nobody's making these crazy bluffs after I overbet river 120% of the pot.
Yeah.
So it was a little lack of experience, to be honest.
I mean, that's the only part of it that I would agree with in the sense of once your sizing of your bet on the river.
So polarized.
Right,
that
you either have a monster
or
nothing.
and he's
The fact that he check raised that is
yes. I made a horrible size for him to be bluffing.
I'm not even sure if he check raises deuces.
Yeah, probably not. I mean, probably yes.
He might, but he might
yeah.
not. I mean, when you
I don't know.
overbet, if you bet smaller, then he probably does. But if you
Yeah.
bet that large, he might not. I don't know.
He might not exactly. So it was a combination of factors, and Taught me a lesson. Study more.
Tough lesson, right?
Yeah. Go get better.
How much fun is the main event, though?
It's awesome. It's literally the best poker tournament ever. It's the best poker tournament of the year because even though it's a $10,000 buying, it is very soft. And it's the only chance you have to win $10 million.
Yeah, and it's such a fun event. And if you want to win your way into the World Series of Poker main event, 888poker is going to give you that opportunity. This year we're offering a mega. Do you know what a mega package is? That's big. Mega
That's big, yeah.
package. It's worth $15,000. It's a buy into the Crazy Eights. Vivian Saliba, by the way, very fond of the Crazy Eights, as she finished 4th last year in the Crazy Eights. You get that. You get a seat to the main event. You get flights. You get 12 nights accommodations. Online qualifiers start soon, only on 888poker, and the steps start from 1 penny. You can qualify for a penny.
That's amazing. Last year we had a qualifier that reached the final table.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Yeah, he won $1 million or 1.5. I think he won $1
So
million.
he qualified for like $100
Yeah,
and won $1 million.
yeah.
It's like a real thing. It's not like just a theoretical idea.
I forgot his name now, but he's from UK.
John Million. So weird. And he won $1 million. It's like the weirdest thing. I don't know his name.
Yeah, I could figure it out.
Yeah, okay. He was big at the time.
Doniar somehow missed everything. Had a flush draw, had a straight draw, misses everything. Is going to have to try to bluff out the Israeli Ron here. I believe it's Ron Shahar.
Just Ron Million. No.
Yeah, Ron Shahar from Israel.
Sorry, I might be tired. Isn't busting the main event like the worst feeling?
It was pretty bad, especially because I misplayed.
Ron might call this. Every draw missed. See if he can sniff this one out. He's used his time extension. Players have 30 seconds stacked on their hand. If they need more time than that, they can use those time extensions.
Yeah, this is the kind of spot where, like, we sometimes talk about live reads. This is the kind of spot where live reads are actually quite useful because it's quite a close decision. And if he's watching,
He makes the call. What a
great
call!
Yeah.
That's fantastic.
It was a pretty easy live read. I had it.
Nick Million, guys.
That might be my favorite thing you've ever said. Just like totally nonplussed. Just, yeah, I had
It's
it.
a trivial call.
That is a fantastic call, and I mean, it was a good bluff. Wow.
Can I just say I like his sweatshirt, like the other guy.
Oh, and look at that, the confidence.
Thing is, when you check back your ace high because you have showdown value, and then all the draws miss, and then the guy bets, and you're getting a price on the call.
Yes, of course, it makes sense.
If
but
it's
they are
close, you should call probably.
They are in a super deep run, and it would be a big piece of his stack. And you must consider if you are willing to take this type of risk in such close spots, and or if you just want to, you need to pick your spots. So
For sure.
there is pressure involved. So I think
agree.
you could even get extra points on this.
Yeah, it's funny. We were talking earlier, just a few hours ago, about how, like, I'm making jokes, obviously, but commentary is so easy because poker is so easy from the sidelines.
Yeah.
It's such a different game
When you're
when
there.
you're in it.
Yeah,
It's so tough.
all the emotions, the
Right.
tiredness.
And then what you said as well, in your hand, like the second guessing is horrible. When you you have like some instincts that you're thinking this way, and then you start kind of rationalizing the other way, and like
Yeah.
it's hard to see clear truth of the situation, I think.
Yeah, and let's say he makes the wrong call, he will be so upset, and this will affect all his future plays in the night.
Right.
And there's a lot of money involved, so you need to take in consideration all of these things.
Whereas now, He's like dancing off the ceiling, like inside. He's like, I'm the boss of poker.
I got
I'm
this.
the poker daddy.
I'm Ron Million. No, it was Ron. Yeah,
Yeah,
Ron Million.
I'm Ron Million.
Okay, I'll ask both of you this question, and I'll ask people in the chat as well. If you could choose between an amazing value bet, like super thin, awesome value bet, a great bluff, or a great hero call, all of which you make chips in, you win the hand, which would you prefer? Like, what's the sexiest, in your opinion?
Not the amazing call. Not this one for sure. Nah,
Ron just got there, by the way. Look at that.
That
Must be
ma-
nice.
that
He's
amazing
running
call.
good.
Yeah.
Come on. Oh, yeah.
He's here. He's here every Saturday, folks.
Yeah, there's nothing you can do. Me, it's the super thin value bet.
I
And
would.
that's because you, that's like the really high level poker thinking when you make the super thin value and then they pay you off and you're like, okay, I own you.
Right, and you flip over like third pair, like
Yeah.
it's the
and
nuts.
they paid you off, and that's the biggest feeling of like owning somebody's game that you ever get, I think.
I would get the amazing bluff.
Yeah, but that's because you like blood.
You must have. I don't know. I would use a bad word. You must have a lot of courage. And
That one.
I think it says a lot about somebody's personality in terms of which one they prefer. It's funny. So you said the super thin value bet. They're all, by the way, they're all awesome.
They're all
They
awesome.
are.
They're all a good feeling.
Those are the three reasons we play poker.
yes.
Are for an amazing value bet. You said the big bluff. For me, it's actually the hero call. Like I love, like if I can call somebody with like king high, and they're just like, you're good, and you flip over like
It's
king
an
jack,
amazing
and they're like,
feeling.
what?
It is, but I just think if you're going to these crazy spots, you're gonna be wrong so often that I don't even know if in the run it's a plus EV thing, unless you're playing a super tough field. But in live games especially, normally you have so much edge against your players that I don't know you should be embracing variance and such close spots when you can pick better situations to risk your money.
I'm going to take a mental note, by the way. If I'm ever playing with Vivian, I can bluff her because she doesn't like the hero call.
Well, you bluffed me already. We
Oh,
played
right,
cash game once. You
right.
made me fold jacks per flop.
That's true, I remember.
Yeah.
I commentated.
Your eyes must have popped out of your head when she actually folded because you're sitting there going, how are you folding jacks to Tuckman?
Yeah, you 4-betted, I don't know, 100 big blinds. Like, and it was the first time ever I never played
You
against
never played
you.
with him before. And
Yeah, this is why.
You
I
don't know
would
how-
never fold
Hey,
it.
what's he doing, everyone? What's he
Ran
doing?
million.
What's he doing? Running good.
Running good.
He should seriously get a sweatshirt made or something. He's got to brand himself.
Yeah.
Ran million, running like your mama. You know what I'm saying?
What is Ruida doing with this hoodie?
He's going
I thought it
full,
was a new player for a
he's going
second.
full hoodie.
By the way, Ruida somehow resisted the temptation to bluff.
He's a changed man. Oh, it's Ruida with the hoodie. I'm
Yeah.
sorry, I'm being like.
I didn't even
okay.
recognize him.
No, they're both in black hoodies.
We have a new chip leader at this table. 12 million for Ron. Ron Shahar from Israel. 5 different countries represented at this featured table. As you can see in the top right corner of your screen, 12 players remain out of 1,067, all of them guaranteed 9,000 euros. Let's see what everybody else's what's favorite play is. You want a hero call, you want a bluff, or do you like the super thin value bet? I think there is something cool about, though, if you can bet with like third pair, and they
So, funnily enough, like this reminds me of one of the years I played the main event, and I sat down, and there was an empty seat next to me, and played for about half an hour, and then this kid sit in this empty seat. So, like, he was a young Asian kid, so immediately I'm like slightly worried. I'm like, what is this? Like, I'm like, I would need CID. He was that young.
Wait a second. You
Yeah.
judged me when you judged me when I judged Claudio by his looks.
Can I tell the story? I said I'm worried. I didn't say I'd formed a strong and immovable conclusion based on ageist views. So I'm worried. Anyway, like literally about 40 minutes into the day, he value bets third pair on the river against this guy, like, and gets paid. And I'm like, okay.
Are you sure it was a value bet, or maybe he was just bluffing better?
And so I'm like, okay, let's hope he's just that's
Value bet.
random.
Clueless.
Yeah.
So I go to him, is that a blocking bet? Because I'm just trying to find out like what his level is. And he looks at me in absolute disgust and he's value, man. Like that. I'm like, oh God.
You're like,
So-
I'm avoiding that guy.
So it's like the World Series of Poker main event and I've pulled the guy who's value betting third pair on my immediate left. I had a little cry. Anyway, he played in really big games in Macau and he was awesome.
Yeah.
So actually, it was a crappy seat draw, but I really enjoyed my day because I watched him play. He was like seriously good.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's what, if you're like trying to get a good read on people early in a tournament, if you see them value bet well, for me, that's like a tell they know what they're doing.
Of course. It's very difficult. Many players, they miss out thin value and they're just scared and they want to be check raised. They just check back. So it's true.
This is my number one topic, Vivi. I bang on about it.
Claudio betting here, 650,000 with the best hand, with a pair of sevens. Denara has the 8 of hearts.
We just had some people laughing
Actually, I'm
at
sorry,
us because
Ruida
we're in a
actually bet this.
staircase. It's not our fault we're in a staircase.
Denara finally finds a fold, back over to Ruida. I don't think Claudio's the folding type. We'll see what the river brings, though.
Check. Check.
Check, check. Ruida shuts down. Claudio's going to win that one. He's up to 8.3 million chips. Yeah, there have been many times in my commentary career where I've commentated on somebody and somebody makes a bet and I don't know. I'm watching it. I see the cards and I don't know if it's a value bet or a bluff. And I'm always wondering, I'm like, do they know? There's one particular moment I was watching Lonnie Harwood play at the World Series of Poker many years ago. Lonnie Harwood's one of the best poker players out there, female or not, I don't care. But the fact that she's female, she's certainly one of the best women out there right now. Anyway, so Lonnie Harwood, she had a pair of aces with a 9 kicker, and triple barreled it. And I'm sitting in the booth, and I'm like, she got somebody with ace-jack to fold. She got Jean Jouan to fold ace-jack. And I'm sitting in the booth trying to figure out, I'm like, okay, is she just value owning herself? And does she not know where she's at? Because at this point, I didn't know who she was yet. And I talked to her about it afterwards. She's like, no, I bet, and then I had a feeling on the turn that I was definitely behind him. But she's like, I was going to bomb river and get him to fold a better ace than me because I knew he had a 1-pair hand. And I was like, wow, what a boss. When I see players turn good but not great hands into bluffs, that gets my respect a lot. Because most players, when they have like a good but not great hand, are kind of content to get the showdown.
It's true.
They're like, oh, okay, I got something. I can just get the showdown. But when you see that, you're just like, you tip your hat and you go, wow, what a play.
Yeah, I think just most players, they try to play against a range than trying to actually guess what your opponent's hand is. So when you have enough value, you just are more likely to check or to pay. But players who have this feeling and this reading instinct, and they're so good at it, makes such a big difference. When you really know your opponent's card.
Right, it's not a matter of like, so what range did you think he was on?
No,
No, I knew he had ace-jack. I knew it was the ace of spades and the jack of diamonds.
No,
specifically.
this person's cheating, but it's just like you see sometimes people making crazy reads, and there are some particular people that are very good at it. It's and skill. They're good at reading people also.
The point I always make to people is that nobody spends enough time working on value bets because they're not sexy. But it's like the number one way that the average poker player can add more money to their bottom line is to work on their value betting, because they miss so many spots.
It's extremely important.
And like if you think, so in the book that I've bought you, David Tuckman, he bangs on about this, and he's absolutely right. If you think about the value of a value bet on the river, so in an average pot, like let's say an average pot is, I don't know, 20 big blinds by the river, and a value bet is something like 12, 14 big blinds. That is a huge amount of value to miss if you
We've got a 16 million chip pot, by the way.
Ooh.
Just like that.
Yeah. Claudio moved all in on the button with ace-jack. Pablo woke up with queens, called off. Remember, the blinds are at 175, 250. This is a, what, more than 30 big blind shove.
Let's see if it pays off.
Yeah, I mean, this is, what, 56 big blinds in there? 60 big blinds?
Claudio has a weakness for suited cards. It's like my weakness for apple pie and vanilla ice cream.
But
He just can't resist a suited ace. He loves it.
But of course, it's a plus EV value jam. Like, he has ace-jack from the button.
It's true.
He makes money making this play.
It's a pretty big shove, though. I mean, 33 bigs.
Yeah, but I think it's okay. You're gonna miss out the flop so many times, and it's bad to play post flop against the big blind.
But you're almost never getting called, right? Like if you run the so rarely getting called.
No, I'm not saying I would jam. I'm just saying he makes money making this money.
Yeah,
this
I'm agreeing.
jam.
No, I'm agreeing. I'm agreeing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm saying it definitely makes money.
Claudio looking for an ace on the river. Otherwise, I'm not sure if he's eliminated or not. It's super, super close. Based on the triangle, it looks like Pablo is actually the one who's covered. But we will get word of this right now because Claudio is getting up. It looks like he believes he is out.
Oh, he's like my favorite.
And looks how crazy it is. He's the guy, Pablo, who had jacks when Claudio called ace-9.
Yeah.
So now it
Right.
inverted the situation. Now he's out.
And Pablo's got 17 million.
So this is what I talk about picking your spots, like especially when there's so much money involved.
Yeah, Pablo picked the spots. He had jacks and queens. He goes, okay, these are easy spots to
Yeah,
pick.
ace-9 is a high variance call. You don't need to make this call.
I mean, listen, I have no doubt from a mathematical perspective, shoving ace-jack of diamonds
It's a good thing.
is you're making money. I know if
Yeah.
you shove the button on that. That said, nobody can convince me that it's the best play from the button,
No, I don't think it's the best play.
especially when you consider ICM.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just like ICM suicide because you can. It's 33 bigs. I mean, you can raise. You can.
Yeah, but
there's so
there's
many
no-
things you can do.
Yeah, ICM's not really a thing.
Yeah. No, I completely
It's
agree
not,
with
at
you.
this stage, it's not a big thing.
But at the same time, for let's say it is a less experienced player, he only every time you have to make a decision, you take the risk of making bad decisions or worse decisions. So when you just go all in, if you're not too good, maybe it's the best play because then you don't take the risk of making bad decisions on the streets
I mean,
to come.
Claudio's not out.
No?
good. How much has he got? Like 2 chips.
He's got like 175,000.
I mean, you got to bear in mind we're watching a pot where he got called by queens. I mean, like
I've made
There's-
miracles
he's
when...
not going to.
No, and by the way, and even when he got called, he was still 30% to win the pot.
Right.
Yeah, of course.
I
yeah.
get it.
I get it too. It's jack suited. It's a good hand.
Eugene says Claudio was so exhausted he wanted to quit. I still go back to my further point. I think Claudio was trying to figure out a way to win this tournament before 2 in the morning.
Can be. Maybe he has a fight to catch.
More power to his strong right arm. Yeah, maybe he has work.
Right. He's just like, hey,
Yeah.
I don't want to be here till 6 in the morning with these kids.
I've won tournaments that I was down to 1 chip, and this is a true story. And my deep run in the Crazy 8, when we were like 1,000 players left, I was down to 2 big blinds.
Wow.
And this was second level of the day or first level, and I finished the day on the chip lead.
It's a great lesson.
Yeah.
Never give up. Never
give
away.
up. Pick your spots.
600.
He's all in.
Let's go, Claudio.
He's nice. I'm rooting for him.
Me too, 100%.
This is actually not a terrible spot, by the way. A lot of people are thinking, well, why would you go all in when somebody is already all in behind you? By going in this spot, he actually gets it more likely to be heads up. You know what I mean? It's more likely to be a heads up because the big blind is not always going to call this now.
Yeah.
If he were to just move all in, then he's got to deal with the small blind calls, the button calls, and he's got to beat 4 players. So I don't hate it. Unfortunately, Pablo just has jacks again. So
But also he has 1 big blind.
yeah, that's what I mean. It's not like he has 6.
Yeah.
Pablo.
Also, we're not allowed to know what his cards are. How can we root for him if we don't know what his cards are? Yeah, Pablo's on fire.
Yeah.
You kind of wanted to just have an overcard at least, right?
He wants to finish the business.
1-6.
Now, because of the antes now, because of the big blind ante, you actually have a chance to really leverage that 1 big blind.
Yeah.
You can actually like quintuple up. I think has Pablo 3-bet this or no? No, he moved all in. So Pablo has moved all in. He has decided to wager all of his chips. I would imagine Ruida will fold this. Wait, no, Pablo just called. So Ruida raises to 600,000. Claudio calls for less, obviously, and now Pablo just calls with jacks.
If Claudio doesn't have 6-4, there's no justice in the world. Well, we're not allowed to know what he has. Secret.
It's a good sweat.
It's a good sweat.
Yeah. Hope he had 4s.
Absolutely.
Bet 2 million.
There's a bet from Pablo. Ruida gets out of the
Here we
way.
go.
Cards are on their back. Let's see what they have. Ace. Wow, he had a real hand. Ace what? Ace queen?
It's Jack.
How many jacks are in this deck?
This seems bad.
King.
It seems
to give
unfair.
a little sweat.
Yeah.
Ace 9 versus jacks. Ace jack versus queens. And now ace jack versus jacks. I feel like he should win one of these.
If maths means anything.
Right?
King.
Ace from space.
Yeah! Here we go. Now we're working. Everyone on the Claudio bus. Woot, woot.
Yeah, you've said it. Nick and I have seen crazier things as well. We've seen players
Yeah.
come back from a half big blind. So
Yeah. You must keep your head up.
some people in the chat wondering why the eliminated player is still getting cards. He was not eliminated. They were extremely close in chips, and when they counted it down, it turned out Claudio still had 175,000 chips. So he had Pablo covered by just a little bit, and he has now added probably about 800,000 chips to his stack.
So 3-4 big ones.
Hey, one more double up, he's back in it.
Yeah.
Of course, Vivian Saliba, Brazilian superstar, 888 poker ambassador. She finished 4th in the Crazy Eights last summer. Great poker player. And the funny thing is, No Limit's not even your game. You're a better PLO player.
Yeah, this
That's your
is
bread
true.
and butter, right?
Yeah, it is true. Of course, I try to study a lot of no limit hold'em tournaments because this is where the big money is, and I try to improve. I would say I'm a little decent.
Didn't you finish, I want to say, 12th in the 10K PLO event a few years ago?
11.
11th in the
Yeah.
10K PLO. For any of you who don't know, the World Series of Poker, the 10K PLO is one of the toughest fields. I mean, it's a really, really difficult field.
Yeah.
And to finish 11th in that is pretty phenomenal.
I didn't know you'd done
Yeah.
that. That's really good.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. It was so painful when I busted.
So you're like really like 1 or 2 hands away from possibly getting top 3, right?
Top 3?
I'm saying like you're just at that point, it's like just 1 or 2 hands. The difference between making good money and making amazing money.
Yes, and I lost cheap lead pot with top set on the flop.
Oh, no.
Like the nuts.
Oh,
so
my
it
God.
was very, very painful, and
All you're doing is reliving pain.
yeah.
Sorry to bring
Let's
it
talk
up
about
again.
happy times.
No, but when I busted now on the in 4th, I was so happy. So this is how my mindset changed, because I thought, okay, every time I bust close to the final table or I just don't win the tournament, I'm gonna be upset. But no, now I take it very good, and I just understand only one person will be 100% pleased and happy, and
Which is crazy.
it's just normal. You should be happy with whatever you take.
You noticed that yesterday, Nick, when Vivian was eliminated with queens to kings in just a
Yeah.
ridiculous fashion. I mean, you're short stacked. You lose ace-6 to ace-7. For anybody who missed she was on the feature table yesterday. You know, in a spot where, you know, a lot of times it's going to get chopped. You lost half your
Yeah.
stack there. Then you pick up queens versus kings, and you're so excited. And then Nick actually even pointed out that when you got eliminated, it looked like you had just, like, won a prize. You were so happy.
Yes, I learned this is how poker works, and you're not winning 100% of hands, even with aces. It's normal that you're gonna lose sometimes, and I just accept it. It took a while, like I said. When I busted 11th, I was upset, but I learned this is poker.
I think especially if you're going to play a lot of tournaments. Like if you're going to play a lot of tournaments, you've got to be so even with your emotions.
Yeah, I get upset, and of course I wasn't happy because I bust, but I don't let it just devastate me anymore.
Right.
It's normal. It's part of the thing.
Doesn't ruin your day.
If you're always going to be sad when you're eliminated, you're going to be a very miserable person
It's true.
because you're going to bust 80% of tournaments you play without cashing it.
Also, it's like there's two things. First of all, when people bust, they forget all of the lucky breaks they got to get deep
Yeah.
immediately, like getting dealt a big hand or getting like whatever. And then the second thing is they forget about their expectation. Like if you buy into a tournament, if you're the best player in the tournament, you probably got like maximum 200% ROI,
Yes.
right? And then you go deep and you finish like 12th or something, and you pick up, I don't know, 40 times or 4,000 times ROI. But people are like, oh my god, I wanted first. Yeah, well, of course you wanted
Of course
first,
you
but
won, and you're so close.
you had a good
but
tournament. What can you do?
Yeah, it's just poker.
I don't know what's going on, folks, at home. I think it's
No,
only going
I-
to take
I-
a couple of minutes, though.
I don't know what's going on.
Apparently, we're doing some sort of a chip count. Okay, so they're doing some sort of a chip count. Apparently, there might have been a dealer error, so they're going to count the chips and kind of figure this out. I'm curious to see how that's going to be fixed after the fact, but we'll see. Tiago Pereira has tweeted in, says, always believe when you have a chip in a chair, hashtag pray for Claudio.
Pray for Claudio.
See if we can get that trending.
We're on the Claudio bus, man.
See if we can get that trending. Pray for Claudio.
That was very funny what you said, by the way, David, when you said we're going to see if there's been an error. I don't know what we do if there has been an error. Like, it's like, what do we do? It's nothing. Yeah, there was an error. Yeah, something's wrong. Anyway, let's carry on.
Right, I mean, like generally, it's like, okay, yeah, there was an error 31 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Then what?
Somebody's got 500,000 chips too many. Never mind.
I'm not sure if this is a universal rule, but at least in Brazil, I learned that you have till the end of next hand to point it out somewhere. Or the before the next hand is dealt, to point it out an error, enabled to be fixed. Otherwise, it's just gone.
Well, yeah, because otherwise, different players' stacks affect
It
what
changes
players do. Because then you can make
everything,
the
yeah.
argument, be like, well, he was supposed to have 2.3 million and not 1.7, and you can go, well, if I thought he had 2.3 million, I don't shove.
Yeah,
You know? I
it
mean-
changes everything.
I mean, are they going to tell Claudio that he's actually eliminated now?
Ooh, that would be crazy.
I mean-
What to do? I don't know.
There has been an unacceptable amount of faffing at the feature table. Do you have this word in America? Faff?
I don't, but I can imagine what it is. I mean,
Yeah, it
probably.
means hassle, low-level hassle
Yeah.
and stress. Faff. There's been a lot of faffing.
Take your seats.
Take your
please.
seats.
Why he doesn't have a patch in his back?
Yeah, they took it off.
Bad branding, saturation.
Bad branding.
By the way, the XL Blizzard coming up right around the corner, February 6th to the 16th. 34 tournaments, nearly 1.5 million guaranteed. Buy-ins range from $5.50 to $320. The main event is February 16th, $250 buy-in tournament. Guarantee of $500,000, and I can guarantee you that there will be satellites running around the clock for that. Viv, will you be playing in those?
Sorry.
XL Blizzard.
Yeah, of course.
Do you stream while you play or no?
No, I never done it.
I was actually considering, I was thinking if I could, during one of these great 888 poker series, whether it's the XL Blizzard or something else, if I could, I would have to go somewhere else and rent a house or whatever it would be, like maybe an Airbnb type thing, and then play on 888 and also stream. I think that might be fun.
Of course.
You know?
Yeah, I would watch you.
We can get like a stream house. We could all be in the same house. That'd be amazing. I just think it would be a lot of fun, you know?
It
Kind of stream
would.
that out and have fun with it. And but you never thought about streaming?
I thought about it. I wasn't living in a .com area for a while, so I
Right.
couldn't do it. Now I moved to Austria. I need to check legislation things to see if it's able to stream. People think it's easy, but there's a bunch of things you need to be sure before you do all of this.
And of course, you've got to make sure that the I's are dotted, the T's are crossed, and all that good stuff.
Yeah, and maybe I will start doing it. It is in the back of my mind.
Get a little blind on blind here. Queen 8 versus Queen 4, nothing for either player. Normally, I would think that's going to favor the chip leader, but Ruida is in position, but that's going to go bet fold, and we're on back up to 12 million. Ruida had on the 5.5 million. When we started our stream with 18 players, he had 17 million chips. Just nothing has gone his way today.
He still has 20 big blinds, but when you're so deep and you have, I don't know, 80, 100 big blinds, and then you go to 20, it's such a bad feeling. You feel like now you're super stuck and you're so short stacked, but this is not true. So you always should try to focus on how much you have, forget how much you had.
Kenneth Toussaint asking if this is live. It is, my man. We are live here in Madrid. Vivian Saliba alongside me in the commentary booth for 888 Live Madrid. Our next stop is Bucharest. We'll be there in 7 weeks.
Yes.
Wonderful venue. Really good poker. Great cash games around the clock. You can check it out.
Excited about it. I've been to Bucharest only once, 2 years ago, and it was very nice.
Like a couple of great restaurants right in the casino, remember?
So I've been to, I think, a different venue than where this will be. Do you know the name of the hotel and the casino?
I don't off the top of my head.
I think it changed.
Okay.
I'm not 100% sure.
But the one you went to
It was
the
amazing.
Yeah, the restaurant was great. And
Yeah, I was so surprised.
Ruida all in for... Whoa! Claudio's just like, yeah, whatever. I'm not folding, man. I don't care what you have. Ace-Queen versus 6-5. Well, Claudio has live cards. Can he survive again? This pot, by the way, is 2.6 million. If he does survive, he's up to 10 big
He's
blinds.
back to the game, yeah.
Can it hold? Alexandro Pochvitsky says it's the Intercontinental Hotel. Thank you.
Yeah.
You're right.
It's true. So it's going to be my first time there, but I heard amazing things. I'm so excited.
So 2.6 million in there. Ruida, he really needs this pot as well. I mean,
Yes.
the remaining 12 players all guaranteed 9,000 euros.
He seems worried.
He does, doesn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Well, he shouldn't be worried. Ace-8 deuce,
The
rainbow.
safe flop.
That's about as good as it gets. And
Yeah,
Claudio is
that's
drawing
it.
dead. It's been a good ride. Hashtag pray for Claudio.
Yeah.
No longer.
No.
Hey, it was a great ride for him. You know, I mean,
It was.
he got really unlucky. I mean, he moves all in with ace jack of diamonds, and to walk into queens there.
This was bad luck, for sure.
Unfortunately, his ride is over. He finishes in 12th place. He'll take home 9,000 euros. Ruida wins a nice little pot there. He's up to about 7 million. And we are now 11-handed. Once again, Bucharest, just 7 weeks from now. Make sure you join us. Beautiful Eastern European city in Romania. About like, I mean, you've got Dracula's castle nearby. It's kind of cool.
I really want to do it this time. It was so cold, but now I learned to appreciate the winter.
Ovidio Apostol says that Ron Shahar, who is from Israel, who's Israeli, apparently lives in Romania, by the way. Now, I cannot confirm or deny that, but I see no reason why Ovidio would lie to me.
Yeah, I don't see any reason either.
So thank you for the information.
Yeah, so maybe I'm going to play against him there.
Blinds are now 150,000, 300,000. Price of poker going up. Levels are 40 minutes long. Normally, our day 2 and day 3 are hour-long levels, but because of our turnout, and I believe there's a law in Madrid where the casino has to close at 6 in the morning.
Oh, yeah?
I believe so. I'm not 100% sure, but that's what I had heard the first day, and that's part of the reason why the turnout was so good for this, 1,067 entries, that they decided to make the levels 40 minutes long.
Yeah, but as we start with so many chips, they still have a lot of big blinds. So the structure is still good even with 40-minute levels.
Yeah, for sure. Ron with King 10 here. He's got the 10 of diamonds. Pablo with a pair of 5s. Normally out of the big blind, you expect him to come along for the ride if he has one pair. 3 diamonds out there. I think folding would have been reasonable. He decides to call, though.
Yeah, it's tricky to play this hand.
It's easier when you have the chip lead, though, right?
It is. But also you don't want to miss the spot.
Check, check. Ron does not get there. And suddenly it's Pablo who is running hot as the sun. And Ron gives up. Oh, no, he called a time. Sorry. He called for time.
I think he will bluff. Let's see how much he's going
Yeah, you
to
really
bluff.
want to put some pressure on a pair of 8s. No, he's going to give up. Yeah, he knew it. He said, I know you're weak. Just couldn't pull the trigger.
Almost. Would have been a beautiful one.
Yeah, he could have repped the queen as well, you know?
Yeah. 10-9 got there. There are a few, and he has a 10.
Missed opportunity, you think? I mean, obviously we can see the
Yeah,
cards, but let's say you couldn't see the cards.
He's never winning the hand when he checks, and once his opponent check twice, check call and check, you can feel some weakness, so I would like a bluff there, yeah.
Take a look at the chip count here. Pablo now up to 19 million or 62 big blinds. Nobody else particularly deep, but Ron is comfortable at 35 big blinds. Daniar is our short stack with just 12 big blinds, gentleman from Kazakhstan. 11 players continue in this journey for 150,000 euros.
And a package.
I want to welcome all of you to the chat. 88 Dogster, Lawsome, Edward, Gabriela, Luca, Alexandru, Obidu, Kenneth, Thiago, Nacho. Thank you so much for being here, joining us on this journey. Nick Wealthall, Vivian Saliba alongside me. I'm David Tuckman for 888 Live Madrid. There's about 100 million chips in play. So Pablo in very good shape right now. He's got about 20% of the chips in play total.
It's a good feeling to be in such a deep run.
It's funny, being a poker player and primarily a cash game player, I don't get to play a ton of tournaments during the year, but the few tournaments that I've played that I have made deep runs in, there's something about it. There's nothing more fun than making a deep run in a poker tournament. It's just amazing. And I know you play cash games too. And yeah, you win, you lose, but it's like getting a deep run in the tournament is just so exhilarating.
For me, a good representation of this, what would make me feel these butterflies on the stomach is when I see those huge poker rooms full of tables, and then suddenly you look to your side and there is 4 tables and then 2 tables, and suddenly you're on the final table. It's just surreal.
I remember I was playing like a $300 rebuy in LA one time, and I had this short stack. I came back for day 2, and it's a short stack, and I'm like, okay, well, I don't know if I'm going to be able to, ladder myself up. And I'm just like figuring, okay, I'll play good poker, be patient. And I guess, one orbit goes by, and then I steal the blinds and antes, another orbit goes by, another orbit goes by, I win a small pot. And I look around, and we'd come back from day 2 with 55 people. Out of a starting field of like maybe 500. And I look around and there's like 17 left, and I'm like, what?
Ooh, what happened here?
Yeah, Donnie R all in here with
what?
the ace-7 as we welcome Nick Wealthall back in the booth.
He had that conversation about Ruida, like, would he sit tight when he loses chips? No. He's going to find a hand and put his chips in. I'm not saying it's bad, I'm just saying, he's gonna go for it.
This is 10 bigs. Blinds now 150, 300. 5 high flop. Not much there for Ruida. He does have a backdoor heart draw.
These are 2 of the stars of our show. We're going to lose one, or cripple one.
And Donnie R is going to double up. The ace on the turn, clinching it for him. In fact, actually a 4 would have chopped it, but that did not come. 6.9 million. 3.8.
3.8.
Yeah, he eliminated Claudio.
Yes, I saw that Claudio wasn't here. I didn't want to say anything. I don't want to further intrude on the sadness.
Donnie R is going to... this has been strange. This has taken a lot more time than I've ever seen it needed to take. Did you notice that early on in the tournament?
They're taking a lot of time to count it out, the chips?
Yeah.
No.
No, okay. Maybe it's just here then.
Nothing that caught my attention.
Take a look at our new leaderboard. Pablo still pacing the field with nearly 20% of the chips total. Ron comfortable with 35 big blinds. Donnie R now with 22 big blinds. And now it's Ruida with just 12 big blinds.
I think dealers are nervous. They don't want to make any mistakes on TV table
Oh,
as well.
of course.
They're
These dealers are
tired.
great. I mean, they do such an amazing job.
So they just want to make sure. I would. I would try to make sure every single hand.
So 5 on our feature table, 6 on the outer table. We generally combine at 9 here on the 888 Live Tour, so we'll have 2 tables of 5. I'm a strong advocate for that, by the way. I hate the combining at 10 thing.
Definitely.
Yeah.
10-handed poker is awful. In all circumstances.
It's happening all the time. Have always queen.
Yeah, I'm vehemently against, by the way. I can't stand, when a tournament series is so popular and people turn out, obviously that's great news. But I hate when they do day 1 like 10-handed.
Yeah. It's painful.
It's not poker. You look down at ace-jack offsuit in early position, you're like, yeah, this is a muck. I can't call this. It's 10 people.
Yeah, it makes a big difference. It's 12% more people. So is Marco's... I want to get to the big issues of this tournament. Is Marco's hat like an actual hat? Is it like a hip-hop thing, like a young person thing that I don't understand? Or is it like a cushion cover that he found that he wears as a hat? Because it seriously looks like like a scatter cushion.
I assume you're asking Viv, because you're not asking me for what's young and hip, are you?
I mean, I think even Viv's too old for this headgear.
Are you calling me old?
No, too old for this particular headgear, he's
Particular
saying.
headgear.
Are you calling me old?
I'm saying you're in your prime, like you're at the peak. Don't look at me like that.
Are you being sarcastic? Are you calling me old?
No, I never called you old. Don't fight on the air.
Oh, just let's
I didn't call
Okay,
you
well,
old.
let's-
look,
let's-
at her little,
let's-
look at her little face. I
let's
didn't
go to the
call you old.
let's focus on what's going on here. Look at the bottom
Look,
right corner of your
him,
screen.
him.
The hat. What do we think of the Italian's hat? What is that? Is it a real hat? Is it a thing? He's
It's
saying.
like Santa, but black.
No, but is it a
But
thing?
is it a thing that we don't understand because we're too old? Is the point?
Or is that just something
Or
you
is that
found off
just
the
Nothing
clip?
I understand.
Okay, that's fine. That's
Maybe
good.
somebody
That's
can
good
let us-
enough. That's good enough for me. If a young person like Vivian is saying is saying it's not a thing,
Maybe somebody can let us know.
but it could
in
be
the chat.
like it could be like his thing, right?
Can be
Or
his
it could
thing,
be
of
like
course.
some massive hip hop trend that I have no awareness of.
Maybe it's his lucky item. You know, I wouldn't take it off either.
Is it a pair of shorts that he's got?
Oh, okay. Christian Zecchi, by the way, from Poker News, who does an amazing job. He's the only reporter here, by the way, on the floor. Everything you read on Poker News is all Christian, and he's so good at what he does.
He's a machine.
He has. He tweeted me. He always gives me some information. Ron is indeed. He is Israeli. He does live in Romania. He speaks the language. And by the way, he was on the final table in Bucharest before.
Oh.
I mean, it's obvious the guy can play.
Yes.
Thank you, Christian.
Not just the Ron good. Seriously, I'm going to keep doing it. There's nothing. No one can stop me. What? So I have this thing where, like, these headphones cause me a problem. Anything causes me a problem in my head with, like, my head is, like, I have a hot head, generally. I couldn't wear this thing for, like, more than 2 minutes. I'd be like, get it off, get it off, get it off. He's comfortable in it.
Yeah.
I think it looks super comfortable. I would wear one of those.
It does.
You wouldn't get hot? I get so hot.
It doesn't look that thick to me.
It's like a sheep.
Yeah, it's open at back.
Oh, yeah, that's true. It's got ventilation. It's got a through.
He thought about it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe it was too hot and then he made a cut.
Andrea Galan asking for a payout. You want a payout? I'll give you a payout. Give me a second.
Sounded so Italian American. There's your payout. Up there. There's your payout. Kiss this payout.
The remaining 11 players all guaranteed 9,000 euros. If you make ninth place, you make the final table, you get 11,200. First place, 150,000 euros. How's that?
That was a payout.
There you go, Andrea. So yeah, our next two casualties will each take home 9,000.
Doesn't feel like enough, does it? It's a lot of work. 1,000 people. 1,000 people, like 3 long days, 9,000 is not
It is
enough.
still
It's only an 888
amazing.
euro buy-in.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I want 150,000.
Yeah.
Despite everything I said earlier about expectation, despite all of that,
Yeah.
Well,
I no longer believe that.
At this point, right? At this point, you're a couple of coin flips away from 45,000, 70,000, 105,000, of course 150. Yeah,
Yes.
losing at this point has to be really painful.
It's
It is. It's
definitely-
bittersweet.
Definitely
But you
bittersweet. Definitely
should
bittersweet.
try to be thankful and happy still. I know it's not easy, but
You
it's
know what?
very
Fuck your
important.
thankful bullshit, okay?
No, but
David Tuckman.
Leave your positivity at the
David
door,
Tuckman.
Vivian
it
Saliba.
helped me because I used
Sorry.
to be very sad.
I got excited. I'm kidding,
and,
obviously.
And now I take it well, and I think it's part of the game. You need to accept it. It's just how it works.
No, it is. It's just still painful.
It is difficult, and I'm not saying I'm jumping around when I bust, but it's part of the thing.
Pablo in the small blind with 18 million.
Ooh, sweet.
It's his the players on the right, on his left, who's going to. I assume if his opponent on the right has less, on his left has less than like 22 big blinds, you just shove. Yeah, why didn't he just shove all in?
Yeah, you should shove for sure. Ooh.
Well, maybe that's why. I assume you're calling, right? Ace-9, this is a snap, like fist bump. Like, awesome.
I don't know.
It's not a great feeling.
It's a snap fold.
Yeah. Someone's mad. Yeah. He should have jammed, but it's not a great feeling to call his 9 off, even though it's the right thing to do.
Not a great feeling, David.
Yeah, I just don't like the limp. He limped, right?
No, he raised.
He raised.
He made a small raise.
Small raise, yeah. I don't like the pre-flop, his initial
It's
play.
just so easy to shove, right? And then you can't be wrong.
Especially right now, so close of the ridiculous amount of money, people will make extremely tight folds.
Definitely.
Like his opponent might fold 5s, 4s, 6s.
It's 20.
he
It was
will feel
21 big
bad.
blinds, right?
Yeah, he should be jamming pre-flop, open jamming. But once he min raised, it's not a great feeling, I must say.
Wow.
I think Ruida is a great night out. Like, I think if you went on a night out with Ruida, you would really know you'd been on a night out.
You think he's fun?
Yeah. Like,
I thought you were going to be like, I think Ruida is a great lay.
Player,
I don't know.
whatever. Like,
I'm finding that harder to judge from here.
yeah.
He's a great. He looks like fun. Yes.
I can't judge. I can never judge that until I've seen someone on the dance floor.
Are you a dancer?
100%. Like,
Nick was actually
Big
voted.
wine.
You didn't know this?
No.
Nick was on a dance show in England, in the UK, and he was voted top 10 swing dancer in the UK.
let's say that's true. That could be true. I could be that.
Could you?
Yeah. I've got, seriously. I mean, not right now. I'm tired, but like another day.
Back in the day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, now. You're saying I'm old?
No, I'm not saying you're old.
Lawrence
I'm
Bren
just saying
says.
you're old for this.
Lawrence Bren, by the way, loves Vivian's attitude. Quote unquote. Don't worry, be happy. Word Up says you have to play to win.
Go for it. Yeah.
All good stuff there. There's our Israeli Romanian Ron, Ruida, Pablo. I just can't fathom. I can't fathom like min raising folding ace 9
Yeah.
at this point. Like, you're the chip leader. Use your chips. Sorry.
Yes, but we.
People hate calling off. We've discussed this many times. In live tournaments, they hate those cooldowns. Like, it's like 40% of his stack and he has to call it off and he doesn't want to.
He should have open jammed. Once he raised, I actually like his fold because there is ICM involved and ace 9 offsuit is ugly. Versus an all-in situation for 22 bigs. You're not crushing many ranges. Of course, 9-7 suited you would be crushing, but still, it has 6-8 suited.
Okay, I'm assuming this is an easy call. I mean, it's a 10 big blind shove.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's 10 big blinds.
It's 10 big blinds. You have ace 9. You're dominating a lot of
I'm-
what. You're dominating all of the aces your opponent's shoving. Are you kidding me? We're going to be here till 4 o'clock in March.
David, calm down.
I'm not calm now. I'm
Wait,
losing
you
my
need-
mind.
Calm down. I'm going to turn you down.
I'm going to mute. Just mute me.
Yeah. Why don't you take a time out?
I'm taking a TO.
Take a time out and think about what's happened. Yeah? Just think about it a little bit. David Tubman is on a timeout. He'll be on the naughty step, thinking about his actions. That's it. He is on the naughty step, live. That was a call. 10 big blinds.
But it would be his
11
tournament
handed.
life, right?
No. He was all in for 10 big blinds. He's got like 20-something big blinds.
Yeah. But he wasn't less tweaked. He wasn't a small blind. Or
Yeah, he was
still
in
the
the
big
small
blind.
blind. You don't call?
I'm a neat. Like,
What did you say? Knit?
I'm neat. I'm
Knit.
tight.
Ah,
I prefer to go all in myself,
yes.
more wide,
This is what I'm saying.
than be calling with
But this is what I'm
damn
saying.
ace 9 offsuit.
This is what I'm saying. People hate calling off.
Yes.
But obviously the maths, if
Some
the maths
things
is right,
has to call off.
yeah.
Some things are close, and like I said, if you think you had an advantage against the field, I'm not the biggest fan of embracing variance when you're so deep in a tournament. Brave.
Okay, I'm back.
Good shot.
I think I'm over it.
Good.
650.
What is Rita doing here? Ooh.
He's got bottom two.
Yeah.
No action. Tiffany Michelle is going to be holding a vote on the 888 Instagram feed as to what the hat is.
Okay.
So if you'd like to participate, or if you think you know what the hat is,
Ooh.
you can go to. She says she's going to have multiple questions, interactions pertaining to hashtag the hat. So to get involved, go to 888poker_official on Instagram, and you can participate.
That's great.
Is it an urban trend? Is it a cushion cover he stole from his mum's? Is it a pair of his shorts? Is it a pet sheep he used to have and he wears the skin in his honor? What is it?
Could it? Right. What is it? That's
What
great.
is it?
Well done. You know what? Well done, Tiffany Michelle.
Yeah.
By the way, shout out to her. She works like 19 hours a day. It's ridiculous how
She's
hard
great.
she works.
She's great.
She is our social media star. And Poker News reporter. That's two of her jobs.
Well, yeah,
I think she has like 5.
She basically she had 4 jobs, and then Sarah Grant, of course, who has always been with the 888 on Poker News. Marco finally picks up kings. He's probably going to go with this one, right? He's not going to fold.
You see, he folded ace-9,
Right.
and now he has kings.
Sarah, though, we wish her the best. She's on maternity leave. Oh, well, I guess this is why you fold ace-9, right?
Yeah.
To get a better spot.
To bigger spots.
That is very unlucky for Rurita. I mean, you pick up 10s, 5-handed.
Yeah. Very unlucky.
I mean,
We don't know yet. Let's see the outcome.
right. I mean, it's unlucky for one of them no matter what,
Yes.
because the hand is going to play itself.
Yes.
And apparently, I guess there's a 10 that's dead because he only has 12%.
Oh, yikes. The Rurita train might be hitting the buffers. This is sad.
Yeah,
He's
6,
given us
jack,
a lot
ace.
of entertainment.
Yeah, I, for one, have been entertained. I truly am. So,
We're all Ruida Lin fans.
Yeah.
He looks a little sad.
Of course.
7 of hearts on the river. And the Italian, Marco D'Amico, who, by the way, was our chip leader coming into day 3, is back up to 10 million chips. And as Vivian said, pick your spots.
Yeah.
Avoid the high variance spots.
Yeah, especially so deep.
And it works out well for you anyway. So we lose the very entertaining Ruida, but we keep hashtag the hat.
They had. What is this? Card protector of Rita. What is this?
It looks like some sort of serpent.
Wait a minute, how is he not out? How far out were our counts?
No, Marco had 4.9 million and Ruida had 5.7.
Yeah.
Oh, excuse me. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Our counts are bang on.
Yeah, I think sometimes it's a little bit wrong in some big blinds. Yesterday I was watching my stream and it was a little far, but normally it's close enough.
Yeah, usually it's quite close.
So we are still at 11. And by the way, once again, our 888 live events, the main events, we do not combine at 10. So final table is our final 9 players. Final 9 players, all guaranteed 5 figures.
Woohoo!
And then those pay jumps become really serious. 11,000 for 9th, 18,000 for 7th, 32,000 for 5th, 70,000 for 3rd. And the final 2 players each will take home 6 figures. And of course, first place will take home 150,000 euros plus the mega package. No, not the mega package. Sorry, just the World Series,
Yeah.
just the main event.
Oh, I was going to do it.
But you know what? You want
Mega
listen. You want
package.
150,000. I think you can also buy yourself into the 888.
I think so. Yeah.
Buy a mega package.
Buy 10 mega package.
Buy 10 mega packages.
Nick's getting
Give
punched.
them
It's not
to
even
your
midnight.
friends. You get a mega package. You get a mega package.
You're like Oprah.
You've got a mega package.
Can I get one?
You can get a mega package.
Thanks.
Eugene joining the conversation. He says that's all because of his magic hat.
I agree.
If it is a hat, we don't know yet. We're waiting for the results.
Len Finkful, I can't pronounce the name, apologize. Says, Marco, I want a child from you.
Ooh.
Okay.
Why not?
That's one of the easiest things to achieve. 7 billion pieces of evidence that it's quite easy to do. So I wish you all the best.
Ruida, all in with King Deuce. Okay, I no longer... I'm not going to take anything for granted. I assume Marco's going to call, but who knows?
Let's get this Ruita train back on the rails.
If Ruida does call here... Ron, by the way, cannot re-raise, I don't think.
Yeah.
Nope, he cannot. So he's just going to call this. We'll see it 3 ways. Pot is 2.7 million. Diamonds? 1 diamond. Not a bad flop for Ron here, who's got a double gutter. And he hits the 10. He's going to bet here. Marco's got an open-ended straight draw with the flush draw.
Yeah, he's not folding. The question is he raising?
A raise would be pretty cool in the sense that you would never think that he's bluffing because there's an all-in player.
Yeah, it would
But it's funny
so
if you
strong.
right if you think king high is sometimes beating the other player though, you don't mind.
Ah, he's folding. What? Yeah, that's different.
Yeah, I mean he had a flush draw, he had a king high flush draw plus an
Yeah.
open-ended straight draw,
And chips to call.
and he had chips, right? I mean
yeah,
it wasn't a very big
sometimes
bet.
it's a huge chunk of your stack you don't want to risk, but yeah.
He would have missed. So there you go, results oriented.
You don't know this when, so
A results oriented
Oh,
poker.
moment of silence for Ruida's elimination.
yeah.
Okay.
It was a great run though.
Great run.
Or a great Ron.
Great run.
That's a great run. Ruida had a great run.
Okay, so 10 players left.
BMW says, what a bad move. King deuce question mark. Just so you know, Ruida had 2 big blinds.
Yeah.
He had king deuce suited. I think it was totally fine.
Yes, I agree.
So what's happening? We may be...
Well, we're at 10, but we only have
We
4
only
at
have
this
4.
table. So
We need to balance out.
we need a player. Nice little hand there for Ron.
Yesterday, I was down to 4 big blinds, and I was in under the gun 1, and I had 10-9 suited, and under the gun raised, but I decided to gamble my 4 big blinds with equity hand, kind of, because...
We saw this hand.
No, I know, but I
Oh, okay.
want to
Sorry,
explain...
yeah. Explain it then. My apologies.
Explain the interference of the big blind ante, that I had basically 2 hands to decide when to move all in because of the big blind ante. You can't just call it when you're so short stacked. So you need to go all in before your big blind. So sometimes I have 1, 2 hands to decide, and king deuce in this
Was that the hand that you got in against with jacks, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
so in these circumstances, king deuce is pretty decent.
Oh,
Because he doesn't have the whole orbit to decide. He has to move all in.
No, I mean,
This-
king deuce is, yeah, I mean, he's got suited cards, he's
Yeah,
got
yeah.
a king. And in your case as well, I mean, you had 10-9 suited.
Yeah, and I had
mean, you
2
got
hands to pick.
right, you got unlucky that you were up against jacks. I mean, a lot of times when you get called there, you're going to be up against ace king, ace queen. You're going to have live cards.
No, I didn't have fold aggro. I have 4 big blinds. I'm gonna have the whole range. Like I'm gonna have deuces. I'm gonna have ace jack. I'm gonna have ace 5. I'm gonna have everything.
Right.
So 10-9 is not so bad.
And then obviously you got lucky.
Very.
It's funny,
lucky.
you got lucky with the 10-9 versus the jacks just to get unlucky to run queens into kings. So
Yes.
poker is,
It was a good feeling.
it was fun to watch you on the stream. We were very sad when you got eliminated.
Oh, thanks.
I was sad.
The chat was sad too. They were all rooting for you.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks, guys.
No
bad.
lie.
I was rooting for myself too.
Andre Roskan says it's a Ron Shahar tournament.
Your own favorite poker player.
Yeah.
Good call. Yeah.
Four.
Oh, so we have a new player at the table.
Yeah, Gilad. That is Gilad Yam from Israel. A lot of Israelis here, actually.
Cool.
One of the things I loved about this event, there were so many players from different nationalities, and I was expecting a lot of Spanish people, but I don't know the ratio, but I would guess like 40-60%, 50-50. So many Italians and...
I agree, because like when we were in Barcelona, it's way more Spanish, I think, the feel,
Yes.
but here it was much more mixed. Definitely,
Here was very international, what is great.
for sure.
Marco not going to get involved. The weak ace.
Gran fold twos in the big blind to the other big stack.
Apparently.
I mean, feels like you could at least see if you hit a two. I mean, don't know.
So we are hand for end or what? I don't know that.
So 10 players remain. And once we lose one more, players will take a short break. We'll combine to 9.
No,
And then play it down to a winner.
Wrap this thing up.
I'd say over under, I mean, I would say maybe 2 hours and we're done.
Optimistically.
Yeah, no.
So Nick, what
Hi.
do you think of players that use hoodies and wear hoodies and sunglasses? Do you wear sunglasses when you play?
No.
What do you think of this?
I mean, I think the best reads that you can get from players are in the mouth and also in their general behavior, like if they things like looking at their chips and things like that. So sunglasses don't really change very much. The only advantage of sunglasses that I can see is that other people can't see where you're looking. Right? So you can stare at a player and they don't know they're being stared at. So that's probably an advantage, I suppose.
I think for some people might lack confidence a little bit, and I think the sunglasses make them feel more confident.
Yeah. You think they should be banned, Vivian?
I have mixed feelings towards it.
I don't think this should be allowed, actually.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
I genuinely don't think he should be allowed to do that because
Yes.
live reads are a part of the game, and he's taking away the ability to.
I have mixed feelings. Look this.
I mean, I think I think what Vogelsang does, and what's happening here, I think it's ridiculous. Just silly. It's.
Also,
I mean, you want to do that, fine.
Also, big tournaments, and even this stream, like we want to market poker as a TV product. You can't have people covering their entire face and have a good TV product. People want to see the players.
Yes. It's just like I think poker is still a social game and it's supposed to be
Agree.
entertaining. And I think this is not too friendly when you just look like this, and I think it takes a little bit of the fun part of the game. You can still take it serious and you don't have to cover your whole body.
It's just hard. I guess. I mean, it's hard to like practically police it. Like, okay, so you're allowed a hoodie, and okay, well, how much of your body can you cover with the hoodie? And I mean, I think it's clear that most people are probably look at this and think that's not okay. But
I think you could just say your face must be uncovered at all times.
So you can wear glasses?
Unless you have some kind of religious or health reason otherwise.
What about a scarf if you're cold? Scarf okay?
Well, I'm saying your face needs to be exposed at all times, so that covers everything.
Okay. So a scarf covering your neck is okay then?
Yeah, it's not your face.
Okay.
We can go through the body parts if you like.
Right.
Head, shoulders, that's not your face, not your face. Your
Well, sometimes
head,
a scarf-
your shoulders,
sometimes
not
a scarf
your
gets
face,
a little
not your
bit, like,
face,
fluffy and it can cover your chin.
Everything else isn't your face. Your face is the only thing that's your face. That's your face.
Thanks for the saying.
Nice semi-bluff by Ron, and he
Welcome.
takes that one down.
Just to help David remember in the future.
It's not your face.
Glasses, you think glasses are okay? Or no glasses?
TV tables, I wouldn't allow sunglasses.
But then it's
I'm not sure I don't.
but then
yeah, I
it's not
think,
fair with the other players that are playing other tables.
I think maybe
because then when you're in the TV table,
I
it's
think
different ruling.
I think maybe live tournaments. I think I might ban anything that covers your face.
I think so.
I think
like
Vivian's
the idea.
right from the sociable point of view. I think live reads are a part of the game, and I think you should. That's part of the test, is to be able to not give off reads.
I will say for the record, through the many years of commentary that I have seen zero correlation between somebody who covers their entire face, like somebody who does what seat 2 is doing here, as opposed to just no glasses, none of it.
Act normal. Yeah.
I've seen no correlation between like, oh, well, the guy who's covering his entire face and his eyes and his neck and his mouth, he's performing much better. I have never seen that.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, look, the best tells, the number one best tells in live poker are timing tells, and that's got nothing to do with whether you're covered
Look
or not.
this. He was literally covering his nose.
Now, in fairness, he might just be worried about the coronavirus.
Are you worried?
I'm not at all.
He hasn't
but
even covered his nose,
I'm
so he
just-
doesn't understand. He doesn't understand the basics of
You might not understand it.
catching something through the air. That's the one that goes in your mouth and your ears. Yes, yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Nick Wealthall, Vivian Saliba alongside me. I'm David Tuckman here for 888 Live in Madrid. 1,067 players started this journey, and we are down to our final 10. 150,000 euros up top. You see that Poker Barcelona in the background. We'll be there in May, one of our marquee events of the
Yay.
year. And if you've never been to Barcelona, it is fantastic. And it's really the perfect time of year to go to Barcelona.
It is. The
Weather
best
is
weather.
absolutely perfect.
The best weather.
Pablo putting a little bit of pressure on here. 3-betting Ron.
Oh, you love to see it.
Yeah, doesn't respect the button open. It's going to use that stack. Those white chips are 100,000 each.
Quite right too. Like, he should put the pressure on Ron. He's got the only stack Ron can bust to.
Yeah.
You know, Ron's not going to want to play pots with him ever. Put the hammer down.
Casey Elizabeth says, I love wearing sunglasses at the table. I stare at people a lot to get reads and figure out tells. I'd prefer them to not know I'm staring at them, so they behave naturally. 88 Dogster agrees, says, yeah, me too.
Yes, this is a very fair point. I get it. But I just don't like... So, like I said, I have mixed feelings towards it. Because I think poker should be fun and friendly and people should talk. And it's a little intimidating.
Yeah, it's so hard. I mean, it's one of those things where, practically speaking, I absolutely agree with you. And I also, like I said, I don't like this as a fan of the game, as a commentator, as a player. I don't like this. That said, I just feel like it's really hard to... It's hard to police because there are people out there that have really sensitive eyes that have to wear glasses.
Yeah.
You know? So
But
what are you going to say?
that's-
Okay, so you
that's
can wear
totally-
so you can wear glasses and you can't.
That's totally different, though.
Right, but then suddenly
Yeah.
somebody's got fake doctor notes and says, "Oh well, my eyes are sensitive."
Yeah,
and
it's tough to police.
No, but you
I
don't.
agree.
No. But hang on a second. Hang on a second. You don't make laws and rules on the premise that people will not obey and cheat. That's not why you make laws and rules. If you make a law that says you can't wear sunglasses unless you have a medical condition, then that's the rule. If some people are going to cheat, well,
Right.
that's different. That's
And then the
just
thing of
their
like, you know,
decision to
okay,
cheat.
well, I don't want you to cover your neck or your. But then the guy's like, well, I get cold though. I'm really just a cold
Yeah,
person,
maybe
so can I wear a
just
scarf?
covering your face.
I
Like,
have sorted this out. Face. Remember the little song?
I know,
Your
I just-
face is your face, not your face.
And it was a cute song, and it was a great rendition. I mean,
And-
I'm gonna listen. I'm gonna hear it in my head for
And
days.
I'm going to go to the WSOP committee and Matt Savage and all of those guys, or whoever it is.
Savage doesn't work.
I don't know who it is. They're going to sit there and they're going to listen to the little song and then they're going to go, thank you, Nick, for that presentation. Not only do we all agree with your idea, but we now can remember your idea because of the song. Thank you very much.
I can forget the song.
There you go.
Was great.
So I think we've solved something here today.
It's not your face.
Nick
not your
Wealthall,
face.
folks.
See? Head and shoulders are not your face. They're not,
Not
your
your
face. Only your face
Is your face.
your face. Your head and shoulders are
is
not
not.
your
I apologize, everybody. I'm really sorry.
So rude.
Marco wins another one. Kings were good earlier. Queens good this time. Marco up to 10 million. Donnie R at 4.8 million chips.
Because he's like a young guy and like the rest of the things that he's wearing, like they're kind of cool and they look like designery and stuff. I really think that his hat is going to be some designery thing that we don't understand. Like I really think that is what it's going to end up being.
Oh yeah.
But we don't know yet. We don't know yet.
As somebody who actually likes to wear, I like to wear beanies sometimes. You know, like the warm hats.
Oh yeah.
If that's just a recent trend, I get it because sometimes the beanie can be too hot. So if you were to give me like a little bit of air in the back of my beanie, I'd be like, that's cool.
You think so?
I think so. I mean, I don't think I could pull that off. I think I would just look like an idiot. I mean, I think I would look
You
like
think?
more of an idiot than I normally look. I'd put it that way.
Yeah.
Speaking of looking like an idiot.
Stop talking about me, Nick.
No, I'm not talking about you.
I know.
Talking about the bank robber in seat 2.
Be nice.
600.
I mean, look, come on. If you're going to dress like that, because you think it gives you an advantage, you have to take your lumps. If I went into a British casino wearing what he's
They wouldn't
wearing...
let you in. They would never
Yeah.
let you in.
No, they might let me, but they'd laugh at me constantly and make a lot of jokes.
No, but in this day and age of like, in this day and age, if you were dressed like that, they would actually, I think they'd be like, I'm sorry, sir, you cannot come in with, I mean, you can't wear a mask.
No.
You go to a casino?
I think in Amsterdam you can even wear a hat.
No, they
You
weren't.
have to have your in London you can wear a hat. Yeah.
Oh, Marco with a pair of 8s. Kind of a nice hand to check call with. I imagine Pablo will put a little bit of pressure on him. Question I really have, I mean, I think the flop here is going to be completely standard. It's going to go check, call, bet. I mean, sorry, check, bet, call. The question is, on the turn, does Pablo fire another bullet, put some pressure on an 8 or a 6? And if he does Marco relinquish? I imagine that he does.
Depends on the turn, probably. If it's-
Yeah,
Yeah. This one he might
Maybe
call.
not, right.
Yes.
that's not exactly a good bluff card.
Yeah. A 6 he might call. An ace he might call it again. I gut shots like this he probably will call again. I mean, we're seeing him making some tight folds.
Pablo's actually picked up some equity here, though. I mean, obviously he can catch the king, but he's now open-ended.
Yeah. The 9 is tricky though.
He checks. And how about a 10? Marco now with 2 pair.
Is he going to value bet it? Look, he's very nervous. Look his neck. We were talking about lifestyles.
Yeah, that's good. Good spot.
Shaking his legs.
But this is like the other nervousness when he's like excited nervous because he has a hand.
More or less. He's probably still a little... He's value betting for sure. But is that, okay, if my opponent jams or raise me?
Yeah, they are, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Easy.
Another pop for Marco, and the heater continues for the Italian.
How much do you get influenced by live reads, Vivian?
Sorry?
How much do you get influenced by live reads? Like, is it something that's a big part of your game or not?
It is for sure. It's not the most important thing because you might be tricked by it. People fake tell a lot. In general, I think when they are too intense in some expression, they are likely to have the opposite word they're trying to express.
Right.
By my personal experience, people try to fake it, and normally it's the opposite. But
400.
as you're never sure, you should use this asset as one of...
One of the factors.
They are not so important.
Right,
Like,
right.
They can help you out in a super tough spot, but shouldn't be the primary thing.
Yeah.
And we are going to go on a break fairly shortly, I believe. Probably in about 15 or 20 minutes or so. That's the scheduled time. Ten players remain. Of course, that could change if we end up getting to 9 players before that.
Can happen at any moment.
Viv, you're a natural in the commentary room.
No, thanks.
Quite good. We
Thanks.
should get you in here more often.
Sure. I'm always around.
I mean, hopefully, I'd rather have you at the table.
The other side of
Yeah,
the
I'd rather have-
screen,
yeah.
yes.
But if you're not there, I'd be like, oh, it's nice to see you in here.
Thanks. It's great to be here.
I'd rather see you at the football.
Agreed.
Yeah, I think that's where we're at our best. So we can go Steaua Bucharest in Bucharest, Barcelona,
For
obviously.
sure. In England, I would love
England,
to go
100%. Tottenham, Arsenal, Chelsea, no.
there. Chelsea
Ron?
was my British team
Oh no!
when I was a kid.
Why?
I always liked it. I
That
don't
was
know.
a bad-
I always liked England.
Bad choice. Yeah, that's good. That's a good choice.
Couldn't beat Liverpool because it beat São Paulo.
No, but you should have respected us
I,
for beating you.
I like Gerrard.
Yeah,
Gerrard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's the man.
Yeah, he was. I mean, he's still alive.
Yeah, he's still alive. He's now the manager of the Rangers in Scotland.
Gillard bets the turn when he picks up a straight draw. Gets his opponent to fold. Picks up a small pot. And we continue, 10-handed. And it looks like we must have lost a player at the outer table.
Final table, baby.
Yeah, it looks like we are at the final table. We lost a player on the outer table. We are 9-handed, and the players will take a short
30-minute break.
30-minute break to sort out chips, get them to the final table, and all that good
These
stuff.
players are basically gambling that this casino does not get closed at a certain time this morning, which apparently is a real possibility. So stay tuned for the poker, but also the possibility of a police raid somewhere around 8 a.m.
Yeah, this could be a lot of fun. Make sure you tune in here. More action from Madrid, more action from 888 Live in 30 short minutes.
The main poker coach I had in my life told me this complete truism, which is if somebody sees you make a bluff,
Oh.
if it's a naked bluff, by which I mean you didn't have a flush draw, you just made a big move, and they see that, they will remember that forever, and they will massively overweight how often you're doing that, because it just rings that bell in our brain of being like a really
There's the bluffer.
different standout act, right?
Yeah, they saw you bluff in like 2014 one time. They're like, oh, yep, there's the bluffer.
But it's true, right? It's true.
Huge. And it's so true.
And so in tournaments, I'm not sure how much I'm into showing hands, but in cash games, if you're going to play in that casino for ages, and if you get a big bluff through, you don't have much, I think there's often an argument for showing it.
Yeah, you and I disagree on that. We got a big hand developing here that looks like probably will be an all-in and a call, especially with Fernando already. Wow, look at this. Yeah, Donnie Hart actually, yeah, he limped in with queens. We saw him do it earlier on with threes. Fernando raises, all in from Miguel. Ruiz is out of the way. Donnie Hart almost definitely going to call this or just move all in over the top.
That's really interesting that he has limping as part of his game in this table.
Especially mid-position, too.
Yeah, really interesting. We have to watch this Daniel. He seems like a good player. Seems like an interesting player.
Yeah, he played Jack 8 out of the big blind. Really, really interesting as well because he flopped top pair and then check. And just with a pair of jacks, no real good kicker, he check raised the turn and ended up getting some really nice value out of that hand. So he does appear to be a pretty tricky player. So it is Miguel
It's not
whose
a
tournament
flip.
life on the line.
It's not a flip. It's 60-40 in real time. Miguel hoping for the 40%.
Oh, it's not 60-40 anymore. There's the king. King 7-5. And my prediction of this thing ending past 6 in the morning is looking better and better as all the short stacks continue to double. Another time we're looking for a queen on a lady on the river, and it does not come. Full double up there for Miguel. He's up to 7.9 million. Donihar up to down to 7.1 million as we continue.
Everyone wants to know, like, you guys kill it in the side events. We've never had one of you on the final table.
Well, that's a good question, but I think mostly because the side events have a smaller field, and the main event is always on the hundreds. This one was over in 1,000, so it's just tougher to reach the final table.
This is just an excuse. I mean, you
that's
you guys need to
play better.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I promise I would try to learn more poker.
That's it.
I tried hard to reach the final table.
I mean, were there really, really good players in the field that were making it difficult for you guys?
No.
So it was bad players?
Some. Not all, of course. It was in general.
Hold that thought.
Oh,
We have
sure.
a lot of Alex Montgomery fans in the chat. I don't want to deny them the opportunity to watch this sweat from Alex.
So if we talk, they can't watch this. Right?
No, they
They
want.
need to listen to you.
They
While they're
want the attention on Alex right now. He's got kings, okay?
right.
He's raised to 500K.
We'll just be quiet then.
Just wait till he finishes, and then once he's done, then we got it.
Okay, fine.
By the way, the blinds are 125, 250 right now. Look, he's got action from Claudio. Oh, an action flop. A couple of clubs out there. Top set.
It's a good flop.
I like to see blood.
Exactly.
Pot is 1.4 million. More about the ineptitude of the 888 poker ambassadors after the sands.
Of course.
That's 450.
Alex bet 450,000 into a pot of 1.45 million.
Ollie.
Claudio
Oh,
goes
there we
all
go.
in.
Well, this is obviously a critical moment for Alex.
Time to run.
Great analysis. That's amazing.
Don't pull at that thread. Seriously, the whole broadcast will collapse.
Alex,
Also, that's like the most insightful thing you've said ever.
Alex looking. This is very big for Alex.
It's huge.
Oh no, he needs the board to pair.
Oh, that's horrible.
Everybody in the chat, cheer for a 3, a king, a 10, or a jack. And we just lost half our viewing audience.
Well, at least they had total silence to enjoy the destruction, thanks to you. Good job.
Aw.
Good job by you.
It's so sad when you finally get kings, you're running deep in a tournament, and
You flop a set.
yeah.
Once again, hello and welcome to 888 Live Madrid. David Tuckman, Nick Wellthal here. Jack 9, deuce. Ruida likes to play poker, 7-4 suited, sure. Not a terrible flop for Donihar. I mean, he's got to be a little bit concerned that this kind of flop is going to hit Ruida's range when he calls out of the small blind. He might have hands like Queen Jack, Jack 10, 10-9 suited. You don't suspect that he has a 7-4 suited, but
He actually raised the limp. So Daniel
Oh,
did
fair
his,
enough.
did his
Thank
limp
you.
thing and
Good
Ruida
catch.
raised.
I don't think Donihar's going to go anywhere just yet, though, as he's got He's got overcards and the gut shot.
Yeah. I mean, it's a pretty good flop for king, queen, no question.
And this is what Rueda does. I mean, he's got 7 high on a Jack 9 deuce board. And he has built himself a 3 million chip pot. If he bets again here, the hand is probably over. Problem is, can he do it?
Yes, he can, yes. I don't know if,
Well,
I don't know if he's going to, but yeah, he definitely can. I mean, he's sitting there with 7 high. He knows he can't win with 7 high.
It's
Obviously, he can capture 10.
Which is no good, by the way.
Which we know is no good.
Now, does
he
Doniar bet here, or is there going to be a bet and then a check raise all in?
If he's played with Reader before, he definitely checks this back. because Reader loves a check raise in this spot. Okay, he's going to bet. I fear for him.
He's really got an awkward stack size, so he's going to bet pretty small. 450. I kind of like it.
Why?
It's just kind of a cool little bet, like, because
I don't like it at all. You're
No?
reopening the betting. Why reopen the betting against a Reader? So we can see he's folded.
well, no. Because the reason I was going to say it was because Doniar's got king high, and I don't think that he thinks. I mean, it's not like he has some huge draw. He's got king high right now. He has to try to win the pot somehow. He's got to get his opponent to fold something. I mean, I think it's fair to say, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think it would probably be fair to say that if you're never shoving there,
Yeah.
or if you're always shoving there, it's probably a mistake.
Yeah, but I'd rather make the second one. If you're never shoving there, then you're definitely playing too tight.
Right.
I think. It's like so at our training site we get kind of questions from players about, I keep going card dead and I keep kind of dwindling down in tournaments and I end up with 11 big blinds. Well, if you're playing tournaments and you're often getting down to kind of 10, 11, 12 big blinds, you want to go back through this tournament, so make sure you're not missing spots like that, or spots where you can shove over an opening raise with kind of, 15, 16 up to 25 big blinds, because those are the spots that you can take that stop you ever getting short stacked.
This is an interesting shove here from Carlos. It's Francisco is the opener. And it goes around to Carlos with king 8 suited.
10 seconds.
One of the reasons why I think this is interesting is because while Carlos doesn't have a lot of chips, he has about 10 big blinds, it does represent a fairly large portion of Francisco's chip stack. So it does put him in a tough spot. I'm going to have to read this 3-bet book that you got me. I'm really excited. I'm actually quite excited about it.
It's a really good book. Let's not talk about it too much on the stream. I don't want everybody reading it.
No, I understand, of course. But I've got a 13-hour flight home. So.
Oh, it's perfect for that. And he writes poker theory in a really conversational way. It's really good.
Lou Hu says, easy call, Francisco. Quit Hollywooding. He does eventually make the call. I don't know if it was an easy call with ace-5.
Yeah, it's for 60% of his stack or something.
But he does eventually make this call. Pot is 170,000, and it is Carlos who is at risk. That is not a good start for him. Wow. 2 pair here. Carlos looking for running cards.
This is going to take all his skill.
Jack of clubs. That's what he needs. Wow.
How'd you do that?
I don't know. He's now looking for a 10 or a club, and he gets it running clubs.
When he picks
Sit back down.
When
Are
he
you
picks
kidding
up the
me?
trophy, he'll remember that hand.
Wow. Yeah, look at Francisco. Just cannot believe it. Get hit by a truck.
That really sucks. The best hand all the way through until it mattered.
Marco D'Amico, who we're looking at right here, actually finished. He's from Italy. He finished day 2 as the chip lead with 4.6 million. Obviously hasn't had a great run today, but he's still here. Fernando Pons still in there, obviously, as you saw a little while ago. He finished day 2, third in chips with 3.5 million. I'm going to go on. I think Fernando, maybe he's not just getting lucky. Maybe he's good. What do you think?
I think we have to.
Ran making it 375 with the aces. Fernando. What a cooler this is. Look at this one, Nick.
Great.
Aces, queens. I mean, these players are just not that deep. There's the all-in. There's the call. And a nightmare scenario for Fernando Pons. Just a hand that plays itself. Pot is 6.6 million chips.
Not a nightmare scenario yet.
Yeah, he hasn't lost yet, right?
23% is 23%.
It is.
It's less now.
Looking for a queen and only a queen. Queen of spades or queen of hearts on the river. Otherwise, Fernando will double up Ran, and he will be short-stacked himself. Lady on the river, not going to come for him. It's the king of clubs. Full double up for Ran. He's up to 6.6 million.
Beautiful,
That
right?
is just magical. Oh,
I think it's my favorite place in Brazil. I've been there 4 or 5 times, and every time I go there, I feel this wonder feeling. I'm so grateful and I feel blessed, and it's so energizing.
have you been inside? Have you been like the rainforests of Brazil?
No, it's
No.
far.
No, people don't realize, by the way, got a Claudio open here, raised to 550,000. Pablo going to move all in. Again, blinds are 125, 250,000. So while you see 4.4 million, you think that's a lot of chips. Relative to the blinds, it's not very many at all. Ran Shahar is from Israel. Ruida not going to get involved. Let's see if Claudio wants to gamble.
Yeah, I think it's gonna fold.
I imagine he would as well, but you never know.
It's a big chunk of his stack.
I was going to say, so Brazil, I don't think, it's funny how when you look at a map, the maps are not in,
Not real size.
they're not in scale.
No.
People don't realize just how big Brazil is.
Massive. To go to Amazonia from São Paulo, it's more or less 5 to 6 hours flying.
That's pretty big.
You cross whole Europe in this time. And
That's bigger than in the States as well. I mean, New York to California is a 5-hour flight.
yeah, it's pretty much similar. So I never been there, unfortunately, because must be so beautiful. I heard amazing things of friends of mine who've been there.
Yeah, I want to go swimming with the piranhas.
Don't do this. No.
How is that a thing?
Sounds like it should be a thing. You go swimming in some sort of armor suit. So
No, you can go unless there is no blood.
And then
They are attracted by blood, not by movement. So you're going to be fine if you don't have a cut. If you do have a cut, then GG.
He's using his time cards here. He's really thinking about this one. I don't
yeah,
think he's
because
Hollywooding.
he thinks he's going to hit a flush.
He's got suited ace-9.
Oh, that's true.
You know what? Listen, he's here to gamble. He's on a hot streak.
Yeah.
He's won 2 hands in a row. He's feeling good. He wants to win this thing. He also realizes he's not 22 years old, and he realizes if I want to win this thing, I probably have to win it.
Can you?
before 2.
Yeah, some of your remarks are a little ageist.
Listen,
There was
I am
some
old
remarks.
now.
There
I
were
am
some
old now. I
remarks
can make fun of
earlier
old
in the
people.
day about how old people play poker.
He
Boom!
calls.
Oh,
See,
There you go.
Let's
Stick it
see
in there,
if he's
Claudio.
gonna
flush coming.
Claudio is now my new favorite player.
Right,
I love this guy.
exactly.
Sorry, Pablo. Pablo
like-
from Spain, by the way. By the way, the 13th place for those of you who are Alex Montgomery fans, he took home 6,900 euros for that. So drinks are on Alex next time you see him.
Here goes Claudio. 22% of the time, this is genius.
That's it?
Yeah, that's it.
Wow. And that's not a good flop. He
Eight,
needs
eight, eight.
running 8 or an ace.
We're running 9s.
Running 9s will do it as well. And now just an ace.
An ace from
Nowhere. 3 on the river. Not 1, but 2 888 poker ambassadors. Anna Marquez and Chris Moorman, both of whom essentially bubbled this event.
What are we going to do about this main event problem? We're going to have to get the squad together. I'm going to have to give one of my famous motivational talks because they are not performing in the main events.
No.
They do really well in the side events, like probably in relation to how many side events and ambassadors there are. They pretty much crush.
I mean, they're basically pulling a Kyle Shanahan, right? I mean, they do fine until it matters.
I was listening to a discussion of his record today. It's really interesting. Like, I was quite skeptical of your idea that, you know, he doesn't perform under pressure, but then when you sort of look at his record, he does look like a brilliant guy who can't think well under pressure, which is
He
interesting.
just can't close the deal. I mean, he's that guy. Like it's like, honestly, you walk in a club and you look at him in the corner of the club, and you're like, wait, he's got 3 gorgeous women on his arms. He's going to end up having like a threesome or a foursome tonight with 3 gorgeous women, and then when he ends up going home by himself.
Maybe he's interested in them for their personalities, or he wants to talk socio-political issues with them, David.
Maybe that is it. Fernando Pon's all in for 1.5 million.
I was thinking how it relates to poker, though, as I unveil my theme for the first hour, David, which is that performing under pressure is a massive thing in No Limit Hold'em. And this game is a great example of something that's so much easier from the sidelines than it is when you're actually at the table. It's like, you know, as commentators, we have such an easy job in that regard. It's so easy to know what to do, right? And yet in the heat of battle, there are very few players that can actually play at the height of their knowledge in the moment.
Can you play your A game? Yeah, everybody can play their A game when they're not actually playing.
Exactly.
Right? In the forums.
Yeah.
Can you do it when you're sweating and you're...
Exactly.
I don't
think there's any other game that's better than poker for that test. It's thinking clearly, isn't it? And it's trying to be analytical when you're actually feeling a bit emotional and you're feeling under pressure and you're getting stared down or whatever it is. It's not easy.
No, especially when just one mistake can spell your doom. Fernando Pons did move all in. Daniar makes the call. And so far, so good for Fernando Pons as he flops bottom set.
Well, he probably deserves a double up after that cooler.
Does he have his opponent drawing dead? No, not just yet. Has to
Always
fade a
a
queen.
sweat. Fernando's been here many times. He knows there's always a sweat.
He couldn't get a queen on the river. Unfortunately for him, his opponent couldn't get the queen either. And a full double up for Fernando Pons. Action folds around to Leongse once again with an ace, this time on the button.
Raise 30,000.
He's got the monster chip stack in the big blind, right? Oh, no, he hasn't. Sorry, he's under the gun. In fact, it's the previous 888 Live winner who shoves.
Ace 3. Pocket 3s.
He has pocket 3s, and he gets called by ace 3, so
Wow.
he's a pretty decent favorite.
Yeah, Sergio in great shape here. Again, Sergio has already won an 888 Live event, so can he go back-to-back? And so far, so good. He's got to fade an ace or a 9 now. Nobody has a club in their hand. An ace, a 9, or a queen will eliminate him. But he does double up, and now he's up to 308,000.
Yeah, finds a nice spot there.
Good job, Sergio. Alex, our original opener.
We're on pace for about 7 hands an hour.
I don't know what's going on, but it's not like, the funny thing is it's not because the
There's-
play is slow.
There's some problem with the chip denominations or something like that. It's really strange.
Well, there's no problem with Claudio's hand as he has flopped the flush.
And probably doesn't know what to do. I'm not being disparaging. I'm just saying it's a bit weird.
Yeah.
Like
I flopped the flush. What do I do?
What do I do? I've got 20 big blinds. How do I get these in? What do I do?
I don't think betting is the play, but hey. It might actually work, though. Alex might not believe him. Might think he's betting a big spade here.
Hey, Ruida's in the pot. He might check raise or...
Who knows?
Who knows?
I mean, Ruida's in the pot and might figure out a way to win this hand.
Can you imagine flopping the nuts against Ruida and not getting and like him just mucking? It would be so tilting. Like
He's actually one of those
4-1 bet.
players where you would think my range was capped because I would check it back to him twice.
Right.
I might even check just top pair to him twice. Although betting actually
Really?
might
I'd
it might induce a check raise.
Yeah, I'd always bet. Like I'd be trying to...
Let him check raise, right?
If he's got something, obviously you're going to eat chips. If he hasn't got something, you want to give him, you know, incentive because he loves to put pressure on. Like he's really thinking about making a move here. He's legitimately thinking about making a move. And he's going to.
Well, this one's not going to work, though.
And to be honest, that's why leading out probably isn't the worst play, simply because he's in the hand.
Yeah, you don't give him credit. You think, well, this guy, would he bet a flush? No, he's got some sort of he's got a big spade in his hand, or he's got a 9. By the way, nice laydown by Alex, just not getting involved.
I swear. Ruida is either going to win this tournament or he's going to be like 13th.
It's shocking. He just check raised. It's 1.4 million to win 6.6, and he can't call.
He's also going to go full count and then fold. You know that's what's happening, right? There's going to be a full count.
Yeah. This gives me a chance to go through our chat here.
This gives you a chance to finish your thesis.
Jason Frey says, I lost on the river with the 49ers. Well done. Well done. I was so tilted by that game loss just yesterday. Lost my Emmanuel Sanders over a receiving bet. Somehow he had 38 receiving yards with half the game left and couldn't catch another ball because
tell us all about your bad beats, buddy.
Because Garoppolo couldn't. Well, Garoppolo couldn't complete a pass.
No, that's why people are here. They're
we
like,
did get. Well,
can
listen,
I please listen to David Tuckman?
I'm going to mute
going
Nick.
over his bad beats. I want to know all about how you got. Tell us, David.
Well, I'll just put this out there, okay?
I
Listen,
have the same
my
bet.
two. I know, but
So
I'm saying that's what I mean.
Got to be chill.
38 receiving yards.
Yeah, you lost.
And Jimmy Garoppolo couldn't hit him. He's 4 yards open with 4 minutes left to win the game, and couldn't do that. I will say we did luck out on the rushing yards for Patrick Mahomes. Patrick Mahomes had 39 rushing yards, and then just ran backwards with 20 seconds left to run the clock out.
Nothing, you have nothing. I know he has something, you have nothing.
So there we are. He folded.
He's trying to save face, like, well, I had something, but you obviously had a flush, so I'm out.
32.
Raise from Sergio with 6s.
Oh wow, back to back.
Yeah, he
Nearly.
picks up aces. Now he picks up kings.
Does he 3-bet kings?
Again, this is a situation where he's going to get a fold here if he 3-bets, but I'm definitely folding. I'm definitely going to 3-bet Sergio. I just think Sergio's.
Yeah.
He usually has a strong hand when he's opening from an early position.
Yeah, I mean, like against early position raises, like 3-betting kings and aces should be, like you'd need some very specific reason not to. Put it that way.
Right.
Like maybe you've got a maniac behind you.
Who loves squeezing, right?
Yeah. But in general, oh wow, Vivi's going to get cooler out this tournament.
Look how excited she looked too.
I know. Well, it's she's in a great position.
She really want to give it all away though. I mean, I guess there's no tell. I mean, she's moving all in a spot where she has no fold equity.
Yeah.
Fairly easy fold for
She's
Sergio,
going to have to
obviously.
run really good to still be in this tournament. Although she'll have like nearly 20% equity. Oh, she got exactly the same suits actually. So yeah, she'll have like 18%, right?
If somehow she wins this one also, she's winning this tournament.
Yeah, this is tough. Amazing for Attila, of course.
Yeah, this is just unfortunate for Vivian. Really, this is, again, one of those boring spots where there's nothing she could do.
She's genuinely like me and you have both spent time with her. She's genuinely such an upbeat person, Vivian.
Oh, lovely, yeah.
Like, I would be a little bit disappointed to see kings there.
It's just poker. I mean, what are you going to do? And by the way, even if she was,
what are you gonna
even if
do?
she was deeper, I mean, it's
Yeah,
I guess
of
it's
course.
a little bit less painful because if she's super deep, it still goes in.
She needs to play Find the Lady on the River. No lady.
No, she needs to play that game better.
5.
Hello and welcome back to Madrid. We're here for 888 Live Madrid, and we are at a final table. That's right, the final 9 players out of a starting field of 1,067. David Tuckman, Nick Wealthall in the booth to call the action. We'll be here until we crown a champion. The remaining 9 players all guaranteed 11,000 euros. First place, 150,000 euros, and of course, a $12,500 World Series of Poker main event package. So a lot to play for. Should be really entertaining. Nick, what do you have for us about this final table?
We have got a varied collection of players, many of whom you've been watching. Several of these players have already been on stream. If you haven't, we can either introduce them all in one go, David, or we can do it as they appear. What would you like?
I think as they become relevant, I like that.
Well, Danny R's all in.
There you go. He's relevant right
So
now.
we've got to get it out quickly. Daniar Avkabgirov from Kazakhstan. His biggest life score is 150k. We're not sure where because we don't have Hendon records, but we know he's a really competent player from how we've seen him play already. The one thing he's told our researcher is he loves his wife. That's nice, isn't it?
That is nice. Gilad thinking about what to do here with sevens. Blinds are right now 200,000, 400,000. So this is a 14 big blind shove. Gilad decides, not today, not now with my sevens. And it appears that this ace-queen shove will get through, and it will.
Oh, mystery solved.
Whoa!
So
It's one of those, what are those called?
Snood. So
That's what it is.
We ran into Marco in the break. He told us what it was. It's not a hat. It's not a ghetto urban hip-hop thing that we don't understand. It's not his mother's cushion cover. It's a snood he's wearing as a head warmer.
In all fairness, this snood thing, I mean, I've known what it was. I never realized how many uses it had.
Yeah.
It's fantastic.
It's a hat. It's a snood. There's probably others.
Thanks for joining us. We're in Madrid. Our next stop will be Bucharest. That's right, about 7 weeks from now. We will be in beautiful Romania. And from what I gather, I think we have at least one, if not 2, Romanians left in the field. Or at least people that are calling Romania home right now. That is not one of them. That's Daniar. We've established it from Kazakhstan. For those of you who have been with us throughout, thank you so much. Who's going to win 150,000 euros in that World Series of Poker main event package? I believe we know our friend with the magic hat, hashtag hat guy from Italy. We know that's him. We know he has the queen jack. We know it's in the button. I believe that the player next to him, though, is actually Marge D.
Well, what it is there's 2 Marcos at the final table. The Marco with the magic hat, snood, is Marco D'Amico from Italy, who's an online tournament specialist. He's finished 2nd in the Sunday Million, plays under the alias One Pante, 1Pante. So we misidentified the Marcos on the graphics before the break.
Ah.
The second Marco next to him, also with the snood, even more confusing, well, with a scarf. Why is everyone covering their mouths? Is this a
They
trend?
probably heard you say you give away most of your tells in your mouth.
Yeah. He's an amateur player. and much less experienced. So those are the two Marcos in shot. We had their names the wrong way around. That's what I think is happening, David.
Okay, that would make sense.
I reserve the right to change that again if I get more information.
And Ron suddenly
Yes.
became Ron's. That is still Ron Shahar.
Ron Shahar.
Right. Israeli, lives in Romania, lives in Bucharest specifically, and
Yeah.
actually made the final table in Bucharest.
Yes.
So we know him. Okay.
2 888 Live final tables. Very impressive. And I'm sure we'll see him as we hope to see some of you in Bucharest in March.
88 Dogster says, can he just be Marco Polo? He could be. But here at 888 Poker, if you make the final table, we like to give you the respect of at least saying your name.
Seems
Correct
like
name.
The least we can do. That and signing the check are the two things that we
Right.
really need to make sure we do.
Do you sign the check? Because I don't.
It's me personally.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah, I'm 888's chief cashier.
That's fantastic.
They would be so broke.
We'd be eating out. Who's this on? Oh, I got it.
Yeah, don't worry, guys. And I'd like to double the salary of everyone working here.
We love Nick.
It's like the episode where Homer Simpson becomes mayor and he does loads of good work in like the first 3 days and then the town's broke in day 4. Oopsie.
Miguel? What do we know about Miguel raising to 800,000? It's a min
Miguel
raise.
Tejero from Spain. He's a professional online cash game player. Hasn't played too much live tournament stuff, but obviously knows what he's doing with the old no limit hold them.
That's a heck of a flop for his hand. Top pair, good kicker. Those white chips you see are 100,000 each. You want those? About 100 million chips in play, just under 100 million. So you can do the math and very quickly realize average stack somewhere about 10 and a half, 11 million. Donahar possibly considering a move here, or just kind of making sure he doesn't give up any timing tells. Finally finds the fold button.
Oh, he's just trying to tilt you.
Or just, yeah. Blinds are 200,000, 400,000. Take a look at the leaderboard here. Our chip leader with just 43 big blinds. You see, there's not a ton of chips in play.
Very even.
Yeah. And there's a look at the payouts. All 9 players guaranteed 11,200 euros. Pay jump becomes quite significant as you move up. Third place, 70,000. Second place, 105. Gilad back to his ways. David G wearing that red checkered shirt. What do we know about David?
Let me get you that information. Scrolling. David Gonzalez Delgado from Spain. So Gonzalez Delgado from Spain. 60k in live tournament earnings, with the majority of it coming from an event in Barcelona. He wants the world to know he's a big Sevilla FC fan. A football club. So yeah, that's all we know about David.
He was, by the way, he came into, when we started the stream today, he was second in chips with 14 million.
Oh yeah, that was him. Well, he can get back there. Why not?
He certainly can. Here's our short stack. Only has 12 bigs. He checks. Ruben says, okay, let's see a flop. Ruben also pretty short stacked here.
Yeah, 2 shorties.
Jack high, still the best hand. Kind of figures this is one of those situations whoever bets is probably going to win it. It's a pretty good turn card for Daniar, who's now picked up a flush draw to go along with a gut shot. He still has the best hand with Jack High. He's going to check. He might think Jack High has showdown value. Ruben's now going to take a shot at it, realizing I can't win the pot unless I bet. I've got 5 high. It's a big bet. He bets 900,000. And there's the all-in. Great play here from Daniar.
Yeah, that's smooth.
Love it.
That is smooth.
Yeah, that's really that's a great play. You said it, you caught it right from the start of the stream. You thought he was a player.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think that was the best call of my life. He's like obviously thinking about his decisions and varying his bet size, and a couple of things he did early on were really intelligent, I thought. And yeah, he's got a lot of ability.
I mean, it says a lot about him by the fact that he's lost a couple of flips. He's had a couple of bluffs not go through, and yet he's still here.
Right, he's actually run pretty bad.
Yeah.
During today's
I mean, to have a guy call him with ace high, to have all that.
Yeah, he'd lost queen versus ace king for about 9 million. He lost about 4.5 million in that pot.
That's a great play there.
Yeah, and you think about how much difference that makes. Like, I think he makes like nearly 1.5 million in profit on that play. And that's, I don't know, 20-30% of his stack.
Well, and he also, with the big blind ante now, he gets a full orbit now without putting another chip in the pot if he doesn't want to.
Yeah, right.
And I think with that hand, by the way, he actually climbs out of the basement. He's probably 8th or 7th in chips now.
So that's David Gonzalez, who we haven't seen on the stream until now.
Now we've seen most everybody else. So this is the amateur Italian player, right? Marco Bacelli, I think his name is, right?
We think so.
No, Vivasaci?
Vivasaci, yeah.
Vivasaci. Ran Shahar just seems so comfortable at the table. 88 Dogs are asking about the 888 merchandise. We could not secure any for this particular trip, but we are going to do our best to see if we can get some 888 swag for Bucharest and maybe have some fun games, quizzes.
Also, to be clear, you won't get it just by asking for it.
Right.
You'll have to perform for us like dancing, performing seals.
Yes, exactly.
You'll have to do things. It's not going to be free.
No, I mean, in a perfect world, maybe we can give away, 4 or 5 888 swag boxes over 3 days of live streaming.
And I'm hoping get a large amount of my administrative work done, like my taxes filing and stuff like that. But that's my game plan for Bucharest.
Pair of 10s for Marco. Checks it back. Oh, that's a convenient turn card. Gilad is neither player here really that deep. Gilad going to bet. Pretty wet board.
700.
Marco's not folding, I think.
Yeah, I don't think he's
Would you just shove here? I mean, maybe, or would you raise here?
I definitely raise.
Right? I mean, you've got 2 pair.
There's so many bad river cards.
That either A, kill your action.
Kill your action or beat you, yeah.
Right. And your opponent really shouldn't have, I mean, he could have Jack 9 where he could have you beat, but he shouldn't have too many, huge hands here because he didn't 3-bet you pre. He's just going to have, a king or a queen a bunch. Those are the time chips. Players have 30 seconds stacked on their hand. If they need more time than that, they use those time cards. I'm not going to lie, I don't know exactly how many they get.
No, we've never quite established
Well,
that.
and they get more, I think, at some point. Oh, wow, it's just all in. Against this exact hand, it's actually not a terrible play. I mean, really wet board.
Yeah, against Gilad's stack, though, I think you could make a smaller raise.
I agree.
But can't be wrong. It's going all in with the best hand.
This is a really wet. This is a tough spot. You know, your opponent checks back.
It's a really tough spot.
What kind of hand does he check back and then move all in on?
There's tons of stuff, like pair and draw stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, he made that decision quite quickly.
It's a great laydown from our masked man.
The old bet fold.
Aviv says Shakar is not an amateur, guys. I would rank him top 3. No, we know he's not. Ron Shahar is clearly not an amateur, and we saw that earlier on when he made that great call with the ace high. He's also made the final table at Bucharest. So
he does work as an accountant, according to our information. He does work as an accountant.
Yeah.
So he's not a full-time pro. There should be like a third. There needs to be a third category of poker players, really.
Like pro amateurs who have other jobs but are really, really good at poker, and then amateurs.
Exactly. But the middle one needs to be kind of pithier.
I feel like the line
Tighter.
I feel like the line is really blurred between people who have jobs and are really good poker players and pros, because some of those guys who have jobs and are poker players are actually better than the pros.
Who's the best? Who are some of the best poker players who also have jobs in the history of poker?
In the history of poker, wow,
or today? The best poker players. Nominations in the chat.
I mean, would you consider like Nick Schulman somebody who has a job because he's a poker commentator for like 23 days a year?
No.
Okay.
No.
So that's not it. Okay, so not somebody like that. What about like an Eric Rodewig who plays mostly mixed games, but he's been like a hedge fund manager and he invests and does stuff like that.
I don't know him, so you tell me.
I mean, he's a heck of a poker player, bracelet winner.
There have been some great ones. There was Noel Furlong, who was like a really terrifying no-limit hold'em player.
A former main event champion.
Main event champion from Ireland, who had like businesses, like nothing to do with poker. Bobby Baldwin, who was CEO of CEO of MGM Mirage.
Yeah, now Baldwin was obviously a professional poker player who...
He's just an incredibly successful human. Yeah,
and then just obviously his experience as a businessman, as a poker player, led him to that job. I remember when I was watching the big one for One Drop many years ago, and they listed pros and amateurs, businessmen, and he was listed on the businessman side. I go, wow, Bobby Baldwin is like one of the greatest poker players of yesteryear.
1978 world champion, the youngest main event champion at that time, although there'd only been a few. 4 bracelet winners, but also CEO of MGM Mirage. Amazing. He retired only 2 years ago.
Yeah, there are a heck of, like I said, I mean, sometimes you don't even know who they are, but there are a lot of really, really good players out there that have other jobs. And, they might play 25 hours a month.
I mean, you get some very successful business owners, hedge fund guys, trader guys who become good at poker because, I mean, Andy Beale, who was the subject of The Poker, the Banker, and the Suicide King, one of the best poker books ever written, in my opinion. The guy who took on the world's best at limit hold'em. You get guys like that who are just super sharp guys who have money, so they don't have fear when they learn, and they do well. Who was that guy that destroyed the WPT years ago? Who had a job. He's min-raised everything about 15 years ago. What was his name? Oh, my God.
I don't know off the top of my head.
Don't know. Anyway, there's been some really
players. And there's a lot of people that also, who had jobs, were very successful doing whatever they were doing, kind of went into being a professional poker player, maybe took a couple of years off, and then actually said, you know what, I'm going to go back to doing what I was doing, and I'll still play some poker. I mean, like a Vanessa Selps, for example. very successful lawyer.
Is she playing now or
She
not
doesn't
at
really
all?
play. Once in a while, she's like,
Right.
she'll come out and like play 1 or 2 tournaments.
She went to finance, right, this time? Or law? Back
I
to
think
law.
she's still in law, but I don't know exactly. I mean, I
Right.
know I know her and her partner have a kid now.
Yeah.
So
Obviously
obviously
amazing.
her priorities are obviously much different
I
than they
mean,
used to be.
for a while, one of the top 3 or 4 tournament players in the world.
Yeah.
When she was really going to, this is bad timing by Ron.
Yeah. Try to put a pressure on another medium stack. Obviously, we can see that it's not going to work.
Yeah, interesting if Miguel decides to slow play.
I think. No, okay. I'm waiting for him to see what
I mean,
wants to
he's
do.
almost certainly just going to 4-bet, but we haven't seen Miguel play, really. So,
I don't think at all, have we?
no.
No.
Miguel Tejero. He's a professional online cash game player, as I mentioned before.
In my opinion, I think in terms of like life EV, and Miguel does move all in this hand, there'll be a fold from Ron. By the way, I love him. Look, he just acts up. I was 3 up. I was getting out of line.
Yeah.
Good job.
I didn't need to tank and tilt David Tuckman.
Well,
Just
there's,
fold.
there's no value in it.
No, I know.
Nobody cares.
I know. Nobody cares. That's a very good point. Nobody cares.
Like, we all know it's poker. Yes,
Yeah.
occasionally we know you're 3-bet bluffing.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Or even like you're just 3-betting, ace queen offsuit, and you're not gonna play
Right.
for your whole tournament
stack.
or whatever.
In terms of life EV, I think the people that are playing poker and also have other jobs and are able to pursue their passions doing something else, I think that's just the best.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah, playing poker full time is not an easy life.
No, it's not at all. I always talk about it on my podcast. I think ideally for me, ideally you're playing poker and you're winning enough money playing poker that it gives you the freedom to actually go get the job you want rather than the job that you have to have.
I'm always amazed that more poker players don't move into finance, and I'm always amazed that more finance companies don't recruit poker players.
David Paredes, actually, a really good poker player who lives in the Boston area. All in here.
This is so far a fun final table. Like,
It
players
is.
are not waiting for the nuts, which
No.
happens a lot at the start of big final tables.
We've seen a check raise all in with just a pair, with just a jack and just a flush draw. And then here, Ruben's a short stack. He recognizes that. He goes, you know what? I can't wait around. Queen jack suited. That's going to play well against an Oprah. And he takes that one down. But yeah, David Paredes was Andy Frankenberg.
Andy Frankenberger.
He's another guy.
Yeah,
Eric Rodewig. These are all
that
guys.
was the guy that killed the WPT.
Yeah.
There was 2, but he's the more recent one. He was about 4 or 5 years ago. He went on an insane hot run 1 year. Didn't he win like 3 tournaments
He
or
did,
something
yeah.
crazy?
He's a good player. He actually eliminated me in the WPT in
Oh,
LA.
I hate him. What
No,
a-
he's
what
good.
a
He's,
s-
I'm friends with him. He's a good guy. But
Oh,
no,
okay.
he beat me and knocked me out with 35 left, 40 left, whatever it was, in a WPT in LA. So really cool guy. But he's another guy. Finance. Paredes was a finance guy. But I think there are a lot of similarities in terms of understanding risk management.
Massively. So
And keeping your emotion out of the decision-making process, also huge when it comes to finance and poker.
So the big commonality between traders and successful traders and poker players is they both. So what traders also do is they're placing lots of bets with an edge, but they don't know which bets will win and which will lose. So they're holding positions that they think are favourable positions, but they know that they're operating on margin. So back in the day when there was the poker boom, I did a lot of kind of corporate poker nights. And the one groups that got it were anyone involved in kind of trading or finance or investment. They just instantly understood everything you're saying. Most people outside of poker don't understand the idea of, having a margin. There's a massive crossover.
Yeah. If you try to explain the process of evaluate the decision, not the result,
Yeah,
to 95% of the world, they're like, what are you talking about?
yeah.
It was good because it happened,
Yeah.
And then, but to finance people, to traders, to poker players, they just get it. They're like, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I'm making 4% every
I make
time I
it
do
each
this.
time. I just keep doing it. It's
Yeah.
fine. Yeah. Okay. I've got you. Right. Let's play.
Hashtag cool hat in there with pocket fours.
The less cool hat with the ace 4. I don't think we've done Gilad's bio. Gilad Yamhod from Israel, 50k in live tournament earnings. His friends call him Gildan. His father loved the sea so much that his last name in Hebrew, Yam, means the sea, as in Gilad's.
Gilad the Sea.
Yeah.
That's kind of cool. Good little continuation bet here from Gilad. Takes that down, forces the best hand to fold. 888 Poker taking back the game. We'll be in Bucharest very shortly. If you can't wait for more poker, though, the XL Blizzard is online. That's right, 888 Poker is guaranteeing just under $1.5 million. There's 34 tournaments from February 6th through the 16th. Buy-ins ranging from $5.50 to $3.20. The main event, by the way, will be February 16th. It is a $250 buy-in tournament, and you can get in there with satellites, no doubt about that. Poker alive and well in Spain. I mean, Barcelona is always a great turnout, and Madrid, 1,067 entries in this field. Which is part of the reason why at 1:24 in the morning on our final day, we're still 9-handed. Normally at this point, we're like, heads up.
Yeah.
It's over.
Yeah.
You and I are having a beer. I've already said goodbye to you.
Great memories.
Z's TV says, I need to win big to pay off those damn student loans. I hear you, man. Aviv points out there's another category. How about people who make 6-digit income from both poker and a day job?
Who are those people?
Like he was pointing out, like Eli Lesra, people who they just do both, or they become.
Hold the phone. Elliot Lesser makes money from poker. Where? He's apparently an amazing businessman, Ellie.
Yeah, he owns a lot of businesses. He owns a lot of
retail,
a lot of real
Vegas, real estate.
And he's. I know I use this term much, but he is a super nice guy. Look, I mean, ridiculously nice. I've had him on my podcast.
He comes over very well.
I saw him actually when I was in Vegas just a few days ago for Doyle's game, and I was playing in the 5100 horse. I went over to Aria to play in some cash, and I saw him he was playing in Ivy's room, or I guess it's room number 1 now, whatever you want to call it. Mm-hmm. And I saw him, and he was like, got up, he gives me a hug. He said, we were watching you on the TV.
Nice.
I go, why didn't you come down? You should have played with us. He goes, come on, 5100.
Crazy. If you've never read that book, I'm going to give it a proper recommendation because Ellie Lesser is in it. The book about Andy Beale taking on the highest limit games in the world. The highest limit players in Vegas had to pool their resources to play him.
That's cool. Yeah, Jennifer Harmon played in that thing.
Yeah, Doyle Brunson, Todd Brunson, Phil Ivey, Ted Forrest.
By the way, how stupid am I? So I played in this Doyle's game. 2 of the corporation, as they called them, 2 of them, Todd Brunson and Jennifer Harmon, were in the game versus me.
In a mixed game?
In a mixed game. We played horse.
Oh, yeah, that's not good.
And I'm begging them, and I'm because Jennifer knows me from like Hold'em, and I'm friends with her, but I'm begging. I'm like, can we add No Limit Hold'em to the mix? Please.
I wouldn't have thought so.
Oh, Brandon Jack Harris was in that game. Eric Rodowig. I was definitely a dog in that particular lineup.
I have to say, it
was fun though.
It's incredibly hard to know. I'm not saying this in any judgmental way. It's incredibly hard to know how good these live limit pros are.
Why is that?
It's just very hard to know. I mean, they're not like none of their hand histories are on a matter of public record. Like,
The games also haven't been studied ad nauseum in the sense of, and they've been studied, but not to the point of like no limit hold'em, where.
I mean, look, I know that if you, some of the younger guys who are really good at mixed games online, you know, will be way better than some of the household name live pros, but obviously they're playing so high, you know, it's hard to be rolled for those games.
I will tell you, so Elliot Lesra, who's won 3 bracelets, and I was just, by the way, I was just given his autobiography, so I'm really looking forward to reading that. I have that as well. Robbie Straczynski, he translated it and gave me a copy, so I'm looking forward to that read. I watched Ellie. I've seen Ellie play at final tables many times through the World Series of Poker, and I will tell you from a live perspective, like live mixed game player, like Raz and stuff like that, he is tough. You know, there are just some players out there that you can just... Johnny World, John Hennigan, Ray D.
He got the best nickname, didn't he?
Johnny World, yeah.
Johnny World.
Those players, I mean, you can watch them play, and
way
the
better
confidence
than,
just oozes.
Way better than John Million, who won the Million at Freighter's 8. Way better.
Nah.
Johnny World.
I remember last year, actually, it was Johnny World was heads up against Daniel Negreanu in the 10K stud. And Daniel Negreanu, who's, you know, one of the best poker players there is, I mean, it just looked like a man versus a boy. And that's not a slight against Negreanu. It was just Johnny World was that good.
Yeah,
is
he not supposed to be one of those kind of freaky, ludicrously bright, talented guys? He was like a world-class pool player.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
They say he's the best. I mean, when you talk to people about...
Oh, really? The best mixed game player?
When they say the stud, specifically.
Oh, okay.
When it comes to Raz, I've heard Ray D. Similar, actually, a few years ago when Jason Mercier was on his great, crazy run at the World Series of Poker. He made like 5 final tables. And he was going for 3 bracelets. He won 2. And the only reason Vanessa Selps, who we mentioned earlier, didn't have to pay him an ungodly amount of money was because he was faced off heads up against Ray D in Raz.
Okay.
Had he beaten Ray D, like Jason got actually really unlucky that he was matched up against Ray D. Had it been somebody else, he probably would have been like even money or even a favorite to win that 3rd bracelet. Against Ray D, he was a huge dog.
Really?
Oh, Ray D is just...
I don't even know who Ray D is.
Yeah, I didn't know either until they came in the commentary room, and when it comes to... He played heads up, just crushed everybody online playing Raz. Really good player.
I love the idea that there are still 1 or 2 players that people don't know who are freaking awesome at certain games. Like, there's still that little bit of mystery left in poker.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I've mentioned how lucky I am, and I love my job, and that's part of what I love is the fact that I've gotten to kind of like without
the world.
Yeah, I've gotten into the world without having to lose thousands upon thousands of dollars to these guys.
Yeah,
I've gotten to figure out who's really, really good. There's a gentleman called Grapes, Matt Grapenthin, who's out of the Chicago area, who's a great Raz player. Brandon Jack Harris. Many people know him from 2014 because he finished runner-up.
I feel like he should change his name to Johnny Grapes.
Johnny Grapes.
That's really,
Matty Grapes.
Matty Grapes is quite good. Johnny Grapes is somehow even better.
But some great Raz players. All in here, Ruben. I think David G might call this, though. Yep. Well, did he call? No, he
just
folded.
Wow, we are going to be here a long time.
I mean, that's like a 13 big blind shove. Got 7. 7's are really strong. And he didn't even take that long. I'm just wondering what's the cutoff. If sevens
you're
are
going to fold 7s,
if
right?
7s are a fold that quickly,
Yeah.
what is he doing with 9s? Like, is he tank folding or tank calling 9s?
David Tuckman, I've said it before, I'll say it again. People do not like to call off live.
Yeah, especially with ICM.
Online, I bet you who calls. I don't know why. People just don't like to call off live.
Giorgio Belanca says, "Will this finish tonight?" That's the plan. I mean, I'll put it this way: the casino closes, absolutely closes at 10 in the morning.
Yeah.
That means they come in and they you have to leave. So this has to kind of end by like 9:20 in the morning, no matter what.
And your flight, you're already over the.
My flight
Atlantic.
my flight is at 8:30 in the morning. So, Nick might take us to the finish line.
I might bring you home. You have my inane solo blatherings at 8 a.m. Good luck, guys.
Yeah, if you stick, please, if somehow I have to leave and this does not finish, And it doesn't look that way right now with people folding sevens.
It doesn't look good, David Tuckman.
Please be kind to my good friend here and stick with him.
I won't. I'll be too tired to know whether they're being kind or cruel. I don't know.
Here you go.
Here comes a something. Wow, this is a strong move. Like, this is almost like premeditated.
Yeah, and he's picked a peculiar hand to do it with. He doesn't block, anybody having ace king or ace queen.
He's playing the player in the position is what he's doing.
Just figuring that Ron is a pro and Ron is going to be...
Ron is opening a ton. That's all. He's just... I mean, I love it. He's just doing it purely on Ron's opening a ton. He won't
Maybe
be
a
able to
live
call.
read?
Maybe. Yeah, definitely possible.
But Bob hadn't said that there was 2 overcards on the board. Did we miss that? Was that not an all-in pre-flop, the king 8 versus the sevens? I thought that was all-in pre. Wasn't it?
Yeah, I thought so. We both had the same hallucination if it wasn't.
Yeah, I mean, that's really strange. I didn't see any other...
We were talking about mixed game players. By the way, Danyar... you can't not be impressed by Daniel. That's a move that David Tuckman. How many players in this field would make that move that he just made?
Yeah, no, it's impressive, really impressive. Just that was a situation where he saw what he had, but it was more a focus of playing his opponent. You know what it was? Okay, it was. I apologize, Bob Haddon. Thank you. Good catch. It was after the flop. So I looked up. I remember seeing the king. I remember seeing that one of our gentlemen had king 8. I remember seeing the flop had an 8 in it. The graphics, actually, it went off for a second.
Oh, okay. That's what happened.
Sometimes, our flop
That's really weird that we both missed the flop.
Because it just didn't look like that interesting a hand.
Right.
So we were talking about the mixed games and Johnny World. Then when we both looked up again, it was off the screen. So it looked like it was all in. Good catch, Bob. So obviously a much easier fold. My apologies. Thank you. And it was all in on a flop of 10-8-4. The king 8 went with it, which is perfectly reasonable to fold sevens. Yeah, there have been a few times where we've seen the flop pop up, and then sometimes it comes off for like 7 seconds, and that was the moment that we both looked up.
Nice.
Thanks, Bob. Appreciate the catch. 888poker says, this has a Barcelona vibe all over again. Tuckman running out of the commentary booth to the airport. Yeah, that in that particular...
But also, you have your wife with you, so...
That's fine.
Really?
She can fly by herself. That's not a big deal. She's a grown woman. She knows how to
No,
fly
I'm
airport.
saying, like, you're part of a team. You need to... You've got dual responsibilities.
Yeah. No, the Barcelona thing was different because I had to get to the airport because I had to commentate at a World Series event the next night. And that was the only... If I had missed that flight, I would not have been able to do the commentate on the World Series event. This is just me a matter of making my flight or not. That's it. I have nothing to get back home to. I mean, my kids.
Yeah, but they're going to be there for years.
They don't really care about me.
They'll be there for years.
Yeah, exactly. Where are they going?
Catch up with them when they're 16. They'll fill you in.
As long as mom gets home, they're fine with it.
There we are.
Ruben might not get himself out of this one. Gillard just, I assume tanking to make sure that maybe he can induce somebody else to come in behind him.
Yeah,
He is all in.
Ruben with slightly more chips, so he'll still be alive.
Yeah, this is not for Ruben's tournament. It is for Gillard's, though.
It is for Gillard, yeah, and some of the time, obviously, this goes wrong.
61-39. I think people, when they have kings, they don't realize that sometimes it's just they're not that big a favorite, even against an ace-jack. I don't quite know how, but Nick's looking at it like, huh?
What? How is that correct?
I don't know. I assume like both kings are dead and
Both kings are dead and none of the aces.
none of the
and jacks
aces.
are, and that makes it 61-39. Jeez.
I guess so. Well, there's a jack. Ruben looking for another ace or another jack, sorry, or an ace. Gillard now an 83% chance of doubling up, and he will do just that. Well, clearly all the kings were not dead. So that theory shot down. Full double up for our masked man as he's up to 12 million chips. Ruben P is down to 1.7 million.
Yeah, that's huge for him, obviously. And very unlucky for Ruben. Sometimes at final tables, there is nothing you can do.
Get this countdown here. Nick Wealthall, David Tuckman in the booth. I want to thank Vivian Saliba for joining us earlier on. Did a great job. Did just rising star in the poker world. PLO, no limit. So personable. Like she's always smiling too, which is just very contagious smile.
Vivian's great. No one doesn't like Vivian. Gillard gets some encouragement from his rail. I'm a big fan of the way the dealer counted out all the chips and then just shoved them, so they all went into one big mess. There you go, you stuck them, you won them. Get busy.
It's like, why did you stack them all to do that?
Literally just cut them and counted them down, and then you just shoved them at me.
Right. Let me stack my 400 chips now.
Yeah.
Ruben P down to 4 big blinds. So this is an interesting spot. Because
Seriously, he's got nowhere to put his cards for the. She's like, where do I put these? It's your fault. We won't know what Gillard's hand is this time.
This is an interesting spot here because with one player at 4 big blinds and a handful of players with 18, 19, and 20, really tough to get involved when you are the second or third shortest stack when there's somebody who only has 4 big blinds.
The dealer's now telling Gillard off. I think this is a bit unfair.
Is he? Did he say something? No.
She was talking to someone about showing their cards. Okay, Ruben is all in, trying to bounce back immediately. And he's got a hand to do it with.
King 8. Oh, wow. Miguel picks up queens.
Wow.
How does that work out? I believe all the aces are alive. I didn't see any, at least.
Marco opened this pot, is that correct?
He did. Marco opened the pot.
So Miguel,
The ace-queen shoved. We saw a king-jack fold.
So Miguel is going to want to re-raise, which he can do, I think. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. He's not
so
yet.
he's fine.
He has not entered the pot yet,
So
so
he's
he
going
can
to
re-raise.
re-raise, yeah.
And in fact, even Marco could re-raise because the raise is...
The raise is a legal raise, yeah. So here comes Miguel.
Yeah, I don't think he needs to raise too much.
He doesn't raise.
Wow.
Marco doesn't call. I don't understand anything that just happened. Why wouldn't you call?
I don't get it.
That's really weird.
I mean, it was 900,000 to call to win 4.8 million.
4 million with a dry side pot, which you're not going to get bluffed off.
I mean, unless
in its own low-key way, that was a really weird fault.
unless Miguel announced a raise without...
No, he didn't. I was watching him. He just called. Anyway. And also our graphics are wrong. So this hand is a dumpster fire. Here's what we know. Ruben is all in with some cards or other. Miguel has called him, we think, with queens.
Yeah, well, I mean, that much is clear.
Do we think they're Miguel's? Who knows? They might have come from someone else.
Right.
But that's what we think is happening. Ruben is a short stack. He's all in with what turns out to be ace-5.
The pot may or may not be 4.8 million.
Good flop for queens.
Yeah, how about a 6 of spades for a sweat? Everybody likes a sweat. Nine of hearts on the turn. Ruben looking for an ace and only an ace. And we can see there's only one left.
Yeah. And
Although I don't trust that at this point.
No, that's a fair point.
But we can clearly see Ruben P has been eliminated, unfortunately.
After doing nothing wrong.
No, nothing at all.
Just ran into some pocket pairs. Ran into kings, right? And then ran into queens. 8-handed.
Ruben P will take home 11,200 euros. Remaining players.
There they are. 18 big blinds up to 44 big blinds. So anybody can hurt anybody in an all-in here. If our short stack won a all-in against our big stack, he would be the big stack. So that's how tight it is.
Yeah, these are a fun dynamic, obviously, when you see something like this. Nobody kind of wants to... It's almost a weird way where, like, okay, does anybody want to take the risk to put some distance between themselves and the rest of the pack? And while the pay jumps are significant, the real money is in the top three, 70, 105, 150. If I had a medium stack right now, I might be pushing my edge just a little bit if everybody else is going to play it tighter. I mean, obviously, I want to be able to adjust to how my opponents are playing. But if my opponents are playing a little tighter and a little bit more cautiously, I might... Easy for me to say. I'm in the booth.
Go for it. You're saying go for it.
If you can just give yourself a little bit of room here, you can put yourself in a really good spot to get top three, and that's where the money is at.
I think also we can't rule out the possibility of a big multi-way deal at some point. If the stacks stay the way they are, and let's say we get down to 5 players or 4 players, I think it's a very good chance there'll be a deal because it is such a top-heavy structure, and the players have been playing for so long, it's super late, and it's going to get pretty random. But that, I'm talking if the stacks stay very even.
Yeah, that's a great point, actually. You know, if a couple of the 42 big blind stacks go down to 34, and the 17s go up to 28, and you've been looking at it going, oh, we've been playing for 13 hours. We're all exhausted.
Probably exhausted, and just look at the payout structure. It's so like one flip is the difference.
Right.
Between a
do you want to go home with 14,000 euros when you can be guaranteed 35 right now?
Exactly.
And we can still play. We're still playing for the main event package.
Yeah.
You can leave 30,000 or 40,000 on the board to play for if you want to.
Yeah.
Miguel all in from the small blind. Marco has to let that one go. Hector Killer wants to know if it's 11,200 euros or pounds. It is euros.
Yep, we're in Spain, in the Euro land.
If you guys have not heard about the Blast over at 888, the Blast Sit and Go is an exciting sit and go game where you can win big. 3 players are in it for a fun surprise as they compete for a randomly drawn prize pool in a time-limited Blast Sit and Go. Prize pool, by the way, can be up to 10,000 times your buy-in, so check that out. Blast on 888poker. I like the minimalist chips. There's no big design on it. Just pink.
A massive
with the number.
I like how big the number is, for sure. $1 million, says Gilad.
And Marco, in seat number 4, is going to make the call with 8-7 suited. I think. Does make the call. Tosses a 500K chip in there. Flops a pair of 8s. See if Gilad wants to get aggressive here. He's going to have a ton more aces in his range. He's not going to get a 10 or an 8 to fold, I don't think, on one bet. But if he bets twice, he should be able to get those hands to fold. Bet of 1.1 million.
I always think when you're running bad in Hold'em, one of the things that happens a lot when you're running bad is you open raise and then the flop comes in a way that makes you bluff at it, but it's hit your opponent. So like it comes with ace high, but your opponent has a medium ace or something, but it kind of, you're obliged to bluff. That's when you're running bad. When you're running good, it's the opposite.
Gilad's got a gut shot to the nuts. He's got 2 overcards to what is second pair on the board. If a heart comes off, you might win it, or you just might win it right there.
That's one of those folds where it's like he's folding because he doesn't want to face a turn bet.
Jacob Alvarado says, Tuckman, what do you think about the new mystery bounty tournament this year at the World Series of Poker? I don't know all the details about it yet, but I love bounty tournaments. I think bounty tournaments are great. I think anytime you can make a tournament more, put more venom in it a little bit, make it more antagonistic, I think it's great. I want to knock you out because I want your bounty. I think it's fun. Yeah, I played in a handful of bounty tournaments. And I've been to bounty, and I've hunted bounties. And I like them both.
I definitely like being the bounty.
Yeah, it's fun.
It's just so much easier to play poker when you're the bounty.
The annoying thing is, when you raise, you get like 5 callers every single time.
And he's great.
Yeah, as long as you're hitting flops.
Look, when I was involved with the UK and Ireland tour, poker tour, and we had a few pros, and we had me and a couple of other people. And over the course of 2 years of the tour and like 14 or 16 stops, we won more than half the bounty events. They always had more than 100 players. One of us won. Liv won one, I won one, and so on and so on. It's like such a big edge being a bounty. Literally just because people play so bad against you.
Yeah, I think as a bounty, you're far more likely to build a big stack. I also think you're probably far more likely to get eliminated, though. Just because I think it's...
No, you just play tight.
You just don't get... Yeah, you play tight, but you just don't... It's hard to ever just, win and take it. And if you have ace queens and ace kings, you just, Yeah,
but you just play tight, and then people will just come into pots with you, and you have the better hand range. And imagine playing poker where you're guaranteed action every time you have the best hand. You're going to make chips.
Yeah. I guess my point being is there are days where you just run cold.
Yeah, sure.
You just don't get many hands.
But I'm saying overall you're
100%.
You're in a much better spot than if you're just a normal player. So there's a bounty tournament, the World Series of Poker.
Apparently it's a mystery bounty. I don't know all the details. I think there might be some bounties, but you don't know specifically what they're worth, maybe, or you don't know who the bounties are. I don't know.
How can you know all the details? It's a mystery, David. They're not going to tell you all the details. Then it's just a bounty tournament.
Okay, so apparently, and I can't confirm this, but Jacob Alvarado says, so everyone has a $100 bounty on their head, but they have a mystery one. They have mystery ones. The biggest being $250,000. It's crazy. It's a $1,500 buy-in.
But wait,
somebody has a $250K bounty on their head? That seems
impossible. Unless unless they've got a sponsor.
Right.
right? Or not? 1,500 bounty. So we've got an interesting... Marco deciding to flat on the button here.
Wow, that would be insane. So I'm curious if that comes out of the prize pool,
That's what I'm saying to you.
or does it just, is there a sponsor? Because there would be like, what, 400K in bounties, 500K in bounties. It's pretty crazy. Marco's all in, gets through. Take it down.
Yeah, David had opened the pot there, but decided not to continue.
Well, Bob Haddon says it is correct. There's a 250K mystery bounty. Can you find out, does that come out of the prize pool, or is that like the World Series is just giving a bonus? There's a sponsor or something.
It's a bit like playing bingo.
I mean, if you could literally eliminate somebody, anybody, and win 250,000, you almost have to call all the all-ins.
yeah,
Like,
well,
I can eliminate you in level 1. I know I have like 7-3, but if I beat you, I get $250,000. The buy-in's $1,500.
yeah, but it's going to be thousands to one shot that they've got 250,000 person, aren't they?
How pissed would you be if you're the 250K so you couldn't win it? That'd be terrible. Doesn't seem fair.
But if you, like, yeah, I don't understand this tournament.
Bob Haddon's on it. He says, I will look into it. Give me a minute.
Thank
you.
you.
have as many minutes
Thank
as you
you,
want.
Bob.
We're going to be here for
You've
at least
probably
4
got about
hours.
4 hours, yeah,
Yeah.
at least. David has kings.
David Gonzalez. Spaniard.
Cool headphones.
Yeah, I like him. He might get shoved on here. And he might not.
He covers you, Daniel. But I think he also wants to know how hard is it for him to call the shove.
Daniar's, his instincts just seem like he's always right. I mean, he shoves Jack 4 and he's right. He folds 7s and he's right.
Yeah, that's
Uncanny.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I would say to demystify it slightly is that in terms of raising frequency, I don't think David's opened many pots.
No, and it's an under the gun +1 raise.
Yeah, even still, it's like good judgment.
I mean, 12 hours into his 12 hours into his playing
having-
session, he's still kind of reading it right.
Having said that, if he'd opened 6s, he folded 7s, it looks very different.
Right.
And he could definitely open 6s.
This might go check. We'll see what David decides to do. Kind of the perfect hand to check back.
Yeah. I think he'll check back, yeah.
10 of diamonds. Gillard checks once again.
Now I think I bet.
Yeah, you block the straight. I mean, it's really, really hard for you to get raised.
Yeah. You get value from everything.
Yeah. Any 10, any queen.
$1 million. Stop it.
It's still fun to say that, isn't it?
Yeah.
Gillard folds.
They both end the hand on 13 million.
Okay, so apparently Jacob Alvarado looked into it. He says, I looked into it. There's like 100 bounties ranging from 5K to 250K.
Oh, there's only 100.
About 1/3 of the prize pool would be in bounties, my guess.
Right. So it's a 1,500 entry at the World Series. Like, you know much more about the World Series. What do 1,500s tend to get?
It's going to get like...
A few thousand.
Let's get to 1,500 people.
Is that all?
Somewhere, I mean, depending on what day it is. If it's on a Friday, it'll get more. If it's on a Tuesday, it'll get less. Somewhere between 1,400 and, say, 2,100.
Okay. So let's say 2,000 for the maths.
It's easy enough. So the prize pool is what? That's prize pool would be 3 million then?
Yeah. So that makes sense.
Okay. And they take out like... Yeah, take out about $1 million in bounties.
But it's a bit of a strange tournament to play if there's only 100 bounties. You're not actually going to adjust what you do very much, are you? I mean, people will because they go crazy for bounties. It's like, but in maths terms, you probably wouldn't make too many adjustments, I don't think. Because only 1 in 20 people is a bounty.
Yeah, somewhere in that range.
So you can't make much adjustment, can you?
I'm intrigued to know, like, if you know you're the bounty, like, let's say, like, you're playing some game like like Wolf.
Oh yeah, they're going.
Like,
yeah,
do you
how are they
know?
going to do this? Yeah,
Like, hey, you're the bounty. Shh, don't tell anybody.
how are they going to do this?
I don't know.
They're going to have celebrities as the bounties.
Well, apparently everyone has a bounty.
Oh, okay. Well, this keeps changing.
Yeah, so all bounties will be $100.
Oh.
Okay, here it is.
Right.
All
okay.
bounties will be $100.
Okay.
And by the way, we can talk about this because 888 Poker, by the way, is a proud sponsor of the World Series of Poker.
Yeah,
And
qualify only
on 888
on
Poker.
888 Poker.
You can win a mega package to the 888 Crazy Eights
package.
and the World Series of Poker main event. So apparently all bounties will be $100, but there will be in addition 100 mystery bounties that
Okay.
range from $2,500 to $250K.
Okay.
Thank you, Bob. Thank you, Jacob.
Yeah, good research.
Okay, so there's something there. I mean, right away, there is a maths issue where, you know, if you want to knock, like early on in the tournament, you have to factor in like, oh, cool, I can win 1/15 of my buy-in back right here by eliminating this player.
I don't think it's a big enough bounty to make lots of difference, is it? Maybe I'm wrong.
And by the way, here's a bonus for you. This tournament is right after the 888 Crazy tournament, Crazy Eights. So if you come out, play the Crazy Eights, play the Bounty tournament,
Yeah.
have a beer with me, and then play the main event.
Win,
Life
win,
is good.
win, win.
Yeah. That's awesome. Thank you, Bob. Thank you, Jacob, for helping us out on that one. And for those of you out there who are like, I don't care, stop talking. Sorry.
Who's that?
There's got to be like 3 people in there who are like,
Oh.
I don't care about this tournament.
Let's
I think
play-
it's kind of cool, though.
It's Poker Chat. Everyone loves Poker Chat.
Well, like I said, 888, a proud sponsor of the World Series of Poker. Pablo, he's got heaps, got 17 million chips, and he's got a good hand.
Going up against another big stack.
Yeah, Marco calling it under the gun raise with Queen 9 suited, a little bit ambitious. Miguel folds.
Yeah, Marco calling might have slightly messed up the hand for Pablo because maybe he gets action from Miguel if it's heads up. I don't know. Not sure what he does with the 8 heads up.
I mean, Marco should have, when he calls an under the gun raise, in that position, he should be much stronger.
It's like the impatient play for sure, right?
Yeah. People love those, like, you know, gap-suited connectors, especially like Queen 9, Jack 10.
Queen 9 in early position facing a raise. Lovely. Hashtag profit. Don't mind a 3-bet. Quite, you know.
I mean, in terms of bounty strategy, I mean, you know you're not going to get any, like, you know, close shoves through. You know, if it's like close 50-50, you're like, oh, I'm calling them for sure. I know you have the $100 bounty, and who knows, maybe there's a 5% chance that you're one of the big ones.
So they must not tell. You must find out when you're knocked out.
I would assume so, because otherwise,
do.
think about there would just be it would be ripe for cheating and collusion.
Yeah, you must
like,
do.
Imagine I'm winking at like my good friend, like, hey man, knock me out.
You won't believe this.
I've got 250K on my head.
Yeah.
Like, so
Yeah,
yeah.
of course. So it must be a surprising reveal.
I would be pretty annoyed if I was the 250K.
Marco's all in with 11 million, and he's going to get called.
Well, is he?
Can't fold 10, surely.
He's folding. And we are back. Apologize for the lag there. We had a bit of a internet snafu. I'm not going to lie. I don't know if he called. I assume he folded because that happened too quickly for it to be anything but a fold.
But that's like...
He just shoved tens to like an 18 big blind shove.
More than that.
No, because he only had 8 million. He was at 11 million shove, but he only had 8.
Yeah,
so actually, no, it was a 16 big blind shove.
I don't understand. What's the justification for folding?
I don't know.
Because I tell you, the key thing for me is the guy has shoved 21 big blinds. If he's got aces, kings, or queens, he's not shoving 21 big blinds. He's trying to get action.
Maybe queens, but definitely not aces and kings. I agree with you there. So basically, okay, so we're losing the jacks, but he's also shoving 9s, 8s, 7. I mean, there's so many hands you're beating.
Oh,
crushing.
no, of course. Yeah, of course.
I don't 6s, which is what he had.
You got to call that off. I don't understand. You just don't have. This is where I think players make a mistake. Where I think he thinks he's got a skill edge over the final table, but it's just when you're this short stacked, you can't pass up profitable spots like that. That's not how it works. You're not going to make that. You're not going to make that equity back.
And that's kind of what I was getting at. I mean, the pay jumps are significant, but they're not so significant at this point where I'm passing up that kind of an edge.
Still got to get all the frickin' chips.
Yeah,
somehow.
I don't. That to me doesn't make a lot of sense. And clearly, Ron Shahar is a good poker player. He made a great call at the ace-9. He's had a lot of success. Survival is huge. I get it. To me, folding 10s there is just inexplicable. I don't understand it. All in here from Dunahar, and I mean, I think he gets called. I mean, it's a 12 big blind shove.
Yeah, he slow played them, right? We were talking about the other hand.
And Gillard's already in there.
Yeah, no, he slow played the aces. I mean, look, we can see he's got aces, but you can't fold. It's like it's a 12 big blind shove.
Yeah,
and there's already but wait, there's already like 3.5 million dead money in the pot. It doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't matter. But the only especially once Miguel T calls, there's just too much money in the pot for you to fold this. I mean, you're looking at it going 4.8 to a 9.7. You're getting 2-1
with ace queen.
The only thing is, and he does fold. The only thing is, it's a weird play because he limped and then shoved. So it looks a little strange.
Yeah, but he's limped so many hands.
Look, he can't believe he got it through. He's like, what?
How do I not get action? I mean, obviously, he's got aces, so what I'm saying sounds stupid, but it's only 10 big blinds. These players can't be making these folds. They're just not correct folds.
This is kind of goes back to what I was saying when we started out. I said, if the players are going to play tight, like folding 10s, if they are so adverse to calling off, well, then I'm going to step up my aggression level in this particular spot. Again, it's easy for me to say it's not my money. I'm in the booth. But I think the play is, look at the pay jumps. 14, 18. Yeah, okay, it's good.
Yeah, I agree.
24. But the pay jumps from 4 to 3 to 2-1, those are where the real money is at. And I think if you're aggressive in these spots, if you're the first one in the pot, it's clear players will make big laydowns.
In particular, like if I was at the table and I saw that hand, where players are not calling 12 big blinds more, right? That means you've got to run into a monster to get called. If players are not taking 2-1 for like 10 more big blinds.
The weird thing is, I think the fold of the 10s, in my opinion, is worse. Like, at least in that particular spot, it was kind of an unorthodox play by limping and then moving all in over 2 players where you don't expect to get the folds. Like, it looked like kings. If I had ace-queen there, I'd be like, man, did he just do this with kings, really? I'm calling with ace-queen.
If he has kings, you're getting the right price to call.
I'm with you. But to me,
that's the very top of his range. So right.
I'm calling both hands.
I don't know how you split hairs on that one. I think they're both bad. So
Marco's flopped a flush here. Unfortunately for him, it's going to be hard for him to get any value. The 10s fold, though, to your point, though, when your opponent shoves 21 big blinds, they just don't have aces and kings They don't really have ace. They probably don't have even an ace king very often. They probably don't have queens very often. Tens are just far too good a hand, especially when you only have 16 bigs. I mean, you're thrilled. You're like, yes, I've got my opponent crushed here. Yeah, maybe he's got like ace queen once in a while, but a lot of times he's going to have 8s and 7s and 6s. Nonetheless, we are here and we're still 8-handed. Nobody, and we've seen this story play out before. Nobody in a rush to get knocked out, you know?
Yeah, for reals. But I mean, I think, you know, it's like that there is no narrative. The narrative only exists in your head in poker tournaments. Like, there's only cards and chips and maths. Like, there's no kind of, oh, I don't want to be in a rush to get knocked out. Like, that's not a thing. You have to play your situations just like you have all the way through the tournament to get here. You can't suddenly be making these nitty folds when there's, you know, a tournament to be won. In my opinion, in those two examples.
Yeah, I mean, the ace queen, he was getting about 2.2 to 1 with ace queen.
Yeah. And he wouldn't have even been all in.
No, I mean, and I think, by the way, that particular player he could do that with 9s, 10s, jacks. Could have kings there.
It doesn't even matter what he has. It literally doesn't matter what he has is the point.
Well, I mean, if he flips over aces, you can fold. I mean, if he accidentally flips over aces, you can fold. But that's the only thing.
That's the only hand, yeah.
Yeah.
And it's funny because he did have aces. But, you know.
Well, and it goes back to what you and I were talking about before in terms of being results-oriented. You know, you'll watch the stream and go, yeah, great laydown. These commentators stupid.
Well, everyone already knows. Everyone already knows we're stupid.
Thanks for joining us. Nick Wealthall, David Tuckman. We're here for 888 Live in Madrid. It is 2:09 in the morning. We're still 8-handed. I am very quickly losing any confidence I have that this will end anytime shortly. And I had no confidence.
No.
So whatever confidence I had is
confidence
erased.
is low. Repeat, confidence is low.
Robert Denson said, has there ever been a player who worked their way up from a 1-cent online game and then made their way into a final table in a tournament? I would imagine there is. Probably plenty of stories out there. I know there are a lot of players who played micro stakes and then worked up their way to play 1-2 and then 2-5 and then 5-10. So that story's been told over and over again.
Tale as old as time.
You know, I don't know if any of these particular players played micro stakes, but I mean, you can go through the list of a litany of players that are all around 30 years old right now. They're superstars that all played like micro stakes when they started.
Absolutely. I mean, Annette Oberstadt very famously claimed to have never deposited online. Started off in free rolls and won enough in free rolls to play micros and won her way all the way up. Doug Polk famously, his famous 2+2 post when he couldn't beat 5 cent, 10 cent, or was it couldn't beat any poker game, worked his way all the way up. Plenty of people have done it.
I still think I still don't think he can beat any game. I think he's a fraud. I'm kidding.
Well, there's that. There's that possibility. Like a lot of players.
Yeah, the vast majority of online.
Yeah,
I think the vast majority of online players probably started very low.
Yeah.
I would imagine that Nick and myself are probably exceptions because we both started live. So by the time I started playing online,
yeah,
I was already playing like 80, 160 limit by the time I jumped in live online poker.
Oh, were you?
Yeah. Yeah, I was always playing limit. I was playing limit poker or spread limit. And I got up to as high as like playing 80, 160. And that was pretty much when I started playing online. So I immediately jumped into like 510 and 3060 and stuff like that.
Right.
We do read the chat. We're here with you guys, and I love it. I can't say your name because you've used all the letters in the alphabet, but there's a few people in the chat that are echoing our thoughts, which saying the folds are ridiculous. Yeah, it's pretty tight. Shout out to our great team at 888 Poker. Fantastic people.
Okay.
Robert Denson says, I only play micro online games. And that's fine, Robert. I mean, listen, we play for fun. Let's not forget, I mean, all of us, we started playing poker because it's a fun game. If you can make a few pennies doing it, if you can make a few dollars doing it, that's great. But I know for a lot of people out there, you know, you look at a Friday night and you want to play poker and you think to yourself, well, I can, you know, I can go out to dinner and a movie and spend $100, or I can go to my local casino and I can play poker. I can play online. I can play on 888. You know, if you can start making money playing poker, that's obviously great, but it's gravy.
Absolutely. It's supposed to be fun, always. Even if you're playing for a living, it should be fun because, you know, there's much easier ways to make a living than being a professional poker player. So you better be enjoying it, in my opinion. I was thinking about your point about the payout structure and how flat the stacks are and how the blinds are getting big. And it really does make those two folds worse. You know, because you're just not going to get the chance to have an edge in terms of like a playing edge. Like what are you waiting for? Are you waiting for frickin' aces when someone else has already moved all in or something?
Or are they waiting?
That's not where your edge comes from, or flopping a set and like
right.
We're playing 20, 25
I'm
big blinds.
I'm waiting
poker.
to run like God.
Right. And the ICM is so much less of a consideration at the moment because the stacks are flat.
Do you
and
think
the
they're
payout
waiting?
Structure is so tilted towards the top end?
Do you think they're waiting for either to run like God, to get aces or something like that, flop a set, or do you think they're waiting for other players to get knocked out before they start making moves?
Yeah, it's kind of that thing, isn't it? But I think that's a misunderstanding of the payout structure and the blind structure. Because, you know, it's short stacked already. It's going to get more short stacked, which means there's less skill, if you like, more variance, and you can't pass up edges.
Yeah.
Like, it's like, I'll wait for a better spot. What's a better spot than the two spots we just saw? Than the two spots we just saw them turn down. You don't get better spots than those spots.
I mean, listen, I understand if it's, you know, it's hard to make a final table and the money is significant for you. I can see like close spots. Like let's say you had eights there, you know, sevens. Like it's close, but those two spots genuinely were not even close. I mean,
no, they're fist pumps.
Yeah,
they're like, I can't believe I got this spot. This is great.
And obviously one of them would have been turned out pretty poorly, ace queen versus aces. The other one would have been. You would have been an 80% favorite to double up. And by the way, had he stuck it in there, with his skill level, if he goes from 8 million to 16 million, I think he's actually, you know, a strong favorite to finish in the top 2 or 3 then.
Well, your point is, like, if you do pick up a few pots or one great spot, you do become, you know, you do put yourself in a fantastic situation.
Well, then you can actually step up the aggression. If you get yourself up to the point where you have 16 million, 20 million, 22 million, and you start putting a little separation between you and your opponents, you can become the big dog. You become the alpha male at the table. You can start raising every other hand. Nobody wants to play back at you. And then suddenly you're at 27 million, you're at 29 million, and everybody else is playing for second place. That's what you, in my opinion, you should be playing for. Now, listen, I get it. For a lot of these players, this is their biggest cash of their career. For a lot of these players, it's hard.
Yeah, but why? That's fine. But why does that mean you throw away more hands?
It's hard. It's because anytime you call an all-in, and anytime you call up all your chips, there's a chance. And I get
this
it.
This is what I'm saying. People, this is my whole theme today. People don't like to call off live, especially.
Yeah. And anytime that you put your chips in the pot, there's a chance that you will be eliminated. You know? I think people are just kind of rating the ICM level, the ICM aspects at this point.
And the value of surviving.
Yeah, at this point. Marco with sevens.
Yeah, and you make a key point. We're not talking about close spots.
Yeah.
That's a harder conversation. I agree with that.
And Ron, by the way, has now got himself into a situation where he's just folded and folded and folded and folded.
Well, this is the point. This is the point. It's a short structure.
And by the way, he's a good poker player. I think that's clear. I don't care how good you are. The blinds are 300, 600 right now.
Well, also,
He's got 12 big blinds.
there's different
Like, how is his skill going to shine when he has 12 big blinds?
That's the point. That's the point about the tens fold. It's like, what spot are you constructing in your mind that is going to allow you to have a better situation than this? And bear in mind, if that spot comes an hour from now, it'll just get you back to where you are now, right? And like Ron clearly is a good player, but maybe he's a much better player when he has chips, and maybe his short stack game isn't as good. I don't know, or maybe he just made a certain decision in that moment. This isn't about. This is not about condemning certain players. This is just about, what are we seeing?
Yeah, and I've seen it many, many times over the years, whether I was commentating on the World Series of Poker or whether we were commentating on an 888 event together. We see this happen. It's just, players who don't get here very often, a little bit hesitant, maybe a little scared, cautious, call it what you will, to get eliminated and maybe protecting their tournament life just a little bit too much, holding on to the baby too tight. Brian Rast, I remember talked to him many years ago, not a couple of years ago actually, about this. And Rast has put me in a few tournaments here and there, and we're good friends. And he talks about, don't hold on to the baby too tight. It's okay. It's okay to lose,
Your expectation is to bust. Everyone busts but the last person.
And Marco, not going to give himself a chance here. Just moves all in. I believe, again, the blinds are 300, 600 right now. So he's moved all in for not a ton of chips. I don't expect him to get called light, obviously, from what we've been talking about.
I don't expect him to get called at all unless someone finds,
Jacks plus.
the other two aces.
I mean, Jacks plus Ace King is probably calling, but that's about it.
The thing is, as well, it's very contextual. So we'd be giving very different commentary if there were 2 6 big blind stacks and everybody else had 40 big blinds plus, and the payouts were maybe slightly different, or you could construct lots of different situations.
I'll put it this way. There's a pay jump, I believe between 5th and 4th, there's a pay jump of 25K. That's a fairly huge pay jump, right?
Yeah.
You can make an argument that, let's say, for example, one player had 40 big blinds, you have 38 big blinds, and there's a guy who has 1 big blind. If the 40 big blind player were to move all in, the 38 big blind player should be folding almost anything because of the guy who has 1 big blind. And that kind of goes back to, I think it was the 2009 main event with Joseph Chung and Jonathan Duhamel, which is that famous Queens versus Ace-7 hand, where Joseph Chung he 5-bet Ace-7 all in because
7-bet, I believe.
Yeah, whatever it was, right?
Yeah.
And there was the third player in there, John Raciner, had no chips at all. He was a distant third, and it was just those two are heads up. And Joseph Chung's attitude was, well, I have Duhamel covered. He can only call with aces, kings, and queens. That's it. I mean, maybe not even queens.
Maybe not even queens, yeah. What happened? Didn't he call?
Yeah, the Queen's called.
The Queen's called,
Duhamel
right.
and Raciner gifted his way. Raciner got a $2.3 million gift.
That's right.
But that is obviously a unique situation. That is not the case here.
Daniel with one of his creative... has he just shoved? He just shoved, sorry.
Marco's a bit more of a wild card in this game because he is an amateur, and I don't know how much he's concerned with the ICM. We saw him earlier on calling with Queen 9. I don't expect him to call here with Ace 10, but he's the one player... He called! Okay, so he's going for it. He just called with ace-10. And he sees that he is pipped. But as you can see, 31% of the time, he is going to emerge victorious.
Well, Daniel's played a fantastic tournament, so you should be watching him, but he's in jeopardy. He has the best hand, but he's in jeopardy.
I love his game.
Yeah.
The gentleman from Kazakhstan, I think he has just been phenomenal.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, you could argue he's played the best poker that we've seen in the tournament, but he might finish 8th if this goes wrong.
Yeah, 31% of the time he will. Every time he gets chips, he tries to put them to use. I feel like he is trying to.
Yeah, I agree.
Why is this taking so long? I don't understand.
I don't understand what's been going on with the... Oh, wow.
Oh, Donahar left himself with 500K. He's not all in. That's why the cards are not on their back.
Now we're all in.
Oh, and look at this, though. Marco's flopped a 10. Donahar needs a queen or a jack.
This is a bit of a tragedy if he goes out here.
Yeah, I was wondering. He wasn't quite all in. Some players will do that. They'll leave themselves one chip. No intention to ever fold, regardless of what the flop is. But Donahar, who I second what Nick has said. I think he's been the most consistently impressive player. Needs a queen or a jack, or he is out in 8th place.
Creative and aggressive, really good judgment, like not exposing himself when he didn't have to. But
but there's the jack.
And he'll stay alive.
He's got 14 million chips, 15 million, pardon me. Marco down to 8.6 million. And I got to tell you, if you're at the table...
You're not happy about that?
Not at all. Well, number one, you didn't ladder up, but number two,
yeah,
one of the more dangerous players at the table now is chips.
Yeah, that's not good.
We saw some of the Germans start doing that, raising like 99% of their chips and saving one chip.
Why?
And I talked to Dom about that. I talked to a few of them about this. And basically what they say is, especially with ICM and laddering up possibilities, if there's, let's say there's an open from, in this case it was seat 4, he does that raise from seat 6, and let's say there's two more, like another all-in, like two more all-ins.
I see.
You can actually save your last chip and kind of ladder up. Because then you just know you're just dead. You know what I mean? You know you're up against like aces and kings, and it's like, okay, well. And as randomly as it...
That's really funny.
Yeah.
Remember that guy, the guy who's the source of the chip in the chair story was almost certainly shooting an angle, basically, when you hear the story, right?
To see if maybe he could get his opponent to turn his hand over or something?
No. So the story is that he moves all in and he loses the pot, and then he finds a chip under a napkin, under his napkin, and then he plays on with that one chip. That's the story.
Oh.
And if that's true, I mean, it's like back in the 1970s or whatever.
I
so
hate that kind of stuff.
But if it's true, that's like just an obvious angle.
Yeah, clearly.
Which you couldn't do nowadays.
I've only, in my entire career, I've only seen a player raise like 90% of their stack and fold once.
Right.
And it literally was a situation like that where it was a raise, a 3-bet to 90%, a 4-bet, a 5-bet, and a call. And he folded. And he did ladder up one spot.
Right.
He got eliminated the next hand, but he laddered up. He made an extra.
Made money.
Yeah, he made an extra like $30,000.
Marco versus Marco. Marco on Marco violence.
Jack high is good here.
Valid point.
Both players probably think they need to bluff at it. And Marco's going to. And Marco's going to fold.
What's hilarious about this tournament is if it is still going at like 9 a.m. this morning, I'm going to start getting work calls. Like commentating. Yeah, guys, I just have to take this. Watch the stream on your own.
You're also going to get giddy with the Marco versus Marco thing if that continues.
Yeah, I'm going to get pretty incoherent in 3 or 4 hours. Still, we are where we are.
We are where we are. Casey Elizabeth, disappointed. She says, I can't play online. I live in New York. Yeah, that is unfortunate.
Boo.
That is unfortunate.
Boo, the American politicians.
I believe 888poker is alive and well in Pennsylvania. So that's pretty close.
There you go, Elizabeth.
Casey?
Is it close? Like,
I mean, not close enough to like go for a day, but if you wanted to like,
if you wanted to like move.
oh, you could. Yes, you could move. But if you wanted to just like, if you wanted to take a little poker vacation and play online, you could go there. I mean, there is poker in New York now.
We're going to get to you if we're allowed. That's the point.
Casey, you can also, by the way, and I do encourage this. If you want to take a fun poker vacation, I would tell you that Barcelona in mid-May, it doesn't get much better than that. Like, come out, make it a vacation, play poker, go on the beach, have a good time. The food is fantastic, the weather is perfect, and the poker is great. I mean, I know it's not possible for everybody, but if you can do it, it's great. It really is.
You're so funny about the food. You will have good food.
To me, food is a big. When some people spend money on clothing, I clearly don't. Some people spend money on experiences. For me, it's all about experiences and food.
Dinner experiences.
Yeah.
Ace King on the button for Marco. A pretty sweet spot. He's got a limp and a raise in front of him. So I imagine he just shoves, which he does.
He did the triangle. All you can eat, baby.
He might get called. So Pablo has the chips to do it. We don't know. Maybe Pablo makes...
No, we don't know about Pablo.
We don't know.
We do not know if Pablo likes to make light calls. I mean, this is not... It's got eights.
Eights, and he's got 2
He's
to 1.
getting 2 to 1. I mean, this is a slam dunk call again.
Yeah, it is, yeah. And it doesn't even hurt him that much if he's wrong.
No, I don't think that Marco is doing this with a smaller pair than 8. So I don't think you're going to be dominating your opponent, but he's going to have Ace King and Ace Queen enough of the time. Keep in mind, there's 16 combinations of Ace King, 16 combinations of Ace Queen. Mm-hmm. He's just going to have those overcards too much, and you're getting 2 to 1. It's just...
I also think he would do it with 7s. Like he was only facing a limp and a raise.
Okay, if you think he's doing it with a pair below 8s ever, then it's a...
Well, Marco's a good player. Like I don't think Marco's a really good online player.
No, you said he finished second in the Sunday Million, right?
Yeah, so he's not tight or anything.
No.
Once you know this is 2 to 1, this really is not too hard of a...
Like I said, if you think he's doing it, even if you never thought he was doing it with 7s...
it's still a call, yeah.
But if you think he's actually doing it with 7s...
It's 2 to 1. Like you've got to get on a software tool and just see how big a price 2 to 1 is pre-flop.
By the way, if Pablo loses this hand, he still has 11 million chips.
That's what I said. It doesn't hurt him.
What are you...
That's a terrible fold. That's really, honestly, I'm not being judgmental. That's just a terrible fold.
It just shows you at this table, I mean, it pays to be aggressive.
100%.
If you can be aggressive at this table, you can really just print chips.
Can you just please walk me through what is the logic of that decision? So he's saying, what he's saying is, I'm getting 2 to 1 from the pot. I know you have a bigger pair, because that's the only logic for making that fold. He's saying you have definitely got a bigger pair than 8s.
Well, I mean,
because there's no other possible reason to fold.
I mean, let's say his shoving range there does not include 7s. So then I would go, okay, there's 6 combinations of aces, 6 combinations of kings, so forth and so on. Let's do the math really quick.
You're way overcomplicating this.
I am.
Why do we need to do that?
Because
tell me what is going on in his head where he's
that
folded.
I can't tell you. But I'm just trying to, if I do the math and I go, okay, well, there's 6 combinations of aces, kings, queens, jacks, 10s, 9s. Let's say he shoves all those. But let's say he's also shoving ace, king, and ace, queen, which is probably pretty likely. That's 32 combinations of those hands, and you're getting 2 to 1. But it's really far-fetched to think that you are going to be worse if you were to what they call stove it, basically put in your opponent's range versus your holding.
Yeah. It's
hard to imagine you being worse than 40% equity against his range. And you're getting 2 to 1.
Yeah.
So I agree with you that there's really no reason not to call that.
But you wouldn't even have to know that equity calculators existed to make that decision, because to make that decision, you're basically to fold when you're getting that much price from the pot. You are saying he's got 9s, 10s, jacks, queens. You're saying he never has ace queen. He never has.
Yeah, you'd have to know that he never has ace king, and that's obviously he's always shoving ace king there. Come on.
It's just I don't understand.
What's he doing with ace queen?
I just don't understand. I just don't understand. And even if you take all of this out of it, it was like for a third of his chips.
Yeah, that was at the end of the day. Even if that's the crazy thing. If he calls that and loses, he still has 11 million. If he calls that and wins,
right,
he's suddenly far and away the chip leader.
That was amazing.
And can now pressure all of his opponents. That doesn't. By the way, that doesn't seem to be Pablo's style.
That is 3 amazing folds.
I will point out. And this is. I'm going to say something that you have said before. All of these gentlemen have either satellited in or paid 888 euros to play. It is their money. They can do with their chips as they please.
We're just evaluating the action.
100%.
I'm not saying anything like that. Everyone can do what they want with their chips. I've said that. I'm the one usually saying that.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that's 3 of the tightest folds at the final table I think I've seen. Those 3 folds, all within 40 minutes of each other.
Yeah, that was very, very tight. Well, the players are going to go on a break. We only lost 1 player in that first level. We still have 8 players remaining. We'll be back in 15 short minutes. Don't go anywhere. More action from Madrid here at the 888 Live main event in 15 short minutes.
Vivian Saliba.
So the great Brazilian poker player will have to wait another day to make a deep run in this tournament. There's 180 players left, 179 now. That is just magical. Oh.
I think it's my favorite place in Brazil. I've been there 4 or 5 times, and every time I go there, I feel this wonder feeling. I'm so grateful and I feel blessed, and it's so energizing.
Have you been inside? Have you been like the rainforests of Brazil?
No, it's far.
No, people don't realize. By the way, got a Claudio open here, raised to 550,000. Pablo going to move all in. Again, blinds are 125, 250,000. So while you see 4.4 million, you think that's a lot of chips. Relative to the blinds, it's not very many at all. Ran Shahar is from Israel. Rui, they're not going to get involved. Let's see if Claudio wants to gamble.
Yeah, I think he's going to fold.
I imagine he would as well, but you never know.
It's a big chunk of his deck.
I was going to say, so Brazil, I don't think... It's funny how when you look at a map, the maps are not in...
Not real size.
They're not in scale.
No.
People don't realize just how big Brazil is.
It's massive. To go to Amazonia from São Paulo, it's more or less 5 to 6 hours flying.
That's pretty
big. You cross whole Europe in this time.
That's bigger than in the States as well. I mean, New York to California is a 5-hour flight.
Yeah, it's pretty much similar. So I never been there, unfortunately, because must be so beautiful. I heard amazing things of friends of mine who've been there.
Yeah, I want to go swimming with the piranhas.
Don't do this. No.
How is that a thing?
Sounds like it should be a thing. You go swimming in some sort of armor suit. So
you can go unless there is no blood.
And then
they are attracted by blood, not by movement. So you're going to be fine if you don't have a cut. If you do have a cut, then GG.
He's using his time cards here. He's really thinking about this one. I don't think he's Hollywooding.
He thinks he's going to hit a flush.
He's got suited
ace-9. That's true.
You know what? Listen, he's here to gamble. He's on a hot streak.
Yeah.
He's won 2 hands in a row. He's feeling good. He wants to win this thing. He also realizes he's not 22 years old, and he realizes if I want to win this thing, I probably have to win it.
Can you? Yeah, some of your remarks are a little ageist.
Listen,
there was some remarks.
Now.
There were some remarks earlier in the day about how old people play poker. Boom!
Oh.
See?
There you go.
Let's
stick
see
it in
if
there,
he's
Claudio.
Flush coming.
Claudio is now my new favorite player.
Right.
I love this guy.
Exactly.
Sorry, Pablo. Pablo from Spain, by the way. By the way, the 13th place for those of you who are Alex Montgomery fans, he took home 6,900 euros for that. So drinks are on Alex next time you see him.
Here goes Gaudio. 22% of the time, this is genius.
That's it?
Yeah, that's it.
Wow. That's not a good flop. He
888.
needs running 8 or an ace.
We're running 9s.
Running 9s will do it as well. And now just an ace.
An ace from?
Nowhere. 3 on the river. I mean, I think it's fair to say, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think it would probably be fair to say that if you're never shoving there,
Yeah.
or if you're always shoving there, it's probably a mistake.
Yeah, but I'd rather make the second one. If you're never shoving there, then you're definitely playing too tight.
Right.
I think. It's like so in our training site, we get kind of questions from players about, I keep going card dead and I keep kind of dwindling down in tournaments and I end up with 11 big blinds. Well, if you're playing tournaments and you're often getting down to kind of 10, 11, 12 big blinds, you want to go back through this tournament, so make sure you're not missing spots like that, or spots where you can shove over an opening raise with kind of, 15, 16 up to 25 big blinds, because those are the spots that you can take that stop you ever getting short stacked.
This is an interesting shove here from Carlos. It's Francisco was the opener. And it goes around to Carlos with King 8 suited.
10 seconds.
And one of the reasons why I think this is interesting is because while Carlos doesn't have a lot of chips, he has about 10 big blinds, it does represent a fairly large portion of Francisco's chip stack. So it does put him in a tough spot. I'm going to have to read this 3-bet book that you got me. I'm really excited. I'm actually quite excited about it.
It's a really good book. Let's not talk about it too much on the stream. I don't want everybody reading it.
No, I understand, of course. But I've got a 13-hour flight home. So.
Oh, it's perfect for that. And he writes poker theory in a really conversational way. It's really good.
Lou Hu says, easy call, Francisco. Quit Hollywooding. He does eventually make the call. I don't know if it was an easy call with ace-5.
Yeah, it's for 60% of his stack or something.
But he does eventually make this call. Pot is 170,000, and it is Carlos who is at risk. That is not a good start for him. Wow. 2 pair here. Carlos looking for running cards.
This is going to take all his skill.
Jack of clubs. That's what he needs. Wow.
How'd you do that?
I don't know. He's now looking for a 10 or a club, and he gets it running clubs.
When he picks
Sit back down.
When
Are
he
you
picks up
kidding
the
me?
trophy, he'll remember that hand.
Wow. Yeah, look at Francisco. Just cannot believe it. Get hit by a truck.
That really sucks. The best hand all the way through until it mattered.
Marco D'Amico, who we're looking at right here, actually finished. He's from Italy. He finished day 2 as the chip leader with 4.6 million. Obviously hasn't had a great run today, but he's still here. Fernando Pons still in there, obviously, as you saw a little while ago. He finished day 2, third in chips with 3.5 million. I'm going to go on. I think Fernando, maybe he's not just getting lucky. Maybe he's good. What do you think?
I think we have to...
Ran making it 375 with the aces. Fernando. What a cooler this is. Look at this one, Nick. Aces, queens. I mean, these players are just not that deep. There's the all-in. There's the call. And a nightmare scenario for Fernando Pons. Just a hand that plays itself. Pot is 6.6 million chips.
Not a nightmare scenario yet.
Yeah, he hasn't lost yet, right?
23% is 23%.
It is.
It's less now.
Looking for a queen and only a queen. Queen of spades or queen of hearts on the river. Otherwise, Fernando will double up Ran, and he will be short-stacked himself. Lady on the river, not going to come for him. It's the king of clubs. Full double up for Ran. He's up to 6.6 million. not one but two 888 poker ambassadors, Anna Marquez and Chris Moorman, both of whom essentially bubbled this event.
What are we going to do about this main event problem? We're going to have to get the squad together. I'm going to have to give one of my famous motivational talks because they are not performing in the main events.
No.
They do really well in the side events, like probably in relation to how many side events and ambassadors there are. They pretty much crush.
I mean, they're basically pulling a Kyle Shanahan, right? I mean, they do fine until it matters.
I was listening to a discussion of his record today. It's really interesting. Like, I was quite skeptical of your idea that, you know, he doesn't perform under pressure, but then when you sort of look at his record, he does look like a brilliant guy who can't think well under pressure, which is interesting.
He just can't close the deal. I mean, he's that guy. Like it's like, honestly, you walk in a club and you look at him in the corner of the club, and you're like, wait, he's got three gorgeous women on his arms. He's going to end up having like a threesome or a foursome tonight with three gorgeous women, and then when he ends up going home by himself.
Maybe he's interested in them for their personalities, or he wants to talk socio-political issues with them, David.
Maybe that is it. Fernando Pons all in for 1.5 million.
I was thinking how it relates to poker, though, as I unveil my theme for the first hour, David, which is that performing under pressure is a massive thing in No Limit Hold'em. And this game is a great example of something that's so much easier from the sidelines than it is when you're actually at the table. It's like, you know, as commentators, we have such an easy job in that regard. It's so easy to know what to do, right? And yet in the heat of battle, there are very few players that can actually play at the height of their knowledge in the moment.
Can you play your A game? Yeah, everybody can play their A game when they're not actually playing.
Exactly.
Right? In the forums.
Yeah.
Can you do it when you're sweating and you're...
Exactly.
I don't
think there's any other game that's better than poker for that test. It's thinking clearly, isn't it? And it's trying to be analytical when you're actually feeling a bit emotional and you're feeling under pressure and you're getting stared down or whatever it is. It's not easy.
No, especially when just one mistake can spell your doom. Fernando Pons did move all in. Doniar makes the call. And so far, so good for Fernando Pons as he flops bottom set.
Well, he probably deserves a double up after that cooler.
Does he have his opponent drawing dead? No, not just yet. Has to fade a queen.
Sweat. Fernando's been here many times. He knows there's always a sweat.
He couldn't get a queen on the river. Unfortunately for him, his opponent couldn't get the queen either. And a full double up for Fernando Pons. Action folds around to Leongse once again with an ace, this time on the button.
Raise 30,000.
He's got the monster chip stack in the big blind, right? Oh, no, he hasn't. Sorry, he's under the gun. In fact, it's the previous 888 Live winner who shoves. He has pocket threes, and he gets called by ace three, so
wow,
he's a pretty decent favorite.
Yeah, Sergio in great shape here. Again, Sergio has already won an 888 Live event, so can he go back-to-back? And so far, so good. He's got to fade an ace or a 9 now. Nobody has a club in their hand. An ace, a 9, or a queen will eliminate him. But he does double up, and now he's up to 308,000.
Yeah, finds a nice spot there.
Good job, sir. Hello and welcome back to Madrid. We're here for 888 Live. 8 players still remain. Our remaining 8 players all guaranteed about 14,000 euros. Nick Wellfall, David Tuckman in the booth. And when we left you, we saw Pablo folding those 8s. Nick thought the decision obviously was a bit egregious, I would imagine. Which is kind of funny coming from you because I would say over the past year and a half or so, you've been the one who's always said, like, you know, these guys, a lot of them aren't pros. You know, they're playing in the biggest spot of their careers. And, you know, it's funny because you're the one who's more likely to give them some leeway than anybody else.
I'm the nice one.
Yeah, you're the nice one, exactly. That's what I'm trying to get at.
I don't know, maybe it's because those 3 decisions all came in a row and I got a bit cranky. They were just bad folds, but whatever. Hopefully we'll see some good calls and good raises in the next couple of hours.
Yeah, and the problem, obviously, of course, is as the blinds move up, and I believe they're now 400, 800? Get that for you in a moment.
600.
Is it 3.6 now?
Yeah.
Okay. So as the blinds move up, whatever edge you thought you had is just erodes away.
Yeah. And it's definitely, you make a good point, which is the one I usually make. It's definitely worth reiterating that these guys are playing for money that they would never usually play for. Not everybody. We've got a couple of pros at this final table, so it's a mix, and it's a different view of the prize pool. As both players here have a straight.
But even some of the pros, by the way, you know, their biggest score might be 25K.
Yeah.
You know, they got a chance to win 150,000 euros.
And yeah, I want to make absolutely clear, I am not condemning the players at all. I'm just commenting on their decisions. And also, you don't get, the other thing is you don't get that many clear-cut decisions when you're watching poker that are just totally clear-cut. We happen to have, in my opinion, 3 very clear-cut decisions in those 3 spots, which is quite unusual.
This is interesting. So Donnie R has actually bet his straight. Gilad decides to raise. This is blind on blind. I imagine that Donnie R is just going to call. Can't beat 10-8. Can't beat hearts. Probably calling just to hope he's chopping it up. But it's only 1.4 million and the pot is 4.4, so I think he does have to call this. It's going to take his time, though.
Literally.
Yeah. He's never raising here. He might find a fold here. I mean, this is not a...
Well, I was going to say, I don't know what you think of the raise by Gilad. Is the raise by Gilad ambitious?
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's probably
Because
what Donnie R is thinking. He's like, man, is this guy really just raising with an 8?
I suppose it's blind versus blind. There hasn't been any action.
Yeah, he's going to make the
So
call.
I suppose the raise is actually quite normal. But yeah, he makes a solid call and anticlimax.
I think it's smart to think about it, though, for a moment there. I mean, just an 8 is very far from the nuts on that board.
Yeah, absolutely.
Shin Fernando has said goodbye. If you're not there anymore,
Goodbye.
well then. But if you are still there, thank you very much for joining us. And for everybody else who's been here for the whole ride, thank you so much. Bob Haddon, Kevin Booley, Dimitri, Lucas, Eugene. Thank you for being with us. We will be here until we crown a champion. And when I mean we, I mean metaphorically. Because one of us might not be here when we crown a champion.
What's your plan? When are you leaving?
Got to play it by ear. I don't know yet.
Okay.
Flight's at 8:20. Airport's about, what, 30 minutes away?
Yeah, although I don't know if they have rush hour here or not.
The rush hour wouldn't be that early, would it?
Oh, no. You should be fine. Yeah, it's like half an hour, maybe even a bit less than half an hour actually to the airport.
Marco down to 7.4 million. Just about 13 big blinds. And he has raised with the 6-5s of spades. Daniar's had as high as 15 million. Now at 12 million. Just 20 bigs. He's a very deliberate player, takes his time with all his decisions. Nick Rothwell, David Tuckman here for 888 Live Madrid. Our next stop is Bucharest. Approximately 7 weeks away. Action is always fantastic in Romania. Here's the 3-bet from Daniar.
Jesus, he's so good at picking these spots.
It's uncanny.
Yeah.
I mean, combination of picking up on his opponent's maybe live tells, but also a matter of just attacking players who, are raising from spots where they might be a little wider.
Yeah, really good stuff. Uncontested chips at this stage are hard to come by. Just smooth. Look how short stacked this table is now.
The whole table.
Yeah. Got to do something, guys.
Yeah, and it becomes more of a luck fest.
Well, your options are taken out your hands. If you don't take your options, they're taken out your hands in a situation like this. And now you're, not quite yet, but you'll get to the point where it is, bingo.
I'm really curious, at what point does Ron Shahar, he's been obviously waiting. He's the one that folded 10s earlier on.
Right.
At what point does he go, okay, this is the spot?
When would he call with the 10s is the question.
I assume
how short would he have to be to call with the 10s is a really interesting question.
You wonder right now if he's thinking about it, going, I should have called with those 10s. Can I have that spot back, please?
It'd be interesting to ask him, you folded with 16 big blinds with 10s. So when do you call? 14? 12? When? It's an interesting question.
Yeah, a lot of these players are probably hoping that one or two players get knocked out. But if everybody's playing that same style, they're all waiting for it.
You've pointed this out. You actually need 3 or 4 or 5 to get knocked out for it to make a big material, 4 maybe, for it to make a material difference.
Yeah. If you just ladder up one spot, if you fold so much that you ladder up one spot,
yeah,
but you decrease your chance of getting a top 3 spot by 30%,
yeah,
you've done yourself a disservice.
Yeah, you've taken a lot of a theoretical equity out of your own hands.
So this is I believe, a raise from Daniar. Gilad called with the ace-jack, and David Gonzalez has said, you know what? I've seen a lot of folds.
Yeah, beautiful spot.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of folds here.
Fantastic spot for a squeeze shove.
I mean, is he getting... The funny thing is, if he's getting pocket 8s to fold, ace-queens to fold maybe, it's brilliant.
But based on what we've seen...
It's exactly what he's getting, right?
He gets the same hand to fold. Lovely. Well played.
I don't mind that. I actually like that fold from Gilad for the ace-jack. From what we've seen, I don't see players shoving that wide, and I think you're going to be facing... I don't see ace-10 shoving that often in this, from what we've seen. So I don't mind that fold.
So much money in that pot. Relative to the money in play.
Absolutely.
It's just such a valuable pickup.
Obviously, luck, a huge part of who is going to emerge victorious at this point. And I think the way these players have played, luck becomes even more of a factor. I assume we see a shove here. It's got 9.5 bigs.
Yeah.
There it is. There's the all-in. Don't think Gilad wants to call off with 3s. Should get this through. He does.
Plus 1.5 million.
Yeah, I mean, he
So it's a lot of chips for a shove, isn't it? For a, dead money.
he just added 30% to his stack without seeing a flop.
Yeah, it's crazy.
The World Series of Poker 2020, that'll start in late May, early June. And your road to Vegas is at 888poker. You can win a mega package.
Mega package.
That's right, a mega package.
Mega package.
For as little as a penny. Online satellites are starting shortly on 888poker. If you're wondering what a mega package
Mega package.
it's a $15,000 package where you can win a buy-in to the Crazy Eights and a World Series of Poker main event and flights and 12 nights accommodation. Truly, it's a mega package.
Mega package. My throat hurts.
Nick Wealthall, folks.
Daniar
has
limited talents.
Daniar's style, I mean, he limps in with aces, he limps in with threes, he limps in with queens, he limps in with queen eight suited.
Yeah, kind of rough to play against, right?
Yeah, he's tough. I love players that think outside the box, Which, by the way, makes that fold with the ace-queen even more a little bit like... You've seen him limp in with all such a variety of hands.
Yeah.
He's not just doing it with kings and aces.
Yeah, for sure. A four-way pot for a change.
Lawrence Brent says, hey, I've got a penny. I'm going to start playing satellites. Hey, Lawrence, from what I gather, you've actually won yourself about 90 cents the last couple of days. So,
No excuse not to see you at the series.
yeah, turn it into millions, my man. 5 high flop. Nobody has anything. I mean, if you're Gillard, why not take a shot at it? Your last act.
3 million in the middle.
Yeah, I mean,
3 million.
Bet 1.2. I mean, do you occasionally have sevens here? Yeah, why not? And instead, we get to a turn, and now it is Daniar.
Somebody's going to take a shot at this. They can't help themselves, surely. Look at all that money.
Well, yeah, it'll be Daniar with the queen.
Yeah, but I wondered if, Marco or... No.
Well, he checks. Daniar's now is like, well, now he might have taken a shot on the turn if the board paired or something. Now he doesn't have to.
Yeah, now he's trying to get some action. I feel like Daniel has these players on a string. Bet for me.
Yeah.
And I don't think there's anything wrong with the bet, by the way. Nothing wrong with Gilead taking a shot here. Might
Yeah,
as well. It's
yeah.
been checked around twice.
He's got hands like Queen Jack, Queen 10, Queen 9 suited. He's got that hand, But unfortunately for him, somebody else has a queen.
Plus, he's almost certainly got outs if he does get called, and lots of bluffing cards on the river. And
I just feel like if you were going to just take a random shot at it on the flop, if you were going to take a random shot at it with no equity, why not do it on the flop?
yeah, maybe. I quite like doing it on the turn. They both can work.
I'm always a little concerned when it checks through twice. Like, really? All these good players, they're all checking it? Nobody's got anything? Marco's thinking about making a move. I don't think he does it, but he's considering it. I think he knows that Gillard doesn't need a big hand here.
8 seconds.
Wow, and he is.
Incorrect.
Look at this.
3.8 million raise.
And I'm really
Good
intrigued.
reads.
What does Daniar do now?
I think he's folding, right?
He's like, wait a second. This isn't working out the way it was supposed to work out.
Yeah, he folds. Nice move, Marco.
Marco's going to win it. It's a great play by him.
Yeah, as long as we've got our Marcos the right way round, because there are two and they're sitting next to each other, we think the Marco that's in this hand is a really experienced online pro. Plays under the alias of One Pante, P-A-N-T-E.
I mean, what's the best hand that Gillard has here? Queen 10?
Yeah.
Maybe Queen Jack?
I mean, it's sort of harder to put Marco on a hand, really, but it's just the power of the bet. And, he read
Well, he was in the big blind. He could
read
have
the
two pair.
situation perfectly. He could be he never checks it twice against 3 other players, does he?
He might when the queen comes off.
He might. But I don't think that level of analysis is even required, is it?
No,
Because
it's not. I don't think you have anything. If you have anything, maybe it's one pair. I'm going to take a shot at it.
and it's
Great play.
It's such a big bet relative to stacks that it's very hard for get that to continue. Nice bet.
Really was. And you love like butterfly effects. Like that's a hand that Donnie R is going to win so often because it's going to go bet, fold, fold. Donnie R is going to call, and the river's going to go check, check probably. And the hand goes to Donnie R and he wins himself a nice pop. But because Marco decided I'm going to go up with the check raise here, Donnie R suddenly loses himself a pot. That would have been his. Marco's all in here from the small blinds.
Yeah, pretty super standard stuff.
Yeah, I mean, his opponent's got, what, 8 bigs? Marco's starting to get a little bit of heat here, which is, by the way, he earned it. I mean,
Yep.
by the way, remember earlier on when I was losing my mind over the ace-9 folds? Those folds look perfectly reasonable next to the folds that we saw at the final table.
That's right.
I mean, those were all perfectly reasonable. Here are the payouts. €4,000 jump between the 8th and 7th, then a €6,000 jump, then an €8,000 jump, and then the jumps get real serious. Donnie R picks up King Queen. He's got 20 bigs.
Still limping. Oh, maybe he didn't limp this. I can't quite tell.
It says Lay limped, but Marco's all in.
This is annoying.
Yeah, it really is. Especially because it's like 8 bigs.
Yeah, there's nothing he can do here.
No.
This has happened to Daniel quite a lot.
It
Like
has.
he's had these kind of short stack all in situations where he's had to keep playing. This looks bad for Daniel, good for Marco to survive in this tournament. Only a queen changes that.
That is not a queen. Deuce of diamonds on the river. And Marco with the double up to 11 million. And to your point, Donnie R is just feels like he has doubled up 4 or 5 players short stacks. And every time he kind of
it's definitely 3.
yeah, and every time he kind of crawls his way back and does the work, but he's been in a lot of these situations where he just has no choice but to call off.
Yeah, and ultimately you have to win some of these. It doesn't matter how good you are, you need to win some of these all-ins.
Yeah, and a lot of times, I mean, King, Queen versus Ace, King, obviously you're a big dog, but it's basically it should be about 3 to 1. It's not, it's not a crazy.
Well, he's not supposed to have Ace King, is he? Like,
No, he's
pretty lucky.
His 9's there sometimes.
Pretty lucky.
His Ace Jack sometimes.
All kinds of stuff. He's pretty
Yeah.
lucky waking up with Ace King with 8 big blinds or whatever.
8 players still remain. Bradley, 1332. Go get him, Lawrence Bren. Nick Wealthall, David Tuckman here for 888 Live. Barcelona is in May. Have I mentioned the food is phenomenal?
No? Yes, you have, yes.
Pablo with King Jack. He has been, besides the 8's hand, he hasn't done a thing at the final table.
Raise 1.2 million.
Really kind of staying out of the fray. He's going to raise up here. This will be interesting. Big stack versus big stack. If you know your opponent just folded 8s, do you ever take the ace 10 and go, you know what, I'm going to 3-bet here?
He doesn't know that, does he?
He might.
How?
It was probably 40 minutes ago at this point.
Yeah, we haven't had a break, though, have we?
They did. We had a break, so they had a break.
After the 8?
Yeah, the 8s were at the last hand of the last break.
Yeah, he might know.
And he does 3-bet.
3 million.
I love it.
Yeah, Marco's looking to take over this final table.
He might.
This might. I guess he can't, right? Oh, lovely.
That is really bad timing. You know what? I love the play by Marco. I absolutely love it. And this is just a really, really poor time for him. And Pablo will in all likelihood fold this. But Marco has to call. He's getting 4-1.
Yeah.
Now we see that one king is dead, so.
There's a live 10.
There's zero chance that Pablo is doing anything but folding here.
Yeah, I don't know what the...
I mean, if you didn't call getting 2-1 with your eights.
Well, all I know is players do some odd stuff.
There's the fold. And Marco, hate life, but you got to call. Right? I mean, Donnie R is never bluffing there, right? That said, you're getting 3.5 to 1.
I choose not to speak.
Well, my mom taught me at a very young age, if you don't have anything nice to say, you don't say anything at all, Nick. So that was a bizarre hand. I mean, if you're Donnie R and you face a raise, a 3-bet, and you shove, there was a raise and a 3-bet, and he just shoved 11 bigs. And somehow he didn't get called.
Genuinely.
I just want to put that out there one more time.
I know.
There was a raise,
Yeah.
a 3-bet,
Yeah.
and he shoved 11 big blinds and wasn't called.
And Marco's a really good player, so that's a really odd one to me.
Now, I've seen Patrick Leonard, for example, great poker player. He will make ridiculously tight laydowns when it comes to ICM. And he talked about that, and I think you and I talked about that a little bit. But I don't think he even is ever folding in that spot.
But not with the dead money, surely. That's
Yeah.
not, that can't. I don't see how the maths of that could ever be correct.
I would be curious to ask Marco what his thought process was on that particular spot. If he just thought, well, there's no way. And the problem is when you have an ace in your hand. When you have an ace in your hand, it's very difficult for you to not have 30% equity. Because even if your opponent has kings.
Yeah, of course.
You know. I don't know. Maybe somebody can explain that one.
I mean, he knows he's behind.
Oh yeah,
most of
obviously.
the time.
No, he's absolutely behind, 100%.
But it's most of the time. But it's a math problem.
I'm going to tell you that I think he's behind 100%.
It's just a math problem.
It was 3.8 million to win 12.
Yeah, that's why I don't understand.
And by the way, he has. If he had lost the hand, he still has like 8.5 million. So it wasn't for a stack. He still would have had 13 bigs. I will tell you that in all my years, I can't remember a time where I saw a raise, a 3-bet, and then an 11 big blind shove get through.
No.
By the way, Donnie R doubled up without seeing a flop.
I mean that
he actually doubled up without seeing a flop. He had 6.8 million chips.
That should be impossible, you know.
Yeah, and somebody was saying, I think he's giving the 4-better absolutely top range, like ace-queen plus 10s. That's fine. He has ace-10. He has 30% equity, and he's getting 3.5 to 1.
Well, also...
I mean, you realize with 3.5 to 1...
Also, that range would be wrong. So you're saying he's folding 9s?
No, I mean, whatever. He's folding...
Probably
not.
But the range that they're giving is wrong.
Yeah.
That's not right. He's only got 9 big blinds.
No, he had 11. He had 6.8 million.
Okay.
You and I are on the same side here. The issue is this. When you're getting 3.5 to 1, You can do the math. You only need to win that pot like, what, 21% of the time? 22% of the time to make a profit? So
Okay, I'm going to give him aces.
Ace 10 is winning that pot probably closer to 33% of the time. Emily Hawksworth asking where Alex Montgomery finished up. Finished in 13th place. Got really unlucky.
So this is for the chat. This is for the chat to explain why we're saying what we're saying. If you give him, so I've done this on Pro Poker Tools, you can do it on your own simulator. If you give him aces, kings, queens, jacks, tens, and ace king only.
Only.
So you're saying he's mucking ace queen in that spot. But if you give him only aces, kings, queens, jacks, tens, and ace king, and you have ace 10 offsuit, you have 28%. Sorry, 27.2%.
I've already pointed out you needed about 21.5% to make it a profitable call.
Yeah.
So and that's
the absolute tightest range you could.
By the way, he's also shoving ace queen. He might be shoving ace jack. He's also shoving nines.
And nines.
Yeah. So I don't. Anyway, Emily asked where Alex Montgomery finished up. Like I said, finished in 13th place. Took home, I want to say, 6,900 euros. Got very unlucky. He actually had a pair of kings flop top set against somebody's flush draw. Got it all in on the flop, and the flush hit the turn. He did not pair up on the river, and he was out in 13th place. Very unlucky outcome for one Alex Montgomery, or otherwise he would have almost definitely be at this final table.
If you add in ace, queen, nines, and eights, which I think you absolutely should, me too.
I agree.
Not folding eights. That gets us up to 31% equity.
Which is where I think he's probably at.
Which means 3-1 you should call, and he was getting closer to 4-1, I think. I guess the only thing you can say is he's given him a really tight range, and then he's saying, I just want to keep my chips.
I want to preserve my stack.
I want to preserve my stack.
Which is, and listen, by the way, there is something to that.
Maybe that's the argument. But I think that's a better argument when everybody's deeper stacked,
Me too.
and you actually have more control over what's going to happen to you.
Yeah. It's also a much better, it's a much better argument when you're all deeper stacked and you have a huge skill edge.
3-bet from Pablo here in the small blind.
Yeah, he doesn't believe a button open from Gilad, and why not? Why would he? Chris Twyman says, look, he knew he was behind, so why gamble? That's a great question, Chris, and I think that makes a lot of sense. The issue is in poker, there's often dead money in the pot. And when you're getting a price, for example, let's say I were to gamble with you, and I'm going to put up my $20 against your 5, right? Well, you don't need to win that pot. You don't need to win that gamble very often to make it profitable, right? If you're only going to gamble your 5 versus my 20 when you have the best of it, that's going to be very difficult for you to make money. So, the best poker players in the world, good poker players out there, if they're getting a price, they know that, well, I don't need to win this very often to turn a profit.
Yeah, I mean, the point is it's not a gamble. The point is the point of poker is to make positive expected value decisions. That's the whole point of the game. And it revolves around the money in the middle. So you're not asking yourself, do I have the best hand here? You're asking yourself, do I have expected value here? So do I win this pot often enough to make the odds of reward worthwhile? It's an expected value game. It's not a have I got the best hand game.
Now, IN Fifth Knuckle says, and if he calls, he only has 4 or 5 million left. Now, listen, if the all-in was a bigger portion of his stack, I could theoretically get behind it, because surviving is obviously important. But it actually wasn't. He has 11 million chips. It was only 3.8 million to call. So even if he called and lost that hand, he would still have, I want to say, 12 or 13 big blinds. Nonetheless, though, it's just another tight fold that we've seen at this table, and it's a theme that we've seen. So everybody's doing that.
It's definitely not as bad as some of the other decisions.
This is kind of an
You
odd
can-
3-bet
you can-
sizing.
You can at least rationalize it. you
Yeah,
know?
this is an odd 3-bet sizing from Gilad. He's actually, I mean, if you're Marco, you think you're up against aces or kings, right? I mean, why not just move all in?
He's called. He's called.
He did call. He's hoping to hit an ace. There you go. Boom. It's kind of a bizarre play from Gilad. And Marco's like, cool.
Nobody else is going to get eliminated the way it's going. It's really weird how it's going. And then he moves all in.
Yeah, and doesn't check it. Although, hey, we'll point this out. Remember yesterday we were looking at, like, you know, the stop and go doesn't work because you almost never have the top of your range. Well, maybe Marco is trying to play that. Like, why would you do this if you had an ace? You know? That kind of theory.
Yeah, I suppose so. I mean, he definitely
It's a weird play.
definitely might get called.
I mean, if I'm in Gilad's spot, I'd be like, man,
What would you do in that spot?
I don't know. I might be compelled to call. I'd just be like, man, why would you do this with an ace?
Do you know what? This is really weird.
Yeah. Like if you had ace 10 or ace jack or something like that and you called my 3-bet. Well, first of all, if you had ace king or ace queen, you're probably 4-betting all in, right? Are you
That
really
doesn't-
call? You know what I mean? It's like,
isn't-
I have 2 jacks.
Hasn't this pot just created a situation where again he has to call? Like, he's got to be so sure. I mean,
your opponent
but we can see it's right to lay it down. But again, I'm trying to focus on process and range.
No, 100%. And keep in mind, yesterday there was a very similar hand where a player called
This is
pre-flop and then moved all in on the flop. And our exact analysis was, well, he wouldn't do this if he had like a really big hand. And by the way, in that particular spot, he had nothing. Remember, he had like king high.
Yeah, I mean, most of the time they're weak when they just. Now he's giving it up here. Like if he gave it up there. He looks so relaxed. That was a big mistake to interact with him like that. I think I'd now feel better about folding.
And look at that, Gilad picked it up.
I think that was really a giveaway.
Yeah, he might have picked up on the same thing that you picked up on. And Gilad makes what could be a tournament saving.
It's like a really unorthodox lay down. Like you should never normally lay that down. You're getting 3-1, and your opponent can have anything. However, A, it's a really odd line, so maybe he does have a big hand, and B, he just like is relaxed and laughing and stuff. You'd be relaxed and laughing if you just shoved all in with 6-7 or something, would you?
Right? No, he would be as still as stone if he had 6-7, or if let's say he had some sort of like weird pair of 5s or something along those lines, or even if he just had king queen and he was just like, you know what, I'm going to go for it. Hope this has a pair.
Absolutely. We don't often get to see live reads that we think are definitely live reads, but I think that made the difference. Like Gilad folded pretty quickly after that little interaction.
And you picked up on it right away, and I think Gilad picked up on the same exact thing.
Just so relaxed.
We've seen some unorthodox play at this table, but it has been incredibly entertaining.
It has been quite hard to analyze, but it's been really entertaining.
I mean, Gilad, the whole hand was bizarre from the 3-bet sizing to min raise, basically. A 3-bet and not just shove all in. He only had like 16 and a half big blinds. Miguel all in here. What did he have there? I'm trying to think. What did he have? 17 big blinds and he 3-bet for half of it.
The whole hand was weird.
Yeah.
It was weird that Marco decided to call.
I don't think it was weird that he called. He's getting a really good price. His opponent gave him 4.5 to 1. He's like, cool, if I hit an ace, I'll go with it. If I hit an ace, a 10, or 2 hearts, I'm going with it.
Right. But he left himself.
Yeah?
I don't know. It was a very weird hand from start to
Bizarre.
finish.
I mean, the only part of the hand that
But
was actually
definitely-
standard was the open with ace 10 of hearts.
Yeah, you're right.
was
Yeah,
the-
yeah, because the 3-bet was so big.
It went off the rails there.
Yeah.
Marius says, Tuckman, you coming to Bucharest, right? Yes, both Nick Wealthall and myself will
And some,
be in
and some
Bucharest.
cameras and a lot of money for you to win.
Yes, we'll be there. Can't wait, my man. Kevin Booley says the guy who folded pocket eights missed out on a sponsorship possibility from 888 Poker. Yeah, how do you fold eights in an 888 live event?
Yeah, that is, yeah, you're right. That's an extra piece of equity to put in the calculation. That was definitely a misstep. Has Ron limped here?
Yeah, and a lot of the players, people in the chat are on I think they're right, spot on here. It says, I don't think most of these players are thinking about the math. They're thinking about the pay jumps. And again, to Nick's point earlier on, a lot of these players, this is the biggest moment of their poker careers. I get it.
We totally understand that. Definitely not saying that. It's just that there aren't really pay jumps at the moment.
Yeah, that's the thing that I keep pointing out. The pay jump between 8th and 7th is 4,000 euros. I don't want to sneeze on 4,000 euros.
No, but compared to...
The pay jump between 3rd and 2nd, the pay jump between 4th and 3rd is 25,000.
Yeah.
3rd and 2nd is 35,000. So
Ron has limped under the gun here with off a stack of less than 10 big blinds, and David has raised him, and presumably Ron limped in order to get exactly this situation, and now he'll shove, right? I presume that's why you limp with ace jack with short stack.
is he going to check fold if he misses?
Right, I'm going to stop analysing these hands. I'm just going to talk about other topics.
I'll just do, yeah,
I'll
make a deal. I'll do play-by-play.
Yeah.
You talk about bunnies.
Okay.
Okay? Well, okay, there you go. What I wanted to see was, I really wanted to see like a 9-6 deuce flop, and I wanted to see what happens.
You want to see what he's thinking?
Yeah. Yeah,
David's going to move in, which is correct.
Yeah, I like it. I mean...
Yeah, it's completely correct. Like, he's got...
You wouldn't think your opponent would have ace-jack here. You wouldn't think your opponent ever has a king in their range because he would have just moved all in. And Ron does finally make this call.
And
Pot is 13 million chips. Ron's going to win this tournament, by the way.
He's pretty safe.
And he's going to throw 10s in your face.
Your face. You were the one that first said it was bad.
A queen eliminates him. Oh!
I throw it back in his face. Well, that is a pretty sick beat on the river.
Yeah, that is tough. I mean, he gets it in good. And unfortunately for him, David Gonzalez hits his queen on the river. You know, we've been calling for a queen on the river for about 11 hours.
That's true.
That's the first queen we've seen, and it is not good for Ron Chahar, as he's been eliminated in 7th place. No, sorry, 8th place. Takes home 14,000 euros.
Correct.
The remaining 7 players are all now guaranteed 18,000 euros. Does that open up the play a little bit? Now they've laddered up.
We know that Ron is a really good player. That's his second 888 Live main event final table. So congrats on another deep run to Ron. And we'll see him, I'm sure, in Bucharest because he lives there. And he seems to like playing poker.
I will tell you that Ron Chahar is a heck of a poker player. I mean, the ace-9 call earlier on today was phenomenal. The way he carries himself at a poker table, so impressive. I think there's a reason why he's made 2 final tables on 888 Live main events. No doubt. When we get to Bucharest, I'd love to run him down and kind of ask him about the 10s fold. I have to imagine that if he watches this over again, he regrets it at this point. I have to imagine he does.
Well, look, I mean, no one plays perfect poker all the time.
Of course
Every
not.
single one of us, if you play a session of poker, like, do you ever come away from a session of poker thinking there's not a single thing not a single bet or call or whatever that I wouldn't make differently?
Oh, please.
That's just the way it is. Unfortunately, when you're on the feature table, obviously,
It gets magnified.
it gets magnified.
And obviously, you know, like we heard Viv talking about a hand from, 4 or 5 years ago that she remembers. When you're playing at a final table, you're also going to remember your mistakes. So, nonetheless, we are down to 7.
Maybe he'd have gone out the tournament that hand if he'd called. So
Yeah, exactly. Maybe he does go out. You're
we
right.
don't ever know.
Good point. Romania calls. We will see him in about 6 or 7 weeks.
Down to 7 players. It's 3:30 a.m. here in Madrid. The casino must close at 10 a.m. I'm not making that up. That's,
I mean, like, the
that's
police
the
comes
law.
in then,
Yeah,
right, yeah.
that's the law. It must go to 10 a.m. So,
Like, it's not even just like you can't end the tournament at 10 because people have to be out the door by then.
yeah, David and I have both commentated on 6-hour heads-up matches at ends of tournaments before. So, this is by no means a slam dunk that we get this in.
Well, and the way these players are playing,
No means a slam dunk.
by the way, that was another bizarre hand too. Limp call, then check, begrudgingly call off. I imagine, by the way,
and then get 4 outed on the river.
right, and then get 4 outed. I guess I think my answer is pretty safe. By the way, had the flop come out 9 high, I think he was check folding, right? I mean, if he tank called with the ace jack on a king jack board, he was folding if he missed, right?
I think there's a category of live players who find it really easy to navigate tournaments and accumulating chips by pot controlling and just making good decisions all the way through. And I think they don't like when the tournament goes short stacked, and they just don't have that other kind of shoving, 15 big blind strategy at all, and they keep trying to play the game that's got them there. I think we see that quite a lot at this level of buy-in.
I would say you see it at the top level as well. How about Phil Hellmuth?
Yeah,
I mean, Shahar's style is actually quite Hellmuthian.
right, that's it.
I
Yeah.
mean, I am going to overmanage my 11 big blind stack. I mean, isn't Hellmuth the master of like raising on an 8 big blind stack and then folding? We've seen him do it countless times.
Can he be a master of that?
Well, Phil Hellmuth can.
It's like me saying I'm the master of putting up shelving that doesn't stay up. I've mastered it.
Well, I mean, listen. I think Hellmuth has proven over time that he has somehow, some way, despite all the criticism from the online pundits, that he has mastered that.
I disagree completely. I think he's mastered no limit tournaments against non-professional fields, and I think he's absolutely fantastic against 90% of poker players when there's deep stacks. I suspect that his live reads are some of the best live reads in the world, Phil Hellmuth. But I don't think he's a good short stack player. I think he makes...
No, he's a terrible short stack player.
But
he's mastered it. I'm saying.
But then I don't think he's mastered it, because I don't think you can master it, because I think it involves making mistakes.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing.
And what fascinates me is he's so smart. Like, I genuinely have a lot of respect for Phil Hellmuth. I'm not a Phil Hellmuth hater. He's so smart. What amazes me is that at no point in his career has he gone, I'm just going to pay... don't get upset. We know Pablo's not making those calls.
I'm not upset.
He's not making those calls.
By the way, from a push-shove point of view, when your opponent shoves 6 blinds into you and you're in the big blind, King 7 is an absolute call. It's slam dunk.
But he's not doing it.
I know. I'm just,
so
okay,
there's no
continue
point continuing to get upset, because he's not going to make any calls.
No, I know. Go ahead.
If you're not making the 8s call, you're not making any calls.
Yeah, good point. Go ahead.
No, it's interesting to me that Hellmuth has never gone, wait a minute, I'm amazing at no-limit tournaments. Clearly, a lot of these other people who are having success are doing things differently with 15 big blinds and less. Why don't I get one of the best in the world to teach me? I've got lots of money, and I'll just learn what I'm supposed to do with 15 big blinds mathematically.
I will tell you,
he's just stubborn. He just doesn't want to change his approach.
Hellmuth over the last 10, 12 years has actually put a lot of work into his game. He does work on his mixed games a lot. I think he's realized that that's where he can get his bracelets. Hellmuth, very much like Shahar, I think, is kind of, again, just over-managing when there's not much to manage.
That's right.
Like, you need a hammer, and they're just trying to, like, massage the nail in. It's like, no, just hammer the fucking thing in already.
Yeah, that's a great analogy. Yeah, it's wanting to control. And it's just an extension of what gets them so far. Like I said, I think Hellmuth has some of the best live reads of anyone in the world.
Clearly.
But there's a point in tournaments where live reads become way less useful, and it does become about maths, and you can't fade the maths.
I think the technical experts in the game have shown us that raise folding 6 big blinds is not optimal.
Right.
Yet we've seen Hellmuth do it time and time again. And that was a situation where we saw a limp call a raise on a 9 big blind stack to then check call off.
And we presume check fold if he didn't hit a pair.
Based on what he did when he flopped a pair.
Yeah, he tanked, yeah. Yeah.
I mean, obviously, we'll never know.
I mean, I want to make absolutely clear to everyone listening, I'm not talking from a position of expertise. I am not a 20 big blind or less master or anything close to it. I'm just talking from a what we know is correct now. Like 20 big blinds or less, no limit hold'em is solved. There aren't debates about it. Basically, certainly 15 big blinds or less poker is solved.
Daniar, by the way, he bet the flop with a pair of eights. Was behind. Gonzalez called. The turn brings him 2 pair. And Gonzalez is going to be in a tough spot here. He's got second pair. It's a really wet board. I mean, you're talking about gut shots, straight draws, flush draws, 2 flush draws at that. And Gonzalez is not blocking any of that. He doesn't have a spade in his hand. He doesn't have a heart in his hand. He doesn't have a 6 or a 7 in his hand. This is a really tough fold. And he finds it. I mean, against a tough player like Daniar, I'm not sure if I'm folding that. I might put him on. I might have to call one more straight and see the river.
Yeah, it's a difficult spot, man. That's a difficult spot.
Nonetheless, though, Daniar, who has been...
He's had some ups and downs.
Yeah, but he's been so impressive throughout. He is our chip leader now with 17 million chips. Marco also been quite fun to watch. He's actually probably the one amateur at this table for sure.
You mean the Marco?
The one who's got 17 million chips. Yeah, the gentleman with the scarf.
The other one has 12 million, right?
Yeah. The Marco in the center of the screen.
I think they've been the 2 most impressive players. The Marco with the snood hat and Dania.
Yeah. Which is what made that ace-10 fold even more kind of perplexing. Because when a good player does something that doesn't make a lot of sense to us, I think we both want to figure out, okay, why? Mm-hmm. You know, so.
Absolutely.
Daniar is raised here. Gilad is in a tough spot, though. He really shouldn't have any fold equity. He's only got 9 bigs. I think he just moved all in. And unlike Shahar, Danaher is never folding 10s here. If he does, I'm walking out.
Yeah.
The rest of it, there's no way.
Yeah. Well, we can walk out. We can go somewhere else and come back because they'll still be here. No, he has called. We're fine.
Yeah, I mean, it's a slam dunk. Are you kidding me?
So Gilad has 25% here.
Yeah.
I don't blame him for moving in. Like, he definitely has fold equity against Daniel. Daniel's definitely opening a lot. I don't think it's a disastrous move in or anything, but he's run into a big hand, obviously.
And it's not a good flop. Normally, the funny thing is if he just called.
He's got nothing.
If you're Daniel, you're like, oh, what a terrible flop.
Doesn't even have a backdoor or anything.
Well, he could chop it, though. No. A jack, by the way, or an ace would have chopped it up.
Sick.
How crazy that would have been.
That's sick. That would have been really sick.
If that happened, that just means we're never leaving.
Daniel knows.
Yeah. A jack or an ace would have chopped that up. Instead, though, it's a 10.
There's your chip leader.
Yeah, I mean, how he's starting to put himself a little bit of distance here. Gilad goes home in 7th place. He takes home 18,000 euros. Our remaining... I love the, like, fake applause. Like, okay, cool, we all made more money. Awesome.
I'd be weeping, man.
Yeah. The remaining 6 players, by the way, are all guaranteed 24,000 euros. The money is really starting to get real. A lot of reals there. So 6 players remain, and...
Can I do my first color-up shout of the final table?
Yeah.
You seen how many white chips Daniel has?
Daniar can really start pressuring these opponents now. This is the one player I would not pressure, though. Marco B. He has shown a proclivity to calling 3 bets. He's definitely the loosest player at the table.
He's sticky.
Yeah, he's definitely sticky. The other players at the table, though, I'm happy to kind of like, okay. Do you want to play for your tournament right now?
Well, we're going to see a flop here, I think. At least.
Yep, we are. Queen 10-9 flop?
Not quite. Bingo flop for Marco.
Yeah, that's a really nice flop for Marco. Wow. There aren't many times where I'm slow playing, but I consider it here. Probably not. I'd probably just bet it.
1.7 million.
I mean, that is just such a crush. We continue on here in Madrid. Thanks for joining us. 88 Live. 888 Live in Madrid at beautiful Casino Gran Via. Nick Wealthall, David Tuckman. We're back at it in Bucharest. The remaining 6 players all guaranteed 24,000 euros. Pay jump's getting a little bit larger now. The next pay jump was 8,000, then 13, then 25. You know what it was also? I think it's a matter of control. I think it's difficult. When you're short stacked in poker, you kind of have to relinquish control.
That's right. Yeah, it's definitely that. That's
and
absolutely
that's hard.
what it is. That's definitely what it is.
Because people think they can still control things.
That's
and you can't.
Completely what it is.
I mean, look at Ron Chahar. He folds the 10s, right? He folds the 10s, thinking, I can control this. I can get a better spot. I got a better spot. And he's still out in 8th.
But even if he'd won that pot, he wouldn't have been back into as good a situation as when he folded the 10s, I don't think.
No,
I think he'd been back to 12 big blinds.
If he had called with the 10s at that point, he would have been chip leader. I mean,
no,
if they held
but
up.
when he folded the 10s, he had 16 big blinds. If he'd won the pot he went out on, I think he'd have had 11 or 12.
Right.
So, like...
Ooh, this is interesting.
There's shorter stacks, so...
Yeah, it's 15 million. It's a little bit of a too big of a shove. What is a shove here? 20... Gosh, like 20... My math is... It's 3 in the morning, and my math is it's not great. It's 25 big shoves, 25 big blinds.
Yeah, this is a pretty easy fold, because there are...
It is.
There's at least one short stack, and I can't remember...
Yeah, that one is. And I don't think David Gonzalez is shoving. He's shoving small pairs. I don't think he's shoving weaker kings. So you're never dominating your opponent.
I'm Googling, is it better to sleep for an hour or not to sleep at all? What do you think the answer is?
I generally don't sleep at all. If it's an hour. If it's 2 hours, I'll nab an hour sleep, an hour and 20 minutes.
An hour is very bad. I knew that. Because an hour is in the middle of your
like you just started getting into like REM and it's like, oh.
Right, so your best options are 1, sleep for 90 minutes, 2, sleep for 20 minutes, because you don't get into your deep sleep, but you do get some little recovery.
Right.
3, don't sleep at all.
See, what I like to do is when it's only an hour, I don't sleep at all. But I'll take a cab to the airport and get my 20 minutes in during that airport ride.
Right. Yeah, that's probably pretty good.
Usually the driver wakes me up while I'm drooling on his seat. Miguel picks up ace-king. I don't know how much maneuverability there really is. He just moves all in. Just nobody's deep. I mean...
No.
Even our chip leader only has about 33 big blinds.
And what is the next pay jump? Do you know off by heart? Or
it is 32, 24 to 32.
So we're starting to get a bit more serious.
Yeah.
A little bit more serious.
Yeah, all these players guaranteed, nearly 25,000 euros. That's a lot of money. Bucharest, there it is, March 23rd to 29th. Nick and I will be there. Come find us. You'll get a stiff handshake from Nick and a beer from me.
Lovely stuff. The commentator doubler. Look at that big hotel venue in Bucharest.
Eugene says that chair was a prize for reaching the final table. Kevin Booley thinks that would be awesome if they really did that. Just take the chair home.
Get the chair.
Yeah. I will tell you that during the World Series of Poker, DX Racer was sponsoring the World Series. So I got to sit in the DX Racer all summer while I was commentating. I took that thing home.
Did you?
Oh, yeah, end of the summer. I told everybody the whole summer, I was like, I'm taking it home. Sure enough, last day of commentary, I threw it in the back of my Jeep and I drove it home.
Do you know, I think some of the best, no one cares about this, but some of the best money I've ever spent in my life is the chair I have in my office at home.
Yeah.
Which is a Herman Miller.
If you sit in a chair a lot, if you're an online poker player, you're crazy not to invest a few $100 in a good chair.
Definitely.
I mean, I will tell you the DX Racer I have is probably, I don't know, retails for $700 or $800, but phenomenal.
But you stole yours.
I didn't steal it. I openly told them it was sponsored. World Series was
You
being
openly
sponsored.
told them you were stealing it from the freeway.
Yeah.
You're like,
I
oh,
was
by the way, thanks for your work this summer, guys. By the way, I've stolen the chair. See you later.
I'm taking this. Pablo's got a pair of deuces. Donnie R's got a pair of tens. Oh, hello. 2 pair now, 10 and 4.
10-4, Big Daddy-O.
Yep. I mean, if Pablo checks back the flop, I don't think he can fold, can he?
Oh, Pablo,
I mean, he checked back.
Pablo can find
I know he
folds.
can. But generally speaking, if you have a pair in a blind-on-blind confrontation and you decide to check it, aren't you inducing a bluff?
Definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah, he does.
I mean,
call.
I would imagine you got to call one straight, kind of evaluate the river. I was going to say, luckily for him, there are no cards that can come off that can really make his hand a good second-best hand.
It's going to look so bluffy when Daniel bets this again, you know.
Of course. Spades missed. 5-6 got there. A hand he could have theoretically bet.
How much does Daniel think he can get paid? He thinks he can get paid.
Looks like
5.
2.8.
5 discs. 2.8 is correct.
Thank you for verifying. Pablo's got a bluff catcher. Donnie R is telling the story that he's got, I would say, minimum of an ace here. And more likely two pair plus.
Yeah, he value bets a 10 though, I think, in this situation.
Yeah, I don't know if he's going for 3 streets when there's like a 5 can make a straight and everything.
Yeah, he hasn't. Check the flop.
By the way, I love the value bet. A lot of players are frightened of the 5. They're like, oh, we could have a straight. I'll just check it now. You know what we haven't talked about enough? Pablo's hair. Look at that. That's fantastic.
He folds. Good lay down.
Pablo could be a hair model. Just fantastic hair.
I actually like it.
Oh, and I'm not being facetious. He's got great hair.
All right, settle down.
Some people think that I can be facetious and be rude. I'm not trying to be rude. He genuinely has good hair, and the reason I say it is... It's who I am, Nick. I've got to be true to myself.
No, sure, yeah. Be true to yourself. Go for it.
6-handed, blinds are 400,000, 800,000 now. By the way, there's only about 120 big blinds in play. I mean, I've seen tournaments end at this point. So
yeah,
I mean,
definitely. Yeah, definitely.
I mean, if Donnie R can go on a little bit of a run here, we've got an outside chance of this ending at 7.
These players who are going to get really short-stacked are going to have some very weird, funky, difficult decisions.
Look at Donnie R. He's going to start like he's like, okay,
He's
you
gonna
guys are
open-
playing
yeah,
tight.
yeah.
I've got chips now. I'm going to get them all.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
You guys want to ladder up? Cool.
Yeah.
You guys can figure out who gets 5th and 4th. I'm going to take first.
Yeah, he is going to do that.
And the more chips he gets, the more dangerous he's going to become with this.
Like that monster in which was the one begins with an M in the monster movies, and they shoot at him. They don't understand that he actually feeds off energy, and the more they shoot at him, the stronger he gets.
I didn't see that movie.
And it's not even like that at all. I just wanted to talk about monster movies. There's one of the Japanese monsters in the Japanese monster movies.
Nearing 4 in the morning here in Madrid, if you couldn't tell.
It's going to be a long 2 hours for the listeners.
This is the one player at the table that I don't think gives a biddle about ICM. He's just playing his cards.
Yeah. Gives a biddle.
And as a result, he's in second place.
Well, he doesn't give a biddle, does he?
He doesn't give a biddle.
Crazy bastard.
I have no horse in this race, obviously. No dog in a fight. Use any
God.
cliche you want to use.
I tell you what, Miguel, we must have seen the least of Miguel. Like, he's hardly been in a pot in this final table, unless I'm like, he had the double up, but like in the last 2 hours, how many pots has he been in?
I mean, 1, 2.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I don't. Anyway, I was going to say, part of me kind of wants Doniar to actually win this, because I like to see good aggressive play be rewarded.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
6-5-4, 2 spades out there. Neither player loves this flop. Miguel does have a gut shot. There are no diamonds out there. Pot is 4.6 million.
Yeah, I mean, just no room for manoeuvre. He's got 1.5 pot size bets left. So you sort of think, if you're deeper, lots of different options, lead out, check raise, whatever. But with this stack depth, there's no options. Like, what do you want to do here? I don't know. I've got no ideas.
I mean, if you think you're up against like a big ace or something like that, you can't be in terrible shape right now. You can catch a 7, you can catch an 8. You're going to get a big ace to fold a lot of the time. I'd like to see
he's up against the hijack open.
Yeah.
I don't know.
He checks. Takes an awfully long time to check there. And then hits the 7.
There you go.
That worked out well.
That's how you get an option.
Yeah. I'm going to take a really long time. I'm going to make it look like I've got something so I can induce my opponent to check and then hit my hand. That worked out well.
If you can do it, it's brilliant.
That's a big pot. Miguel goes right to 13 million. These pots are all enormous.
Yeah, they're all enormous relative to the stacks.
Every one.
Every pot.
Again, blinds are 400,000, 800,000. If we get a leaderboard any moment, you'll see. Nobody has chips.
Nobody has chips, but nobody's under 10 big blinds.
By the way, you mentioned earlier on maybe these players would chop it up when they get like 6-handed or 5-handed. I think that was a possibility. I don't believe it is if our gentleman in seat number 5 is our chip leader. I think he's going to push his edge. Yeah, I think Doniar can almost raise any 2 cards. Once Marco folds.
Well, there's his proof. I mean,
he raised 8-3. Now he's raising King 3.
Yeah, he might be opening like 80% there. Pablo's are gonna.
Whoa! Hello. Okay, Pablo.
Nice read.
Yeah, that is a really nice read. If you realize that your opponent's going to open that wide, Queen 10 of Hearts looks real pretty. Man, if looks could kill.
How dare you? How dare you get in my pot?
Strong play there from Pablo. And I think it's very clear from what we've seen in the last few hours. He's one of those players that would rather be the first one in the pot.
Right, exactly, yeah. Yeah, players are just so much more comfortable being the aggressor than being the caller.
I don't think getting 3-bet once is going to deter him. I think he knows that his opponents are going to have to wake up with pretty big hands to 3-bet.
Sign of a good player, I think. Just go right back to work.
And by the way, that second raise in a row kind of gets even more credit. Like, okay. By the way, his raise last hand was 1.7 million. There's 2 million in the pot before we even see a flop. So he's risking 1.7 to win 2.
Amazing.
So if he wins 1 and loses 1, he's actually making.
Amazing.
He's earning a profit there.
Amazing. Yeah,
And you know he's aware of that.
totally.
XL Blizzard coming up in 2 short days. That's right, February 6th. So 1.5 million, just under 1.5 million overall guaranteed. 34 tournaments spread out among those 10 days. The main event is on February 16th. It's a $250 buy-in tournament. Guarantee is $500,000 in that.
Yeah, you're probably thinking, wow, 1.5 is some big numbers. I probably won't be able to play. Buy-ins start at $5
Yeah.
for some of the events.
Yeah, $550 to $2,320, and there's satellites that are even cheaper. So
Yeah.
if you happen to win 34 cents, Lawrence Bren, if you won 34 cents in the free roll, see if you can kind of spiral that up.
That's interesting that Gonzalez didn't open the ace-deuce there.
Marco's actually found himself pretty short here. Got under 10 bigs.
Yeah, but this is horrible.
Yeah.
And the big stacks in the big blind, so this is a shove.
And he's going to just call, though.
I mean,
This is the one player, again, that I probably would not try to leverage my stack against.
no, but you shove because you...
No, I'm talking about Daniar.
Oh, I see.
Like I
Yeah.
said, Marco's the one player at the table
I-
who's kind of likely to just, like, he
I'd
doesn't
still,
care.
I'd still raise here, though.
Yeah, okay.
Blind
Give yourself a
versus-
chance.
Yeah, blind versus blind. He's probably going to move in because obviously he has the ace, but a lot of times he doesn't have the ace.
Yeah. It's a really nice play. Limp shove with the ace-4. It's got 15 bigs.
This,
Okay.
this I don't like.
He's got a call here, yeah. Ace-4 offsuit against the chip leader. What do you do when you miss the flop?
Well, you just lose, don't you?
Yeah. There you go. It's a perfect example. King 9-6, 2 hearts. Neither player has anything. I mean, Daniar actually has a gutter, and he's all in. Just not afraid. And look, he shows the ace. Don't do that.
That's my one.
Yeah,
That's
don't do that.
That's my pet hate.
Daniar now up to 29 million.
Yeah, you might as well, instead of showing the ace, you might as well have got, you know, one of those like red sirens that they put on the top of the unthingy police cars to turn in. You might as well have put one of those on your head.
Right.
saying pound me. That's what it says. Please
Right.
continue to abuse me.
I mean, Daniar is sitting there going, wow, he had an ace. Wow, I got that raised through. He didn't limp shove the ace?
This is amazing.
Yeah, this is awesome. I think,
Given what we've seen, Daniar's just going to keep doing this, and then he's going to lose an all-in. He's going to be back in. That's what's happened to him, basically.
almost definitely, based on what we've seen through
all,
the years.
all day, yeah.
And it'll be like Miguel will win.
Right.
Like Miguel will just stick around to win the all-in, then they'll get heads up, and he'll win it.
Right.
I wonder if I got this feeling, and based on our bios,
wow.
I got yeah, it's a tight lay. I got the feeling. I'm going to throw this at you because we're seeing some tight lay ends. Obviously, Marco's going to shove here, and he certainly should. Oh wow.
Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah.
Yep.
Gets it
Doesn't
through.
want to call 15 bigs. That's smart with that. Okay, but I'm wondering if the pros at the table, and I think at this point, everybody at the table considers themselves a pro except for the Marco in seat 4.
Oh, really? Like the guys in seat 1 and 2 are pros?
I think so.
I'm just not very good at remembering biogs.
And if they're all pros, they might be looking at Marco, the amateur, thinking he's a loose cannon. Does he give his chips away, or does he put himself in a situation to lose his chips? Can I ladder up one more spot before gambling? I don't know this to be true or not. It's just kind of a guess. Miguel's a genius. He just folded ace-5 suited, and look at that. Marco's got queens.
Good read.
He is an absolute genius.
Good read.
Marco, the triangle. Unfortunate. Oh, he's gonna get action. Yeah, look at him. He's like, "Are you kidding? How do you have queens here? I've got 9s." Oh, that's unfortunate for David Gonzalez.
Well, he's not out yet.
No, he's not. He's going to win. Somehow he's going to win this one 25% of the time.
Clearly, he's not in position A. I'll give you that.
He's got 2 live suits. That is not a bad flop. I mean, if you are going to miss, he's got a lot of runner outs here.
Yeah, maintains 18% here.
Well, can now catch a 7 or a 9. Oh, there it is, the 9 for the straight. And David Gonzalez does absolutely nothing wrong. Either does Marco. Unfortunately, one person has to lose the hand, and it is Marco.
We lose the hat.
The hat man, hashtag cool hat, is gone.
I really feel bad for Marco. He played really well, I
thought he played great.
I mean, he made a couple of really nice plays.
The check raise on that queen turn,
cool.
That was so cool.
Was
Such
really
a great play.
Clearly a very good player. He's got a phenomenal online record. And if he wants to enter any more live tournaments, there's a good chance we'll see him at another final table.
Yeah, there's no doubt he was an excellent player. I'd love to at some point pick his brain and figure out what his thought process was on the ace-10 fold, because again, clearly a good player. I want to know what his thought process was on that one. Anyway, we are down to 5 players. Marco takes home 24,000 euros for his efforts. It says pounds, by the way. It's not, though. It's euros.
Oh,
that's where I got confused. I did read it and just didn't come up with that. Mark, the remaining 5 players are all guaranteed 32,000 now.
I don't understand. So just time I asked you how much you have. He said small blind, big blind, so.
I mean, is there a crazy chance this is over in an hour and a half?
Well, they're short right now.
They're short, and the blinds go up the blind's going to go up soon again.
I know the blinds go up.
They keep going. They don't stop.
You're becoming hysterical. I know it's late. The only thing is, like, if it keeps going fast, at some point you get a consolidation, say 3-handed or heads up.
Right.
You have more chips in play. So you can slow down again.
Since we are in this all-in Turbo Fest portion of the tournament, feels only natural to bring in a pro to analyze the play.
Hi, Chris.
Miguel's all in here. I don't think Donny Har wants to flip, but I don't think he can fold, right? I mean, this is a raise and then a 13 big blind shove. Chris Moorman's in the booth. We're going to get some commentary from him in a second, but thumbs up, thumbs down, fold or call? Moorman says fold. There's 5 players left. It's a call, okay. Moorman has said call, sorry, once he got his bearings. 5-handed, 13 big blind shove after you open. 6s versus ace-jack, it's a race. Haven't heard much from Miguel. By the way, if Donny Har's 6s hold up here, he is going to have about half the chips in play.
Yep. So far,
9
so
high
good.
flop, so far so good.
Oh, many outs.
Oh, too many outs?
All the outs. No, sir. Huge pot for Donny Har.
Donny Har now has about half the chips in play, just a little bit under. Miguel T is gone in 5th place. He takes home 32,000 euros, and we are down to 4. Donny Har has been the most impressive player throughout, and I believe we're going to try to get Chris Moorman in the booth. Chris, can you talk?
I can.
There you go. Let us know in the chat if you can hear Chris.
What's the situation here?
We're 4-handed. We have seen some obscene folds throughout for like chip conservation, playing very tight, not wanting to lose your chips, not wanting to be knocked out. The most impressive player at this table, I think, without a doubt, has been Donny Har, the chip leader.
All right. So
yeah, he's been playing well.
So you're really mad. There's been some tight folds then.
David's been very mad.
So
I bet you've been.
I've been very calm about it.
I'm going to give you one example of one hand, okay?
Okay.
You have ace-10.
This is not the worst one. This is...
No, but this was he folded to a...
This is the most interesting one.
Is there ever a situation where you would 3-bet with ace-10 and then fold to a 4-bet 11 big blind shove.
Probably not.
He was getting 3.5 to 1 on the call.
He was getting 3.5 to 1, and it wasn't for a stack, by the way. If he called and he lost, he still would have had like 13 bigs.
He found out where he's at. He was behind. He was behind. I'm sure.
He was behind.
Exactly.
His opponent had ace. His opponent had ace king.
And I can also tell you that was not the worst fold. That was like the 3rd worst fold, I think.
I actually played with this
Pablo?
Doniero guy.
Yeah.
In the high roller.
Oh, that makes sense.
And how did he play?
It was playing interesting. He was like mixing
Limping?
a bunch of limps.
Yeah.
He limp raised me one hand.
Yeah.
He does that. He limps with like he's limp with threes, queens, aces.
He does that as a bluff and with strong hands.
Nice. Yeah, he seemed to be playing pretty good.
He's got a really interesting game.
Yeah, he's been like this kind of out of the box thinker and
he has
aggressive.
no Hendon mob. So clearly he's online.
Yeah, definitely.
He has no Hendon mob entries, I don't think.
But
He might be the number 1 on the money list in Kazakhstan.
That's where he's from.
Kazakhstan.
Yeah, Kazakhstan.
It's pretty random. But he seems to be he's shuffling the chips, so
He's the one player at this table who's kind of, you know the saying of like, playing to win or like playing not to lose?
yeah.
He's the one player at this table who absolutely 100% is playing to win.
Well, yeah, he called with the sixes. Everyone else probably would have folded, right?
Oh, 100%. 100%.
$1,000,000%, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, who else is calling with sixes there?
The only part of the possible is the Marco guy who left. He
was a good player.
Yeah, he was pretty good.
The gentleman who just got knocked out with the queens right before you popped in here, came in second in a Sunday Million. Good player through the years. Online guy. He showed some stuff.
But then he did fold the ace-10.
He was the one who folded the ace-10, which was really weird.
So this chip leader guy's got to be a huge favorite now. Then, if you're saying he's the best player as well.
Yeah, which just means he's going to miss. He's going to lose an all-in and come in second somehow. Chris Moorman, all the accolades that we have heaped upon this man. You bubbled this one, huh?
I did.
That was fun.
I went all in with ace queen. Phil Helmuth would have told me off for that. 13 before the money, and lost the flip. That was that. Nothing that exciting.
You got to find a tight fold there, buddy.
Yeah, I know. Apparently the bubble went on for ages, so
yeah,
I didn't feel so bad. Like a couple of hours later, after the Super Bowl had finished, they were still playing on the bubble.
Yeah. Crazy, right?
So I wouldn't have been able to fold in anyway.
Chris, you can help us out because we've been talking about short stack play and obviously been a bit critical of some of the folds. What's the best way for if people are listening in chat and watching? What's the best way to improve your kind of 20 big blind and less play? If you're not a poker expert, you just want to get a little bit better.
It kind of depends what stage of the tournament you're playing. Like in the middle of, like on the final table, you do actually have to play really tight because of ICM and stuff. It's not exciting. It tilts me to no end. But obviously, in the middle stage of the tournament, you can get in there from the big blind with very wide range because you flop a pair, especially versus a late position opener. You can just go with it, and you don't have too many hard decisions. But yeah, on final tables, you do have to play a lot more snug and not call so much from the big blind.
Yeah, Gonzalez has got an interesting hand here. He's got overcards. He's got a gut shot. He's got backdoor diamonds.
And yeah, he should be all in here.
Pablo is all in for his last 10 million. Gonzalez wants a count. It's 8.5 million to call. He's getting 2 to 1. If he knew exactly what his opponent had, he could call.
Yeah, he probably should have checked back with his hand.
Well,
flop.
And also if he's going to bet, he should probably know what his opponent has in terms of stack.
Right.
If you're going to open the betting, surely you need to.
What are the blinds? 800?
400, 800,000.
Yeah.
I mean, he probably should have. Oh, he's got 19 million.
Yeah, it's got 19 million. And this is 8.5 going to be 8.5 to call into 17 million.
Yeah, this is a dirty spot now.
Yeah.
David Gonzalez has actually been pretty good as well. I've been pretty impressed with his play. He came into the streaming portion of our day of day 2 with day 3 at 14 million.
It's just a pet hate of mine. I just like the fact that he didn't know his stack before he opened the betting when he knows he's somewhat short. I feel like that's
have an idea what you're going to do if he does check raise you.
Yeah, and also it should influence you a little bit whether you're going to bet or check back as well. Because he's created this dirty spot for himself, right, Chris?
Right. I mean, he could be ahead here. He could be up against 6-7. He could be up against Jack 10.
10-7, yeah.
Yeah.
Whole bevy of hands that he could theoretically be up against, you're right.
Well, also, if he's up against the hand he is up against, he's getting a price to...
Right, but
call.
also he could be up against like Queen 9, and then it's like a bad call up.
Yeah.
So, you know, works both ways. But and also if he loses this pot, he's going to be assume the shortest stack. So he's kind of...
Well, he can fold this and keep 19 million. Still have somewhere in the neighborhood of 23-ish big blinds, but...
Pablo wants him to fold.
You think?
Yeah, he'll take the money in the middle right now.
He looks like he's going to fold to me.
And he does fold. Pablo picks up a nice little pot. Pablo up to 17 million. David Gonzalez down to 19 million, all chasing our chip leader, who is over 40 million at this point. Along the same lines, Chris, I wanted to ask you, so you talked about short stack, and obviously at the final table with ICM, you've got to be really tight. How aware are you of how significant the pay jumps are? So, for example, in this particular tournament, 9th place was 11,200, 8th place was 14,000, 7th place was 18,000. The pay jumps weren't that significant relative to what the pay jumps are from 5th to 4th to 3rd to 2nd. Are you playing more, if the players at your table are going to be tighter and the pay jumps aren't that significant from 9th to, say, 7th, are you mixing it up a little bit more as opposed to, say, now when the pay jumps are quite significant?
Yeah, I think at the start of final tables, actually, you can get away with being a lot looser because everyone's playing a bit cagey and the pay jumps aren't that big, so you can get in there and try and build a stack and then be able to take advantage of the bigger pay jumps later on. So that's generally what I try to do, but obviously, you know, depending if you've got the chip leader on your left who's bullying, who's going to be free betting you a lot, then you have to make adjustments. But yeah, you can definitely ignore the pay jumps a bit more when there's 9 or 8 left, but once you get to sort of 4 or 5 left, and especially with a big chip leader, at this point they're kind of all playing to ladder up, and he can really abuse the table and put a lot of pressure on them.
The laddering up, by the way, at this point is quite significant. You're talking about going from, I want to say it's 150, 105, 70, and 45. So you're talking about, pretty significant pay jumps at this point.
I always think seat draw at the final table is a little bit of kind of hidden luck in tournaments.
Yeah.
Because can make a huge difference at the end, right?
I mean, there's so much hidden luck in tournaments. Just like, you get a good turn card to barrel sometimes. Sometimes you just get in a day where you just have to keep giving up and you feel useless.
Right.
And then other days you're just getting the perfect runouts to barrel off and you feel like a genius. So.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of hidden luck in tournaments is a great point.
All right, so he's going to be abusing his chip lead. Nice.
Yeah, it's fun to watch.
Chris, I'm going to exaggerate just slightly here. Get a raise here from Donier. Donier just any 7-2 soft suit.
I mean,
he's like, it's going to force somebody to...
So there you go.
Right, he has to be all in there.
And that's kind of what we've seen for the last 3 hours, I would say.
Yeah.
So he has to be, so this is really interesting for people watching. He has to be all in even though he's not the shortest stack and that he's against the chip leader.
Well, you can assume the chip leader's going to be raising wider than anyone. Obviously, I can see it as 7-2 off, but he's obviously going to be, you can assume he's going to open Jack 10 off.
Yeah, he's been opening
so
for the last hour. So
you just have so much fold equity.
Donier decided to check back top pair, and it's going to cost him.
He's going to value at the worst hand.
Yeah, he's got a value on himself here.
I mean,
get snap called, and probably be shocked that Marco did not bet the river with the 9. Since Chris, you've probably made 17,000 final tables in your career, and I know I'm exaggerating, but probably only slightly. When you sit down at the final table, do you try, as we look at the leaderboard here, Donier with 50 big blinds, 41 million. Nobody terribly short. Marco with 18 big blinds or 15 million chips. Do you try to determine what everybody's motivation is? Like in terms of, okay, this guy really wants to ladder up. This guy gives zero Fs and just he's here to win this thing.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, and if so, how do you go about trying to figure that out?
Well, sometimes people can help you. Like I was playing online the other day, and I guess there was a couple of short stacks, and they kept doubling up. And then this medium stack guy was moaning in the chat how they wouldn't go away, and he just wanted to, like, he was in ICM trouble and all this stuff. And I'm the chip leader, so I just started free bet him every hand, and he's losing, he's losing his shit and getting really annoyed. Like,
That's great. The guy's just basically telling you,
yeah, he's like,
gosh, all I want to do is ladder up.
yeah. So I mean, people do give a lot away, especially live. That you can be chatting to them, and they'll talk to you like your best friends, and they're telling you their whole sort of financial situation if they got in on a satellite, stuff like that. So. Yeah.
Marco is all in here. I don't think Donaire is considering it. No, he's going to let it go. I actually have a true story. So one particular year I was playing the main event. It was a year I cashed it. And we had 2 players at the table who had satellited in. And they were like literally turning queens face up to just fold. It was like, okay.
Awesome.
Yeah, I mean,
They just had no, they had no interest. We were 25 away from the money, and they were just like, I'm not playing anything but aces. Absolutely, 100%. I don't care.
Yeah.
And it's basically just saying, I don't even care if you knock me out. I mean, I don't even care if you abuse me.
Yeah,
Go
of
ahead.
course. Yeah.
No, the main event's definitely one of those special tournaments where the bubble is just insane.
If you have chips on the
Yeah.
bubble, it's so much fun. I assume the bubble for a tournament like this obviously isn't as significant, but still, this bubble was pretty big. I mean, over 2 times
Yeah,
the
I
buy-in.
mean, it took like, I busted 13 from the money, and like 2 hours later they're not in the money, and there's over 100 people cash. So people obviously were making some insane folds there as well.
Chris went away, had a meal, watched the Super Bowl, and they were still on the bubble.
Yeah.
True story.
1,800,000.
Are they going to get this finished in time before?
I mean, I think at this point they will get it done in time before the casino closes. They may not get it done in time for me to make my plane.
They're on the
though.
Tuckman flight bubble.
Yeah, I think
where
they
they're
will
at.
make it now that we're four-handed.
What time's your flight?
My flight's at 8:20, so this has to end in the next 2 hours.
Okay, I'm not till 10:40.
Yeah, you're fine, and his flight's at 1, so Nick is fine too.
See, I feel like I'm the only one that looked at it and went, it's like a 888 poker tournament. The average finish time is like 6 a.m.
Well, you probably had a lot from Madrid to London, though. You've got lots of choices.
Yeah,
I only
lots of
had
choice.
I think 2 choices to go to LA today,
That is true.
and one of which would have gotten me home at like 1 in the morning.
Yeah. It's a long way.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to ask another question for you, Chris, and it's half a joke, but I am curious.
Okay.
How do you play pocket jacks?
That's thank you. How did you know?
I know.
Uncanny.
Good read, right?
Yeah, it's amazing how good you are. What can you attribute to the 888 poker ambassadors? I mean, phenomenal poker players. Ana Marquez, Sophia, yourself, Viv. I mean, really Dom. What can you attribute to the lack of success in 888 live main events?
I mean,
It's uncanny. I mean, listen.
Well, look,
12 months ago,
it's-
it was kind of a joke.
It's been
Yeah.
it's been shoddy.
yeah, seriously. But I mean, 12 months ago, 18 months ago, it was kind of a joke. Like, when one of these guys going to make a final table? At this point, I mean, we've had significant number. I mean,
yeah, I don't know. I actually thought I was feeling confident this one. I had a decent stack going. I got to like 600k after I hit card rush after I left the feature table on day 2, and then I lost a couple of big hands. Otherwise, I could have abused the bubble and had a good stack and gone deep, I think. But no, I've still not cashed one of these, so I'm probably the worst of the lot.
You haven't cashed.
Not a main event.
Wow.
I
know
did
you've
a
done
good
high
in the high roller.
high roller. You've
Yeah,
killed.
but the main event.
That's a big. I would say that's a decently big odds against, because you must have played
oh yeah, if you said
25.
Yeah,
and,
for sure.
and multiple
obviously-
bullets sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes. Yeah, not always, but yeah, most of the time.
All right.
No, I mean,
Poor
listen,
man.
No, and it's something I pride myself on. Is like being able to sort of crush a bigger field, like weaker tournaments. So I actually would think my levels, like obviously the fields are much bigger, like bigger size in the main event. But I would think
this
I would
be-
think I would do better in average.
I
in the
think
main
Chris can
event
take
than
it.
a high roller.
This is an interesting question. What
Yeah.
do you think your edge is in like a 888 live main event? Are you able to get some kind of idea?
No, but I wouldn't sell.
No, that's fair.
No. I mean, I would.
I feel like you have an edge.
I would say pretty big, but it's I can't say that.
Variance is huge.
Can't say that big when I've never cashed one. But it's kind of the same as the World Series Poker main event. I didn't cash it for like the first 7 or 8 years I played.
You didn't
See,
cash
that,
anything?
that makes
No, the main event.
No, the
Main
main
event.
event.
The
That
main
makes
event.
me. I played 3 and never cashed. That makes me and
Right.
several other people feel much better if you,
Yeah, I
if
think
you
I'm
went 7 or
I've
8.
cashed like 2 from 11 now, but
Right.
still, it's not great. And everyone's like, "Oh, you can softest tournament in the world," and then I'm like,
Yeah.
"Can I really say that when I've not done anything in it?"
Right.
People always say that. It's not softer than like the tournament you played here.
No, but the structure obviously.
Yeah,
is
the
like,
structure is so favorable to good players.
Things
Yeah,
is,
allows
it's
you
still
to-
no limit hold'em. That's the problem.
Yeah.
It's like even if it's really soft, it's still like you set over set or something, and
Yeah.
you're still losing your chips.
By the way, I feel like us making fun of his poker ability is
It's good.
It's
good.
it's almost like me calling Jason Momoa like ugly or something. Like yeah, okay, whatever.
Who's Jason Momoa?
Aquaman.
Oh, okay.
My wife has his poster above.
Yeah,
It's all over the house.
I think that's actually like
And every time she gets in a fight with me, she looks at me and goes, "Why can't you be Jason Momoa, loser?"
Oh, it's tough.
deep.
Yeah, it's tough to be David Tuckman. I'm not going to tell you a lie. Chris Mormon alongside us, Nick Wellthall as well here as we watch the 888 Live Madrid. 4 players playing down to 1. These 4 players all guaranteed 45,000 euros.
That's pretty good, right?
That's not bad.
For $800,
That's a lot of buy-ins.
euros, whatever. Yeah, a
Nick-
lot of buy-ins.
Chris answered our next question, which is what I was going to ask to see if I could buy a piece of you next time. Guess no.
It'll bring you luck.
Yeah, it'll be the one time I do good.
Yeah, exactly.
God, I'd hate to hand over money to Tuckman.
Can you imagine?
Yeah.
It's like wretch.
Donnie R with another pot. Those white chips are 100,000. The brown ones are 500K a piece. So that sign for the mega package in the background. That's right. WSOP 2020. You can qualify online at 888poker. The mega package is worth $15,000 with a buy-in to the Crazy Eights and the World Series of Poker main event. You get flights, you get 12 nights accommodations, and the steps start from a penny. Speaking of the World Series of Poker, how much of a monkey off your back was it when you finally won that bracelet?
Yeah, huge one. Like just going there every year, playing nearly all the no limit hold'em events. But the problem is, obviously, those events. There's just quite a lot of runners. It's not like the mixed games where you're, battling 100 people. But I mean, obviously, there's more fish in there and bad players. But yeah, you still got to dodge a lot of minefields and close them out. And I had quite a few final tables, but yeah, to actually win, it was great. And to be fair, they did kind of just give me the victory on the final table. They just dealt me insanely good hands, and I collared the second guy in chips on a huge pot as well. So then I was able to just victory shove. And then actually heads up, my opponent made a big comeback, and he was really good player actually. And we played for about 3 hours, so I really thought I was going to end up coming second after all that.
This is a really interesting question to ask you, because obviously you've won so many tournaments in your life that you have this WSOP thing. So when he's making a comeback heads up, did you kind of feel like, did you have the inner monologue, oh geez, like I'm never going to get this over the line, or were you able to just focus and...
I mean, definitely it's in the back of your mind, but you're still trying to be in the moment and think about just each hand. But you lose a few hands in a row and you're like, oh my god, I'm getting owned here. Especially heads up poker, because it's just so
momentum is
and you don't get to see that. You don't get to see many showdowns, and you just the guy can just be hitting the deck and running. It feels like you're getting run over them, and you call him down one hand and he's got it, and so it can be a very frustrating thing. And especially as when you're a lot of tournament players, myself included, like heads up poker's just not my speciality.
Right.
So you're a bit outside.
So different.
You're a bit outside your comfort zone as well. So you're doubting stuff you're doing, and so it's just all range of emotions going on.
Yeah.
Donnie R raising with the 7-6 suited and flops a flush. Marco's going to show him the 8 of clubs and fold his hand. Another pot goes over to the chip leader, who's up to 48 million now.
Soul read.
Lawrence Brent says, "You're a great player, Chris, but my heart belongs to Kara Scott."
That's fair enough.
Can't
argue.
It's not much of a rub down, is it?
Chris, were you okay with that? Yeah. Take a look at our leaderboard here. I remember actually working that event that you won, and see the relief from you and how excited you were. Has there ever been a thought to play other games as well to give yourself a better chance to win bracelets, or now that you have one bracelet and you have so many accolades in poker, are you just content to kind of dominate what you do?
Like at times, my excuse for a long time was that I had really bad eyesight, so I didn't think I'd be able to see all the cards in mixed games.
They've invented something called glasses, contact lenses as well. I mean, you could get those.
Well, no, I'd actually got LASIK, so now I don't have that excuse. But
David's all in, he's going to get close here.
Yeah, he is. All in for 13 million. Donnie R is going to get a count and then call.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really spoke too soon given what we've seen, but
if it was somebody else, maybe, but I think he's calling.
It would be pretty odd.
Yeah, he's going to call this, sure. And if he holds, it should be game over.
If he holds, there's actually a chance that I could be here to the conclusion.
Yeah, he definitely could.
12,800. 12,800,000.
Oh, no.
Whoa, wow, I am shocked.
What?
Chris, talk us through that. I mean, is it as shocking as we think it is, or no? Is it fairly standard?
No, he has to call there, but I wouldn't, like, say he had pocket sixes, I wouldn't hate folding. So it's not not a slam dunk as in a normal situation, because, you know, if he doubles up that guy, then now he's not going to have dominant chip position. And it's going to be a flip most of the time there. Like, it's not like he's shoving ace-2 off.
Mm-hmm.
So,
but isn't he shoving like 3s, 4s, 5s, 6s sometimes too?
Yeah, but that's not that many combinations if you think about, like, you know, queen-jack suited, king-queen suited. I mean, these guys are probably shoving the overpairs as well, like 9s and 10s. They don't really want to raise and then see an overcard on the flop with the situation. So he can be behind. Obviously, he's, you know, most of the time going to be flipping or ahead, but yeah. I don't think you can fold 8s, but like 6s, I think there'd be an argument for folding there.
Okay.
That's interesting. I was surprised he folded, though. You know.
Me too. Well, top pair here for Pablo, middle pair for Donnie Hart. I imagine this goes bet call, possibly bet raise. Just a call. Pot is now 4.2 million.
I feel like he was a bit shaken by that fold, because I would have expected him just to raise with 8-4, the way everyone else is playing. And now he's going to cost himself a decent sized pot.
Pablo still with a pair of 7s and a lead. Considers his options, and he calls once again. So does Donahar go from, well, I was value betting, now am I turning my hand into a bluff? It is a club.
Nice.
Wow. All in, so he does turn the pair of 4s into a bluff. What do you think, Chris?
It's an interesting one. It might actually work against this exact hand.
He's going to use his time extension. Whether it works or not, do we like to play?
Not too much of a fan, but
I mean, if Katie make this play and she asked you and said, Chris, help me out, what would you say to her?
Say, love, you're a spewtard.
I love you, honey.
yeah, she'd give me.
This is something Katie would do, right?
She'd go for it for sure. She'd be like, I knew he was weak. I knew he had just a 7. Yeah. I mean,
she's a great player, by the way. He's going to use all his time cards here.
Yeah, he's a man under pressure. It's like squirming, literally squirming in his seat. It's quite a big laydown. I mean,
Well, if you don't think he's doing it with a 7, he's basically saying he's got a flush or nothing, right?
He could have a 10.
yeah, you can
A 10, right, right. Good point. Lets it go. And I guess that's why Donnie Har, I guess that's why he folds the 8s. And with that, the players will go on break. Chris, we'll say goodbye to you for now. I don't know if you're coming back or not. It is late.
I think I'm just going to stay up. So
Awesome.
This is a way for me
So we
to
got
stay
Chris
up,
then.
yeah.
Well, we're just going to go on a quick 10-minute break. Don't go anywhere. We got Chris Moorman, we got Nick Welthall, and we've got 4 players all vying for 150,000 euros up top. Wait around for the exciting conclusion of the 888 Live Madrid. 10 minutes. Welcome back to Madrid. We're here for 888 Live Madrid. We're four-handed, playing down to a winner. The remaining four players all guaranteed 45,000 euros, 70,000 for third, 105,000 for second, and then, of course, 150,000 euros and a $12,500 package to the World Series of Poker main event in 2020. That goes to the winner as well. Ton of value. Chris Moorman, Nick Wealthall alongside me. And what looked like it might go till 8 in the morning, suddenly looks like maybe it ends in the next hour or two.
I would honestly, I can't believe how many tournaments you've commentated on. You say these things still. It's like you've never commentated on a 6-hour heads up in your life.
I know. You're right.
It's like
I'm an idiot. You're right. I'm sorry. We could be heads up at 6 in the morning. How's that?
yeah, that's definitely fair.
That looks like it might be the case.
That might happen, yeah.
And then you might still be here for 4 hours.
Yeah. Daniel's just pedal to the metal.
Marco called.
No.
No. Oh, he folded. Sorry. I thought he called.
You have to have cards to call.
Well, I mean, he flipped the pit. I thought he put his cards over, like call, flipped them over, but.
Oh, I see.
By the way, I think the blinds are 500,000 a million now.
Yeah, so he just gets to open shove. So many hands now.
And he's got more than half the chips in play. There's a look at Pablo. Pablo from Spain. Chris, do you still work on your game?
Yeah, all the time.
How do you do it? Like what, I mean,
just a variety of ways. Just running a hand for a solver or watching some videos or talking about it with friends as well. You know, going through Poker Tracker database, seeing where you can have leaks and stuff. So, yeah, you have to, otherwise you're just going to get eaten alive. Like, I have so many people I've known who actually were really good at poker and don't even play anymore. Like, you know, it's kind of sad, but...
Let the game kind of, like, go by them?
Yeah, but it can creep up on you real fast. You think you're just running bad and, you know...
You're like, wait, no, I'm just not good anymore.
Yeah.
Min raise here from David Gonzalez. Donnie Haar makes the call.
Marco also called.
No, he must have folded.
Now Marco's out.
Oh, the graphics are just...
Yeah.
Whoa. Drunk. They were drunk.
Either way, it's a 9-high flop, and Donnie Haar has top pair, so...
Now, his aces as an overpair with the ace of diamonds. Is that good? Feels like it's good.
It's not too shabby, is it? And Daniel's in a lot of trouble here.
Yeah, I mean, top pair.
Maybe I'm reading into it because I can see the aces, but Gonzalez looked really confident putting those chips in.
Oh, the min raise is a bit scary when he's got like 10 big blinds. It's like his aces are nothing, and these guys are playing tight. But it's, you know. Jack 9 suited is a good hand to crack aces, so when you're in the big blind, you got.
Donnie Hart just makes the
get in
call.
there.
Five of hearts. Doesn't really change much. I mean, I guess 6-7 got there, but I feel like I'm kind of reaching then. 9-5 also got there.
Now he shoves. Wow.
It's a good fold.
It's a great fold, huh?
Didn't even take too long.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's like for a good player, it's a pretty easy fold, but but no, it's still top pair, and he's like
Four-handed.
Yeah, I think, you know, if he just has the ace of diamonds, like a hand like ace king, he's just going to go all in before the flop. So there's not really many semi bluffs he can have.
That's a good point. I didn't even think of that, right? He doesn't have ace king, ace queen. Or he's basically has big pairs or like some weird nothing hand. And how often is he doing that with a weird nothing hand?
Against the chip leader, with, yeah.
Yeah, good point.
It's actually quite hard to think of missteps that, I mean, we can see his whole cards. Donnie are, it's
maybe the eights fold, like Chris pointed out. But yeah, we're
the eights fold.
We're kind of
yeah,
nitpicking though.
Yeah, the eights fold
he's
that
played
just
really
happened.
well.
Yeah.
His timing has been uncanny too, Chris. I mean,
He's made some lovely light 3-bets and stuff, like really nice.
it seems to be every time at the perfect time. Like his opponent's always like out of line, and that's when he's doing the 3-bet.
Yeah, that's what you need to do when you're winning a tournament.
Yeah.
You need all those stars to kind of align.
The funny thing is,
Yeah,
he
that
actually
is what
hasn't
you
even.
said. You do sometimes look like a genius, though.
Yeah.
Like you know, doesn't mean he's soul reading every time.
The funny thing is, he actually hasn't run very well.
No.
He just gave him a walk.
Oh, he did. Yeah.
But he would have ran into a pair. But
See, uncanny.
Maybe he has like just the sickest live tells on all these guys.
Hey, going back to what I asked you about, studying and working on your game, the friends that don't play anymore, how long did it take them to kind of figure out where, like, wait, it's not just me running bad, I'm no longer good enough?
always too long. It's like a boxer, like a boxer never retires really at the top. They always keep coming back until they lose, Like, especially when you're sort of used to greatness and winning, you don't win for a few months. You just blame the cards, not yourself, So no one. There's very few people who kind of retire at the top in poker unless they're, super rich and they want to do something else.
In light of your failures on the 888 live main event scene, are you starting to think that that's the case with you?
Yeah, I might have to cut down the amount of stops I go to just to save my bankroll.
I can't believe you didn't see the setup coming. I mean, it was really like a long, drawn-out setup.
That's what I thought about Vanessa Selps, actually, when she stepped away. I was like, actually, that's quite impressive. I mean, she probably wasn't quite at her peak, but she definitely stopped,
Yeah.
when she was still a pretty good player, man.
Right, but I would imagine right now, if she were to jump into like a high roller event, she would be a dog.
Yeah.
In a high roller, but in like a main event, she's still...
Oh, of course,
Like, yeah.
Playing against randoms like me and Nick, yeah, she'd be fine.
I'd probably back her in this.
I would back her in this as well. Can you imagine how terrified everybody would be playing against her? Just blasting off. This is a raise from Donny Har, Marco called. See if Marco wants to take one off with a gut shot, but without a diamond in his hands. There's your answer. Yes. Oh, did he raise?
No.
He's kind of in the middle there. Meant to call, but he put $2.5 million out there. And I wonder if that's the confusion right now. Each one of those brown chips is 500,000.
I think we all know where we are.
There you go. Well,
So he led out here.
Yeah.
yeah. So
It's
check
2
call
million.
lead out.
It's interesting.
Full street thief. He let out small as well.
I'm confused. So what's he trying to tell? What story is he telling here?
So he's got a flush, really. That's about it. But
I mean, would he do this with, like, let's say he had like a king but no diamond and he didn't want to let a card go through?
I mean, maybe.
Got a better hand to fold.
Yeah. Go, Marco, go. I like it.
23 million.
This, by the way, is by far Marco's biggest cash of his career. And he's been one of the players at the table who really just kind of, he's going for it. And he's been like, okay, yeah, sure, let's play.
Nice.
Chris Moorman, Nick Wealthall here for the 888 Live Madrid. All four of these players guaranteed 45,000 euros. The final two players will take home 6 figures. Not a bad payday for an 888 euro buy-in tournament.
And a main event entry.
Thank you. Yeah, good point. Pablo's all in under the gun with 10-9. Ooh, Marco's got king-queen. This is only a 7 big blind shove.
Yeah.
Doesn't close the action.
Is it a call, an all-in? What's the play, Chris?
I have to see the exact stacks, but
He's got 22. It's right there in the bottom left corner of your screen. He's got 22.
Should
Tony
be
R's
the-
got 46.
I guess you can call and fold if the big blind goes all in. You call with aces as well. And
He
they-
does call. Pablo's at risk.
Probably like one of the worst hands you call with.
King Queen for just 7 big blinds.
Yeah, because if you double him up, then he's got more chips. Like, you have to be the one shoving, not calling in these situations.
Okay.
But obviously, King Queen dominates a lot of hands that he could be shoving.
Pablo staring at elimination in a
Yeah.
4th place finish.
Yeah, looking for a 9, a 10, or running cards.
3's
he
a
needs-
chop.
Good call. 5 of diamonds on the river, and Pablo is out. The Spaniard takes home 45,000 euros for his 4th place efforts, and there you have it. I'm actually kind of surprised, Chris, and this is kind of enlightening talking to you about it. A 7 big blind shove, if you have 22 million, so you have 22 big blinds, you're going to be that tight with calling.
Yeah, because if you lose that, then it affects your stack like so much. And if you win, he's still got the chip leader on his left, so it's not like he can suddenly, start playing loads of hands. He still has to play tight.
So King Jack muck.
It'll be close. I mean, he's also got one guy. He's got the chip leader behind him who could just, who can shove. Like if he has like ace, ace jack or something, he's going to shove.
Okay, fair enough.
4th place good for 45,000 euros for Pablo. Well done him.
Yeah, that's wow.
70,000 euros locked up for all 3 of these players. But there is a difference of 80,000 euros between 3rd and 1st and the main event package.
By the way, this is the moment where I'm really quite jealous of the players at the final table.
Well, because they got 70,000 euros locked up
Yep.
and a chance to play for another 80,000 in the main event package.
Yeah.
Fair enough. As that is above my day rate for commentary, I would also rather be playing.
I love my job, but at this point right now, I'd rather be them.
There you go.
But just for today. Robert Denson says, ask the player. I think that's you, Chris.
Okay.
It's definitely Chris.
Ask the
The
player
player.
Of the 3 of us.
how often he makes an intuitive gut feel call or decision, I'll say, rather than a logical one. Do you ever go against like logic, math, and just go with your gut, kind of maybe a read or something like that?
Yeah, a lot. I think actually when I'm playing my best, I do that kind of stuff. Like, for example, the feature table on day 2, like there was a hand where I think this guy opened and I 3-bet King 9 from the big blind.
Oh, we talked about it.
We did talk about that.
We
And-
talked about that.
I would call there like every
That's
day of the
really,
week. but
that's so strange. That's literally what we said in commentary. We said, I think he's just feels like he's weak.
this guy he'd been folding to a lot of free bets, even after raising under the gun and stuff. So it'd be, and they were small free bets. Like he'd open for min raise, and the guy would free bet 2.5x, and he's open under the gun. So when you've opened under the gun, there's not many hands you're going to fold to that sizing at all. And he'd folded like 2 or 3 times to that. So now I was like, oh, he's raised later positions. So he's obviously got a wider range now, and I just felt like he was going to fold a lot of hands that he shouldn't. So rather than just sort of call and then I sort of miss the flop, and you get like an ace deuce deuce board, and I'm like, oh, could have just won this pot. So
Right.
yeah, but
'Cause
like,
we- 'cause we
normally I
talked-
would just flat there.
Because
like
we talked
every
about
time,
it, because you were quite short stacked for a 3-bet as well, weren't you? I think out of position.
yeah. It's kind of just wanted to win the hand,
Yeah.
Yeah, and we were. By the way, that was a hand that was really intriguing because I think both of us were like, King 9 seems like the kind of hand that you
That's
call
so
with.
funny that he,
Yeah.
he answered with that
So
hand.
we think like maybe King 4 would be more of a 3-betting
Yeah, for
candidate.
sure, yeah.
Right.
But
Roll
I mean-
hands. I really liked your check raise with the 6-3 of clubs on the 4-4 queen board as well.
Oh yeah, I watched that back, and you called it before it happened. So I'm impressed with you. You're learning. You
thought it was a good spot.
Yeah, you were like backdoor equity.
Well, and also what I pointed out, I thought was in that particular spot, I was like, okay, your opponent was c-betting is going to be c-betting that way too often, right?
Yeah, but, I mean, it's still not bad to see bet that.
No,
right. Like I'm not just going to take off with absolute nothing there. I had, there's a lot of decent turn cards for me.
I'm impressed that. See, look at this. Chris Moorman's like he's made like 20 million lifetime, and he goes back and watch a live stream to study. What does that tell you about
As
him?
long as he's doing it to study and not to enjoy himself on television.
I had to watch. There was a hand right at the start where I folded Queen Jack on this Jack high board in the 3-bet pot, and I was fuming about it. So I had to watch and see if I was right or wrong. I was like, oh god. So,
No, you were right.
Yeah, no, I checked on dinner break. I was. It was going to make or break my tournament.
Right, but the fact
How
that you
you felt about
continue, the fact that you continue to watch, and by the way, didn't watch it on mute. Makes me feel pretty happy inside.
He just couldn't find the mute.
That's probably it, right? He couldn't
Oh
find
god,
the
it's
mute button.
stuck. Oh god, panic. I don't understand this software.
Yeah, he's texting Katie, just going, how do I turn this friggin' volume off? Chris Moorman, Nick Welto alongside me. We're watching the 888 Live Madrid. 3 players remain. By the way, Robert Denson, I want to make sure that I just want to make sure that the gut feeling thing, I'm pretty sure that Moorman is not saying like, yeah, I just feel the 9 deuce coming in now. I don't think that was it.
No.
It's not like, ooh, 9s are hot today. I'm just going to go with it.
We've got a classic situation here with a big stack, medium stack, and short stack. Classic 300 stuff. 50 big blinds, 30 big blinds, and can't remember what the short stack had. Not very many big blinds.
Yeah, I feel like actually the jump from 4 left to 3 left is actually where people just are happy with how they're done now, and then they just go for it.
When they're 3-handed?
Yeah, from
right.
4-handed. Like, it's a weird thing.
okay.
Like, from 5 or 4-handed, they were like, oh, I just want to get 3-handed. And then they obviously realized, you know, there's only 2 opponents and you don't get many good hands. So they just kind of realized, you know, they got an ace and they're really excited for it. Whereas with 5 left, they're like snap folding those kind of hands.
Funny.
Honestly, it's
And
so
yet,
true.
and yet the jumps now 3-handed are obviously
Yeah, but
bigger.
also like I just saw the jump from 4th to 3rd it went from 45k to 70k.
Yeah.
That's right.
Big jump. And
That
now,
was a
like,
big jump.
Yeah, now, you know, people are happy with that no matter what. They're like, oh, it's a big payday, you know.
Chris,
Good
I
point.
can't tell you how many times I've actually done this, and I'm so annoyed at myself. Earlier in my career, when I was just playing, and I'd make a final table, and there'd be a point at the final table, I'd be like, oh, cool, I'm kind of happy now. And I would basically donk off I'd be like, okay, well, let's go for the win now.
Yeah.
And not realizing, and now obviously that I do this for a living as a commentator, it's just like being like, no, the difference between 5th and 4th was the same as 7th place, you idiot. What am I doing?
Yeah, no.
So true.
It can still happen though, like, especially like online they have the bounty tournaments and you get heads up and they've changed the payouts now. So 1st and 2nd get the same. So to make it less sort of top heavy, but you're playing for the bounties. So it's still quite top heavy because what they do is your bounty and the other person's bounty, you play for that amount doubled. So it actually can be like,
Wow.
it can be quite substantial. So before they did the same payouts, it was even crazier. But you know, you get heads up and you've got that feeling of, you know, I've had a big score no matter what. And this is actually the time where you really need to be like,
Locked
100%
in
focused,
and-
yeah, because it's such a big difference between 1st and 2nd still.
Oh, Marco picks up ace-king. Donna Hart not going to get involved. He gets rid of it. By the way...
So look, Marco now is almost up to Daniel's stack. Like,
and the Spaniard over there, David Gonzalez, looking to get something going. Make a run at this, possibly.
he's
by
got
the
a
way,
very good chip riffle.
the point you bring up, there are a couple of examples, and I know Nick and I both. So Nick and I have obviously covered a lot of highlight shows and online highlight shows where there's been a deal made,
Yeah.
and there's still like $30,000 or $40,000 left on the table, but one of the guys just gives it away.
Yeah.
He just gives
Yeah,
it away. Like,
I've
what are
seen
you
it a
doing?
lot.
There's still $30,000 on the table, and it's
It's time to gamble.
right. It's time to gamble. It's only
For
$30,000.
30,000 like I do every Tuesday.
Right, it's just crazy. And I can tell you, I covered the Millionaire Maker a few years ago at the World Series, and they made a deal heads up. It was very, no, I think first place was 1.1 million, second place was 1 million, because they wanted to have 2 $1 million
Right.
winners. And then when they got heads up, they literally just like, one of the guys just gave it away.
Yeah.
Like, you're playing for $100,000.
I know. And at that stage, you want the title as well. And,
Right, I know you've got $1 million locked up, but still.
Yeah, it's almost out of relief. It's like, okay.
That's exactly what it is, I think. It's the tension, the pressure's off.
Well, pressure's all on David Gonzalez right now, looking to make something happen. I got to tell you, if you're Gonzalez, though, you might. Marco is enough of a loose cannon that if you can just fold, maybe these two will get tangled up in a big pot, and you can kind of Reisner your way in the second.
What's going on with the graphics here? I don't think.
Yeah, what is going on?
Clearly, the graphics are wrong. We've got an all-in here.
Yeah,
it's the 9-7. I'm sorry, it's the 9-7 who is all-in.
Oh, he shoved.
And Donnie Hara called with 10-8. So this is an all-in.
Yeah, but he only
it's
has-
David Gonzalez.
Yeah.
So David Gonzalez is all-in with 9-7 up against 10-8.
Wow, it's a loose call. He just knew again.
Yeah.
Marco, by the way, is not in this hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is Gonzalez against Danny R.
I think the shove was for about 9 big blinds. But obviously our graphics a little bit off. One thing we clearly can see is it's an all-in 9-7 versus 10-8. Might we be heads up?
Yes.
We might.
We very well might.
Marco looking for running cards right now. Sorry, David Gonzalez looking for running cards. Marco is not in this hand. Oh, never easy. A jack or a 6 to double up. Otherwise, we are heads up.
Heads up it is. Daniel does not have 83 million chips. It thinks Marco's all in, so that's not correct. We do have a third place finisher though.
Yeah, David Gonzalez takes home 70,000 euros, and our remaining 2 players both taking home at least 105,000 euros. Again, this buy-in was under 1,000 euros, so a great return.
Yeah, it's pretty sick.
I imagine the players will go on a very short break.
Or not.
Daniel's got all the small chips.
Yeah.
It looks like he's got so many more chips.
Go ahead.
What?
Color up, shout up.
Yeah. Color up, please.
They really should. I mean, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's a bit silly, isn't it?
Now, by the way, heads up. I think they've agreed to make it 25-minute levels, heads up.
Okay.
They've cut their levels in half.
Makes sense.
So,
Makes sense because the police are coming.
They still have the button ante, right? Heads up, I think.
They have the, unless they changed it, David, we have the full ante.
yeah,
Yeah, I think
full
so.
ante here.
So basically it's 2x big blind.
Yeah, so much.
Yeah, there's 2.5 in there every time.
That's
no
right.
matter
So I go mental every time I commentate on it because it's like this huge
You see somebody
dead money.
somebody folding the small blind, getting 5-1. What are you doing?
Yeah, you can't fold anything.
Yeah, you can't fold anything.
Just get too good a price.
Right, and it changes dynamic a bit more, so there's a bit more limpid and stuff, and bigger raises.
Yeah.
But if you've never played with it before, it actually takes a second to realise.
Well, it's really weird.
Because actually, the first time I got heads up and was playing with that, I gave the guy a walk.
Right.
I don't know. I was like, "What am I doing?"
Guys, you're getting 5-1. You're like, what can I possibly fold when I'm getting 5-1?
Yeah, he's looking at me like, "What are you doing?"
I presume they're talking about a saver, some kind of deal, maybe. That's exactly what they're doing.
By the way, I'm not sure if I mentioned it, but I just heard this from Christian Zetchi. And Donnie Hart, by the way, won the WPT Amsterdam back in 2017.
Oh, how did we not know that?
I don't know. Well, we knew he was a pro, and we had some accolades about him, but we missed that one.
Okay, that's pretty significant.
But at least we got it before the end.
I mean, look, obviously he's a good player. That's been very obvious from pretty near the start of the stream. So this is really a clash of levels of experience and whatever, isn't it? Like Marco, we don't think has a cash. Does he have a 5-figure cash even?
No, I mean, all I've got about Marco here is that his. Let's make sure I've got it correct.
It's definitely basically an amateur or an enthusiast player against a professional player.
Okay, so Marco Bivasecchi from Italy, amateur poker player with just a few live cashes, totaling about $10,000.
So
Loves football.
This is a pretty good weekend for him.
Juventus is his team of choice. He spends his free time mountain biking and skiing. So his total lifetime tournament earnings $10,000, and he's now guaranteed 105.
So it's just like,
I mean, he's on like
10x it.
total free roll here. Like, wow, okay.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah, and like heads up poker, no one is that big a favorite really, especially like, you know, not that deep stacks.
It'll be intriguing to see how these two players play. You know, does the experienced pro do a lot of limping and try to kind of extend the match? Does the other player raise it and create more variance?
Yeah, it actually can be quite difficult sometimes when you feel the more experienced player heads up, because you don't want to take too many risks, but obviously the nature of heads up poker, you do have to, you know, you can't just wait for a hand, so it's like a fine balance.
We were talking about this earlier, like if you're the experienced player expected to win, you're going to try and keep control, whereas in actual fact, heads up, not deep stacked, you don't have that much control.
Yeah.
Obviously there's some, but not tons.
For sure.
Well, these guys are not that short anymore. Now that we've lost 4 players in the last hour.
Where are they at? I've completely lost
Probably
track
about, I would say somewhere in the range of like 38 big blinds effective.
Yeah, I think Marco's got like 30.
It's like 38 to like 60. By the way,
they're really not going to do something about this, Chips. We're going to play like this. This is going to like
right next to each other.
This is going to his Chips.
Yeah, it's just ridiculous. That's silly.
No. I'm not criticizing
the fact that he
her
took his
dealing
time
abilities.
to stack them.
Just
like, how hard is it to bring a rack over and just go, rack one rack?
I'm sure this dealer is very precise, and she's a good dealer, and that's why she's there. But I've also seen how long it takes her to cut down stacks from earlier in the thing. It's like,
no, I mean, they might only play 6 hands in heads up, but if there's a double up, it's going to take 14 minutes.
Yeah.
So Danhar Avbakarov from Kazakhstan. His biggest live score is 150K. That was probably the WPT in Amsterdam. Doesn't have much else there. So you presume he's probably a cash game player, but he does have one big score, obviously. Not much else we know about him except that he does love his wife.
That's nice.
That is nice. And he won the Amsterdam WPT. We now
so we
also know.
He's a really good poker player, and he loves his wife.
Yeah.
And by the way, if his wife is watching, welcome to the broadcast. We don't know your name, unfortunately, so we'll just call you wife.
Wifey. Yeah, I'm going back today, and it's actually the longest I've ever been away from my wife. So it's like nearly a month. Yeah.
A month?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I left
that is a long time.
Yeah, I left on like January.
I was about to
the 6th, yeah.
play violin for you. You're going to tell me 8 days.
No, like a month. Yeah.
That's actually okay. Is she back in Las Vegas?
Yeah, she decided not to come on the trip because we were actually in England for the 888 Live one in November. So actually I came, because I was coming from Madrid, I actually came over a few weeks earlier and played the big tournament, Dusk Till Dawn.
So you've been out here since then?
Yeah.
Oh, wow, okay.
Staying at my mum's house, seeing friends and stuff, so yeah.
How's Mormon mum?
She's doing good, yeah.
Good.
She was actually happy to have extended amount of time with me, because normally I just go there for a few days.
Yeah.
Playing online poker, she barely sees me.
Top pair here for Marco, pair of 8s for Daniar. Check on the flop. Now Marco's going to bet 1.5 million. 2 million, pardon me.
Wow.
It's
pretty insane fold.
Right? I mean, check. I'm going to check back top pair, bottom pair, and then just fold to one bet.
That's really weird.
He was right.
That beautiful trophy in the bottom left corner of your screen, that's what they get.
I mean,
solid.
I really think there's a good chance he's got some pretty solid reads on this guy. Like we saw one earlier.
Gillard had that one against him?
Yeah, which I thought was pretty clear. And Donniar's been playing as possible, right? That he's...
Yeah, I mean, if he doesn't really have any aggression, if he only bets with like a really strong draw or like top pair.
Robert Denson says, getting tired. Hey, that's understandable. It is 5:08 in the morning here in Madrid.
I feel like my brain is functioning at its absolute optimum right now. Ask me anything.
Just going for the free bet.
Yeah, 3-bet from Donier. Once he made it.
By the way, I do have a few
He's
pet
won.
peeves, and this is one of my pet peeves, the chips thing. And it's just so easy.
I know.
You know, it's 5 in the morning here in Madrid. I am all for making dealers' jobs easier. It's 5 in the morning. They've been dealing for hours on end. Why not just make her job easier? All you've got to do is just color up some of the whites so they're not really in play.
This one's particularly egregious.
I mean, look at
it's
that.
just like
Just
ridiculous.
Especially at this point where the blinds are 500,000, 1 million, you don't even need the whites.
Right, yeah.
At least he's kept them in really convenient stacks of 40.
Yeah.
Raising a call. We'll see a flop. Nice flop for Marco.
Let's see what he does with his draw here then. See, he's checking his draw, so maybe that's why he was that confident. He only bets when he's got like a real hand.
Donihar probably really happy to get the showdown with ace high.
Cheeky value.
Is he actually trying to get called by king high?
He got called.
He did. Wow. That's awesome.
See?
That's great.
I mean, he's never losing. And
Well, who knows with Marco?
that's true.
Remember, he had that hammer. He didn't value bet.
That's true. That's true. That's a good point.
Hey, let's see. I want to ask you a question, and then
That's a good point.
I want you to see if you know how well you know us and Viv.
Okay.
So first question, of course, is as a poker player, we can have an amazing hero call, an amazing bluff, or just the sickest value bet. Which one do you prefer? Like, which is the best for you? Like, that just gets you so excited.
What's the best when I feel happy?
Yeah, and let's say they all would work.
Which gives you the most satisfaction?
Yeah.
You win the same amount of chips. Which gives you the most satisfaction?
So the options are what? A bluff?
A great bluff, a great hero call, or just an amazing thin value bet.
Probably a thin value bet.
Okay.
Good call.
What would you? Well, Nick just gave away his. What would you think? Clearly, Nick was that one. What would you think? What would my favorite be, and what would Viv's be?
I feel like you love a hero call.
Spot on. Look at these read. I mean, this is why this guy won 20 million.
Of course.
And Viv?
Must be a bluff.
Yeah.
She's
Boom.
Brazilian. So.
Just like gold.
I think Viv's was like the easiest.
Yeah,
Like,
Brazilian.
if you've ever,
Viv, yeah.
And also, if you've ever seen her play, it's like definitely bluffing. But I'm really happy because I had the right answer, so that's good.
The right answer.
Yeah. It's the same as Chris.
Yeah, okay, good
It
point.
has to be right.
Yeah. no.
What?
By the way, to these players' credit as well, I mean, Marco's obviously an amateur player. These guys have been going at it now for 15 hours.
And they probably didn't get much sleep the night before. Either.
Right.
It was finished
Yeah,
late.
yeah.
Actually,
They finished at 5.
They finished yesterday at 5, came back today to play at 2, and it is now 5 in the morning again.
Yeah, that's rough.
That is real rough, and you can kind of see it on Marco's face. He's tired, no doubt. The difference between first and second is 45,000 euros, and of course that World Series of Poker main event seat. We'll be in Barcelona May 14th to May 25th. We've moved it up a few days this year, and I will tell you that I'm pretty excited about that, as it will not conflict with the World Series of Poker at all this year.
Nice. Maybe I can cash that one. I'm targeting it. I'm
That's a
looking at
nice
it
one
right
to
now.
cash, yeah.
I'll buy a piece of you at 1.1.
Raise 2 million.
For those of you who have been with us from the start, thanks so much. It's been a good run.
If one of you could take it from here, that'd be awesome.
It's going to re-raise again here. It's kind of an unorthodox one as well.
Yeah, it's a slightly weird 3-betting hand, isn't it?
But, I mean... I would probably just be all in with the 7. So.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think... Oh, wow. Bingo for Daniel.
Yeah,
I think
if my opponent has a bigger pair, like 35 big blinds effective, good luck to them.
Yeah. And I think Daniel just knows that Marco's not going to 4-bet anything. Like, he's not going to shove
the
him.
nuts, yeah.
Yeah.
Like ace king or like...
Yeah, exactly.
10s plus.
So he's just going to 3-bet with impunity, and there's so much dead money with this structure as well.
Bad river card for get paid off for Donihar. But who knows, maybe Marco heroes him. He really could be at nothing though now.
9 million.
This poor guy might fall asleep at the table.
Do you think that's real? He's that tired?
He's thinking, why not just bet the turn? Even though it wouldn't have worked out well for him.
Yeah, he's definitely thinking exactly that.
I have very exciting news, by the way. I found out what Donihar's wife's name is. Svetlana.
So
By the way, she plays poker also.
she's Russian or like Eastern European, I guess.
Either, I don't know.
Kazakhstan.
That I got her name, okay? I don't know where she's from.
She's from Stoke.
Country reads.
I know her name and I know she plays poker. I don't know where she's from. I don't know what country. Nice fold there from Marco. 2-1 chip advantage here for Donihar. 93 million chips in play. I don't necessarily think anybody is sad about this, but I'll give this another 15 minutes, and then I'm going to let you and let Nick Wealthall and Chris Moorman ride it out.
Bring this baby home
Thanks, Rob.
in another 4 hours.
You don't happen to know what time breakfast opens, do you, Tuck?
Don't know that.
I know when it closes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know it closes at noon.
Every hotel I check into, it's the first thing I need to know.
Yeah, I almost missed it actually the other day. I finally made it to breakfast on like day 3, and it was 12. It was the weekend, so it closed at 12. I get down there at like 11:57. The woman tells me, "You got 3 minutes." I was like, "Yeah, okay." Like thinking they're not going to be that strict. So anyway, I ordered, and actually Sophia came down and she saw me. She started chatting to me, and she didn't order before the 3 minutes, and it was 3 minutes past, and they wouldn't let her order.
They wouldn't?
No,
Oh,
They shut her out?
So yeah, she got punished for like being social
wow.
and chatting to me.
I mean, in
And then
fairness,
she had to watch me eat my breakfast.
Excellent. There you go.
In
Never
fairness-
be nice. That's the lesson.
it's a pretty generous. Like,
True.
I mean, usually you go to a hotel and it's like, breakfast is over at 10. I never get it, ever.
Yeah.
But noon.
To be fair, yeah, that's
Spain
actually,
is
that's
awesome.
actually the first thing Martin Jacobson said to me. He was like, "Well, it's 12 o'clock." I was like, "All right, Martin, we aren't all up at 8 a.m. in the gym, you know." like,
Yeah.
some of us
Doing our bloody star jumps.
yeah, meditating and yeah.
Journaling.
Probably not a surprise. I remember one night I stayed up. We were doing commentary until 4 in the morning.
It's
And I was like,
relentless
I'll stay up
three-betting.
and I'll have breakfast. And of course, I go to the gym just to see what's going on there. Sophia's in there at like 6:30 in the morning working out.
Of course.
Got a full rest, right?
Daniel's 3-bet about 4 times already.
He's just not getting 4-bet, taking control of the pots, huh?
It's kind of an interesting spot on board.
Oh, nice little turn card there for Marco. in a 3-bet pot.
It's a bingo.
Yeah, Marco turns the nuts.
De Niro checked again, though. He's just going to check call down. And I'd imagine Marco doesn't bet that huge.
13 million in the middle.
Or he just checks.
Oh, and look at that. That is a cagey check back from Donahar. And I've got to agree with you now. There's got to be some sort of a live read that he's picking up on.
No, he was out of position, so he
He's
checked.
out
Oh,
of
was he?
position.
Okay, my
Yeah,
bad.
yeah,
Sorry.
yeah.
Marco checked back the nuts on the turn.
Yeah, he
in
did.
position.
Yeah.
And then he just called the...
Whoa!
He called a 2-minute min bet.
I mean,
There we are.
If you're Donahar, you've got to be thinking, wow, I just got a gift, huh?
Yeah, it's one of those hands where you lose it, but you're actually kind of happy.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
He would have paid off.
That was quite the turn check.
I want to thank you all for joining us here. I see you, Kevin Booley, Sam Dude, Robert Denson, Mikov, Doyle Mecki, all in the chat joining us. Still got a pretty good viewership considering it's 5:19 in the morning.
You come this far, you got to see your wins, right?
Most of these people are in Australia.
Oh, there we go. So Svetlana she just arrived in the tournament room and is watching from a table nearby.
Welcome, Svetlana.
Yeah.
Really?
Hope you see him.
Somebody go in the poker room and find out what country she's from. Chris wants to know. It'd be really helpful.
Obviously, Wales.
I want to know what happens with these aces here.
Good morning, Arabic Queen.
A really tiny free bet.
Yeah, 3-1. 3-1 on this call. With the button.
It never comes to 10-9-7 though in these situations. You know,
Right.
when your opponent prices you in,
Yeah.
you never flop the nuts and you go, that's what you get for the price in the end. You always flop a piece and then you have to pay off a bet. And
Right. And it just costs you money.
Yeah. Always.
But hey, he gave you a good price.
Yeah. You still took your chips.
Marco's going to bet about half the pot. Okay, what is going on here?
I mean, if he doesn't have a tell now, then I'm a Dutchman.
I mean, what is going on? He folded the ace-8.
He just has a read.
And here he just folds a jack. Like, oh, okay, well, heads up. Clearly,
I think
I'm
it's partly what Chris is saying, that like the guy's not betting unless he has a hand anyway. But then I think he'll probably that plus some body language stuff as well. I think.
Just sick.
I mean, if he had ace king there, probably checks.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, so he's 3-bet and he's not 3-betting, and
Still though, it's tempting just to flick it in and be like, can I hit an 8 or a jack and like knock this guy out, end it now.
Oh, Marco back up to 42 million. These guys are just a 5-4 chip advantage for Donahar.
This could go on a while actually, considering.
Yeah,
after that King Jack Queen 10 hand, that was two pretty.
That's a scary hand.
That was pretty premium hands in a 3-bet pot, and
it's a scary hand for those of us.
Yeah, no money.
Who are really tired and are watching.
Yeah,
this.
I mean the turn was Jack 9-8. I mean a lot of chips could have gone in the turn.
Something. I mean, come on. Like nothing went in. Not a chip went in.
And the river just went bet call.
Min bet call.
Yeah.
So well done for you with your. Oh, this is going so fast. This is going to finish so early.
Well, it's going to finish so early for me.
That's right. I'm going to write to 888 and say, I want a pro rata amount taken out of your invoice and put into my invoice.
You're right, because the 12-hour day we work today is not worth it.
It's not worth it. Also, the fact that you talk 3 times as much as me means that I can't say anything. Like, I've got you, in fairness, you carry this, so.
What? Oh, no, it's the wrong way around. Okay.
Robert Benson says, I think I'm learning something by watching for a few hours. There's no doubt. I have told people many times, if you want to improve as a poker player, watching live streams, not edited TV shows. Edited TV shows are good for entertainment, but watching live streams where you see every hand and you see how the players are playing and what lines they're taking and so forth and so on, see the mistakes they're making, is absolutely a great way to learn.
Yeah, 100%. Like, especially when you see someone like, is it De Niro, his name?
Yeah.
Yeah. When you see someone, you know, make moves and you can think about implementing that kind of stuff into your game that you hadn't really thought about in the past.
We said it yesterday when you were on the stream for a few hours. We were like, just watch this over again. You get to watch Chris Moorman play poker and see what he does with all of his hands and how he plays. It's a great learning tool. Another thing that I sometimes do if I'm trying to work on my game is I'll watch a live stream and I'll cover up the cards.
Yeah.
And try to put one of the players on like a range and see how often I'm wrong, which is quite often. Kevin Booley followed that up with, that's really good, man, but the best teacher is experience. He sounds like John Candy in Stripes. I know I'm dating myself when I say that. You might know the movie, I don't know. But
I'm trying to remember.
He just convinces the guy to play poker. He's like,
Bill Murray.
You got to jump in there. Yeah, you got to jump in there and play poker.
That's the only
And
way.
the guy who has no experience is like, yeah, okay.
It's kind of true.
It is.
So if you missed it or you're just joining us, just to remind you that the big blind ante stays in effect. So there's 2.5 million of dead money every hand here. So what just happened shouldn't really happen, which is a walk.
We were talking about it right before the heads up play started, in which you're getting 5-1, right?
Yep.
I mean, you're getting 5-1 and you're in position.
Yeah, and you've only got to beat one player.
It's amazing. Raising a quick call. Not sure what Daniel has yet. He has the 4-deuce suited.
He has absolute nothing.
I want to thank you for joining us here, 888 Live in Madrid. Our next stop is Bucharest. Of course, the XL Blizzard coming up in just a couple of days. Nearly 1.5 million in guarantees. The buy-ins range from $5.50 to $3.20. The main event is on February 16th. Satellites running around the clock for that one.
One thing that's always interested me is that the theory is pretty clear that if you're playing somebody that's more skilled than you, heads up, you want to try and make the pots big. You want to try and get the money in and, like, do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Not have them be able to chip away at you. But in order to institute that idea, you have to first acknowledge that the other guy's significantly better than you, and poker players have a real problem with that.
That's true.
So here, like, Marco, I feel like should be making, I mean, he is here because he has 9s, but he should be making the pots big and, you know.
Right, yeah, like it's an easy fold for Ace-8 there because he's just not been doing that. But if he'd done that 3 or 4 times, then
exactly.
De Niro might just be like, well, I've got an ace heads up and just
Yeah,
go with it.
he might get it in good.
Yeah.
But, like, Marco's sort of just playing De Niro's game here by playing small pots, and the skill edge has a chance to be the decisive thing.
You want players to be honest about themselves, to themselves?
Well, I told you my thing. I told you the thing I've always wanted to do the other day. I've always wanted to stand at the buying cage of a tournament like this, and as people buy in, ask them if they have an edge on the field, just to see what. I think you're going to get like 100%. Otherwise, why are they buying in?
Yeah,
you might get like.
And it's obviously can't be true.
Yeah, there'll be like 1 or 2 guys, but the people who say they don't have an edge will be joking.
Yeah.
Or like under the radar online wizards.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, joking, exactly.
I assume he's telling the dealer right now, okay, let's deal some cards that are going to end this heads-up match right now.
That's why we realize now. Okay, so I need to count the chip, yeah?
Oh dear Lord, what?
What's happening?
I don't know. David talked over the key piece of information.
10, 20, 30, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 50.
There was a mistake 4 hours ago.
4 hours ago, do you remember?
And they want to see if they can rectify this right now.
45, 8. This is 40, yeah?
Don't take this opportunity to colour him up, by the way. Can you make sure we keep the maximum amount of betting discs involved in this? Slow this sucker down.
34.
No, non è di più.
44.
I genuinely can't even... Are they just trying to get a correct count?
Cioè, 200.000 in
Yeah, well, I see Anastasia on the over there, and Anastasia obviously helping us out, giving us information. So I assume it could be a situation where we don't have the correct count, and they want to make sure that we do. We don't normally stop the stream for that, so I don't know.
Messo là,
Okay. So guys, David's going to be leaving quite soon, and me and Chris are going to be here up until the point that breakfast opens. And then we're going to get breakfast. So you'll have some more commentary, and then it'll go quiet, and what that means is we're at the buffet.
Or there might be like nuts against nuts, and it might be over by then.
There we are. That's the other possibility.
Could come ace 5-3.
Oh!
So close.
Oh, that's flush draw there.
And how did that
against-
happen?
Flush draw on top pair. In another world, this goes crazy.
It's going to be a bet and a call.
Bet and a shove. We need Claudio for that, right?
Claudio loved a flush draw, didn't he? Oh, Marco gets there. Immediate service.
Is he going to bet out now? Like he did earlier with the Jet 10.
And Donahar just folds top pair.
It's like, oh, you got me again, you ears.
He's balanced. There you go. He had the bluff, and now he's got the flush. Daenerys gone. He's going to call one. How much do you think Marco about in the river here?
17 million in the middle. I don't know which way he goes. I don't know if he bets like 4 or he bets like 18.
I think small.
Small, okay. Yeah, you're probably right, 'cause it's a scary board. He's going to think, I'm not going to get paid.
Oh, he's reaching. Yeah?
Looks like 10.
8, I think he said.
Bet 10 million.
Oh, 10.
10 million. $10 million.
Don't question me, Chris Mormon.
We know who the real commentator is around here. I'll stick to my day job. You stick to yours.
I think yours pays better.
Sometimes. He's called. Wow.
Got a new chip leader here. 2-1 chip advantage now
A
for
little
the Italian.
A little surprised he called based on how this heads-up match has gone so far.
Just, yeah, and based on how he's been folding every time he Marco bets. And now
Yeah.
I wonder if earlier on, when he let out, when the flush got there,
he might have seen that, yeah.
maybe he saw that or heard about it.
Or maybe just made a mistake.
I mean,
That happens.
to be
It
fair,
happens.
he does have top pair heads up, so it's
He
not
does.
Right.
It's not like
It's a
some
big,
easy fold.
big fold, yeah.
Yeah.
We're just surprised because he's been making such big laydowns, but yeah.
He's human after all. He's
I'll just get the chip count right. So here we go. Oh, they're falling over.
This shouldn't take too long.
You're going to be through security by the time. Seriously.
Absolutely.
See, that was okay because that was like around 10 million, so we just got there. We're good.
again, to Danyar's credit, I mean, he's keeping his stacks in
But
40s, so.
You're absolutely right. A new chip leader.
Yeah, 2-1, by the way, with the chip lead.
Wow. An underdog story. Daniel beating himself up a little bit. He's got to get his composure back.
Yeah, again, I mean, I'll just, before I go, I'll just reiterate. These guys have been going at it for 16 hours. I mean, I don't care what kind of seasoned pro you are. You've got to be tired.
Yeah, for sure. Not only 16 hours, it's like 5:30 a.m. or whatever, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. And yeah, that kind of tiredness can like, he's not going to like go on some crazy tilt or anything like that, but it can just push you to stuff like, well, maybe I should fold, but it'd be really nice if he couldn't beat an ace. Cause, do you know what I mean?
Because then I'm in
great shape.
The winning line is really close.
Yeah. So let's see. Oh shit.
And with that, I will bid adieu. I will see you all in Bucharest. Thank you all for joining us.
Good work, David
Live.
Tuckman.
Thank you, Nick Wealthall.
Sorry, you don't have
Chris
to sign
Moran.
off the broadcast. It's continuing without you.
I'm saying goodbye to you, you bastard. And I'm saying goodbye to all of our lovely viewers.
So with the deadwood cut out, we continue the broadcast. I'm only saying that because he's still here and he can hear me. I wouldn't say it if you weren't here. I wouldn't. Jesus. I know you'd check the stream recording anyway. On we go, Nick Wealthall and Chris Moorman to try and bring this one home, but I'm getting a little bit scared, Chris, that this might take a while.
Yeah, especially now that Marco got the chips, he's going to be sitting on them, I feel like.
Yeah.
Although he did just call a free bet with 8-4 suited, so maybe he's in there to gamble.
He definitely was pretty gambly before the heads up. But yeah, I mean, as far as we know, they haven't done any kind of deal. So they're playing for
what's the difference between first and second? Like
45,000 plus the main event.
Oh,
so
wow, yeah.
like 55,000 basically. It's a lot for a heads up match.
Yeah. No, often you see people make a deal in this situation.
It's possible they did, but I don't think we missed anything. In fact, we didn't because we watched the feed during the setup for heads up, so they haven't made a deal. What's your advice to people in terms of deals and like when they should make them, and how do they decide that if they're not that experienced?
Obviously, it depends on your bankroll and if the tournament's like, you know, if the money is sort of life changing. Because also it depends who you're playing heads up. Do you think you got an edge on them? Like, are you able to sort of negotiate a better deal than ICM? So many different factors. It's never. I'll tell you one thing that does happen though. Whenever someone asks you for a deal and you refuse, you always lose.
It's like a golden rule of the karma universe.
Yeah. It's like when you're like, I can't deal with this guy because he's just not good enough to deal, and they always beat you.
And they always start crushing the deck.
So it's also like if you feel that's the way to win a tournament is you get heads up, offer a deal. If they say no, you're going to get the karma.
Okay, this is the pro trick.
Yeah.
Offer a deal, hope for a no. I love it.
And also it inspires you to like play your best if you're like, okay, this guy doesn't think I'm very good.
This son of a bitch.
Yeah.
Marco has a pretty looking hand on the button.
It's just made a bigger raise, this one.
It's a bit of a test of Daniel's composure, isn't it? Because like he had a big chip lead. He'll have gone into this heads up expecting to win the tournament now.
Yeah, I mean, he was, like 4 or 5 handed. He had a big chip lead. So,
Yeah.
like, in that situation, he probably knew he was going to get heads up. And he would have, hoped to have been, like, huge chip lead, heads up. And then he did have a chip lead, and now it's gone heads up. So, yeah.
It's a bit of a challenge,
Gotta
especially when you're tired.
Yeah, got to regroup for sure. He does have walls of chips, though, so maybe he feels like he's got more chips than he actually does.
That's right. It's going to help his confidence.
Exactly.
It's like massive.
He's
stack.
like, I can't be the short stack with all these chips.
Look, behold my wares. And he's doing well if he knows what he's got, to be honest.
It's a wall of chips.
Yeah, I bet half a wall. Daniel raises with junk on the button and Marco defends and has the best hand after that flop.
He might not get to see the... I feel like he might get barreled off here, though, if there's a heart or... Oh.
Daniel makes bottom pair. Doesn't make a ton of difference, but...
We've seen him bet a lot in these spots, though, where he's picked up some showdown value. He's decided to, like, barrel off with kind of blockers to 2-pair, and knowing that Marco probably would raise a strong hand on the flop, like, on a flush draw board, he's probably not going to slow play too many big hands. So at this point, I think he's trying to bet him off a 5 or a 9.
Well, it doesn't work, as you can see. Marco defends. 17 million in the pot.
It's going to be, depends on the river here. Interesting.
Yeah, we need a fun river so that Daniel can bluff and we can see what happens.
It's tough to bluff on that card.
Yeah, that's not it.
Check. Showdown, please.
It's a shame from a watching point of view. I'd like to have seen like a river bluff and whether he could have called.
Yeah, like a 10 or a heart, king.
Yeah. It's another significant pot for Marco, who's closing in on victory.
Those are the kind of things, though, that are really luck of the draw, like the river card there. Like,
Right.
You don't think about it in time, but, like, if he gets a heart on the river, he probably gets his bluff through there, and it's a big swing in the pot.
Yeah.
Now but instead, he's now almost 3-1 down on chips.
Yeah, board run out's a big influence. Monster hand for Marco this time. See if he gets any action.
Well, probably don't.
Interesting thing to do.
Well, I was going to actually ask, how do you play pocket jacks to you?
Well, obviously, I don't know. No one's found out. Whatever he did there, obviously, it was going to be wrong.
Well,
This is pocket jacks. If he made a small raise, it was going to come 6-7-2.
yeah, exactly. His opponent would have flopped the flush.
Yeah. 2-pair, whatever. He did make it a little bit hard to get action, seeing as how he hasn't set him in once yet. Well, the blinds are now 601.2 million, so not a huge increase, but 3 million in the pot. Is that right? Yeah, 3 million in the pot before they make a decision.
But De Niro's not, he won't have seen, like, obviously the last couple of hands, and he now thinks that Marco's just sort of changing gears, maybe.
Right.
But we see that he's picked up a couple of premium hands, but De Niro's thinking, wow, this guy suddenly moved it up a notch when he got some chips together.
It's a really good point. 71 plays 21. Nick Wealthall with 888 Ambassador Chris Moorman. We're watching the Heads Up at 888 Live Madrid. They're playing for 150,000 euros for first, the difference of 45,000 euros to second. So this is a big Heads Up match you're watching, and the winner gets a World Series of Poker main event package. No deal, so the pressure is on. What are your February plans, Chris?
Just gonna go back home to Vegas and actually chill for a bit, really.
Okay.
Just
Nice.
been on the road, for the last month or so. And near the end of the month, there's quite a few live tournaments coming up in California area. So it's LAPC,
Oh, okay.
and then there's like another WPT at Thunder Valley, and then I think there's one at the Venetian as well, straight after that. So just a few live
Sounds
tournaments.
fun.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. But yeah, before that, I'm just sort of going to go home and sort of just relax a bit and just.
And tell everybody what it's like living in Vegas, because a lot of people listening to this would love to try that.
Yeah, it's funny because like sort of 10 years ago would be the last place on earth I wanted to live. Like I go there every summer for the World Series. Even the years where it goes well, like by the end of like 2 months in Vegas in the middle of summer in the heat, you just want to get out of there. And but actually the rest of the year the weather's really nice in Vegas. It's not too hot, and I have a lot of friends who've moved there now as well, so
Right.
it feels a lot more like home. And I've lived there for like I guess the last 3-4 years now, I guess. And yeah, I really like it, so looking forward to being back.
It's actually it's weird, isn't it? Because it's actually so when I was young and I was playing a lot, I lived out there, and it's
Yeah.
actually a really chilled place to live, because it's not the strip that you go to when you're
Right,
on holiday.
right.
The actual city is
Yeah,
really
I very rarely go to the strip unless I'm sort of playing poker at a casino. Like-
exactly right.
Like if I'm going out for dinner, there's loads of local restaurants near me. I live about half an hour away from the strip, so I don't even drive, so
Right.
I don't really go there very often unless I'm going to play a tournament.
But that's the thing, isn't it? When you're there for the series, it's like the weather, obviously, but then also you're going to the Rio every day and
Right,
like, and
it
other
drains you,
casinos.
yeah,
It's
yeah.
really draining. Yeah. So it's great fun, but after 5 or 6 weeks, you
Yeah,
know
you've
about
had
it.
enough, yeah.
You have. My body starts craving broccoli.
It's a weird craving.
It's just like nutrients.
You want some green stuff.
Yeah. It's like bad food and booze and
Yeah, that's the problem. Is once you like, if you're not in a poker tournament, you end up drinking.
yeah,
It's just vicious circle.
vicious circle of defeat. Danielle's going to keep plugging away here, but nothing's gone right for him the last half an hour.
Okay, he checked. You must to remove the chips from the audio.
Chips are in the way of the card reader.
Just a lot of chips.
Check.
Daniel doesn't have anything, but he does have the button here.
1,200,000.
Min bet from him. Guys, if we're just going to min bet, seriously, you're going to crash the breakfast buffet if you're just going to min bet. We're never going to get to the end. Marco makes a pair.
Check.
Is he going to go for it? You can't win if he checks.
Yeah.
I hate those feelings where you know you can't win if you check, but you also know.
It's like the worst bluffing situation.
Yeah, you know your opponent's probably not going to fold either. You're not representing much.
Well, it'd be great, obviously, for Marco to win the tournament. By far his biggest cash already, but it would be a bit of sympathy for Daniel, who's really impressed us with his play. And Chris was saying earlier he played him in the high roller, and he thought he was a pretty strong player when he played him.
Yeah, he actually got pretty unlucky he busted, like, bubbled it like me. He busted to Sophia. He had turned top pair in a 3-bet pot against her flop set, and
oh, jeez.
Yeah, he didn't really, like, she shoved the river and he tanked it off, like, used all his time banks and then called. It was, yeah, he definitely knew that he seems to have a good sense of where he is in hands.
Yeah, he really does. No question. But he's up against it, as you can see. 15 big blinds left. However, it's no limit heads up. 2 good hands and he can basically have it won.
It's an interesting mix of countries on the final table.
Yeah, we were saying there's a lot more. Like when we were in Barcelona, it was just 90% Spanish.
Yeah.
Here it's been more of a mix. I don't know why, but yeah, we've 2 Israelis, as you saw. Kazakhstan player in the heads up. You mentioned this earlier, but it is quite strange that heads up is such a big influence on your like earnings from tournaments.
Yeah.
And yet you play it so rarely as a tournament player. That's quite a weird dynamic.
No, for sure. And heads up's very high.
Chop it up. It's a unique.
Yeah,
game, isn't
and
it?
also like obviously it changes quite a lot depending on the stack size as well.
Have you ever done anything to kind of try and improve your heads up, or?
Yeah, I've like played some heads up cash sometimes, donated it there, and you know, some sit and go heads up sit and goes. Watch some heads up theory and stuff. I mean, you have to, otherwise, you know, because you know you are playing for vast amounts of money when you get heads up. So you got to have some kind of a clue, but obviously you haven't done as much work on it as other areas.
Right. Yeah, of course. I think it's a really good thing to do for people that want to improve, because I mean, look at these 2 guys. They're playing for 55 because of the package, 55,000 euros, and they bought in for 800. So like, it's a lot of buy-ins.
No, definitely. Although the only thing, like after I played heads up for a bit, if I go and play a tournament after that, I just never fold to anyone.
No.
I'm like, oh, I got pair.
4th pair.
Yeah,
should
tough
I raise? Value raise?
You're like, well, yeah, they can have this draw that missed. You find something.
If watching this is giving you an appetite to play poker, then there's a great opportunity coming up on 888. The XL Blizzard starts in 2 days' time on the 6th. And runs for 12 days. 12 days of big guaranteed money, nearly 1.5 million euros of guaranteed money. And buy-in starting as little as 5. I don't know why I'm saying euros. As little as 5. I think it is euros. 5 euros. And satellites as well, so you can get involved in a couple of days. You can battle Chris Moorman. He'll probably play some of the Blizzard. Oh no, you'll be in. No, you won't. You're going to be at home.
Yeah, I won't be able to play. So
Chris Moorman's not playing, so there's value.
Yeah, exactly. They got a chance to win it.
There you go. Daniel's got a pair, and that's good here.
What have you got lined up after this?
I'm going home tomorrow, and I've also got so I've got another life now. I've got a training business, like corporate training.
Okay.
So I've got quite a lot of work with that this week, for which I'm going to feel properly jet lagged.
Yeah.
Because the poker world and any other world doesn't mix with sleep zone and everything.
Yeah, it doesn't.
So I've got a bit of that going on. It's very hard to balance poker life with the real world.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
You just don't do staying up till 5 a.m. in real life. Poker, it's like standard. 2 big hands here.
I mean, it should be all in.
It should. It
should
is.
be a call. He's not going to fold, is he?
He does.
Yep.
Here we go. This could be it.
Could be it. This could come diamond, diamond, diamond.
For a picturesque ending. Queen 10 9 of diamonds would be. Daniel is obviously at risk here, and this could be it if this ace high holds.
But if he wins, it's going to be even. About even again, right?
Yeah. Pretty blank, isn't it? On
No,
the flop.
no diamonds at least for him.
Yeah. Gonna need a king or a jack.
Could get a 9.
Oh, hello. That's a nice turn card. Look at all those outs. 13 outs. All. We are going to have a champion.
Oh.
Famos.
He
thought he'd won.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
Oh, no, that's horrible.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so gross. I didn't realise for a split second that he thought he'd won.
That's gross at the best of the times, but when you're on stream as well.
Harsh.
And now he's got to regroup after.
Poor Marco. Thought he'd won the tournament. What a moment. That was really weird because neither of them were in shot. And I heard the shouting and I thought Daniar's shouting. But then it's Vamos. And I'm like, he's not saying Vamos. He's from Turkestan. And then Marco's there celebrating. I'm like, what are you celebrating? Daniel gets a little bit lucky. I think anyone that's watched the stream wouldn't begrudge him a bit of luck there. He's really played well. But rough on Marco.
Yeah, the run out as well. I mean, it's complete standard caller hand. It's actually the most standard hand I've seen since I've been here.
It's a very good shout. Yeah, at least they got it in.
Yeah.
Which they were supposed to with those hands. So we're not done in Madrid. Look at Marco's deflated.
It's going to be tough for him to win here now after that.
Oh, wow. He really looks devastated.
Yeah. I feel for him.
He needs, like, he's got a rail there. He actually needs a friend to go up to him.
He needs a break or something. He needs
yeah,
a break.
he needs a friend to go up to him and say, buddy, go to the bathroom.
Yeah.
Like, take 2 minutes.
He's shaking his head, yeah.
If I was his friend on the rail, I'd grab him and pretend to talk to him about something. Because he's fine. Like, he's 50-50 with the chips.
He's up on, when he started heads up, he's got more chips than what he started with.
Right.
But obviously he's not thinking about that right now.
A limp pot with not much going on gives Marco a chance to stop hating his life and remember that he's still in with a shot, like a great shot. He's still at the chip lead, just. Oh, he looks so sad. Oh. He looks like someone's taken his puppy away.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
It's not like he messed the hand up. He just obviously.
No.
Yeah.
Not like it's a standard 64. He didn't go his way, but I think it's just the psychological impact of thinking he'd won.
Yeah.
If you just found us, we're heads up in Madrid at 888 Live. Pretty much even in chips, as you just saw, playing for that trophy. 150,000 euros for the winner and a WSOP main event package. And it still could be either one. Daniel with the ace. Good 3-bet, just calls. $6.5 million in the pot.
Check. Check.
Last chance to check.
Check. Two pairs. Queens and sixes.
Marco's slowly perking up. The high roller got a lot of entrance here as well, didn't it?
Oh, way more than I thought, yeah.
Yeah.
I thought it was going to get maybe like 45, 40, something like that, and it got over 100.
Amazing. What was the play like?
Were
there a lot of pros?
Not loads. Like
Right.
there was a lot of random people I hadn't seen before. Yeah, it was
That's great.
pretty good tournament. Yeah.
Yeah.
Raise. 2,200,000.
Daniel limped here. Marco raises and Daniel will call. So just under 8 million as we go to the flop.
Surprised Marco raised actually.
Yeah, it's a bit out of character as
Yeah.
well. Does flop overs in a gut shot.
Fold.
Opens up a little lead.
He's getting his composure back now.
Yeah, he doesn't.
He's sat up straight in his chair again. He was hunched over before. The scarf's back in place.
He literally did look like someone had taken his favourite toy away. He was like so upset. Where's my title?
He's going to have to do it the hard way. Grind it back.
Raise. 2,600,000.
Raises his button, and Daniel has a better king.
Call. Check. 2,500,000. Fold.
Marco gets De Niro to fold the better hand. Definitely ups his aggression a little bit. He's been betting a bit more with nothing.
800,000.
Yeah.
1,000,000.
Perhaps a little bit of tilt. A little bit of screw this. Quite surprised Daniel just folded that flop. Is that just because he doesn't have a lot of chips to maneuver with?
Well, maybe he's not. He's from the way Marco's only really been betting when he's had a hand, so.
$33 million gives Daniel still just over 20 big blinds. So
Call. Check.
he does seem like he wants to play small pots all the time, Daniel. Like,
Yeah. Oh. Jack. I thought it was going to be a Jack-O flop, which could have been
Check.
yeah.
fireworks.
1,600,000. Fold. Check. 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 Showdown.
That's the same hand.
There's checks and then
It's annoying.
We've made no progress,
It's annoying for De Niro.
isn't it? Sure, he's won a pot since the All In. That's what they're playing for. 45,000 euros, no deal. So they're playing for all of that straight up and the main event package. Another 12,000 on top.
Bet. 3,300,000.
Daniel's just getting dealt pretty trashy stuff at the worst possible time.
Yeah. He's definitely had the worst cards of the heads up.
Yeah, he has, yeah. I like the trophies. Pretty nice trophy.
Yeah, it is, yeah. I think the main event's gold one and the high roller's silver one.
Nice.
Yeah, I need the main event one, but I need to cash first.
You need 2 more so you can have the
Yeah.
the sponsor's logo.
3,500,000.
Daniel does raise. He's limped his last few buttons, but this time he just takes it down. Bucharest in the background. That's our next stop in about 7 weeks' time. Lots of opportunities to qualify for that on 888 for a very small amount. This literally could be you. Not literally. You could be playing the heads up at the next main event. Why not? We would love to see you there. We'll be streaming if you can't make it. But lots of time to qualify, so get involved. And then Barcelona beckons in May. Marco's so tired. Like he's just like raise, splashy raise.
The graphics are tired as well. They can't.
Yeah,
that's not.
they're
not
struggling.
Yeah, that's not a legal action.
That is a flopped flush for Marco.
Not going to get any action though.
3,500,000.
Correct. 2-1 chip lead now. Dinner is sitting there thinking, I remember when I had a wall of chips. Where did that go?
It's slightly to his right now.
It's a sad feeling. This is pretty quiet action, but we are at the stage now where Daniel's under 20 big blinds, so 2 big, 2 decent pre-flop hands and the money's in.
Yeah.
It's just sort of...
There's a lot of limping and...
fiddling about, but...
Min betting at the moment, but one big hand.
Did we get any word on when breakfast opens? Because it's 6 a.m. I think it like isn't going to open until 7:30, and it's going to be tilting.
I still got a pack as well.
Yeah, I've still got. Yeah, of course. Yeah, God, yeah, definitely still. Who packs in advance?
Yeah. So I always wish I had. I'm like, wouldn't it be nice just
to be that person?
Yeah.
I know of very few men, and certainly no men in poker, that are capable of backing in advance. Trips for Marco, but he's got nothing to get action from.
He's smashing the deck though at the moment.
Isn't
Flush,
he? Yeah, isn't he?
Straight. Trips.
Call.
Whoa.
Oh, he gets a loose call. Daniel probably getting frustrated because he keeps. It's like one of those things that happens in heads up, which you mentioned earlier. Actually, he doesn't know that he's getting smashed by the deck.
Yeah.
He just thinks he's having to fold all the time. I think that's the first slightly
Yeah, I didn't.
tilty.
I didn't really see how
loose
that hand
call.
went down, but yeah, it could definitely be a case of.
Daniel, now pretty sure he was under 20 big blinds before that hand. I'm too tired to work out exactly how much he put in that pot, so I'm waiting for the graphics. Come on. Tell me what he's got. Come on.
He might be in shove mode soon.
He must be, I think. I think he can only have about 12 big blinds left. 12, 13, something in that range. Nice hand for Marco. He can probably just put them all in. Yeah, he does. Daniel has 18 million, so 15 big blinds.
No less. It's
Oh,
1.6,
sorry, yeah, 1.6. Sorry,
yeah.
sorry. Yeah. So I told you, I'm too tired. 11 and a half big blinds.
Yeah. He's going to need to pick up a hand soon.
What are you shoving with 11 and a half big blinds? Like, what's the worst hand you're shoving on the button here?
Kind of. I mean, I always hate these questions.
I know.
I always just say, if you show me the hand, I'll tell you
I'll
if
tell you
I
if you-
shove
yeah.
or not.
That's a fair answer.
Otherwise you start going, any ace, any king, 4 off plus, whatever, you know, like. all that
A lot of them.
All that garbage. Yeah, that's not that though.
No, that's pretty horrible. He decides to limp.
But he's just running into like hand after
It's
hand.
been crazy, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Like, Daniel's picked up, since that all in, he's picked up nothing.
Whoa. Just fold?
Just fold.
I knew.
Yeah. He was coin flipping. Coin flipping for the title. The face of a man tiny bit fed up with his heads up lot. Hasn't gone according to plan.
About as fed up as you can be when you've won 100.
Yeah, exactly.
5,000.
Yeah.
All it takes is one double though, and you know, right back in it.
Well, here we are, king he
He should get called here probably. I mean, you have to call here.
Yeah, he does. So this is really close to a flip, and if Daniel loses it, we've got a champion. Is this it, Chris?
I don't know, but all I know is Marco will not celebrate until...
Yeah. Literally for 5 minutes.
Exactly. I was just thinking of all...
He's not going to celebrate till the check clears.
How he rivers the queen, but it gives the king a straight. Or something.
Yeah. Just cry. Oh, he hits...
Wow.
Smashes the flop. This is almost over. Marco will not admit it, you're absolutely right. Daniel needs to catch...
oh, here he goes.
There's a deuce. So a deuce or a king.
Oh, he can't watch.
We may see a man be physically sick at the feature table if this comes. If he doesn't improve, it's over.
It's over.
It's over. Just check.
Vamos.
It's definitely over. We have a winner here in Madrid.
He breathes a sigh of relief.
He's been on the emotional rack, bless him.
God, I wonder how fast his heart's beating right now.
Absolutely. Marco Biavashi is your champion here at 888 Live Madrid. He wins by far his biggest prize in poker. He wins that trophy. He wins 150,000 euros, no deal, straight up for the money. And he will be playing the main event in Las Vegas. An amazing result for him. And a quick word for our runner-up, who played a fantastic tournament. But unfortunately, it didn't go for him at the end. Horrible last few minutes. Chris, it was fun. It was a fun final table.
Yeah, it was interesting. Some different hands being played, but yeah, it was a lot of action. And I mean, still, I'm kind of glad, I guess, Marco won in the end after that premature celebration.
Yeah, that was a cruel moment. But he got there in the end. A big thanks to everybody here in Madrid who made this possible. The 888 team, the crew of dealers, tournament staff, wait staff, everybody at the casino. They dealt with a huge amount of players and they did really well under a lot of pressure. Thanks to everyone that played. Thanks to you for watching. We'll be back with you in Bucharest in just 7 weeks' time. Until then, you can play the XL Blizzard on 888. For now, for everyone here in Madrid, congratulations to our champion, and we'll see you very soon.